The scene opens in the vast steppe. Here, a man urges his son beside him. Go ahead, son, what do you think is the most important virtue a lord should have? Faced with his father's sudden questioning, the young man hesitates and replies, Is it so sudden? Nobility. Hearing this, the man responds, Not bad. Realizing that his previous answer did not satisfy his father, a young man curiously asks, So what is the correct answer? The man looks firmly into the distance and says, A warm heart. He is Richard Follentia, the Lord of Leschel. At his father's answer, the young man is somewhat surprised. A heart, really. Lord Richard continues, The virtues of a lord must have depend on the circumstances. A friend, a family member, and sometimes even a villain. You'll have to play all those roles. And no matter what situation you find yourself in, you must do your best. You will form a bond with anyone you are next to. Lord Richard speaks in a relaxed tone as if he wants to impart all the necessary philosophy of a lord to his son. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from afar, calling out, My lord. The old man immediately stepped forward, panting, and began, I apologize for interrupting, but may I ask about that? Lord Richard cheerfully replied, Of course, Charles. Saying this, he turned sharply to one side, kindly reminding, Simon, step back a bit, you as well, Charles. Lord Richard focused all his strength and began to chant the incantation. Seeing the black smoke appear around, Simon secretly rejoiced, It's here. A surge of power emerged as Richard chanted. Soon, a bony arm appeared from the black swamp in front of them. Skeletons crawled up from the ground like an army. They moved towards Simon and Charles, nodding as if waiting for orders. Charles joyfully pointed toward the pile of wood that needed to be transported. Immediately, the skeletons understood. They lined up neatly and moved the logs out of the forest. This scene caused Charles to praise endlessly. He turned to Richard and expressed cheerfully, Thank you, my lord. Richard waved and replied, Just keep doing your job well. Seeing the previous scene, Simon felt extremely proud of his father. He can supplement his forces by using the dead, truly a great necromancer. Necromancers are special sorcerers who use dark and evil magic. Long ago, to escape the influence of the Necromancers, the Emperor of the Talvern Empire sent 500,000 soldiers. From Keizen, the headquarters dispatched 10 necromancers to counter a strong army at that time. With just 10 necromancers, they quickly turned those 500,000 soldiers into corpses and destroyed the Talvern Empire. The outcome of this event is known as the Rose Brigade. Even the Emperor of the Talvern Empire had to surrender. The decayed corpse of the former emperor faced a tragic fate as it was placed on the very throne of the empire. This is how the necromancers seized control in the new era and conquered half the continent. But another force also threatens the dominance of the necromancers ruling over the other half of the continent, namely the clerics. The only antagonist in the eyes of the necromancers is the one who uses divinity to serve the goddess Dave. The continent is maintaining an unstable peace between the two opposing forces. Simon knew that all of this did not worry their land. People continued to work cheerfully day and night. This is Leschel, a small town that even the neighboring villages do not know about. The person in front of him is Simon Follentia, the heir of this land. After reviewing the work progress on the prairie, Simon returned home. I am back. Hearing her son's call, Anna, Simon's mother, joyfully responded, Simon, you're back. Simon informed her, I went out to help with the harvesting. Upon hearing this, Anna warmly said, You must be very hungry, wait a moment. Seeing the food that his mother had prepared in the pot, Simon curiously asked, Mom, what is this? Anna replied, It's soaked in lahark mushrooms. Hearing this, Simon became a bit worried. But isn't that poisonous, Mom? In response to this, Anna began to reassure her son, But don't worry, I will make it safe to eat. Saying this, she summoned her magic to transform the poisonous dish into a harmless one. Witnessing this, Simon was stunned. He knew this was divine power. His mother was demonstrating the strength of a former priestess. Every time he saw his mother's power, he was curious about how those opposing forces met. At that moment, outside echoed the call of his mother. Simon, that's enough. Aren't you coming out to eat? Reluctantly, Simon had to reply, yes. As he stepped out of his room, the main character was amazed to discover that his mother had prepared a sumptuous feast today. While Richard struggled to swallow the horrible-tasting dishes, Simon remained unconcerned, eating heartily. Noticing that her son's eating pace was slower than usual, Anna worriedly asked, You didn't eat much today, are you feeling unwell? After finishing dinner and seeing his parents being affectionate, Simon couldn't help but exclaim, It's as if they are still on their honeymoon. Late at night, after admiring the moon, just when Simon was about to pull the curtain and go to sleep, a letter suddenly flew toward him from outside. At that moment, the main character couldn't understand what was happening or what this letter was. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the window. Who was it? A girl was sitting in front of Simon, smiling as she greeted him. Hello, Simon. Seeing this scene, he stood there in a daze for a moment. After a second, he didn't react and turned abruptly. pretending not to care. This attitude of yours makes the little girl very uncomfortable. Hey, don't pretend like you can't see me. The excited girl grabbed the blanket, wanting Simon to respond to her. Hey, I know you see me. Come on, get up. Get up quickly. Having no other choice, Simon could only sit up and continue. Oh my, okay. Who are you? How did you get here? Did you get lost? The girl put her hands on her hips and replied, I'm not lost, you idiot. I'm here to meet you, Simon Follentia. As she spoke, the girl confidently pointed at Simon, leaving him astonished for a moment. How do you know my name? The girl stammered and pointed at the letter. It's because of that letter. Just then, Simon's parents suddenly burst in. Simon, what's going on? Is there a thief? As soon as the girl saw the two people at the door, she joyfully exclaimed, Richard, Anna. Simon's parents seemed to know the girl. They called out, Neftis, oh my, you haven't changed a bit. After the greeting ended, Richard solemnly said to Simon, Simon, say hello. This is the legendary Neftis Artbold. At first, just upon hearing the name Neftis Artbold, Simon was somewhat stunned. The next moment, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but exclaim, No way, that's Neftis Artbold, the main culprit in turning Emperor Tolerant's body into a puppet, and also the undead sorcerer who has lived for over 300 years. Neftis then confirmed, Yes, I am Neftis Artbold of Keizen. Upon hearing this, Simon silently guessed, could it mean that the letter? At this point, Neftis continued to speak. Let me send an official letter, Simon Follentia. Simon took the letter out of the envelope. It was the approval letter from Keizen. At this moment, Neftis reached out to him and said, Let's go to Keizen. After a moment, Neftis left, and before leaving, he reminded Simon, See you at Keizen. At this time, Richard spoke up, Simon, let me see that letter. Simon followed his father's request and handed over the letter. Here you go. After carefully examining the contents of the letter, Richard suddenly said, Special admission, Simon Follentia. Simon nodded and said, Yes, father. Mentioning Keizen means, Richard continued, Right. It's the center of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of the Necromancer. It's also a school that trains necromancers. The head of Keizen is Neftis, the person you just met. Hearing this, Simon was a bit incredulous. So small, like a peppercorn, and yet they are the headmaster. Understanding his son's thoughts, Richard also agreed, It doesn't seem like it, does it? At this point, Simon curiously asked, So where is Keizen? Is it far from here? Richard replied, Very far. It is located on an island called Roke. You will have to take a boat from Langerin, the capital of the kingdom of Dresden, and travel quite a distance to reach the island. But don't worry, Simon. There are many interesting things in Langerin, and Roke Island is beautiful too. Moreover, Keizen is famous for its stylish uniforms. Upon hearing this, Simon's interest in Keizen grew. At this moment, Anna chimed in, That will keep you busy until the admission ceremony. This statement puzzled Simon. Why is that? Richard explained, There are quite a few things to prepare to become a necromancer. You should learn the skills once you get to school. Open your energy waves first after receiving the acceptance letter from Keizen. Anna and Richard began planning to nurture their son. Hey, and we teach him a bit of dark magic. Of course, I will teach him that too. Right? You also need to learn breathing techniques, so don't think about sleeping starting tomorrow. After the meeting with Neftis that day, Simon began the busiest week of his life. Everything was prepared for Keizen. His parents talked about the exciting school life and how he would enjoy it there, but the sudden nature of his enrollment also made them feel anxious. Day by day, Simon started to absorb dark magic from his father. It might hurt, but you have to endure it. As the source of power from dark magic coursed through his body, Simon gritted his teeth and endured the pain for 3 days that week. He didn't sleep at all while creating energy waves with his father's magic assistance. On the remaining days, he learned how to breathe and practiced black magic. Simon now breathed slowly. A week later, Simon, the boy who had spent his whole life in Leschel, was on a carriage journey with a companion. We're setting off now. Seeing her son leave, Anna felt a sudden wave of sadness. Be careful, Simon. Sitting in the carriage, Simon leisurely remembered what his father had taught him. Gather the magic that is floating around you in the air into your body and slowly create mana. Then transfer it into energy waves. That's it. Can't you feel the mana solidifying inside you? Now guide that mana through your hands. A source of power surrounded Simon, and soon it seeped into his fingertips. That's right. Now spread it through your fingers. Before long, a drop of mana appeared on the tip of Simon's finger. Seeing this scene, Richard praised him. Well done, Simon. That is the source of power that a necromancer possesses. The liquid on your hand is darkness. Richard explained to his son, the biggest difference between a wizard and a necromancer is dark energy. Mana has a property similar to gas. It will gradually liquefy and then vanish into the air. In other words, darkness can be solid or liquid. Therefore, it is very easy to coalesce and take on different forms. To help his son visualize better, Richard began to demonstrate dark power. If you use this property of darkness, you can transform it into a shape like this. Seeing the image of his mother created from mana, Simon could not help but be amazed. Richard continued to teach. Those who practice magic based on darkness are called necromancers. Richard said to Simon, "Since we don't have much time left, let's focus on extracting darkness and then channeling it into basic energy waves." Simon nodded, saying, "I understand, father." Next, he tried to concentrate his power, manipulating the mana liquid in his hands. Just when he thought his transformation ability was successful, the mana power suddenly returned to its original state. Seeing this, Richard's expression changed. He found it hard to believe his eyes, as it usually takes about 6 months to 2 years for a necromancer to shape dark energy, but Simon succeeded in just 3 days. Richard knew his son was very talented, but such an explosive talent could be counterproductive. He had postponed building energy waves for him, hoping he would not repeat the mistakes he had made when he was young. But now, Richard realized this was the time for Simon to shine. After a while of experimenting with transformation, Simon joyfully exclaimed, "Father, look at this." Richard calmly spoke up, "The blue of the night, I see it now." Immediately after, Richard did not forget to praise his son. "Your dark energy has a beautiful blue hue." Hearing this, Simon excitedly asked, "Is it good that it has the blue of the night? Am I a rare case?" In response to this, Richard only smiled gently, indicating, "It's just a color, nothing unexpected." Upon hearing this, Simon's expression turned sullen. Before long, an attendant announced, "We have arrived." Curious, Simon asked, "Have we reached Keizen?" Richard replied, "No, it's just the border of the kingdom of Dresden. I will leave you here." At this point, Simon still didn't understand what was happening. "What do you mean, father?" Richard got out of the car and signaled, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you in advance. I can't enter the territory of Dresden either. It's a long story." Ignoring Simon's protest, Richard firmly instructed, "From here, you will have to make all your own decisions before acting." Having said that, he can forget to reassure his son. "Don't worry, I assure you that you can do better than anyone, and I am truly proud of you." These words seemed to come from the bottom of Richard's heart for his son. Watching his son's carriage leave, a trace of sadness appeared in Richard's eyes. "Take care, my son." A week later, in the kingdom of Dresden, the attendant reported, "Our carriage has entered the kingdom." Here, looking at the bustling scenery on the streets, Simon couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the capital of the kingdom of Dresden?" The carriage moved down the street, passing by each person. The capital of Dresden is Langerin, a very busy capital, quite different from the peaceful countryside of Leschel. Here, Simon looked around cautiously. "This is indeed a big city. I need to be careful." Saying this, he took a letter with the address out of his coat. "Let's see 239 Canal Street. There should be a guide waiting there." Not knowing which way to go, Simon decided to seek help. He approached a friendly-looking girl and said, "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" One of the girl's eyes suddenly fell out. This sight momentarily shocked Simon, but knowing that showing fear would be impolite, he could only suppress it and say, "I would like to ask for directions to this address." The one-eyed girl moved her pupil closer to read the contents of the letter. "Let's see, Canal Street. Do you see the square over there? Go through that square and then turn right. You will find a road lined with golden bricks. That's Canal Street, one of the landmarks of Langerin." Hearing this, Simon bowed to show his gratitude. "Thank you." Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but praise, "You are truly a polite boy." Saying that, she waved to say goodbye. "Be careful. Good luck in Langerin." Simon happily replied, "Thank you, and I wish you good luck as well." After helping Simon, the girl walked a little further. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure approached and struck up a conversation. Meanwhile, Simon was still following the directions to his destination. At this moment, in another place, an impatient figure spoke up. "Why is it taking so long? Is he lost?" Simon's life is like a movie. As soon as he arrived in a new land, he had to face a gang of thugs. The bald leader stepped forward, grinning maliciously. "Now put all your stuff on the ground. Clothes, bags, everything." At this moment, Simon was surrounded by these strangers. Deep inside, the protagonist silently apologized to his father, as he probably had to arrive in Keizen later than expected. An hour earlier, Simon was trying to find his way to number 239. Suddenly, the bald man appeared and started a conversation. "Hey there, are you looking for directions to 239 Camel Street, or more precisely, SL1E6AJ? Hearing this, Simon felt a bit relieved. "Oh yes, that's right. You must be the guide sent by Howl." The bald man reluctantly agreed, taking off his hat to signify, "Yes, that's correct. I am the guide sent by Howl. Since you were late, I guess you were lost, which is why I came to find you." Upon hearing this, Simon kindly reached out to shake hands with the other man. "It's lucky that we ran into each other. My name is Simon Follentia." The bald man also introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Rowley, a guide in Langerin. Please follow me and I will take you to your accommodation first. On the way, Rowley casually said a few words that caught Simon's attention. I'm really glad I found you before you got into trouble. There are a lot of scammers here trying to trick knave tourists. You know, pickpockets, thieves, overpriced merchants, things like that. After following Rowley into the alley, Simon expressed his thoughts. So you were planning to scam me too? This statement seemed to hit a nerve, and Rowley appeared momentarily flustered and tried to justify himself. Haha, I don't understand what you mean. At this point, Simon began to analyze. You had a tendency to look down at the ground, and you even touched the pocket of your jacket. You were checking to see if your stuff was still there, right? Looking at the width of the pocket and its wrinkling, it seemed you had a knife in there. Just as Rowley wanted to defend himself. Don't get me wrong, that's just for self-defense. Simon hit him with a surprise remark. Finally, there's the name Howl. That's the name of a goat species in Leshil. Hearing this, Rowley became furious and trembled with anger. Even knowing that, you still followed me. Who the hell are you? As he spoke, he pulled out a knife intending to threaten Simon. He had his henchmen surround Simon and then shouted, Damn it, I don't care who you are. You'll have to beg us. Now put everything you have on the ground. Clothes, bags, everything. Simon calmly replied, I'm not doing that. Seeing this, one henchman pointed a knife at him. Hey, country boy, I think you still don't understand the situation. Look at how many of us there are. Sensing the agitated tone of his opponent, Simon cautiously turned to look. Immediately, he saw the excited henchman wanting to rush at him as if he were joking. Simon quickly deflected one of the opponent's attacks. Soon after, he swiftly grabbed the man's arm and directly attacked, making him collapse for a moment. After handling the situation, Simon approached the bald man and said, Every now and then, I see people like you in my territory. Pathetic scum hiding among the crowd, tricking them with some protection fee nonsense. Simon pushed the thug aside and then said to the bald man, My duty as the Hare Lord is to clean up scum like you. The bald man was furious upon hearing that. A noble, huh? All the more reason not to let you go. With that, he ordered his lackeys, Get over here, all of you. Seeing the group of thugs approaching him, Simon silently apologized to his father for being late to Keizen. At that moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared. Found you. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and since you wouldn't show up, I had to come here myself. The appearance of the stranger made the thugs on guard. As they turned to look, they caught sight of a very attractive girl. The moment she appeared, she casually remarked, It seems like you're dealing with some trivial matters. Seeing that it was just a girl, a bald man said to his lackeys, Don't worry, we outnumber her. Just take care of them, and let's go. The girl found that somewhat amusing. Is that so? You should count again. With that, she summoned magic, causing the pieces of bones to reassemble. It was close enough to recognize that the building over there was a skeleton shop. The thugs realized that the girl could control skeletons and immediately recognized that the person in front of them was a necromancer. Not giving them a chance to escape, the girl ordered the skeletons to capture them. Before long, the group of bandits was completely subdued and defeated by the skeletons. At the moment of facing the terrifying skull, the bald man cast aside his pride and begged for mercy. We didn't know you were the great necromancer. Please spare us. Immediately, the girl coldly asked, Tell me, which guild you belong to? The bald man replied tremblingly, Claven, we are members of the Claven Guild. Upon hearing this, the girl showed disdain. Coming from a fairly large guild, yet resorting to thievery from poor travelers, go tell Claven to place his hands behind his back, kneel with his face on the ground, and crawl to the security headquarters to confess. This was tantamount to a death sentence for the bald man. He continued to plead, Please spare us. At this point, the girl became impatient. Is this a command to me? If he goes on like this without a scratch on his body or face, I guarantee that in the name of Keizen, I will erase your guild from this planet. At this, the bald man could only helplessly agree. I'm sorry. I will remember your words. At this moment, Simon still didn't understand what was happening. Just then, the girl turned and asked, You must be Simon Follentia, right? Before long, the girl's gaze fell on the ice cream stand by the road. Neftis was about to enjoy delicious ice cream when she suddenly heard her daughter's familiar voice calling out, Mom, I told you to stay put. Seeing her wise, sulking daughter, Neftis reluctantly replied with a bit of cunning, I'm just waiting here. Faced with this playful mother, the girl had no choice but to use a silk cloth to wipe the ice cream remnants off her mother's face. You always get lost. Don't wander off alone anymore. In response to this, Neftis immediately countered, The ice cream shop over there is holding a tasting event. The girl continued, But what if you got lost looking for Simon? If I lose both you and Simon, what am I supposed to do? The conversation between Neftis and her daughter had left Simon feeling a bit confused. What's going on? Is Neftis her mother? I thought she was her sister. Not wanting to argue with her daughter any further, Neftis shifted her attention to Simon. Anyway, Simon, you must be tired after such a long walk. I hope you learned something from Richard. At this moment, Simon was honest and summoned dark magic. I learned this. Seeing the source of energy in Simon's hands, Neftis and her daughter couldn't help but exclaim, "It's been a long time since I've seen that green darkness, but this thing still possesses mana properties. It still swirls like fire, which means it's still a gaseous state." Regarding this, Neftis knew better than anyone. He can learn to use energy waves more effectively. Anyway, he will be learning at school, right? So it's fine. Everything is okay. Then Neftis reminded, "Oh, I almost forgot. Lorraine, I will let you guide the new student." Seeing Neftis' playful demeanor, Lorraine felt a bit speechless. "You always give me the difficult tasks." Ignoring Neftis as she left, Lorraine said to Simon, "All right, let me officially introduce myself. My name is Lorraine Artbowl. I am a student of Keizen just like you." With that, Lorraine grabbed Simon's arm. "Now let's go, shall we?" At this moment, Simon still didn't understand. "Where are we going?" Lorraine replied, "We're going shopping for the new semester, of course." Lorraine led Simon around the city, and on the way, she didn't forget to strike up a conversation. "Simon, do you know what the most exciting moment of the whole school year is?" Simon curiously asked. "When is it?" Lorraine answered, "When you go shopping for uniforms, books, and other supplies before school starts. This is the most exciting time, so enjoy it." Lorraine led Simon into a bookstore, saying to him, "We should buy some books first. There are a lot of things to get. Follow me." At that moment, Simon felt like a sidekick next to Lorraine. She walked over to a shelf, grabbed the book, and tossed it to Simon. "First, take this one." The moment Simon caught the book, his spine felt like it might crack under its weight. Once he calmed down, he realized the book in his hands was Introduction to Summoning by Elritmore Trimble. Before he could fully process it, Simon continued to catch more books that Lorraine threw his way. "Simon, take this one too. This one, and this one, and that one over there." No matter how much Simon tried to protest, Lorraine kept hurling a pile of books at him. Out of options, Simon stammered, "I'm not going to get through all this in my first year, am I?" Lorraine smiled and replied, "Of course not. This is Keizen. You need to master them in your first semester. Now stop whining and take these toxicology books and study." This statement left Simon feeling utterly hopeless. Nevertheless, Lorraine refused to stop. "The last one is Darkness Dynamics. Let me go get it. You stay here, okay?" After Lorraine left, Simon began to observe the surroundings of the shop. Seeing the crowd coming and going, he felt a bit excited because he had never been around so many people his age before. At that moment, he was very eager to experience school life. Just then, suddenly a figure appeared out of nowhere. This person cheerfully ran towards Simon. "Over here, I'm coming." As Simon was still unsure about what was happening, a girl with pink hair suddenly lost her balance and went straight towards the bookshelf in front of her. Due to the strong inertia, the bookshelf wobbled and books from the top suddenly fell like a storm. Seeing the girl in a dangerous situation, Simon immediately rushed over to remind her, "Be careful." Just when the girl with pink hair thought she had been crushed by the falling books, she suddenly felt no pain. Instead, a strange voice rang out, "Hey, are you okay?" It turned out that Simon had just caught the books that were about to fall on her. The girl with pink hair, realizing that the person had saved her life, expressed, "I'm fine. Sorry about what just happened." Simon also replied, "It's okay. I was the one who was distracted and blocked your way. I'm sorry." Saying that, Simon suggested, "Can you help me put the books away? If not, we're going to get in trouble." The pink-haired girl agreed upon hearing this. While tidying up the pile of books, the pink-haired girl curiously asked, "You're a new student at Keizen too, right?" Simon replied, "That's right." Seeing this, she introduced herself. "I'm a new student as well. My name is Sidney Vivis. What about you?" The main character happily introduced himself. "I'm Simon Follentia." Cindy politely greeted him. "I see. Nice to meet you, Simon. Actually, I come from a far northern place, so I don't have any friends yet." Upon hearing this, Simon revealed, "Then we are alike. I don't have any friends either." Simon's words sounded like an invitation to befriend. At this moment, Cindy excitedly said to him, "If it's okay, Simon, can I say hello to you whenever I see you at school?" Simon smiled and replied, "Sure, I was just about to ask you that." Thus, two strangers who didn't know each other became friends in an unexpected situation. After finishing tidying up the books, Cindy said to Simon, "We've put all the books away now, so I'm going to go. My dad is waiting outside." Simon nodded in response, "Okay, see you at school." Just as Cindy was about to leave, Simon suddenly called out to her, "Hey, wait a minute, Cindy, can you give me my wallet back?" This statement caused Cindy's expression to change in an instant. She pretended to sound casual and said, "I thought I wouldn't get caught because I used my powers to steal it. How did you know?" Simon explained, "I just saw my wallet floating in the air a moment ago." Hearing this, Cindy became agitated and stepped forward to criticize Simon. You actually saw that. Are you kidding me? Are you planning to major in spiritology too? Simon stammered, I haven't decided on a major yet. Upon hearing this, Cindy's tone began to change. I knew it. Keizen is indeed on a different level. Unbelievable. Keizen must only have people like you, right? Seeing the person in front of him change attitudes faster than an ex could, Simon was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, what a brazen pickpocket she is. At that moment, Cindy was incredibly excited. She kept cheerfully exclaiming, if we both major in spiritology, we could see each other for the next 3 years. By then, let's compete with each other, Simon. Saying this, she threw the wallet towards him. Here, returning your wallet. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't pretend you don't know me at school. Just after Cindy left, Lorraine appeared. She informed Simon. They ran out of the Darkness Dynamics book. When they have it, they'll deliver it to your dorm. Saying that, Lorraine, full of curiosity, pressed on about the whereabouts of the pink-haired girl from earlier. By the way, who was that girl? Did you become friends with her? Simon reluctantly replied, yeah, I guess so. Upon hearing this, Lorraine couldn't help but tease. You don't need to be so shy about it. Just be honest with me. It's like you like her or something. Anyway, we have all the books we need now, so let's go buy you a bag. Hearing about the bag, Simon glanced at the old bag he was carrying. Seeing that he didn't understand, Lorraine patiently explained, not that kind of bag, but a bag that necromancers usually use. It's called a magical inventory. To put it simply, we refer to it as a secondary space. Upon hearing this, Simon's eyes sparkled. As expected, he was very excited about this item. Before long, Lorraine had led Simon to another shop. Here, a lady warmly greeted the two. Hello, Lorraine. I heard you just bought a bag not long ago, so you were looking for one for this gentleman, right? Lorraine replied, right, he's new to the field, so I'm looking for one with the least limitations. You don't need to show us the subspaces that need walls or floors. We often fight in a vast plane when it comes to actual battle. The lady immediately took out a tray of items and said, yes, you have thought this through very well, Lorraine. If so, I will show you a product that is not yet on the market. It is just for you. Simon took the ring from the lady's hand, and then she requested him, put the ring on and let the dark magic flow into it. Upon hearing this, Simon immediately complied. The lady explained, after putting the ring on, you will feel as if you are gripping a handle. The lady's words were very accurate, as Simon could indeed feel the handle in front of him. That's right. Next, the lady instructed him, pull it out, treat it like a handle. This auxiliary space is the latest product from Gellin Eclipse, the young master craftsman of the new generation. Capable of holding up to 4,000 UB, this auxiliary space can be opened on the ground in any terrain, whether steep or rugged. Inside, there are a total of 7 magical spells, including a premier preservation spell and spells for temperature control. The mistress just mentioned a number, 5,000 gold. Upon hearing this, Simon's expression turned pale. He thought, that amount is worth the entire budget of Leschel for a year. But contrary to his expectations, Lorraine cheerfully walked over to Lady Stephanie. Really? Then we'll take this. That should be enough. Simon could not believe that Lorraine was so resolute in buying such an expensive item. At that moment, his mind was filled with countless questions. Are you buying it for me? Understanding his thoughts, Lorraine explained, don't worry, this money is for my mother, not for me. Hearing this, Simon was a bit surprised. It's from Neftis? Lorraine nodded and replied, yes, I'm not really sure, but my mother owes your parents a lot. This is just her way of repaying the debt, so don't refuse it. In response to Lorraine's words, Simon still felt awkward. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but wonder, this gift is too big. How can I repay Neftis? Lorraine spoke up to reassure him, don't think about that. If you want to repay my mother, just do well at Keizen. Upon hearing this, Simon's gaze became resolute. I will definitely do my best. The two people left just like that. The lady said to them, thank you both, be careful. On the street, Lorraine looked very excited. Now we have all the necessary items. Let's have some fun. Simon, hearing this, became curious. Are we allowed? Lorraine replied, of course, this is also part of today's itinerary. After that, Lorraine took Simon to an amusement park. She handed him a bow and arrow and said, shoot the teddy bear with this. Soon after, Lorraine continued to take Simon to the highest point in the city. Here, people usually organize a lantern lighting event. Lorraine explained to Simon, this is a must-visit tourist spot. It's called Thousand Light. What do you think, Simon? Simon's expression didn't change, he replied. I was just thinking that there are really 1,000 fools in this world willing to spend 200 silver on a piece of easily burnable paper, huh? The two watched the flying lanterns while chatting. Lorraine remarked, you'll do well at Keizen. Simon, hearing this, modestly smiled. Lorraine added, that's not a compliment, you know. Lorraine decided to have dinner with Simon at the top of the tower. Here, after seeing Simon's eating style, she couldn't help but exclaim, Truly a person from a noble family. Simon happily said, "My father is very strict about etiquette." Lorraine heard this and continued, "You've learned well. By the way, let me tell you, 30% of the students at Keizen are commoners, so don't think about using your status to bully others. Keizen is entirely based on moral grounds." This statement made Simon take it to heart. I will remember. Suddenly, Lorraine asked with interest, "Tomorrow will be your first day. Do you have any questions?" Simon seemed to recall something and replied, "Ah, the girl I just met at the bookstore said something about majors." Lorraine became excited upon hearing this. Majors? That's an interesting question. You'll study 9 subjects in your first semester of freshman year, 7 core subjects, and 2 electives. From the second semester, you can register for the elective courses you want. And by the second year, you must choose your major. Simon curiously asked, like a girl just now. Lorraine nodded in response, yes. Simon gradually understood, so I need to quickly figure out what I'm good at. Lorraine replied, exactly. I advise you to decide on your core subjects first, then focus on studying those subjects. When there are group assignments, students with clear strengths will stand out more. In Simon's imagination, he believed that all the students would gather around him, eagerly inviting him to join their groups. At this moment, Lorraine continued to ask, have you thought about your major yet? Simon hesitated and said, I think I'm a bit interested in sommology. What you showed me this morning was quite impressive. Lorraine remarked, sommology is amazing. It gives the feeling of a true wizard. One of Keizen's lecturers is Professor Hongpeng. Simon was astonished to hear this. Really? Lorraine replied, yes. In fact, I still find myself amazed by other professors sometimes. Upon hearing this, Simon cheerfully expressed, I really look forward to meeting them. The conversation between the two ended when Lorraine took Simon back to his accommodation. She stood by the gate and didn't forget to complain to him, if my mom knew that I'm tired from hanging out today and that you'll be late for class tomorrow, she'll give me a good scolding. Simon sincerely said, okay, thank you for today. I had a great time. Lorraine smiled and politely replied, you're welcome. Simon continued to express, I'm sure I won't forget today for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Lorraine felt overwhelmingly happy. Is that so? Hearing you say that makes me happy too. Just when it seemed the conversation had ended, Lorraine suddenly called out to Simon, actually, Simon, there's something I need to tell you. Simon, curious, asked, what is it? Lorraine stammered, I didn't mean to deceive you, but I didn't tell you at the right time. I'm a new student too. Let's be friends at school. Okay. This news hit Simon like a bolt from the blue. The next morning, Simon arrived at the dock and saw a bustling crowd coming and going with a hint of admiration. Here, everyone had a unique style. I must be the most ordinary person here. Just then, an announcement from the school came, hurry up and get on the boat. We are preparing to depart for Keizen. At that moment, Simon thought of Lorraine. Lorraine had said she would take a different route, so he was sure he would see her again at school. Simon handed his pass to the crew member. He also noticed the unusual way the boat was anchored here. The boat was not facing the sea, but was instead directed toward the harbor. After a while, the sailor informed Simon, you can board the ship now, Simon Follentia. Simon nodded politely. Thank you. At that moment, suddenly there was a quarrel. There must be some mistake. I'm at the top of the waiting list, yet no one has given up their enrollment. Is this how Keizen operates? Contact Keizen. There has definitely been a mistake. Through the conversation, everyone understood the situation. They observed the boy making a fuss at the dock and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This happens every year. There are always kids who can't accept the results, but he is at the top of the waiting list. He must be very disappointed. Suddenly, the troublemaker stepped forward and shouted at everyone. I am Lucius, heir to the kingdom of Dresden. Quickly contact the Keizen headquarters. This is an order. However, the sailor staff still disagreed. Please go back. Your name is not on the enrollment list. Hearing this, Lucius was furious. He grabbed the sailor's head. How dare you, you servant? As soon as Lucius was about to strike, Simon quickly intervened. The main character smiled gently and said to his opponent, stop. Simon's action only made Lucius angrier. Who are you? Get off. Realizing that the other party had no intention of talking, Simon's gaze immediately became fierce. Without saying much, he used his strength to grip Lucius's forearm, causing the latter to scream in pain. You little brat, do you want to die early? At that moment, a powerful voice rang out. What's going on? As the figure approached, the crowd hurriedly parted ways. The person who suddenly appeared at the port was none other than Professor Silas. The professor's arrival immediately halted the confrontation between Simon and Lucius. Professor Silas now walked towards Lucius, looking at him with a dangerous gaze and asked, do you have any last words? Lucius jumped up, but his arrogant tone remained unchanged. Please, this isn't a joke. Call Neftis right now. Professor Silas swiftly raised his hand. Is he at the top of the waiting list? This enrollment result must have a mistake. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, instantly turning Lucius into a pool of blood. The only echo left to this space was the sound of his arrogant voice. Do you think treating me like this would work? After dealing with Lucius, the professor said to everyone, I don't have time. All students get on the boat. Saying that, he turned to look at Simon, you too. Seeing the earlier scene with the professor, everyone whispered among themselves. That was hematic black magic. First-year students also take his class, right? At this moment, Simon opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, and Professor Silas seemed to understand his thoughts and reassured him. Don't worry, he is still breathing. Hearing that, Simon breathed a sigh of relief. I understand, Professor. Before long, the group was arranged for seats on the boat. The sailor quickly announced to the others, all students, please get on the boat. Everyone, take your seats. There may be some chaos during the journey, so please sit tight until further notice. At the same time, Professor Silas continued to perform, using hematic black magic that left Simon and his classmates in awe. Simon was very curious. How can this boat row to Keizen? It must turn around to drift on the sea. What Simon couldn't anticipate was that Professor Silas would use his magic to steer the boat. At that moment, the crew announced, Professor, we are almost there. Hearing this, Professor Silas immediately commanded, keep the ship on course. Just then, a loud noise suddenly rang out from outside, startling everyone. What was that noise? Could it be the sound of waves? But how can waves make such a loud sound? The ship, protected by magic, felt no tremors from the noise. Nevertheless, everyone witnessed a massive whale heading directly towards their vessel. The sight left Simon and the others on board gaping and trembling in fear. The whale opened its mouth and engulfed the yacht, then sank straight down to the ocean floor. An undead being living underwater, obeying the commands of Keizen, the world's underground whale. The harbor had just been reduced to rubble by the whale. After the recent quake, everyone anxiously spoke up. Are we inside a whale? It seems so. A sea monster that can move across all the oceans of the world and will devour any place designated by Keizen. And once a year, it brings Keizen's new students to school at a terrifying speed. Inside the belly of the whale for a while, everyone was amazed. It's quite comfortable here, especially considering it's inside a whale. It seems like there are people living here too. At this point, a bespectacled student approached Simon and said, You were amazing just now. Just as Simon was trying to figure out what was happening, the student gestured animatedly and said, That was an awkward situation, but you still dared to speak up, and then wham. At these words, Simon reluctantly modest. That wasn't anything special. The classmate was very impressed with Simon's humility. He reached out to introduce himself. Anyway, I'm a new student like you. My name is Rowan. Simon replied, Nice to meet you. I'm Simon Follentia. At this point, Rowan curiously asked, Oh, by the way, which entrance exam did you pass? Simon, hearing this, was a bit confused. Entrance exam? Rowan responded, Yes, that entrance exam. I distorted the shadows. The more Simon listened, the more confused he became. In fact, he hadn't participated in any exams. Neftis had just come and handed him an admission letter. At this point, Simon could only ask Rowan, So how was your exam? In reality, Simon was very worried. What if he got caught up in a fairness issue after telling him how he got admitted? With no other choice, Simon fabricated a story. Well, I did something similar, something related to the darkness. Rowan exclaimed, What a coincidence. At that moment, the crew announced, Attention all students, please return to the ship and settle down. We will arrive shortly. Upon hearing the announcement, Simon quickly changed the subject. Are we almost there? Rowan replied, Yeah, it's really fast. Just then, an earthquake suddenly occurred. Simon felt the water becoming more turbulent. At that moment, Professor Silas was standing on the deck. He skillfully used magic to control the flow of water, causing the cargo hold to shake violently. The crew had to announce, New students, please be aware that the ship may become a little chaotic upon arrival, so please secure your seats. Do not stand up. As soon as the words were spoken, the ship outside had tilted to one side. The scene was extremely chaotic, the announcement of the crew echoing throughout the space. Be careful, please hold on to the handles in front of your seats. Be ready for any collisions. Before long, suddenly a beam of light appeared in front of Simon. The scene at that moment was completely silent. Simon looked towards the scenery ahead, marveling in awe. He excitedly called out to Rowan, Rowan, quick, look over there. Meanwhile, Professor Silas was still diligently controlling the magic. It can be said that for an experienced person like him, maneuvering a large ship was quite simple. Soon, a massive explosion echoed across the surface of the sea. The door to the cargo hold finally opened. We had arrived at Keizen. New students, please line up in groups of 4. If everyone is lined up, we will now distribute the uniforms. Male students will use the changing room on the right. Female students will go to the left. You have 5 minutes to change and then regroup outside. Looking at the uniforms being distributed, Simon joyfully put on his. This is a fashionable uniform, just like Dad said. I could even wear it to a banquet. The other students seemed to notice something unusual at this moment. Look, the uniform even has magic cast on it. It has a dual function like a battle suit. They say it's even sturdier than regular armor. Suddenly, the instructor announced, "Everyone, please gather outside. We will start moving." In the bustling crowd, Simon's gaze collided with the female uniform, and he realized that the girls' uniforms looked much better. The instructor continued to announce, "If everyone is present, we'll proceed to the lecture hall." At that moment, Rowan appeared from behind and confessed. "Simon, you look great in that outfit." Just as Simon was about to respond, Rowan excitedly shouted, "Simon, I can't believe it. Is this really happening? Are we really at Keizen? I'm not dreaming right." Simon's school life began just like that. Seeing the throng of students gathering in one place, he couldn't help but express his curiosity. "By the way, is everyone here a new student? There are so many of us." Rowan, while securing a seat, replied, "Of course, there are 1,000 students in the first class." Hearing this number, Simon was momentarily stunned. Rowan continued, "Yes, and then the number will be reduced to just 300 in the second class. In the third class, there may even be less than 150. Out of the 1,000 students here, only 30 will make it to the second class. The competition is that intense." Rowan told Simon, "There are a few among them that we will have to pay attention to." Upon hearing this, Simon's expression darkened as he looked in the direction Rowan indicated. His gaze fell upon a remarkably beautiful girl. Through Rowan's words, he learned that she was CERN Eindark, the legitimate heir of the Ivory Tower. And the famous stars were also present, namely Darwin Carradine and Jay Sanders. Rowan chattered on, finally pointing towards a figure at the front. Everyone in the auditorium was whispering, "Oh my, who is he? He's huge." Rowan said, "I know him. That's Shadowmare. He's a half-giant. I think he will specialize in magical combat." Rowan pointed to one side and told Simon, on the other side, she will be at the top of the first-year class this year. Upon hearing this, Simon became very curious. At the top, Rowan introduced Lorraine Artbold. Everyone thinks she was given special treatment because she is Neftis' only daughter, but I've heard that she participated in the entrance exam and scored quite well. She didn't come first in the exam, but everyone knows she is the best student in the class. Just then, the president on the podium suddenly spoke up, "Everyone, please pay attention. Who will start the welcoming ceremony for the new students? Congratulations to those who have passed the entrance exam as a proud member of Keizen. And finally, we expect the best from you. Furthermore, please remember not to enter the forest." Next, we will introduce the professors who will be in charge of teaching the first-year class. The appearance of the leading professors nearly caused the hall to explode. "Oh my, those are all top necromancers on duty." Rowan said, "They are all people I've seen in that magazine. Professor Behel, look over here." After a moment of observation, Simon was stunned. Neftis isn't here. Rowan continued, "A distinguished principal like her would not attend a welcoming ceremony for such small new students. It would be an honor to meet her, even in the third grade." Simon, a bit speechless, responded, "Is that so?" The president continued to order, "The representative students will deliver the oath. Students, please stand up." Simon, curious, asked, "Is this the final part of the program?" Rowan replied, "Yes, the top 2 male and female students will step forward and say the oath." While Simon did not know who those 2 were, the president announced, "The named students, please step up to the podium. Specially selected student number 2, CERN Eindark, and specially selected student number 1, Simon Follentia." Upon hearing this announcement, Simon was momentarily stunned. Noticing a lack of response from the students, the president reminded, "Simon Follentia, are you here?" At that moment, both Simon and Rowan came to their senses. "What? Me?" The name Simon caused everyone present to whisper, "Who is that? I don't know. I've never met him. Is he ranked first?" Simon stood alongside renowned figures for the first time. A bit embarrassed, he took a deep breath to regain his composure, reassuring himself, "Don't worry, just read what's written here." CERN and Simon began to read the oath seriously. "We solemnly swear we the students who are entering." As rumored, Keizen was indeed a stressful environment. It was hard to imagine that they attended classes on the opening day, with 14 classes and over 1,000 first-year students, all classes fully booked. At that moment, Simon felt extremely down as those around him discussed him. Did he really rank first in the special admission? I've never heard that name before. Which family is he from? Follentia, right? Simon had to start his first day of school with an anxious mindset, wondering how many classes were left for today. As soon as he opened a book, it was summoning, the type of magic his father once used. This meant that if he could learn this subject, he could become like his father, which excited Simon immensely. The classroom suddenly fell silent as a figure appeared. Some people associated with necromancers often carry the dark and gloomy image of handling corpses in the shadows. But that's all in the past. Most contemporary necromancers are very intelligent, practical, stylish, and trendy. This is the new generation of necromancers, and the person standing in front of us right now is Bahil Amagar, a first-year caterology professor, a rising young necromancer. He became a member of the Crows, the key fighting squad of Keizen, in his late 20s, a hugely popular idol in the eyes of the students at Keizen. As soon as he entered, Bahil warmly greeted all the students. "Welcome everyone. This year I will be in charge of teaching first-year caterology. I am Bahil Amagar." All the students, including those who idolized Bahil, applauded his greeting. Then Bahil began the teaching process. "Now let's take attendance. You must be meeting each other for the first time. When I call your name, please stand up and introduce yourself." As Bahil read the name Jane Victoria, the girl jumped up excitedly exclaiming, "Here! It is such an honor, Professor. I want to follow in your footsteps in caterology." Before the words were finished, Bahil quickly interrupted. "Wait a minute. You are introducing yourself to the others, not to me. Do it again." Victoria immediately shyly reintroduced herself. "Oh yes, I am Jane Victoria." It was Simon's turn. The main character stood up confidently to introduce himself. "I am Simon Follentia from Leschel." Simon's introduction caught everyone's attention. Here is the top student from the special admission round. Sitting next to Simon, Hector Moore also stood up to introduce himself. "I am Hector Moore." After the roll call, Bahil expressed his satisfaction. "You all are handsome and beautiful. All right, let's start the class. I will begin with a basic question. Why do we need to study caterology? Does anyone know the definition of a curse?" Immediately, Jane Victoria raised her hand to speak. "A curse is a form of dark magic that can maintain our power while weakening our opponent." This answer seemed to please Bahil. Well done. However, there are some students who still cannot visualize it. Bahil continued. "If we simply say it is to weaken the opponent, then let me give you an example." While speaking, Bahil used chalk to scribble a few lines on the board. Suppose there are two knights with the same skill level. They start fighting with all their might. They wear each other out, waiting for the moment the other makes a mistake. They have exchanged blows about 20 times, but the opponent still has not surrendered. At that moment, one of the knights shouted, staring intensely at the other with a fierce gaze. The opponent faltered and began to change color. Finally, a sword struck across the opponent's shoulder, causing him to bleed, and his movements started to tremble. The knight began to seize the opportunity to win. He pressured the opponent, attacking his legs to hinder his movement, throwing sand into his eyes, and using the sword's hilt to hit the helmet to distract him. The battle became intense, and eventually, the knight beheaded his opponent. Its head fell to the ground. After a round of explanation and teaching to all the students, Bahil turned to the classroom and asked, "Do you understand? Even the most primitive and brutal armed conflict is just a series of actions to weaken the opponent and gradually achieve victory." The persuasive words of Bahil immediately left the students in awe. Bahil continued, "Now I will demonstrate to you how modern necromancers fight. The way a contemporary necromancer takes down this person is..." Bahil drew a curve on the board, striking the drawing of a person with chalk as he said, "With just one move, they win." The curse is the simplest and latest component among various dark magics. Another attribute of it is its quick activation. Furthermore, it only takes a small amount of force to effectively make the opponent tremble. After saying this, Bahil walked towards a student, smiling as he stared at him. Immediately, he used magic to mark the student, causing him to collapse onto the desk. Bahil brandished a knife towards the group of students with a confident expression. This is how modern necromancers fight. Bahil's recent action made the classroom erupt. "The professor is so cool, caterology is the best." At this moment, Bahil continued to casually speak from the podium. "I don't know which major you will decide to enroll in, but I bet more than 80% of you will continue to choose to study my subject in the second semester. Caterology is perfectly compatible with other subjects." After listening to the professor's lecture for a while, Simon became even more interested in the subject. Bahil continued, "I advise you to develop your abilities while still cursing your opponents when the opportunity arises. That is the most effective way to achieve victory. Personally, I believe caterology is the core of the energy waves of modern necromancers. The reason behind this is," Bahil said while looking at the classroom. Then he boldly wrote a word on the board, using a dangerous gaze as he said, "That is the priests, because caterology is the optimal method to counter your main enemies." Professor Bahil wrote on the board while saying, "Personally, I think caterology is the core of the energy waves of modern necromancers. The reason behind this is," he paused for a moment, turned to look at the students attentively listening below. Then, holding the chalk, he continued to write forcefully on the board and said seriously, "The priests, because caterology is the most effective way to combat our main enemies." Seeing the confused expressions of the students, Professor Bahil suddenly raised his voice. I ask you, when necromancers have cursed spells and priests have blessings, the difference lies in one enhances, while the other weakens the target. Now, who can explain why cursing is better than blessing? As soon as the professor finished speaking, the green-haired girl wearing glasses excitedly stood up and raised her hand, saying Jane Victoria would like to answer. Jane received a nod from the professor and quickly responded, cursing is faster than praying, so the curse can apply weakening effects more quickly on the target. Hearing this answer, Professor Bahil pondered for a moment and then smiled. That's an interesting opinion. While Jane was still pleased with the professor's praise, his next statement left her speechless. Professor Bahil chuckled and said, but that's incorrect. If we only refer to the speed of casting spells, scholars agree that when a curse targets an opponent with resistance, it will be slower than a blessing ray from a priest's prayer. It seems James' answer did not satisfy the professor. He looked towards the group of students and continued to ask, is there anyone else? At this moment, a hand was raised from below. A dapper-looking male student with blonde hair said in a deep voice, Hector Moore would like to answer. Hector said, because almost no one who is weakened can recover just by practicing. This answer made the professor tap his finger for a few seconds. He looked at the student with interest and asked, what is your name? The deep voice rang out once more, Hector Moore. The professor gently stated with satisfaction, I will remember it. Receiving the professor's praise, Hector smiled happily amidst the murmurs of his classmates. Taking a few steps forward, Professor Bahil remarked, Hector's answer is correct. That's because the curse does not lose its effectiveness when a person trains. We all train ourselves under normal conditions. Our skills depend on how well we perform when the environmental factors are within our control. However, humans are more sensitive creatures than we think. They can collapse with the slightest changes. In other words, you do not need to cut off the entire arm of an archer aiming at you to win. You can obstruct his vision with conjunctivitis or make him vomit, confuse his ability to perceive distance, or distract him with another object. After listing a series of methods, Professor Bahil winked and smiled, saying, with these methods, you can dodge the arrows aimed at you. The Necromancer has many ways to disrupt the enemy's state. Just think about it. When you're tired or have a stomach ache, not many people can fight against curses, right? You can only run away. Hearing this joke, the students sitting below burst into laughter, and even Simon couldn't help but smile. Professor Bahil paused for a moment and continued assertively. So remember, we must find ways to weaken our opponents rather than thinking of ways to strengthen ourselves. At that moment, 3 students carrying a pile of some equipment entered from outside. While Simon stood frozen, staring at the equipment and the potted plant in front of him, Professor Bahil's voice echoed, we will learn how to cast curses ourselves. Hearing the professor say that, Simon felt a wave of panic and widened his eyes, thinking, we're learning dark magic right from the first class. He looked at the potted plant with a cute face and long green hair, feeling thrilled. Professor Bahil at the lectern feigned reluctance and gently said, it's a bit embarrassing for a Keizen student to use adjustment equipment, but since this is our first class, it can't be avoided. Simon was deeply engrossed in admiring a potted plant when Professor Bahil's words struck him, causing him to jump. It can be used to solve problems, but you should not rely on that device too much. Remember to be careful. Hearing this reminder, Simon held the device in his hand, silently shed tears, and replied softly, yes, sir. Seeing that the students were ready, Professor Bahil clapped once and said, all right, let's begin practicing the exhausting spell, the fatigue curse. He slowly guided them, gripped the handle of the device, and channeled dark energy into the mold. The key to successfully creating a magic circle depends on how well you can construct the ancient script. Simply put, ancient script is a set of characters containing magical power, and using dark energy to draw the ancient script can enhance the effects of magic. Having said that, the professor raised his hand and performed a magic circle for the students to observe. Now you have completed the magic circle, lift it into the air. Simon looked at the magic circle he had just created on the device, trying to find a way to lift it up. After a few challenging minutes, he managed to raise the misshapen, unappealing circle. Nevertheless, he cheerfully exclaimed, I did it. Immediately following that, a series of shouts rang out, I can do it, me too. Looking at the successful magic circles of his classmates, Simon nervously said, many other students have succeeded as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the shape of his magic circle shook violently and then dissolved into a puddle of water. Professor Bahil looked around the classroom and, seeing this, spoke up. I see that some of your magic circles have fallen. He explained this happens when you have not yet refined your dark energy or when your connection with the magic circle weakens. To encourage the students, he enthusiastically said, let's try again. This encouragement did not make Simon feel better. Instead, it made him feel even more heartbroken. He closed his eyes in resignation and softly replied, yes. At this moment, Professor Bahil had stepped up to the row of students and, with his hands clasped behind his back, gently said, For those of you who can maintain the magic circle in the air, we will move on to the main part. In front of you is a pot of plants provided along with the adjustment equipment. Aiming at the plant on the table, the professor continued while casting the spell. A thick cloud of black smoke was immediately blown into the pot. The plant, hit by the curse, no longer wore the cheerful expression from before, but instead shriveled up, surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. After a few minutes, the gloomy tree fell backward, its expression extremely tired. The professor's voice rang out again. If there is a noticeable change in the plant pot, then the magic circle is effective. One student, seeing the limp plant pot fall over in front of him, joyfully clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Great!" While the professor was lecturing and the classmates were practicing with the plant pots, Simon was still struggling and couldn't shape the magic circle correctly. Professor Bahil continued, "I am starting to observe the differences in your skills. If you succeed, keep practicing to increase the speed of completing the magic circle. Once you are satisfied with the speed, try to create the magic circle without using any adjustment devices." Despite trying many times, Simon's magic circle still couldn't form, repeatedly shattering into a puddle. He gripped the device tightly, helplessly sighed, feeling confused and filled with questions about what the problem was. Looking at his disappointed classmates around him, he thought, "Why am I the only one failing? What am I doing wrong?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, but it still possesses mana characteristics. Simon suddenly remembered that voice. Rewind to the moment he showed Neftis and Lorraine his mana. The two had said it was still flickering like a flame, proving that it was still in a vaporous state. He could learn to use his energy waves more effectively. After all, he would learn that at school, so it would be fine. Placing the device on the table, Simon thought to himself, "Right, if I haven't mastered using mana, as Neftis and Lorraine said, I should start with the basics." With that, he closed his eyes to concentrate. The professor said the mistake lies in not refining enough or in the connection issue. So instead of directly channeling mana into energy waves, I will try to gather as much as possible and then channel it all into energy waves at once. The dark energy can already become more stable. Now all that needed to be done was, Simon clenched his fist around the device, focused on the magical circle, and thought, "Try again before it falls." The potted plant, sensing Simon's serious expression, seemed to feel a premonition of misfortune and continuously shook its head, signaling Simon to stop. Ignoring the pleading gesture of the potted plant, Simon coldly shouted, "Weaken!" Immediately, a stream of dark energy surrounded the potted plant, causing his body to seem to lose vitality and shrivel up. The plant pot trembled, shriveled, with tears welling in its eyes as it looked at Simon. Seeing this, Simon was overjoyed, clenched his fists, and silently cheered, "I did it." After a few minutes, as if unable to bear it any longer, it tiredly bent over. Noticing Simon's actions, Hector, sitting in the row above, turned to look at him, his expression full of disdain as he clicked his tongue. Immediately after, Professor Bahil's clapping echoed, signaling everyone to stop their practice. "That's enough. Those of you who haven't managed it should practice when you get back to the dorm." Hearing this, Simon breathed a sigh of relief, releasing his pressure. Without waiting long, Professor Bahil continued, "For the remaining time of the class, we will apply the magic we learned today to everyday life." Hearing this like thunder, Simon confusedly asked, "Apply it how?" At this moment, on the podium, Professor Bahil took out a list of student names. As if he sensed something interesting, he called out, "I see there's a student who achieved the highest rank in this special selection in this class. Simon Follentia, please come up here." This statement from the professor immediately caused the students in the class to murmur and gossip. Everyone focused their scrutinizing eyes on Simon as if wanting to pierce through him. Some whispered, "It's him," while others curiously asked, the top scorer of the entrance selection, how good is he really? Feeling shy and self-conscious in response to the comments about him, Simon shrank back and quietly replied, "Yes, sir." The professor seemed oblivious to Simon's awkward expression. He looked at his notebook and said, "I'm very curious. Who will be a worthy opponent for this outstanding top student? Let's see." After pausing for a moment, the professor scrolled through a few names and suddenly stopped. "I see there are some students with incredibly impressive entrance exam scores. Hector Moore, please come forward." The chosen opponent was none other than the blonde boy with the deep voice from earlier. Once the two stepped down to stand opposite each other, the professor began to explain, "I will explain the rules." After having the two students bring out devices for each of them, the professor continued, "The only curse you're allowed to use is exhaustion. Complete it and cast it on your opponent. The one whose knees or butt touches the ground first will lose." Suddenly, Hector raised his hand to express his opinion. He confidently said to the professor, "I will complete it without needing to use the adjusting device, sir." Hearing such a firm statement, Professor Bahil laughed heartily and praised, "What an admirable attitude." In contrast to Hector's confidence, Simon on the opposite side flinched at the remark. After scrutinizing Hector's appearance for a moment, Professor Bahitl privately assessed that he seemed quite intelligent with his rugged, tough guy look. Recalling what he had said when providing the device to each student, he thought to himself, after I mentioned the avoidance of using the adjustment device, he proposed an alternative way to showcase his skills and impress me. Casting a glance at the shy student beside him, the professor asked, "What about you, Simon?" After hesitating for a moment, Simon replied, "I will use the adjustment device, sir." Upon hearing this response, the professor felt slightly disappointed, but he still nodded and said, "All right, that's fine." Then the professor raised his hand to signal, "Okay, you may begin on my command. Good luck to both of you." As the professor's words rang out, both students quickly became serious, looking directly at each other and waiting for the signal. Shortly after, the professor swung his hand down and called out, "Start." Simon immediately grasped the two handles of the device, pulled them out, and began reciting the ancient language to perform the magic circle. While working, he kept telling himself, "Don't worry, just do it like before. You can do it just a little bit more." Just when he was trying to perform, he suddenly heard a swoosh, then a cloud of black smoke wrapped around him, leaving him surprised and confused about what was happening. At that moment, Simon was cursed, making it difficult for him to see clearly what was happening before his eyes. He could only vaguely see Hector's figure completing the magic circle perfectly, standing upright and looking at him. Simon suddenly realized that he had been affected by Hector's curse, and he stammered in shock, unable to believe it. Immediately after, Professor Bahitl clapped and praised. "Well done, Hector." Simon was still in a daze, wondering, is it really possible to do it that quickly without the adjustment equipment? Not receiving an answer, Simon thought to himself, as he really succeeded. Feeling his body becoming heavier, Simon sighed, "Just one blow and I'm exhausted." I understand what the professor means. Nevertheless, Simon did not give up, reminding himself, "It's okay, I'm almost done and I just need to make the magic circle rise." With that thought, he picked up the equipment and continued to perform the magic circle to lift it into the air. This time, the circle was raised, but its shape was distorted, wobbling, and on the verge of collapsing. Simon was tense, feeling something was off. The structure is broken. Even with the spell cast, it wouldn't be effective, he thought. Let's start over. Thinking and acting, he immediately lowered the circle and prepared to create another one when a deep, hoarse voice called out, "Exhaustion." This statement felt like a heavy stone weighing down on him, causing Simon's body to give way, and he immediately fell to his knees. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the ground just in time, his knees almost touching the floor. Without stopping there, Hector on the opposite side continued to shout ceaselessly, "Exhaustion! Exhaustion! Exhaustion!" The magical circle now emitted thick black smoke enveloping Simon's body. The students in the class were astonished by this sight and began to murmur, "It's over. This is the 5th time it's repeated." One person skeptically asked, "He really get first place?" Another student said, "I don't know, he couldn't even cast a single spell." Seeing Simon struggling under the burden of the curse, breathing heavily, Hector called out, "Give up! You look so pitiful like this." Despite being told that, Simon still endured, remaining silent. Feeling that Simon would not give up, Hector became furious. Did he want to know what the outcome would be? Immediately, Hector cast a draining spell again. At this moment, Simon's body felt even heavier, and he could only bend his back and endure. Professor Bahitl stood by and, seeing Simon's condition, remained silent. Looking at the confident blonde student, he thought, Hector is truly a gem. The boy's talent is one thing, but this kid also has the mindset of a Keizen student. He will become an outstanding student, advancing to the 3rd year. Looking at the student who was continuously enduring the curses, Professor Bahitl assessed that this top student had no preparation whatsoever, nor any basic knowledge of dark magic, let alone practical experience. He felt disappointed and skeptical about why Neftis had given him the top position. Thinking of the 4 top students receiving an official invitation to join Keizen without having to take the notoriously difficult entrance exam, these individuals should have been the geniuses of the century. Especially the first place of the special selection chosen personally by Neftis, who will become the most outstanding figure in their field. But he still couldn't see what the boy's potential was. If he had to point out one thing, it might be his endurance. Average students his age would collapse after the 4th exhaustion, but so far he had endured 9. This kid still persevered with his spell, even though it was very difficult to hold on, so he guessed the boy's spirit power was also very strong. But that was just what the combat magic professor hoped for, as they valued physical and mental strength, which had nothing to do with their expertise. Suddenly, Simon's magic circle rose up in the air, cutting through Professor Bahit's train of thought. He thought to himself. Finally, he managed to make the magic circle rise. At that moment, Simon had completed the magic circle, panting as he endured, then shouted, "Exhaustion." The green smoke from his magic circle quickly flew straight towards Hector's body, causing him to shield himself with his hands. Seeing this, Professor Bahel realized something and widened his eyes in surprise. Simon, seeing that his curse was cast upon Hector, happily thought to himself, it worked. At that moment, Hector felt as if a huge stone weighed down on his body, forcing him to slam his hands on the ground to support himself. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Can exhaustion be this heavy? I didn't feel anything like this during the preparations. Is this a joke? I can't lose just because of one spell. I'm in a dominant position. I can handle that annoying guy." With that, Hector used all his strength to shout, "Exhaustion," and cast the spell on Simon's body. Suddenly, caught off guard by the exhaustion, Simon raised his hand to shield himself, inadvertently dropping the device to the ground with a loud clack. His body, having endured too much, could no longer hold up, and with just those words, he collapsed heavily. Professor Bahedel felt that the outcome was clear. He joyfully shouted, "That's how it should be." He announced that the match was over, and the winner was Hector Moore. At the same time, the students below also cheered in unison. Hector! Hector! The sound of applause erupted continuously in celebration. The professor looked at Simon and said, "Both of you did very well. You had an exciting match." Saying this, he snapped his fingers to remove the curse on Simon's body. Simon embraced his weary body and thanked the teacher. After both had returned to their seats, the professor smiled and clapped his hands to announce, "Thus, today's class ends here." At that moment, a female student suddenly approached and said, "Professor, I have a question about today's lesson." The professor signaled, "Wait a moment. After class, you can come to my office and I will answer any questions you have." The female student was thrilled to hear this. "Really? Thank you, teacher." As the female student just walked away, Professor Bahel smirked slightly. He thought, "I cannot waste this precious moment on that trivial girl." Looking towards the row of student seats, he clapped his hands on the desk and murmured, "Signed in Follentia. The unique exhaustion curse he placed on Hector is worth more than 10 of Hector's exhaustion curses." He smiled with delight and said, "It is the pinnacle of strikes. A talent like that must pursue a theology major." Unaware of Professor Bahel's thoughts, Simon was now hugging a plank pot, sighing and walking with a heavy body. Both of them simultaneously complained about their exhaustion. At that moment, in the school's courtyard, Simon tiredly rested his head on the table, lamenting in frustration. Why are these subjects so exhausting? A blonde student wearing black glasses passing by heard this and stopped abruptly. Placing a cup of water on the table, the person said, "Of course, because you were chosen as a top special selected student." Still not understanding, Simon confusedly asked, "What does that have to do with the difficulty of my classes?" The student in black glasses thought for a moment and replied, "Well, like Keizen, not only do students compete fiercely with each other, but professors do too. Professors who don't perform well can be fired mid-semester, and their salaries may change as well. Those who have good results also have more influence at Keizen." Hearing this for the first time, Simon innocently asked, "What?" The student continued to explain to Simon, "All professors really want to have excellent students. Just imagine having the top student in the selection from the class." Simon obtained a lot of new information. He held his head and rubbed his temples, coming to a conclusion. "In summary, professors will call me up in every class to test my abilities, right?" The student quickly responded, "That's right, and the girl is called your rival." Dick asked Simon, "How do you feel? It seems like everyone is talking about you." Simon smiled and replied, "Maybe they're just talking about how the chosen one isn't really that special after all." Dick spoke up to comfort Simon, pretending to laugh loudly. "Don't listen to that. Everybody is like you. I don't understand why they have to make a big deal out of it right from the first day of school." To change the subject, Dick suddenly said, "But it's only halfway through the session, and you look really tired." Simon sighed. "It's because I use up all my endurance in Mr. Bahel's class." Recalling that moment, Dick took a sip of water and said, "Oh, the 10 times you got exhausted. That sounds discouraging. But it's also interesting." Stunningly hearing Simon say that, Dick thought he had misheard. He was stunned and asked back, "What?" Simon brightly added, "It's a bit challenging, but the lesson is really good, and the whole class today is the same." This made Dick feel confused, and he couldn't think of anything to say for a moment. After that, Dick leaned closer to Simon and, in a cryptic tone, said, "You're really strange. Why aren't you happy?" Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Dick stopped and said, "Oh, and Simon, there's a serious issue." Dick covered his mouth with both hands as if afraid someone would hear, and he whispered to Simon, "Hector has started to form his own clique." Simon looked puzzled. "Faction." Dick quickly replied, "He made quite an impression on a lot of kids in Professor Bahel's class, so it's no surprise that they're surrounding him. Besides, he's also the eldest son of a powerful family, so he's pretty well known." Simon seemed uninterested, resting his chin on his hand and responding, "Oh, really? I'm not that interested." Hearing Simon's indifferent reply, Dick seemed to lose it, jumping up and shouting, "What? Come on, get a grip. Politics is incredibly important at Keizen. Dick's voice was so loud that it blew Simon's hair back, surprising him for a moment. Dick seemed intent on making Simon understand the situation, continuing to explain clearly. Do you know what would happen if the whole class fell under Hector's influence? Anyone who crosses him will fail at this school. First, they won't be able to find teammates for group projects. Simon was quite taken aback by what he heard. He curiously asked Dick, "You seem pretty sharp about political situations. Why did you come to me instead of Hector?" Dick awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Well, you see, I'm just a commoner, coming from a family of merchants." Simon was puzzled. "So what? I've heard that everyone is treated fairly at Keizen." Dick awkwardly smiled and hesitated to say, "That's true, but there are still some noble kids who want to show off their backgrounds." Simon immediately replied, "At least I'm not one of them." Before he could finish, Dick cut in, "Really? That's great, because I have something I want to propose to you." Dick excitedly pointed at himself and said forcefully, "Join my side, Simon. Even if you lack skills or think what everyone says is true, the fact is you are still a specially selected top student. Those who attend the preparatory class might do better in class, but in the end, we'll be on the same level. And Neftis must have a good reason for selecting you specially." Dick confidently pointed at Simon and said, "In other words, you're hiding your talent that you don't even know yourself." Upon hearing that Dick said he was hiding his talent, Simon was taken aback and thought for a moment. After a while, he burst into laughter as if he understood everything, then sighed. Simon stood up, looked at Dick, and said, "I don't understand what factions means." Seeing that Dick still didn't understand, he gestured. "But what about being friends?" Dick froze, thinking about the word friend. Then shivering with goosebumps, he sighed. Hearing that word in Keizen is truly magical. Oh, how cheesy. But on second thought, Dick became serious. He rubbed his head and hesitantly said, "By the way," joyfully grabbing Simon's hand, Dick said, "Having a friend is good, I think." Simon responded, "Of course, let's be friends." Suddenly recalling something, Dick quickly said, "We should go. The next class is about to start." Simon replied, "All right, what's the next class?" Dick quickly pulled a book out from his jacket and said, Let me see. It's sommology." Hearing about this subject, Simon felt joy inside. He happily asked with sparkling eyes, "Really?" Remembering how his father summoned creatures, he thought to himself, "Now I can summon creatures like my father did." At that moment, as they both entered the classroom looking for their seats, a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, it's you! The special selection first place, the biggest joke in Keizen's history." Countless mocking and sarcastic remarks about Simon echoed. "He should be better than CERN, Châtel, and Lorraine." A student sitting next to Hector smirked and said, "Nonsense." Hector said nothing, but his gaze was enough to understand how much he looked down on Simon. Dick felt uncomfortable for Simon and immediately spoke up to comfort him. "Don't pay attention to them. They're just a bunch of attention seekers." Contrary to the thought that Simon would be upset by those words, he replied, "I'm so excited. Wow, I can't wait to take the sommology class." Seeing Simon lost in his own thoughts and not caring about his surroundings, Dick couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are a strange kid." Simon, not understanding who Dick was talking about, asked, "Me?" Dick quickly nodded, "Yeah, you." At that moment, a figure slowly walked into the classroom. Simon, oblivious, casually asked Dick, "Really? No one has ever told me that before." Dick suggested, "I think you'll be hearing it a lot from now on." While the class was chatting, a drowsy-looking figure entered the room, causing everyone to fall silent for a few seconds in surprise, then erupt into whispers. Could it be the professor? No way. I think he must be lost. Looking at the person's demeanor and style, there were continuous objections. He looks more like a regular person than a professor. To dispel the thoughts of the group, the indifferent man introduced himself. "I am Aaron Dia, your sommology teacher for this term." Without waiting for anyone to respond, Professor Aaron automatically took chalk and began writing on the board. Sommology is the source of all necromancers, as well as the history itself. Scholars may not acknowledge it, but it is hard to deny that our starting point is all about coffin makers, grave robbers, and the grotesque. Suddenly, Professor Aaron jumped straight into the lecture only after introducing himself, using such words that left the students in a daze of confusion and incomprehension. Professor Aaron paid no attention to the puzzled expressions around him, focusing entirely on his lecture. If you have ears, you have probably heard many stories about sommology. Outdated, no future, hard to learn, many limitations. Almost all the biases you have heard are indeed true. Dick and Simon seemed completely shocked, both gaping in astonishment and exclaiming, "Huh? What does that mean?" Simon, filled with confusion, thought, "What is this man talking about? He doesn't sound like a sommology professor at all." The atmosphere in the classroom was extremely gloomy, with everyone appearing perplexed. But Professor Aaron was not concerned. He continued speaking. I believe all your other classes are very appealing, how wonderful the majors are, and the reasons why you should study them. Personally, I do not like those phrases. He calmly said, I think I should tell you both the advantages and disadvantages so that you can make an informed choice. So let's start with the disadvantages. At this moment, the atmosphere was silent. No one dared to speak. Simon thought, is he going to mention the disadvantages first? Immediately after, Professor Aaron continued to list, the first disadvantage, it's very expensive. No matter what level you're estimating at, it will definitely cost several times more. The cost of materials for summonology is even higher than the total amount you pay for your other subjects. Materials are mandatory in summonology. We can't just kill people or animals because we're out of materials. So nowadays we buy and use skeletons or specially processed corpses to make zombies. Most commercially available products can only be used once. Usually we spend more money on materials than on the rewards from the missions. So if you intend to pursue a major in summonology, don't think about making money. Professor Aaron raised 2 fingers and continued. The second disadvantage, highly dependent on creatures. If you think carefully, you will see clearly that summonology is related to fighting with summoned creatures. When they are destroyed, the power of the summoner will also drop by more than 80%. Specifically, this issue is related to the first disadvantage. For instance, modern summoners often use improved semi-permanent zombies instead of disposable ones. Just imagine what happens when this improved zombie specimen is destroyed. They will have to endure both strategic and financial losses when losing these creatures. Until the damages are restored, all they can do is watch their teammates come up with strategies. Then Professor Aaron raised 3 fingers and said, finally, the third disadvantage, this one is the most important. Summonology is very weak in battles against priests. These words caused the group of students to start buzzing with discussion. Professor Aaron continued, to be precise, summonology is not suitable for modern warfare, meaning warfare conducted in phases. The moment when summonology reaches its peak effectiveness is during total war. In a large-scale total war, summoners will have an unlimited supply of materials to summon the undead. Corpses are everywhere on the battlefield. However, after a ceasefire, modern warfare has occurred on a smaller scale, often localized conflicts. For rapid engagements, tracking, cursing, and sorcerers tend to be more common. And indeed, summonology is very weak when fighting against priests. Just think about how a holy spell could annihilate a legion of your undead. Rebuilding would cost an enormous amount of time and resources. There are many other disadvantages, but the final decision lies with you. Suddenly, at that moment, Jane raised her hand and explained, Professor, I am Jane Victoria. I also want to know about the advantages of summonology. In response to this student's question, Professor Aaron remained silent, looking at the girl with a cold gaze. He coldly responded, I don't recall granting permission for questions. Jane thought it would be like other classes, where students could freely raise their hands to speak if they had comment. But unexpectedly, in this summonology class, Professor Aaron was so cold and strict. Being reminded by the professor in front of the class, the girl awkwardly said, I'm sorry. Even so, Professor Aaron answered James' question. He continued to speak about the advantages, the number, diverse tactical capabilities, and support from summoned creatures. Upon hearing this, Simon and Dick silently shouted in their hearts, do you think we are overlooking too many advantages? Professor Aaron didn't know what the students were thinking. He simply said coldly, it's up to you whether you want to take this subject in the second semester, but remember one thing. He spoke in a solemn tone. Don't dream of stepping into a field if you don't have enough courage. If you plan to cry, whine, or despair, or want my advice on changing majors after your second year because of financial issues or anything else, don't think about pursuing this field with such a weak attitude. His words hit straight at the student's mentality, causing everyone to feel uneasy and look silently at the podium. Professor Aaron continued, if you think you want to pursue a major in summoning just because it has less competition. The silver-haired man, listening to Professor Aaron teach, sighed wearily and said softly, he's at it again. After listing a series of demands, Professor Aaron concluded with a statement, my dear Dick will expel you. So that's it, end of story. Now let's start learning. The whole class, though reluctant, still tried to respond in a weak voice, yes, sir. After distributing the boxes of bones to everyone, Professor Aaron began his lesson. What you are holding is the skeleton of a rat islander. Stein curiously looked into the box in front of him, quickly opening it for inspection. Inside were compartments containing bones of each part, clearly organized in order. At the same time, the professor added, the skeleton is similar to that of a human, but cheaper and simpler than human bones. Most beginners in this subject will start with the island mouse. As he spoke, he raised and lowered the skull. Pointing to the picture on the board, he introduced, here is the bone structure and the numbers. Retrieving the skull, the professor continued, Let's get started. Take out skull number 1. Looking at the skull being taken out, he exclaimed, "The skull has already been assembled for you." Among them, a few female students nervously took the skull and exclaimed, "It's a bit creepy." The student next to her comforted her, "But it's completely clean." Professor Aaron continued to lecture. "He will see a part that you can put your hand into underneath the skull, and there is the magic adjustment device. Please put your hand inside and create a magic circle." As soon as he heard the professor say this, Simon curiously rotated the skull up and down. "Look underneath the skull." Dick, next to him, suddenly shouted, "Oh, there really is. The skull itself must function as an adjustment device." Simon also tried to rotate the skull to look and saw a hidden magic circle inside the skull, replying to Dick, "Oh, right, let me give it a try." Professor Aaron saw that the students had begun to see the spell circle, so he continued to instruct, "After you have completed the spell circle." Before he could finish his words, numerous screams erupted in the room. The students, frightened, were all screaming, and some even threw the skull away. Professor Aaron appeared unfazed, merely smirking. "Oh dear, I was just about to tell you not to be startled since the zombies will be activated. I guess I spoke a little too late." Despite the irritated actions, shouting, or fear of the students, Simon quietly sat and watched the skull bouncing back and forth. He placed his hand on the table and said sternly, "Stay still." The skull seemed to understand his intent and immediately stopped moving. Dick, sitting next to him, was surprised by Simon's demeanor and asked, "Simon, do you often deal with these things?" Simon picked up his now silent skull, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "I just encounter them often." Professor Aaron, seeing the whole class in a frenzy over the skull, tapped the table in annoyance and said, "Get used to it. You are necromancers after all. Once you activate the spell circle, the process of creating a zombie is nearly complete. Of course, it cannot move on its own yet because it lacks a body. So now you need to construct a body for it. Necromancers should have a good understanding of the skeletal structure of the summoned creature. The human body has a total of 206 bones, but the island rat only has 53, so it's much easier. First, find the second cervical vertebra and connect it to the skull." At this moment, Dick listened to the professor's words, tremblingly picking up the second cervical vertebra, wanting to fit it into the skull. As Dick was trying to fit it in, the skull seemed to resist. It wobbled as if wanting to escape from his hands, causing the vertebra to fall out. The professor added, "The skeleton will tend to return to its original shape, so the connection will be very simple if you follow the correct order." In contrast to Dick's struggle with the skull biting into his head, Simon quietly held his own skull and gently said, "I understand." Along with the professor's guidance, next is the vertebra number 3, then 4 to 11. The students also followed along, busily discussing and helping each other in practice. The professor reminded them, "Be careful, don't confuse the upper vertebrae with the lower ones." Just as his reminder ended, one student incorrectly fitted a piece, causing the skeleton to quickly escape from his hands and lunge at the head of the student sitting in front. The professor explained, "Island mice have straight backs, so properly completing the spine to support the back of the body is the most important. If you fit them in the wrong order, the zombie will not be able to move smoothly, and the bones will creak, making movement difficult. At a critical moment, the entire skeleton will break apart. Now continue fitting in vertebra number 16. Meanwhile, Hector and Malin had almost finished assembling the skeleton. Professor Aaron's voice continued to ring out. "We are almost done. Let's attach bone number 53. If any of you are stuck, remember to raise your hand." As soon as the professor finished speaking, the group of students started to shout excitedly, "Professor, I can't connect the leg part." "Professor, my skeleton is missing." Looking at the skeleton in front of him, Simon proudly said, "This is the first skeleton I have created using dark energy." Immersed in admiring his work, Simon didn't notice Dick's call beside him. "Simon, Simon." He pointed to his skeleton with tears in his eyes and complained, "Simon, look at my skeleton. Why does it keep connecting the leg bone to the arm?" Seeing Dick's strange skeleton, Simon was at a loss for words. After observing for a while, Simon tried to make a comment. "I think you confused the leg bone with the arm bone, so it thinks the leg is its arm." At this moment, Dick suddenly realized where he had gone wrong. He exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" Simon gently guided him. "Yes, look, number 21 is the leg, not the arm." Dick glanced at the shapes of the two skeletons and exclaimed, "You're right. Why do they look so similar?" Suddenly, Professor Aaron shouted, "Time's up. Today's skeleton assembly class has ended. I will call some students up to illustrate at the end. Simon Follentia, please come up." As he was already accustomed to being called frequently, he simply sighed and replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Dick patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "Hope you go up smoothly." The professor's voice continued to echo. "Next is..." Ignoring Malin's eager face, the professor seemingly randomly called out a familiar name. "Hector Moore, please come up." He was not surprised and immediately stood up and stepped forward. Professor Aaron looked at the two students in front of him and said coldly, "We have 10 minutes left. You two will assemble the skeleton and use it to get this necklace. Whoever gets the necklace before time runs out will win. You cannot take the necklace by yourself or use dark magic, but other methods are allowed. All right, take your positions and get ready." Upon hearing the command, both individuals immediately fell into a state of readiness, preparing the wooden box and waiting for the professor to speak. As soon as the professor shouted, "Ready!" both of them immediately grasped the skull. Holding it in his hands, Simon felt confident. "I can do this, I can win." First, they would place the vertebrae simultaneously, starting from bone number 2 to number 7, and then, suddenly, a voice interrupted Simon's train of thought. Just as a teaching assistant recorded the previous image, Professor Aaron seemed to remember and exclaimed, "I forgot to mention, you are not allowed to cheat in this match." This statement left both Simon and Hector stunned as they turned to look at each other. But Simon felt fine, at least the bones were numbered, and he could arrange them in order from number 1. Wait, he suddenly realized there were no numbers on the bones anymore. Professor Aaron then said, "Of course not, the bones you just used were for the purpose of Dick's instruction. The teaching assistant took care of numbering each one, and the bone frames sold on the market have no numbers." He coldly looked at Simon and asked, "Did I not mention this to you? A necromancer should be familiar with these things." This statement made Simon tense. He picked up a bone fragment as if he was pondering something. On the opposite side, Hector had remained silent all this time. He was now focused on assembling the parts without paying attention to his surroundings. As if to encourage himself, Simon looked at the skeleton and thought, "Don't give up, I've just finished. I will remember the order of the main bones," starting with bone number 2. Saying that, he took the bone fragment he wanted to connect. Professor Aaron stood beside him, quietly observing Simon's actions without speaking up. Seeing the boy's awkwardness, he realized that this specially selected top student had never assembled a skeleton before. Turning to Hector, the professor silently assessed that big kid has already recalled the order and structure. He relies on knowledge rather than memory. The knowledge learned in the preparatory class has helped him, but it is his intuition that allows him to avoid mistakes at crucial moments. Trying to remember the name, he thought, Hector. He has talent. And that's how Kid is nearly on the verge of collapsing. Observing Simon's struggle to recall the order, the professor wondered, has he never taken the preparatory class? Observing the entire classroom, Professor Aaron thought silently, "Hector seemed to be the only one in this class that I see has talent." At this moment, a bony white foot stomped heavily on the floor, amidst the cheers of his classmates. "Well done, Hector. He's almost finished." Hector had just assembled the 2 legs for the skeleton. In his mind, he was certain that he would win. He thought to himself, "When I have the chance, I will crush you, but you will never have the opportunity to compete with me again." Having finished one arm, he looked towards Simon and continued thinking, "I must make him the laughingstock of the class. I will stomp on his confidence about being the best and watch him fall down." While thinking, he clenched his jaw tightly, looking at Simon with a glance of hatred. With a click, Hector quickly assembled the other arm of the skeleton. At this point, the skeleton was complete, standing on 2 legs, taking steps, then jumping forward, kicking against the side of the table, and launching straight up to the podium where the necklace was placed. The moment it reached out to grab the necklace below, the students began to chant Hector's name. Hector has already gotten the necklace. Amidst the astonished shouts, the skeleton grasped the necklace, yanked it hard, wanting to pull it away. Seeing the actions of the skeleton being assembled by Hector, Simon worriedly thought, "There are 5 minutes left. If Hector still holds the necklace in his hands, then he wins." At that moment, despite his body shaking in panic, Simon forced himself to stay alert. "I was overconfident. Hector had been trained before, but this is the first time I've created this skeleton. The chance of beating him is very low." At the same time, the skeleton had grabbed the chain and jumped swiftly in front of Hector. Without hesitation, Simon decided, "Instead of trying to memorize what I learned in class, I should just let it go. Yes, I'll just go with my gut. As long as I assemble it the way I want, that's fine." With that thought, he loosened his mind and let himself assemble based on intuition. The students sitting below, observing Simon's actions, began to question, "What's going on? He's already messed up from the very start." The girl next to him doubted, "Maybe he gave up?" In response to Simon's actions, the students started to chatter excitedly. "There's no talent or courage at all. How can someone like that be in first place?" Hearing the disdainful remarks, Dick, sitting below, worried for his friend. He could only focus on Simon's every move and silently pray. At that moment on the platform, Simon was still thinking. The professor said to use the skeleton to get the necklace, but he never mentioned having to assemble a perfect skeleton. "I don't have time. Forget about those complex structures. Keep it as simple as possible." He continued to think, "Based on bone number 20 for the front leg, I can't skip number 27 because this is a crucial part. I'll leave out 28, take 29, and then move on to 31. Professor Aaron stood with his arms crossed, paying attention to Simon's actions of assembling and disassembling. Despite feeling strange, he did not speak out to stop him. Suddenly, just as Simon finished one side of the leg, the professor opened his eyes wide in surprise. He exclaimed inwardly, "It can't be. How did the boy? This is the skeleton of a gray rat. The gray rat is the pre-evolution form of the island mouse. He used a different method to create that structure. Of course, it's not exactly the same, but it's still a living skeleton. It doesn't have to be an exact match, it just needs to be able to move." The professor was so astonished that he covered his mouth, unable to believe. How can a student who has never taken preparatory classes? He was filled with questions. Did he reason it out without using any knowledge? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Go for it, Simon!" Dick and some pink-haired girls seemed to go crazy, continuously cheering for Simon. The group of students began to realize that something was strange. They couldn't know what it was, but he had perfected it. Hector thought to himself that he was the only one who had created the perfect skeleton. That's right, the shape doesn't matter. The students began to shift their support to Simon. Hector, unwilling to accept this, thought, "I did this in a short time without even looking at the diagram. I am Hector Moore. I am the center of attention. But why is everyone no longer cheering for me?" At that moment, Simon's gray mouse skeleton had run over to the skeleton assembled by Hector. The two sides struggled for a while, and when they felt they couldn't pull the string, Hector's skeleton kicked the head off the gray mouse skeleton and snatched the string away. Watching his own assembled skeleton shatter into pieces, Simon seemed lost, frozen in place. Hector, seeing this scene, was pleased and sneered to himself. "Simon Follentia, I'm about to win." Suddenly, Simon smiled again, no longer looking dazed as he had moments before. He reached out to grab the white bony arm that was wrapped around the string, pulling it hard toward himself. Because the string was also caught in Hector's skeleton, it was pulled along as well. At that moment, Simon quickly moved the bony arm, yanked the necklace from the skeleton's neck, causing it to fall to the ground. The entire room fell into silence. On the floor, the white bony arm of the gray rat was holding the necklace. Due to the events happening so quickly, Hector finally regained his composure, shouted, "This is so unfair." He looked at the professor, speaking out, "Professor Aaron, this is outrageous. You said to use the skeleton to get the necklace, but this is just a bone, not a whole skeleton." Suddenly, Simon spoke up, "Just a bone? I don't think so." With that, he snapped his fingers. The bony arm seemed to come to life, suddenly moving. All the parts that had shattered moments ago, every joint of the leg, every rib joint, every vertebra, each one automatically began to piece itself together before Hector's astonished eyes. He was in shock, frozen, staring at the skeleton assembling itself in front of him. What the hell? As the last bone was put in place, there was a clack, and the skeleton stood tall and perfect, holding the necklace. Simon calmly asked in return, "So what now?" The gray mouse skeleton began to release the chain. Holding it in his hand, Simon looked directly at Hector and replied, "It should be fair now, right?" At this moment, Hector seemed to go mad, its teeth clenched in anger. His whole face was tense and looked extremely frightening. Seeing the tense situation, Professor Aaron spoke up to intervene. "Enough!" He sighed and announced the result. The winner is Simon Follentia. Hearing this from the professor, Simon quickly embraced the skeleton, lifting it up in joy. Looking at it with appreciative eyes, he joyfully shouted, "I won." After the first class ended, all the professors returned to the lounge to discuss the situation in the classroom. "Professor, it's great to meet you. How was the first day of class? I noticed there are many wonderful students in this year's class." The other professors agreed. "Yes, the specially selected students and those with high scores on the entrance exam are all outstanding." "That's right, Malin Villing is better than I thought. She was able to create the shin of poison on the first day. Truly, blood is thicker than water. All 7 children from the Villain family are exceptional." A professor asked, "What about the hair of the ivory tower?" In response, a professor said, CERN. I understand why the tower is so proud of her." The professors began to discuss the outstanding students of the year. "Isn't Shadel Mare truly amazing? She has completely shattered previous notions about half-mages. Well, there are biases about half-mages not being good at using magic. As for Shadel, I should ask if she is interested in specializing in magic." The atmosphere gradually relaxed and everyone began to joke with each other. "Ha ha! Have you already chosen a student? Interacting with students during the protection period is against the rules." Someone asked Professor Bahil, "You were teaching a class today, aren't you? How is it going?" Professor Bahil pretended not to understand what was happening. The person replied, "You know what I mean, the specially selected student number 1 that Mr. Neftis personally chose." Bahil smiled, showing no surprise. "She lost to another student in my class. I'm not sure if he has great talent or not." The person replied, I didn't expect that, but they are still number 1. Is there really nothing special about them?" Professor Behel responded, well, they have good endurance. They managed to withstand 9 depletion tests in the early classes. Everyone started discussing the top student 9 times. Endurance is indeed very important, but that doesn't seem impressive enough for a specially selected number 1 student. Behel redirected the conversation to the person who was sluggishly walking in the lobby of the Tarot. Aaron, you taught class 8 today, didn't you? Professor Aaron turned around to look and replied, yes. Why? Behel smiled. What do you think of them? Aaron looked down, staring intently at the bottom of his cup, and replied, a slow and ordinary kid. They have some unique traits when creating certain innovative samples, though they still have some flaws. Professor Aaron's comment surprised Behel a bit. He stopped drinking tea, seemingly noticing something unusual about his colleague. The atmosphere in the tea room was quite tense at that moment. People were starting to discuss the identity and true abilities of the top student. I don't think this year's top student is really that special. There's no way he could have been chosen by Mr. Neftis. Behel was truly surprised by Aaron's answer. He thought, Aaron just threw a smokescreen about him. He placed the half-finished teacup on the table, calculating silently. The boy was known to be picky, and for him to do something like that could only mean he really liked that top student. Professor Behel glanced at Aaron, who was sipping his cup of tea, a slow, ordinary kid with a bit of uniqueness for creating some innovative specimens despite their flaws. That was the best praise Aaron could come up with. Behel pondered why Neftis chose the boy and why a picky Aaron was interested in him. This was indeed an unusually extraordinary event that had happened during this year's admissions. Professor Behel wore a pensive expression. He thought, I am getting more and more interested in this kid. Suddenly, he called out Aaron's name as if there was something he needed Professor Aaron to clarify. Behel asked, the declaration you made last year, are you going to follow through with it? It seemed that Professor Aaron really didn't remember what happened the previous year at all. Professor Behel smiled. Yes, that you weren't planning to directly mentor any more students. Aaron recalled something and bluntly responded, Professor Behel, I don't. Suddenly, the door of the lounge swung open. Neftis, the principal of the school, walked in and exclaimed, hello everyone. All the professors in the lounge stood up at this moment. Hello, Neftis. Behel smiled, using magic to produce the ice cream he had prepared for Neftis. Hello. Neftis was delighted, but pretended to be serious. Oh dear, I told you not to treat me like a child anymore. Behel regarded this as a given and replied, one of the qualities of being a gentleman is to prepare snacks for a lady. Neftis silently scolded him. Humph, what a smooth talker. But I think I should accept it since Behel has given it to me anyway. Then she teased, did you also bring the refrigerator with you? Behel joked back, of course. A professor made room for Sir Neftis, looking quite cheerful as she received a snack from Professor Behel. Neftis sat on the sofa, smiling as he surveyed the thoughts of the other professors after the workday. How were the new students on their first day? Everyone inadvertently shared their evaluations with Neftis about today's students. One admitted, I understand why the Ivory Tower is so confident. Shagel also has a remarkable talent for magic. Malin is wonderful as well. There are many talented students in the first class this year. I hope the student protection will end soon. Neftis nodded while enjoying his ice cream. Good, very good. Please report any issues that anyone encounters. After all, today is just the first day, so go home early and get some rest. As everyone was preparing to leave, Aaron bluntly stated, I want to discuss a private matter with you. Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise, but it wasn't unusual since Aaron had always been a strict professor. Neftis asked, what do you want to discuss? I will tell you when we are alone, Aaron replied. Seeing this, Professor Behel thought to himself, he has always been so straightforward. Behel smiled, fully aware that Neftis would not easily let Aaron know what he wanted. As for Simon and Haywork, the two of them went to look for a dorm room that still had 2 vacant spots so they could stay together. But unfortunately, there were no rooms available that could accommodate both of them. The 2 boys huddled together and sighed, what are we going to do? There is only 1 spot left in every 4-person room. Simon said, it seems we arrived at the dorm too late. The students walking around here are from our class too. Haywork also admitted the summoning class ended 3 hours ago, so the other students must have already found their rooms. The dormitory manager regretfully informed the 2 boys, I'm sorry, there are no rooms left with 2 vacancies on the 2nd floor either. The 2 boys replied in unison, it's okay. It's okay. It's not your fault. Simon and Haywork could not accept this reality and anxiously asked, are there no rooms with 2 vacancies on the 3rd or 4th floor either? The manager seemed quite confused. Yes, the other floors are similar. Simon didn't give up. Should we go to a room and ask if they want to switch places? I just want to check out the other floors just to be sure. The dorm manager happily suggested that I will go with you. Maybe I can help in some way. Suddenly, 3 male students intentionally bumped into her. One of them yelled, get out of the way. As the manager fell, he arrogantly said, damn it, What the hell is this? I told you to get out of the way. His aggressive attitude made her feel scared, and she kept apologizing. They took the opportunity to bully her, cursing at her, a mere staff member like you is blocking our way. This suitcase is damaged at the corner because of you. What do you intend to do about it? The door manager didn't know what to do except tremble and repeatedly apologize. Seeing her submissive demeanor, they grew even more arrogant and disrespectful. Apologize right now. What are you doing standing there like that? Move this thing immediately. She awkwardly said, all right, I will do it. Simon found those rude actions truly annoying. He said directly, excuse me, can't you see that I'm talking to her? Hayward behind him was equally upset. He pointed straight at the bullies and blamed them. We were here first. Don't interrupt like that. Moreover, it's clear that you intentionally targeted her. The three rude students continued their mockery. What's wrong with you? You're just commoners, right? Who do you think you are? One of their younger associates recognized Simon and stammered, wait, that's him. The number 1 special admissions student, the one who recited the oath as a representative student on stage. Hearing this, they became scared, turned tail, and ran while changing their tune. Ah, be more careful next time. Let's go. The manager hurriedly thanked Simon. Thank you for helping me. He replied, you don't need to thank me. I'm just doing what I have to do. In the end, the three of them happily went to look for a new dormitory. All right, then let's go. In the room arrangement list, the manager sincerely told the two boys, actually, there is one room with 2 vacancies on the 4th floor. That is room 409, a 4-person room with a beautiful view, and it's also close to the main staircase. She rummaged through the dormitory room usage list to see which students were still there. Finally, she found rooms suitable for the 2 students. Rooms 412 and 413 have 1 vacancy left, but they are right next to room 409. We should take a look at those rooms, right? Simon couldn't help but be curious about room 409. What about room 409? Is there a problem with it? The dormitory manager awkwardly responded, there's a student already living in there. Simon immediately suggested, then we can ask if we can join them, right? This made her quite uncomfortable, but one of them is the student. She began to talk about this mysterious student. His name is Keizen Edval, and he was here last year too. Simon was astonished. Last year? But this is a dorm for first-year students, right? The manager straightforwardly explained. Keizen failed to advance to the 2nd year. I heard he had some issues, so he had to start over. The manager whispered, she's just a caretaker of this dorm, so she doesn't know the details. But she heard that many of his roommates had to request to change rooms. They had bruises on their faces, and Keizen often got into a lot of trouble too. She heard that Keizen usually expels troublesome students, so it was strange that he was an exception. Hayward seemed a bit worried and asked Simon for his opinion. Should we go to another room? Standing in front of room 409, Simon firmly refused. No, at least let's say hello first. Hayward hesitated to go in, but Simon opened the door. The 2 friends approached the bed. Simon politely greeted, hello, excuse me, sorry to disturb you while you're sleeping. A sudden hand grabbed the bed frame. Simon continued to negotiate, we want to stay in this room with you. Amid the tension and hostility from Keizen Edval, Simon, undeterred, asked, is that all right? This caused Keizen Edval to turn his head and glare at him. The chilling sensation made Dick Hayward hide behind Simon to avoid the eerie gaze. Keizen Edval was taken aback by Simon's comfort, the whites of his eyes gradually turning red as he stared intently at Simon and said, the new student. What seemed like an aggression turned out to be a provocation, as Keizen Edval scratched the back of his head and remarked, I see. So today is the day we check admissions, huh? Time really flies. Keizen Edval seemed surprised by Simon's politeness, and he eased the atmosphere. You don't have to be so formal. After all, I'm just a freshman too. Simon was also a bit surprised to realize that Keizen Edval was the same age as him. He said, oh, all right, then Keizen. Keizen Edval felt awkward, ruffled his hair, and replied, forget it, just call me Keizen. Recognizing Simon as the new student at the academy, Keizen Edval advised, I don't know how long you 2 can last in this place, but remember 2 things. Both Simon and Dick Hayward were somewhat surprised by his warning. First, don't stick your nose into my business. Second, don't make a fuss before I go to sleep. Once I'm asleep, you can scream, dance, or do whatever you want. Simon asked, oh, so you're allowing us to stay then? Keizen Edval, feeling exasperated, lay down and turned his back to the other 2, responding, it doesn't really matter, does it? If it's not you 2, then someone else will come, since this is the only empty room. Instantly, Keizen Edval fell asleep, ignoring the questions of his 2 classmates. After sorting things out, Simon informed the dormitory supervisor, we'll take this room. The manager was a bit surprised, are you 2 sure about this? In contrast to her concern, Simon reassured her, yes, it will be fine. I don't think he's a bad guy. The manager replied, Alright, if you have any issues, don't hesitate to let me know. I will immediately inform the dorm manager to handle the situation. Simon bowed his head in thanks. Okay, thank you. Finally, the door to room 409 closed and the manager left a parting wish. Well then, good night. Dick Hayward couldn't help but wonder if Keizen Enfold was already asleep. He looked towards him and asked, "Do you think he really won't wake up?" Simon answered, "I'm not sure, but he did say we could do whatever we wanted while he was sleeping." After hearing Simon's reassurance, Dick Hayward still wasn't completely convinced. He thought for a moment and muttered, Suddenly, a pile of books fell to the ground, making a loud thud that startled Simon. Still, nothing happened. Keizen Enfold was still fast asleep. Dick Hayward admitted, so he was telling the truth, huh? Keizen Enfold was still lost in his dream. Simon said, "I don't think he's a bad person. As long as we follow his rules, we'll be fine." Dick Hayward smiled and replied, "Anyway, we have a room now. Let's put our stuff down and go take a shower. I saw a bathroom on the second floor when we went up. Let's go check it out." Simon was a bit surprised. He didn't think there would be a bathroom here. He curiously asked, "A bathroom?" The two boys entered the bathroom, and the scent of shampoo and shower gel gradually relaxed Simon's mind. He sighed, "Wow, I really like this." Dick Hayward replied, "It's clear enough." In the lively atmosphere of the bathroom, Simon and Hayward were very happy. Hayward couldn't help but be curious about Simon's excitement while washing up, and he confessed, "Wow, I've never seen anyone so happy after taking a shower. Did you live in the mountains or something before coming here?" Simon happily responded something like that. Dick Hayward was also surprised to see Simon looking like he was seeing a showerhead for the first time. He said, "By the way, can you stop gasping while pressing those buttons in the bathroom? The other students are starting to talk." Simon didn't understand why and asked, "Really?" Dick Hayward began to open the door, turned his back, and teased Simon, "Yeah, you've already been the center of attention for being the top of the exam, and now you're being called a bumpkin and a fraud." After that remark, Simon felt a bit stunned and disappointed. He lowered his head, tightly gripping his towel, and sighed, "Jeez." Once he stepped into the room, Simon seriously responded to Dick Hayward's joke. "Well, I still think that Keizen is better." Hayward agreed with his answer, saying, "That's true, everyone wants to be accepted here." After Simon locked the door tightly, he shared what he knew about the school. "I heard there are only 300 students in the second year." Dick Hayward sat comfortably on the sofa and replied, "Of course, whether we can stay here or not depends entirely on our grades." Hayward also added, "Indeed, the reason we still have time to chat like this is because we are still under student protection. Just wait and see, this place will be leaving soon enough." Simon curiously asked, "What does the student protection period mean?" Dick Hayward began to explain. "Well, that's when they cannot accurately assess and give grades to the students. At this time, professors cannot have private conversations with the students, and they also cannot expel those students on their own." He continued, "They are also not allowed to harm the students anymore. If I remember correctly, there are many other prohibitions, but I can't recall them all." Simon began to remember the things he had done during the day, and he was a bit startled to think. "So they are turning a blind eye to all my mistakes today, are they?" Dick Hayward closed his eyes, shrugged, and said, "After that period, expelling students becomes quite common. Expulsion for not showing enough talent, for lacking promise of a successful future, for breaking the rules, for submitting poor quality assignments. It can happen for anything. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else." Simon was a bit surprised. He sighed and said, "Wow." Hayward continued, "However, if you can hang on until the end of your first year, you can find a job almost anywhere if you survive this extreme competition and officially graduate." Dick Hayward pointed at Simon and concluded, "If that's the case, you'll become a pioneer in an era where every continent is developing." Simon couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "Wow." After finishing his speech, Dick Hayward lay back on the bed and said, "I think you could become anyone except a member of the nobility. Well, actually, a small kingdom might marry off a princess to you if you graduate from Keizen." Simon asked, "Do you want to become a noble?" Hayward rested his head on his hand and said, "No, although that would have certain benefits, but that's not my goal." Simon replied, "Then." Hayward made a coin gesture towards Simon, which made him curious. Hayward answered, "It's this." Simon finally understood. He sighed and said, "Oh, I get it now." Hayward didn't forget to throw in a joke. "So from now on, I'm going to be very busy." Simon pretended to write something on his palm and nodded in response. "Okay, got it." Suddenly, a suitcase leaped up from the ground, causing Hayward to be interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "If you ever need money." "Huh?" Dick Hayward shouted. "Whoa, what is that? What just happened?" The suitcase was prominently resting on Simon's palm. He replied, "It's just a side space." That answer left Hayward gasping. "Then what's that over there?" Simon turned his suitcase towards Dick Hayworth, revealing a notepad, and calmly answered, "This is a mouse-shaped skeleton creation kit. I haven't learned much about this yet, so I brought one here to practice a bit and get more proficient." Hayworth crawled closer to Simon's suitcase, puzzled. "We just finished class, and now you want to study more." Simon replied, "Yeah, I just don't want to forget everything I have just experienced." Dick Hayworth was surprised by his friend's diligence and asked, "So this time are you planning to arrange it in the correct order?" Simon replied, "No, this time I'm just going to do it according to my own ideas and feelings." In the silent atmosphere, Simon sat in a corner of the dorm room, diligently working on his mouse skeleton to become more proficient. This left Hayworth astonished, and he muttered, "Whoa." Eventually, Simon completed a mouse skeleton. He let it go and said, "All right then." Hayworth wondered, "Is this the same type as the one you did in class?" The skeleton looked up at its owner, its legs shaking with one joint still loose, as if to imply that it was not yet perfect. Simon noticed this and admitted, "Yes, but it can be further improved. I spent more time on it, but there's still one flaw with a wobbly leg." Hayworth comforted him, "But you still made it into a complete skeleton." "I don't think I could do that." Simon suddenly patted his mouse skeleton on the head and mumbled, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, he used magic power to destroy all of his creations. His skeleton shattered into hundreds of bone fragments scattered throughout the dorm room. Hayworth, after witnessing this, couldn't help but be surprised and asked stammeringly, "What is this? What's happening? You were doing so well." Standing in front of Simon, Hayworth expressed concern for his friend's mental state and asked, "Yo, Simon." Simon was piecing together the fragments of his skeleton while responding. A skeleton created from summoning magic usually carries some traits of the old body. Then Simon held a leg bone in his hand and continued, "The official name for this is regeneration force." Under Dick Hayworth's admiring gaze, Simon added, "It's also known as gravitational attraction force." Hayworth closed his eyes and sighed in relief when he learned that his friend's spirit was still stable after the failure. In the dorm room, the fragments of the skeleton were being collected and reassembled. Simon began to explain his actions. "A skeleton often carries the characteristics of the old body, so if I can remember the location, the pieces, the bone fragments gradually came together." Simon continued, "Reforming the original shape shouldn't be difficult." Under Simon's effort, the skull pieces of the skeleton gradually came together. A new generation's skeleton began to take shape. Simon performed magic and shouted, "Summon." The eyes of the mouse skeleton slowly lit up a bright red. Hayworth was startled by its speed as it zoomed past his shoulder, yelling, "Arg!" After calming down, Dick Hayworth bent down to look at Simon's new creation, exclaiming, "Wow, it's amazing how it can regenerate like this." Simon replied, "Really? Thanks." It seemed that Hayworth was a bit sleepy. He yawned widely and asked, "How can you do this when you haven't even prepared anything?" It was almost midnight, and Hayworth couldn't stay awake any longer to chat with Simon. He had to postpone the conversation about the skeleton and said, "I'm really sleepy now. It's late. I'm going to bed." The mouse sniffed in Hayworth's direction. He asked Simon if he was feeling sleepy too. Contrary to Dick Hayworth's thoughts, Simon was patting the mouse's head while replying, "I want to experiment a little more." Hayworth finally got up and trudged to bed, answering, "Oh, then I will go to sleep first." Before closing his eyes and drifting into dreams, Hayworth asked Simon about the schedule. "What is the first class?" "Tomorrow, the morning's first session is Darkness Dynamics." The mouse skeleton turned its head towards Simon, its eyes glowing blue as if it knew something. As everyone fell into a deep sleep, Simon and his spirit beast were still diligently researching how to fix the mistakes. "This time I will follow the chart," he thought while connecting the bone pieces, considering their principles of movement. "I have to connect it like this so the knee can rotate. This is a mouse's bone. If I arrange it differently, can it move normally?" After experimenting, Simon realized that if done incorrectly, it would not move. He leaned down, knowing all the experiments he had conducted, then muttered, "Arranging the mouse's reverse joints differently is ineffective." He stared at his notebook and thought, "The assembly formula is the standard that necromancers established a long time ago. Therefore, it's certain that to reach this point, they have experimented and made mistakes countless times." Simon realized he was following the path of ancient scientists. He pondered for a long time, waiting for a new idea to emerge. Looking towards the spirit beast, he thought, "Every exercise has its reason and meaning. After trying to assemble and disassemble, I have come to realize how great the previous generation of necromancers was." Simon had finished assembling the last piece of the mouse. "Here, I tried swapping the position of your frame number 25 with 31. How is that?" He felt a bit worried for his spirit beast. "Are you uncomfortable?" The mouse nodded, and he reassured, I understand this combination isn't quite right. I'll put it back where it was." Simon comforted his spirit beast. Even though the structure seems reasonable, there is still a more effective arrangement for you to move. How can I quickly find that way? Simon pulled out an old book. All right, I should study more thoroughly and carefully. You began to reminisce about the memories of witnessing the necromancers in history and those who were more skilled than you in applying magic to magical beasts. You thought, the skeletons that my father used to help people back home and the skeletons that Lorraine used to control the gang. What am I lacking compared to them? Simon was indeed a progressive person. He admitted, it seems my knowledge is not enough. I am looking forward to the next lesson too much. Finally, the lesson that Simon had been looking forward to arrived. At this moment, the teacher was explaining the new topic. Dark energy serves as the foundation of a necromancer. The owner of that serious voice was Eric Ora, the professor of darkness dynamics for Class A. He said, so I know how much I need to emphasize the importance of darkness dynamics. Simon listened attentively while Hayward dozed off in class. Professor Ora continued, so how does dark energy generate magic? To answer this question, we must understand the flow of dark energy, ancient runic script, and the mechanism of magical circles. Ora began to tell the story of the origin of darkness dynamics. The origin of the rune language traces back to the eternal torch in the Temple of Del, he continued. Initially, no one questioned why the torch there never went out. Why? Because at that time, people believed that doubting God was blasphemy. One day, they realized that the ashes from the torch looked very much like letters. And they were surprised to learn that those ordinary letters were what created a magic to maintain the light of the torch. At the end of the lesson about the origin of the rune language, Simon was very interested in this subject, while Hayward continued to doze off. Professor Ora continued, the wizards and necromancers who developed the rune language had tried countless times to create a language that was as easily understandable as it is today. Eric drew a magic circle on the board and said, this is the rune language after its improvements. These two magic circles are examples of using the improved rune language. Simon was still taking notes, and the teacher continued. The magic circle you see here cannot be activated. The difference between it and the magic circle on the right that can be activated is the way runes are used in magic. Everyone was silent and listened as Eric continued his lecture. Therefore, with the adjusting equipment and the knowledge you've learned, you can use dark energy more freely. He placed the pen in the chalk tray and said, this lesson ends here. I have an assignment that you need to submit next class. He emphasized, use an active magic circle that we use as an example in class, present how you modified it, the calculations and formulas you used to make it work. The bell rang. He added, all right, the 3 students I call on in the next class will have to present their assignments. See you all next class. Thus, the lesson on dark power came to an end. Everyone was discussing this lesson. Oh my, the pressure of studying is so hard, isn't it? Hayward complained to Simon. I feel just like when I was studying algebra with my dad. Why can't I remember those formulas? I don't understand how I even know those rules. Simon replied, but it's not that bad, really. He confided, I didn't understand more than half of that lecture, but I liked the way you described each principle. Hayward teased, what is there about Keizen that you don't like? He continued, you've been talking nonstop about that soap in the bathroom all morning. Simon felt embarrassed as his friend exposed him. He punched Hayward and ran off, leaving him standing alone. Hayward yelled, hey, wait for me. Once he caught up with Simon, Hayward asked, so Simon, what's the next class again? Simon replied, magical combat. Hayward asked again, are we learning here? Where's the professor? Simon didn't know either. Everyone in the class gathered, and one of them shouted, hey everyone, look over here. Up ahead was a cloud of white dust. Ha! Is something coming towards us? Wow. Can you feel the ground shaking? Suddenly, a foot of some creature appeared from the dust. Everyone was taken by surprise. It was a hippopotamus, and a whole herd of hippopotamuses was approaching the crowd. They looked frantic and aggressive. Everyone in the class huddled together as the herd of hippopotamuses surrounded them. Everyone was trembling, not knowing what was happening. Why are there hippos here? Wow, what is going on? Suddenly, a voice resounded. Ha ha, hello you students. That was the assistant teacher of the subject magical combat. He introduced, today, Professor Hong Peng will be teaching at Pope Mountain. Now, everyone climb onto the back of the hippopotamus. Hayward whispered to Simon, actually, it's not that surprising. The professor of magical combat is famous for being quirky in Keizen. I heard she camps at different locations on Rope Mountain. Someone seemed confused as they didn't want to climb onto this hippopotamus. Hey man, are you telling us to climb onto that thing? The person criticized. You need to lay a mat or something on that monster if we are going to sit on it. The assistant teacher stepped down to the ground, lamenting, oh dear. Suddenly, a green smoke rose from the ground, causing the assistant teacher to float into the air. He looked at the mischievous students who exclaimed, what? One student began to panic. The teacher then punched the mischievous student hard in the chest, surprising everyone. The student threatened, what do you think you're doing? A little servant like you dares to block our way. We are Keizen students. How rude. The assistant teacher muttered in annoyance. Servant. He began to get angry and said, Why are these new students so stupid? You have to call me teaching assistant, not servant. That rude student said, I'm sorry. The teaching assistant nodded it off and asked, Is there anything else? Then he pressed down hard on the student's leg, causing him to start shouting, Yes, I'm sorry, teaching assistant. Simon muttered, They probably won't change, will they? Haywork laughed and said, Let me tell you, you're the exception among those nobles. The teaching assistant said, We're a bit behind schedule. Everyone get on the hippo. One hippo can carry 3 students. At this point, Simon and Haywork finally climbed onto the hippo. Haywork was surprised. Wow, a hippo is so big that it's hard to climb on. There was a student with pink hair struggling to climb onto the giant hippo. Simon noticed this and looked towards the girl. The teaching assistant spoke up. Is everyone on board? Let's begin. The girl still hadn't quite climbed up. She raised her hand and said, Wait a minute. Simon offered to help the girl, and although she felt shy, she decided to accept his assistance. She chirped, Thank you. Once she was up, the pink-haired girl was still amazed by the enormity of the hippopotamus. The teaching assistant warned, Hold on tight. Suddenly, all the hippos roared and surged forward, catching everyone off guard and causing them to be stunned. The pink-haired girl said, Thank you for helping me. Then a lock of her hair swung straight into Simon's face, creating a very awkward situation. All the students screamed, everyone panicking. I'm sorry, I lost my balance. How do I hold on to this? The teaching assistant continued to explain, Overcome it with your will. This is also part of the training. He turned back and smiled, teasing the students. If you fall down now, you'll be trampled by the hippos and die, got it? This warning surprised everyone and they yelled, What? He continued to scare them. Every year there are 1 or 2 accidents. People began to panic. I want to go down, I'm sorry. Help! The teaching assistant comforted them. Just hang on. Keizen doesn't need a student who can't even withstand a hippo. After a round of riding hippos, everyone lay down exhausted. As the students rested tiredly, Professor Hongpang Tun Soka Marlat approached. Welcome students to the magic class. I am a legend in the Necromancer community, someone who fought for 5 days and 5 nights against the immortal monster Kunder Hydra. The professor instructed the students to line up in 4 rows and began a running session together because the foundation of magic is physical strength. Simon thought to himself, how can the professor run so fast when we all have 2 arms and 2 legs? While running, the professor said, training the body with dark energy is the foundation of this combat class. Moreover, we must not forget to train our agility. Undead mages primarily use combat magic known as proficient undead mages, and if you reach a certain level like they do, dark energy will flow from your bodies as smoothly as silk. We often refer to the shape of this dark energy as a dark cloak. After that, the professor ran straight into the forest, but also reminded the students to be careful. The blonde boy was running while panting, complaining, and feeling envious of those with talent in this subject. Hearing this, Simon looked up. Indeed, they seemed to be having fun. The blonde boy was too tired, stopping after every word. He asked Simon, how can you not feel tired? Simon replied, my hometown also has many hills, and it has been a long time since I got to run freely like this. When they reached a cliff, the professor instructed the students to use dark energy to jump over the valley. Hearing this, the students hesitated to ask again. Then the professor encouraged them and began to demonstrate. The professor advised, when jumping, let's release dark energy from our feet like a rocket taking off. As soon as the professor finished demonstrating, the students eagerly rushed forward to experience it themselves. Simon stood in one place thinking about how to step out of the darkness. Seeing this, the blonde boy lost his patience and rushed forward to jump ahead. At the same moment, Hector also jumped across. With Hector's strength, he set the record for the highest jump in the class. Noticing that Simon was still on the other side of the cliff, the blonde boy shouted loudly to cheer him on. Simon slowly and cautiously approached the edge of the cliff and then jumped up. To everyone's surprise, he jumped very high, surpassing Hector's record, which astonished even the professor. He felt happy and smiled brightly as he overcame this challenge, which greatly annoyed Hector. After that, everyone waited for the students who had fallen off the cliff to return and then moved on to the next location. Dick turned to Simon and asked, "All right, do you want to try this on the way?" Simon curiously asked, "What is this?" Dick replied, "It's a list of students we need to recruit for the class group. The class group starts next week, so we need to prepare. I've listed all the strengths and weaknesses of the class." Simon was impressed and wondered how Dick found out all this. "Wow, you're really good. How did you find all this stuff?" Dick just smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." While Simon had just caught up with the lesson, Dick had been observing everyone in the class. Oh, that's why he went to find Simon instead of Hector. Because after observing Hector, he thought he couldn't befriend him. Anyway, We need to get along to maintain the group. Dick turned to ask Simon what he thought about this. Almost all the students in the class are very proficient. They are all good. At this point, Dick looked aside and saw the girl with pink hair being helped up by someone. She was the one who rode the hippo with us. Dick immediately guessed, after the student protection phase ends, she will probably be expelled. Among the two who fell into the water, she is one of them. Her personality is quite timid, so she will likely be bullied. Simon replied, I see. Suddenly, she turned around and announced, We've walked a bit. Now let's run some more, shall we? Everyone complained because they hadn't rested enough. I think we need a break, teacher. Simon was excited and cheerful. This class is really dynamic. It's so much fun. Meanwhile, Dick was grumbling when he saw his friends so enthusiastic. You think this class is fun? In the midst of the excitement, Simon saw in front of him a herd of hippos running so fast they looked like they were flying as if attached to rockets. The whole class was extremely confused, not knowing what to do. They turned to call the teacher but couldn't find anyone. One student spoke up, Professor, a bunch of hippos are running towards us. Professor, we should ask the teaching assistant for help. But then they realized he wasn't there either. The teaching assistant has disappeared too. This is bad. Stepping out from the darkness, Simon jumped up high and leaped over the herd of hippos. Dick said, There's nothing dangerous during the student protection phase. Is it an accident? It's inevitable. Someone might get hurt by these hippos. He turned to see that they had found a way to control the situation and escape by jumping onto branches. Cindy Vivis flew parallel to him. Oh, Simon, I haven't seen you in a while. Simon ignored her and thought, It seems I have no right to worry about others. But she kept calling out, Simon, hey, Simon. At this moment, Dick was up in a tree looking down, asking, Are you okay? Simon replied and then sighed, Yeah, I'm really overthinking this. I can't believe I have to compete with 1,000 genius students like this. Seeing his friends so down, Dick asked again just to be sure, Are you really all right? You must be trembling. Don't worry. All the hippos have been tamed by Professor Hongpeng already. Simon answered in confusion. Huh, really? Dick explained, Yes, she is a master of battle magic, but can also use the powers of the Crisp bloodline. When I was up there, I saw the hippos just circling the fallen kids, not charging at them. Simon replied, I see. After things settled back to normal, a classmate urged everyone, Come on, there's no time to rest, get up. The hippos will return to attack again, hurry up. Hearing that, a girl with pink hair eagerly stood up and replied, Yes, the professor is waiting down below. Let's go now. The students in the class encouraged each other to move quickly to avoid trouble. Everyone ran toward the professor, and as they walked, they saw her standing in the middle of a flower field, looking very picturesque. Simon was amazed as he and the others ran down the hill when they heard her announce, There are no more obstacles. Come over here quickly. The professor praised, Because you all did well earlier. You did a great job. Now you can take a break. Oh, but you can only eat after class ends. However, I guess you might be exhausted, so I contacted Keizen beforehand. Everyone asked in unison, What are you doing that for? She turned around abruptly, looked into the distance, and said, Look over there. Everyone exclaimed together, Lunch. In the direction she pointed was a cart with a horse along with two men carrying a food box. The professor asked, Are you looking forward to it? The students replied, Yes, the professor is the best. Each person would receive a meal consisting of fried chicken, potatoes, an apple, and hamburger. Everyone praised. Oh my, there isn't a professor like ours. Dick said, Letting students eat during class with strict professors at Keizen is out of the question. Simon turned and said, By the way, Dick, I think there's a bit of a difference from the rumors I heard before coming here. Dick asked, What rumors? Simon explained, I heard that Professor Hongpeng is one of the most temple professors at Keizen. Dick replied, Professor Hongpeng? That nature-loving lady? Where did you hear that? That's a false rumor. Simon recalled it was from Lorraine, Neftis' daughter. After everything was settled, the teacher announced, Students, let's clean up. We'll depart in 10 minutes. Everyone discussed, I thought we would get to rest before heading back to the hippopotamus area. Simon thought, I have a feeling this is just the beginning. The professor asked, Everyone has their bracelet, right? The crowd replied in unison, Yes. She continued, Then you all need to blow dark energy into that bracelet. Suddenly, everyone collapsed. What's happening to my body? The teacher called out, You all know what the exhaustion curse is, right? Here's the next lesson for you. Do you see that flag? Someone behind her raised the red flag high. You will have to climb to the top of the hill while the exhaustion spell is pulling at your legs. All right, get ready. I will see who falls behind. She looked at everyone in a spooky way. Simon thought, Are you serious, Professor? Is this even valid? The professor said, Come on, get into position, everyone. Okay, ready. The crowd replied in unison. She shouted, Start. Everyone rushed forward, their heavy steps weary. Some even crawled on their hands. Simon held onto the stone to manage his weight and thought, just taking a step is hard, my head is spinning. But it doesn't matter for the class, pure exhaustion is a test of will and endurance. If I fall behind here, there's no way I can catch up with what's ahead. I will push forward no matter what happens. A guy close to Simon thought, damn it, it's you again. I used my special skill to reduce the effects of the curse and pushed ahead, yet he still kept up with me without doing anything. All right, this time I'm going to show him. The two were moving at nearly the same speed. The professor cheered. Come on, you're almost there. Both thought, this time, first place has to be mine. But the one who came in first was Malin Villain, a girl with purple-blue hair walking lightly on the grass as if she had not been affected by the curse at all. The professor congratulated her. Congratulations on taking the #1 spot. She bowed to thank the professor. I just walked up like usual. The professor asked, how did you manage to do that? She replied, I found a way to resist the depletion curse. The professor was quite surprised and praised her. Well done. You can rest now. He answered, yes, ma'am. On this side, two friends were in shock, speechless. I didn't know it was possible to break the curse on your own. A teaching assistant informed the professor, Professor, we have a student who is injured. There's a minor scrape on the elbow, I think. The professor responded, let me take a look. Then the professor turned back to encourage the two who were petrifying beside him. You're almost there. We can do it. The annoyed friend said, are you kidding me? Then he stood up and walked over to the red flag. The teaching assistant announced, second place, Vector Moore. This left Simon stunned. Vector went up to the girl in first place and said, hey, how did you break the exhaustion curse in magical combat class? You thought I didn't know how to do that, huh? She disregarded his words and turned away. Whatever. Vector Moore scoffed. By the way, what do you know about the world out there while being locked up in your ivory tower like a princess? She turned to glare at him. Are you picking a fight with me? He replied, I'm not being aggressive, just stating the truth. Professors don't evaluate during the student protection phase. What matters is showing we are diligent during this stage to gain their favor. But your stupid antics have cost you Professor Hongpeng's trust. She retorted, ha, are you upset? Is second place bothering you that much? Why take it out on me? Vector Moore raised his voice. I'm just telling you to stop causing chaos in this class. I have no interest in you. Then he turned away. The teaching assistant announced, Simon Follentia, you came in third. Simon thanked him and walked over to the tree, sitting down wearily. The two looked at him without any concern. After a moment, Dick arrived, complaining, I'm dying, Simon. Simon encouraged him. You did well, I'm tired too. Dick said, how do you think we're going to get back? If I have to climb over any more hippos, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. The teacher announced, students gather around. Since you are tired, I will contact Keizen. I have the right to use a temporary magic circle for instant teleportation, so please form a line. Everyone echoed, thank you, teacher. Next up were Simon and Dick. The two stepped onto the teleportation circle. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped them, transporting them to a rather strange place completely made of wood. Simon fell to the ground and scrambled to get up, saying, ow, where is this? I don't think this is Keizen. It seems more like my home in Leschel. Suddenly, the teacher's voice rang out. Sorry for scaring you, Simon. He turned around. Professor Hongpeng. She continued, please sit down and I will explain why you are here. She said, actually, someone has interfered with the teleportation spell. I have already supervised the exam and the spell has a counteractive relationship with the dark energy of some people mixed in. Simon continued, so one of them must be? The professor replied, that's right, it's you, Simon. When it is activated, you will go to a place that is not Keizen. Then she placed a cup down on the table right in front of Simon. Can you guess who did this? She poured water. Simon answered, no, I can't, she said. I already know. Anyway, part of my responsibility is to protect the students from danger, so I let you go home. Besides, I also want to talk to you privately. Simon was surprised with me. She continued, during the student protection phase, communication with students is against the rules. But from what I see, other professors have broken the rules too. Simon Follentia, what if you specialize in magical combat? If you want, I would be very willing to accept you as my apprentice. Simon said, you mean you would take me on as a disciple? She replied, that's right. This means I have to be responsible for you. A professor teaches each disciple the complete awareness of purpose and responsibility. The achievement of the disciple is directly related to the achievement of the professor, and we can only recruit 3 students each term. I want to give that opportunity to you, Simon. How about it? Then she extended her hand, waiting for him to decide whether to follow her or not. Simon hesitated. I still don't understand. In today's class, I couldn't really prove myself. I just caught up with the other students. I still lagged behind the other two in climbing the hill. It's only the second day of school. I'm not sure why you would assign such an important position to me. She said, Simon, students care about ranking, but teachers only look at talent. You released dark energy when you jumped across the valley. This is the first time you've tried, right? Simon replied, oh yes. She continued seriously, even so, you're the one who jumps the highest in the class. The issue is no longer about talent or coincidence. Moreover, when you climb the hill, you rely solely on your endurance and pure physical strength, unlike the other two. You might think that you haven't proven anything, but you have already shown me what you are capable of. Do you need more praise? Your physical strength, mental strength, and outstanding talent under pressure. If you study magical combat, you will become the best. Simon, even just a few years from now, you might be able to defeat me. Oh no, I can make you stronger than anyone. Simon fell silent and reflected on what she had said. Suddenly, he called out, Professor, thank you for that proposal, but I really have to decline. He then stood up and bowed. She asked, may I ask what the reason is? Simon continued, right now I already have a field I want to explore. She stretched and replied, all right, thank you for being honest with me so we don't waste time. That doesn't mean I'm giving up. Simon was surprised. Yes. Then she stood up and added, you still have a year before you have to choose your major, right? So I will work harder to change your mind. Simon responded, yes, you are still determined to persuade me, she said. It's just my curious nature. I want to know how far Simon can develop. You don't have to be my disciple. You can come to me for support anytime. Simon said, thank you, Professor. She waved her hand, creating a magical circle and said, oh, keep this a secret. After all, we are in a student protection phase. This time, teleportation will really take you back to Keizen. Simon exclaimed, thank God. She continued, you can go now. See you in the next class, Simon. Simon replied, yes, sir. Then he walked towards the teleportation circle. See you later, Professor. A teaching assistant walked in and asked, how is the professor doing? What did Simon say? She replied, he declined. The teaching assistant said, how dared he decline? Professor, why don't we choose Hector instead? He has more talent in this subject. Honestly, I don't understand why you prefer Simon over him. She said, the boy is a genius. I have seen many geniuses at Keizen, but a genius like him is the first time. Simon closed the cabinet door. Tick asked, why are you back so late? Simon replied, I think there was a problem with the time teleportation. Dick continued, is that so? By the way, do you know what happened to me? You won't believe it. What happened? When I stepped into the teleportation circle, it felt like I was hit. My body was blocked by something. When I came to, I was in a place I didn't expect. So I was like, where is this? And it turned out to be Professor Bahed's office. The professor looked at me with an annoyed and slightly evil expression. Simon said, Professor Bahed teaches caterology. Dick replied, that's right. Simon asked, and then what? Dick continued, the teacher only asked me to clean the office. The seniors at Keizen told me that the professor often recruits students through such instant teleportation. Do you think when I will be chosen to become the official disciple of the teacher? Simon replied, it's possible. Dick went on, I never expected to become close to such a prominent figure at Keizen. You know what an official disciple is. From now on, your school path will be smooth, thanks to the professor's authority. Disciplinary issues and expulsion can also be avoided. Dick shouted out loud and danced in joy. Simon said, calm down. Dick excitedly replied, how can I calm down? Someone behind chimed in, I haven't heard a statement like that in a whole year. A humble commoner like you as the official disciple of Professor Bahed? Don't make me laugh. Dick turned and said, wow, this young master seems upset. You're supposed to be at the top, and the professor pays more attention to me, so you don't like it, do you? He continued, watch your mouth, you lowly merchant. Being a lowly merchant, I know your kind very well. I heard you got into trouble with the spirit and magical combat class. Do you think you're the only one facing difficulties? You and I are here, we are equal. Don't act like you have the privilege of receiving education from the Moore family. Isn't it you, not Malin, who knows nothing about this world? Hector roared, damn it, as he waved his hand to create a dark red magical circle surrounding Dick's body. Simon panicked, Dick, what's happening? Dick's limbs were lifted up. Hector growled, how dare a lowly fool like you? Then he swung his hand violently, slamming Dick against the wall. You only know how to talk like this. I will kill you. He squeezed Dick's throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. But Dick still dared to challenge, I dare you, as he raised his middle finger. One of Hector's companions turned to pull Hector's hand back. Let it go, Hector. You're going too far. You can't cast spells like this outside the classroom. But he was brushed off, causing them to tumble away. Shut up. Simon rushed in, kicking Hector in the face, but Hector managed to block the blow just in time. The two were thrown apart. Hector said, "Well then, I was wondering when you'd finally intervene, Simon Follentia." He growled and added, "This time, let's have a fair fight." A dark flame ignited in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, something flew toward Hector, stopping him. A burly man with a strong, muscular body full of scars and platinum hair approached and said, "Take it back before I snap both your necks." The man's aura radiated intense hostility, making the air around them grow heavy. Hector said, "Keizen and Volt, I didn't know you were still at this school." A classmate replied, "Hector, that's him, the one who got expelled for hitting another student. You must have heard that rumor." Hector said, "Whatever, let's go." He turned and threatened, "From now on, you two better watch out. I won't let it go next time." Simon turned to thank him. "Keizen, thank you for helping us." But Keizen appeared very cold and said, "You two, shut up." Then he turned away and shouted to the people gathered, "Get lost." Everyone moved aside and said, "I'm sorry." Simon said, "See, he's not a bad guy after all." Dick said, "Yeah, for sure." Dick packed his things into his bag and said, Finally it's the weekend. Simon, what are you planning to do this weekend?" Simon replied, "This weekend, I don't have any plans." Dick responded, "Boring, huh? Well, spending the weekend doing something is pretty important." Simon said, "It seems you have your own plans." Dick replied, "Of course. For me, the weekend schedule is even more important than the classes during the week." Simon asked curiously, "Why?" Dick answered, "I'm about to go to Rochester." Simon continued, "Rochester is that town down there? What are you planning to do down there?" Dick replied, "To make money, of course." Simon, confused, repeated, "Make money?" Dick continued, "You know how Keizen pays for students' living expenses. The higher the level, the less money you have. So I think I need to get a scholarship to have extra money, but I probably won't be able to get those grades. That's why I'm planning to use my skills as soon as possible. So we should find a way to make money too. Once the student protection phase ends, a professor won't provide class materials for free anymore." Simon said, "Really, Keizen's living expenses are enough for us, so the seniors have their own ways to make money. You're also interested in sommology, which is even harder than other majors." Simon was stunned for a moment and then replied, "I didn't realize we had to take care of all those extra things. Living in Keizen isn't easy at all." Dick said, "Why don't you wait until I get settled in Rochester? At least by then, I can arrange a job for you." Simon replied, "No need. It's only fair if I earn my own money." Dick responded, "You're quite disciplined about money, huh? Oh, I'll finish up tomorrow's schedule before I head back. See you later." Simon added, "You're leaving now. It's already late. What if the landlord catches you?" Dick said, "It's fine. Keizen can be strict, but each person has their own rights. As long as I don't get caught, that's what matters." He winked and said, "See you soon." Simon said, "All right." Then he thought, when he gets back, I have to go thank Keizen. But Keizen isn't here and Dick just left. What should I do? Then he popped a piece of cake into his mouth. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes was watching him from behind the door, staring in intently. He turned around, and it turned out to be Neftis. She smiled and said hello. He opened the door and asked, "How did you get here?" Neftis continued, "I just passed by." He replied with a shocked expression, speechless, "But this is the 4th floor, isn't it?" Then Neftis jumped into the room and sat down to eat. "This cake is really good." Simon said, "Go ahead and finish it." Neftis replied, "Really? That's great. I can't have sweets at home." She continued, "By the way, Simon, is this your first time at school? How do you feel?" Simon answered, "I'm very happy. The professor is super cool, everyone is kind, and the subjects are interesting too. I think I fit in this school more than I thought. To be honest, it was a bit challenging at first, but a friend at Keizen helped me a lot." Neftis added, "Oh, that's good then. I thought you must be struggling since you had to come here without any prior study. Talking to you like this really reminds me of when Richard was here." Simon panicked. "My dad?" "Yes, your dad. Richard was also a student at Keizen." Simon asked in surprise, "That's hard to believe, the father I know." Neftis continued, "Quite different, right? Richard was quite formidable. You were understanding, while he was a troublemaker, really a walking disaster. But he was also very smart. Richard often got into trouble for teasing the professors, and then he would try to skip class. There were a few times I had to drag him back myself." Simon was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. "Did my dad graduate?" Neftis replied, "No, he dropped out in his 2nd year. Richard said this school was too small for him, so he quit. There has never been a case like his at Keizen. He is a special case after all. Back then, I was young, so I couldn't handle him properly." Saying that, she flopped down on the bed and continued, "All right, I was young back then too. Anyway, Richard really did cause quite a stir on this island of Roke. If you look closely, there are still traces of your father." Simon was surprised. "Really?" Neftis continued, Watch closely. I'm sure your life at school will be interesting. I have to go now. I have an evening schedule. Simon asked, do you have to leave right away? Neftis replied, yes, if I'm late, I'll get scolded. We'll see each other again soon. Thank you for the snacks. Then Neftis opened the door and jumped down from the 4th floor. Goodbye. She tossed Simon a piece of paper. Simon wanted to call out, you dropped this. But Neftis was already gone. He thought, she must have left it for me on purpose. Then he opened it. Is this a treasure map? But why is there a skull drawn there? It should usually be a treasure, right? Simon remembered Neftis' words. Long ago, Richard really did stir up this island of Roke. If you look closely, there are still traces of your father. Suddenly, he picked up the bag beside him and said, Dick said as long as I don't get caught, it's fine, so I will go explore. The next day, he stood in a dark place, hesitantly saying, should I turn back while I still can? In front of him was an all-encompassing darkness with red eyes staring intently. He was sweating, then continued, no, I've been allowed to stay overnight for this. It would be a waste to go back now. He moved on and suddenly noticed an old sign that read, beware, there are monsters. He thought to himself, there are monsters in Leshel too, but I don't know what the monsters on Roke would be like. I should be more careful. Before the dark forest, amid the surrounding vegetation, he looked at the map and said, there is a canyon to the east and the outer wall of Keizen is to the west. All right, I'm going in the right direction. Suddenly he jumped at the sound of a growl. He stared intently at the source of the noise and said, is there a big beast? No, it sounds like... Suddenly a pair of bright red eyes appeared from the bushes. He shouted, a monster. Suddenly the monster jumped towards him and swung its claws at him. He was startled and said, so fast. What kind of monster is it? It's too quick. I can't see it in the dark. Suddenly he said, it's a werewolf. He then thought, looking at its size, it seems like it is not fully grown yet. If it were before coming to Keizen, I would have run away by now. Suddenly, a swarm of boneless rats ran in from somewhere. At his command, the rats obeyed and ran forward to grab 2 swords. Seeing this, a wolf growled and ran towards him. He took a fighting stance and said, he's getting close, advance. The rats jumped out, swords in hand, and slashed at the wolf. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. The rats had stabbed the wolf in the heart with the swords. He raised his hand and said, right now, recover. One of the rats pulled out the dagger and repeatedly stabbed the wolf in the heart. He shouted loudly, stab. The rats yelled, gah, and then struck hard at the wolf. He ran and said, this is my chance. He picked up the knife and stabbed the wolf fiercely. Sitting down, panting, he said, almost. Thinking back, this is my first battle in Keizen. Luckily, I practiced the Ratman's bone skills. If I had faced a monster in Leshel, I would have run away by now. And now I have defeated a werewolf in just 3 days in Keizen. He thought, how strong will I be if I can survive in Keizen for 3 years? He turned to the rats and said, wait, now is not the time to think about this. I have to clean this place up before the other monsters smell the blood and come running. Suddenly, the bone rat in front of him broke into pieces. He touched the rat's head and continued, it's too badly injured. Then he turned to the rat next to him and said, if we have to fight again, we won't win and be careful. He walked into a bush and said, here we are. Suddenly, an open area appeared. He said, there's nothing here, not even any weeds growing. The lack of growth means there must be something underneath here. Then he gave the oil lamp to the little mouse. In his hand, he held a shovel, happily saying, I'm glad I borrowed this before leaving the dorm. He dug down and hit a stone surface. He said, what is this? It's made of obsidian. Is this some sort of device? Suddenly, he dug out a hole and said, it fits my fist. Then he slowly reached his hand in and said, if this is some kind of device, then it should react to dark energy, right? Suddenly, a green light flickered up, accompanied by his surprised voice. Oh, it's reacting. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke appeared, forming stairs. He smiled and said, all right, let's go down and check it out. When they both stepped down, they found a gloomy room filled with dust. In front of them was a skull and a statue with strange inscriptions surrounded by branches. He and the little mouse descended the steps, looked around, and said, wow, what is this place? Some kind of ancient ruins. Suddenly, he touched the wall, wondering, this looks familiar. Oh, it's rune language. He touched and continued speaking. So this place is ancient ruins, right? Everywhere there are runes like this, it must be some kind of giant magical tool. Suddenly, the mouse beside him said, what is it? Did you find something? In front of him was a skull with a handprint on it. He touched it and thought, this, even though my knowledge about zombies is limited, this skull is definitely very old and dangerous. Suddenly, skeletons fell from nowhere, shocking both of them. He touched those skeletons and wondered, what are these things? He guessed, this is bone number 2. He fitted that bone into the skull. Surprisingly, it matched perfectly. He thought, I don't know how this zombie will react when it awakens. Perhaps it will try to harm me, but I still want to try to assemble it. He broke a bone and continued, yes, it's the right time to take a risk and do something. Suddenly, he struck down, saying, right now. A blue light illuminated the entire room. The skull glowed with blue light, and its eyes also shone, looking very terrifying. He exclaimed with joy, it's working. I have awakened a skeleton. Now the only thing left is. He looked at the skeleton and continued, all right, let's assemble it. Then he hung the skeleton on the wall, piecing it together while saying, good thing I focused on studying sommology. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to put this skeleton together all night. I'm not 100% sure, but its structure resembles human bones, so I know how to fit it back together. But it's so big. How come you already stood up with just 2 legs? If I had known you would do that, I would have attached the arms first. He fumbled and said, at least when putting the parts together, it looks pretty cool. It's about 2 meters tall. Oh, what should I do now? Suddenly, the skeleton detached itself, followed by laughter and the dungeon door closing. He shouted in panic, what is happening? Then green beams of light shot up, accompanied by clattering sounds. The skeleton surrounding him lit up and joyfully shouted, finally, we are back. He yelled, who dares disturb my slumber? Then he looked towards him and continued, you, that human, you are the one who awakened me, right? Speak your name. He said fearfully, it is Simon Follentia. He replied, what? You are from the Follentia family? Then he crossed his arms and continued, I see you are a descendant of Richard. He said, descendant seems a bit far-fetched, but yes, Richard is my father's name. I am the son of Richard Follentia. He paced back and forth and said, I find your dark energy quite familiar. Only Richard could have awakened me. He then asked, excuse me, but who are you? He stabbed the sword into the ground and said, me. Then he pulled the sword up again and said, I am Fear, the master of battalion. I once ruled the entire continent with your father. The boy gaped and said, you are the undead of my father. He then asked, now, let me ask you, who brought you here? He presented the map and said, Neftis Artbold is the one who told me about this place. He smiled. Ah, so that's it. If it's her, then it's very likely. He plunged the sword down again and said, all right, make a pact with me, Simon Follentia, and leave the battalion as well. He immediately asked, pact? He explained, the battalion will act according to your will and crush everything that stands in your way. All creatures will kneel at your feet and beg for mercy. However, you will have to follow the bloody path of destruction. That will become a part of your destiny. He raised his hand and said, now then, son of Richard, are you ready to start leading the battalion? Then his skull glowed. Suddenly he asked again, I don't know what role you play or what kind of undead you are, and this is also the first time I've heard about the battalion. Is this battalion you mentioned really powerful? He hesitated and said, you dare to question the power of the battalion without fear. That's indeed an excellent question, human. Very well, I will answer your question. My battalion is very strong enough to annihilate Keizen right here, right now. However, your father, the former commander, disbanded the battalion and I was sealed here. And you, the master of the battalion, have awakened me. My battalion can sense the breath of life once again. If you gather the disbanded forces of the battalion and restore its past power, no one on this continent can stand in your way. He fell silent and then said, all right, I agree to sign the pact. He pulled up the boy's shirt and said, that's a wise choice, human. Now then, split, crack. A green core shaped like a sphere appeared in the bony chest of Fear. Place your hand on my core. Simon brought his hand closer to the core. Fear continued. Once the contract is signed, your life will change completely. If you are afraid, there is still time to back out. There is nothing to fear. If you and your comrades really are my father's army, Simon replied to Fear. Then I will begin to sign the contract. A green flame ignited, dazzling Simon. Don't die on me, Simon Follentia, Fear said in a sinister tone. What? Simon was astonished by Fear's words. Wait a minute, Fear. What do you mean by that? Simon screamed as the bluish-black flames gradually consumed him. Dying. Simon muttered as the flames continued to take hold of him. Simon lay motionless on the bed. The skeleton beside Simon was restless. Fear exclaimed, ouch. Fear asked the skeleton, do you think your master is dead? The skeleton shook its head, making a click, click, click sound. Suddenly, Simon's eyes widened. What? Simon shot up, turning his head towards Fear and the skeleton. Fear said excitedly, oh ho, you're awake? What happened? What about the contract? Simon stammered, asking Fear. Fear replied, the contract has been successfully signed. Fear told Simon, feel the changes inside your body. Simon seemed a bit surprised, sensing something unusual in his body. Simon hesitantly replied, my core. Fear continued to ask, how does it feel? Your core is bigger and more stable now, right? Simon responded, that's right. At that moment, Simon felt a core with bluish-black energy flames surrounding it existing within his body. Simon replied, in the past, using dark energy for a little while would leave my body exhausted. But now, my body feels very comfortable, like I'm soaking in warm water. Simon raised his hand to his chest to feel the energy from the core. Fear growled, Well then, congratulations on becoming one of the 7 battalion commanders. Upon hearing this, Simon's face lit up and he stammered, Thank you. Suddenly, Simon felt dizzy and almost fell down. Fear advised him, don't overexert yourself. Your body has just gone through a major change. Simon rubbed his head, his face still dizzy. He thought, ouch, my head hurts too much. I guess I'll rest here for the night. It will be uncomfortable for a while. Fear interrupted Simon's thoughts. By the way, I have a question. Simon seemed to remember something and raised his hand to wave at Fear. Go ahead and ask. What is battalion? Fear looked very surprised by Simon's question. Then, Fear seemed angry and shouted at Simon, you signed a contract with me and you don't even know what battalion is. Simon covered his ears and yelled, I told you I didn't know. Fear raised his hand to cover his forehead, looking very disappointed. Can't believe it. We are certainly going to spend quite a bit of time figuring out what kind of person you are. Fear sat down across from Simon and spoke in a lowered voice. All right, I will explain. Before I begin, how much do you know about zombies? Simon replied, well, about the same as a first-year student who hasn't had any preparatory study at Keizen. Fear was both surprised and pleased. Ha! A new student daring to come here, truly the son of Richard. Simon could only close his eyes and laugh it off. Okay, I will explain in a way that suits your level. Fear continued. First, the zombies in this world can be divided into 3 types. Summoned zombies, natural zombies, and battalion. Fear raised 3 fingers as he spoke. First, all the zombies that necromancers like you control are called summoned zombies, such as Lorraine Archbold and the Skeleton Army, or Simon and his mouse-shaped skeleton. They are created from magic and will move according to the commands of the summoner. Fear continued. It will disappear after a period of time or when the magic wears off. The blue eyes of the mouse skeleton that Simon controlled seemed to be full of sorrow. Natural zombies are created without the need for necromancers or magic. When people think of zombies, they often think of this type. Fear continued. It can be understood that these are the kinds of zombies that people can most easily imagine. Red eyes, disheveled bodies, decay. Due to their blind hatred towards the living and their aggressive nature, natural zombies are classified by humans as monsters. Upon hearing this, Simon nodded in understanding. Aha! And finally, but no less importantly, battalion, Fear patted his chest, indicating that he was also a battalion. He continued, it can be said that we are situated between summoned zombies and natural zombies. Battalions resemble zombies in that we can sustain ourselves through our own cores. Fear pointed to his chest, but we also resemble summoned zombies in that we will obey the commands of necromancers or higher-ranked zombies. Simon gently replied, I understand now. Fear continued, in this world there are exactly 7 battalions, or in other words, there are only 7 necromancers who can control the battalions, and you are one of those 7. Fear pointed at Simon. His face became serious with a hint of pride. Basically, a necromancer will lead a squad of zombies. As their summoning skills improve, the size of their army will also increase. Fear continued to explain, I have seen a fleet of battalions before, but there aren't many. Fear waved his 2 fingers and added. Simon asked back, really? Simon wide-eyed asked, what about the necromancers who graduated from Keizen? Surely there must be many high-level necromancers from Keizen, right? Fear coldly replied, yes. Fear explained further, those high-level necromancers can command a legion of zombies, but usually they are not very effective. Simon scratched his chin, wondering, really? Why is that? Fear asked Simon back, I just told you that all the zombies controlled by necromancers are considered summoned types, right? Simon replied, yes. Fear explained more clearly, the summoned zombies move using dark energy from the summoner. Fear nodded and continued explaining, both summoning and controlling zombies consume a large amount of dark energy and mental power. So clearly, if the numbers increase, the burden on them becomes greater. Simon just patted the mouse skeleton's head, excited as if he fully understood everything Fear was saying. Aha. Oh, speaking of which, one of my skeletons was destroyed on the way here. So that's the reason for the pain. Simon questioned, remembering the battle when his skeleton was shattered, feeling a slight ache in his head at that moment. Yes, that's also the reason. Fear clarified for Simon. The undead are summoned, and the necromancer is connected to them. Significant damage will impose a burden on the summoner, Fear said while tapping his fingers on his head, making a tap, tap sound. However, the undead of Battalion move autonomously with their own magic. Moreover, battalion has no limits. Fear crossed his arms seriously and spoke with great pride. This allows you to control an unlimited number of undead. Whether it's thousands or millions of undead, it doesn't matter. Fear further asked, have you heard about a necromancer leading a massive army of undead? Simon replied, I've heard. Fear continued, so that must be the story about the commander of the battalion. Simon let out a soft, oh. Simon hesitated to ask, looking somewhat embarrassed. So what you mean is, I've just become one of the 7 necromancers who can summon an unlimited number of undead. Fear replied coldly, yes. You have no more questions, do you? Simon clenched his fist and confidently responded, thank you, Fear. Fear scratched his chin. Now, the contract has been successfully signed. Whether we like it or not, we are in the same boat now. Should we discuss future plans? Simon replied, all right, Fear. Fear continued to scratch his chin, bringing his skeletal face closer to Simon. Both you and I are in special circumstances. You said you are a new student at Keizen, right? Simon continued, yes. Do you intend to drop out of Keizen? Not now. That would go against my father's wishes, and I still have so much to learn. The mouse skeleton let out a faint sound as Simon spoke. That's good. I agree that Keizen has values that you can take advantage of. Simon sat cross-legged opposite Fear and said, but what about your special circumstances? Fear scratched his head. My special circumstances? That's one thing, but there's something even more important. Simon joked, is it the fact that the battalion was disbanded? Fear spoke sternly. Currently, our battalion is the common enemy of the Necromancers. To put it simply, we are wanted criminals. Simon's face was stunned, both surprised and confused by Fear's words. We are wanted for a crime committed by the former commander, your father, Fear said while thinking of Richard Follentia. A crime? What crime? Simon began to stammer. I'm sorry for not being able to tell you earlier, but your father cannot enter the territory of the kingdom of Dresden. It's a long story. Simon recalled his father's words and asked, Fear, when my father let me out of the car, he said he couldn't enter the territory of the kingdom of Dresden. Could it be because, without waiting for Simon to finish his question, Fear replied, yeah, I think that's the reason. So what crime is that? Fear's face seemed pensive as he heard Simon's question. Fear continued to explain, it is an unforgivable crime in the world of magic, and our battalion has also been complicit in that crime. Fear and Simon exchanged dialogue. That crime is betrayal. Simon opened his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Fear continued, Richard fell in love with a priestess. At that time, the 100-year war between necromancers and priests was still ongoing. Richard and the priestess stood embraced in a sea of flames from the battle. Even during the most sensitive moments, Richard ordered the battalion to protect his beloved. That order was to attack the necromancers to kill her. At that moment, the battle between the necromancers and Fear's battalion was extremely fierce. Many necromancers were killed by our battalion, so it was only natural that they ordered the extermination of our battalion. Fear went on, and that order remains in effect even though our battalion has been disbanded. This is why we cannot appear publicly, Fear explained. Simon asked, so, Fear, do you hate my father? Fear slammed his hand on the ground in anger. Hate. Such a weak emotion doesn't exist in battalion. Fear threatened Simon. Of course, if his son does that damn thing again, I will be very upset. Simon chuckled. Ha ha. Fear waved his hand to dispel the tense atmosphere. Anyway, you don't need to feel guilty about that. It was Richard's wish, your father, and also our former commander. Fear shook his head as he spoke. Yes, it was the wish of that weird bastard. Simon was surprised. That bastard? Why should I hide it? He is the most despicable, lowly scum. He makes the girls cry every day, pisses off the professors, and skipping classes is probably the least of it. Simon felt a strange familiarity. A girl had said, what did I tell you? I get it now. That bastard has a son. Fear crossed his arms, speaking coldly and gravely. Wait, his son? Why have I never thought about that? Fear cupped his head in disbelief as he realized the truth. Huh? Simon gently asked. What? You said you are Richard's son, right? So that means... Fear was still trying to come to terms with it. Simon smiled brightly with squinted eyes, placing his hand on his face to introduce himself. Ah, yes, you've guessed correctly. My mother is Anna Follentia. At this moment, Fear felt like he was shattering into pieces. Fear shouted loudly, both angry and surprised. What did you say? Fear held his head and shouted as he realized the truth. It's disgusting. You are the son of my friend and my enemy. How could this happen? Despite Fear's continuous shouting, Simon made a cute face and cleared his throat. A.M. Darling, dinner is ready now. Simon mimicked his mother's cute actions from before to tease Fear. At this point, Fear could only cover his ears, close his eyes, and scream. Or do you want to take a shower first? Stop it, nightmare. I will have nightmares, you evil creature. Get out of my head. Fear screamed in despair. Why? Fear lay on the ground, holding his head in agony while Simon chuckled with delight. I am looking forward to working with you, Fear. Simon still used that tone. Don't laugh like that crazy woman, you damn kid. Fear felt very helpless at that moment. All right, anyway, you don't have the right to choose who gives birth to you. Let's get back to the main issue. Fear lowered his voice. Yes. From now on, absorb the knowledge that Keizen imparts to you and become stronger. Don't let anyone know you possess that army. Fear snapped his fingers and said seriously. Simon wondered, why? Because you are the son of Richard. The adults will be very shocked about you and Richard, Fear said while pointing at Simon. More importantly, what do you think the other necromancers will think when they hear that a first-year student from Keizen possesses an army? Fear touched Simon's forehead, and Simon said, Oh, do you mean that those stronger necromancers will hunt me down? Simon asked. Yes, at that time, what will you need? Fear crossed his arms and said seriously, To become stronger, Simon replied gravely. Fear explained, Exactly, kid. So learn everything necessary at Keizen. The army will gradually restore its former glory. After everything was explained, Simon understood all about the battalion. Fear waved at the mouse skeleton next to Simon. Now we need a way to control the battalion based on each specific situation. Who will teach you how to use this? Come closer, kid. Simon asked, Yes, what is it? Fear pointed his thumb at him. The mouse skeleton seemed to understand something. They were communicating in some sort of special language. After their conversation, the mouse skeleton made some strange gestures. A reddish light gradually began to emit. Simon let out a lantern appeared in the mouse skeleton's hands. Simon exclaimed, Oh, in surprise and asked Fear, Can you control my skeleton? Of course. We are now sharing dark energy, so all the undead summoned through your dark energy belong to the Legion. Fear replied with a sinister expression, and the mouse skeleton did the same. You are the supreme leader of the Legion, while I hold the second-in-command authority. However, these undead have not yet been unified with the Legion. Simon repeated perplexedly, Unified with the Legion? Fear placed his hand on the skeletal mouse's head. Yes, look here. It seemed he was performing some kind of magic. A massive surge of dark blue energy emanated from the skeletal mouse. An energy sphere enveloped the skeleton, much to Simon's astonishment. The energy sphere gradually dissipated. The skeletal mouse floated in midair, still surrounded by a small amount of dark blue energy. Fear introduced to Simon, This is emerged undead. Simon questioned, Really? It looks no different from before. The skeletal mouse shook its head. Suddenly, the eyes of the skeleton ignited with two flames of dark blue. Fear explained, Simply put, it will allow the undead to be summoned as an independent entity. Simon wondered, So does that mean this mouse has a mana core now? Yes. Noticing Simon was about to ask something, Fear waved his hand. No, you don't need to merge all the undead. Unless the undead can last as long as I do, the summoned undead will be more effective in actual combat. That's basic knowledge. Set that aside and just use the summoned undead in school as usual. Fear continued, If the zombies run out of their lifespan or are killed, bring them to me. I will merge them into the army and deploy them here. If the wounds are not too severe, they can recover by themselves here. The mouse skeleton suddenly raised its hand as if it wanted to say something. Simon was satisfied. Oh, this will work. Fear said, Good, now you will gradually become stronger. If you can summon outstanding undead, the army's power will also increase. Simon replied, and he and Fear high-fived in celebration of their perfect cooperation. Yes, of course. The mouse skeleton wagged its tail happily. Simon voiced, By the way, it seems to behave more like a real animal. The mouse skeleton turned away. Fear commented, It shares characteristics with natural zombies, but since you have control, it will rush to you immediately if summoned. Fear then asked, How long have you been in Keizen? Simon answered, Only 3 days. Got it, it won't be long now. Fear continued, In a few days, the first-year students of Keizen will receive their missions. You can teleport to Roke Island or across the entire continent. Simon gaped as he heard Fear finish talking. When that time comes, I will go with you. That way, you will have the opportunity to control the army and gather forces scattered throughout the continent. Fear said while thinking about the members of his army. Simon asked further, You seem to know a lot about Keizen, don't you? Of course, I have observed your father's entire life in Keizen. I have also watched how your father commanded the army. Would you like to hear about it? Fear scratched his chin, asking as if inviting. Simon replied, Yes, very much so. Simon continued to ask, So why do the zombies resist the one who summoned them? Fear drew some sketches to illustrate what he was saying, because the summoner lacks understanding of the zombies. You cannot judge zombies with common sense. What drives the zombies to act is hellish faith. Simon wondered and asked back, Hellish faith? Fear explained, in human terms, it is probably equivalent to the concept. For example, if there is someone you absolutely hate along with your anger. Several times a day, you continuously wish that you could kill him. Then the zombie will remember your concept. As Simon listened, he imagined what Fear was explaining. Wait, does that mean? Fear confirmed, yes. Then the zombie will attack that person even when you are not nearby. Even when you no longer think about that person or completely forget, the zombie will still remember that hatred and pursue that person for life. Simon thought again about the prospect of having to prevent the mouse skeleton from attacking that person. No, it can't be. I will keep warning you, so you don't need to worry. This will also help you understand many issues from the perspective of the undead. Fear reassured Simon as he looked at the mouse skeleton with fear causing him to sweat. Thank you, Fear. It really helps. Speaking of this topic, I will also teach you how to command the undead to attack. First, the most important thing is your intent, regardless of what the target is. Fear stood upright, hands on hips, and said seriously. I'm a bit confused, Simon replied, my intent. Fear instructed Simon. For example, pretend the wall behind you is the enemy. Try it. Hate the wall more than anything. Okay, Simon replied. Then he and the mouse skeleton focused their gaze on the wall. Fear continued to provoke Simon. You need to project the intention of revenge for your parents onto that wall. It is also the one who killed the person you love. Come on, destroy it, tear it apart, enemy of the people and a demon. At this moment, the eyes of the mouse skeleton gradually brightened, and it let out a soft sound. Suddenly, the mouse skeleton let out a loud scream. Fear commanded, bathe in its blood. Kill it. Immediately, the mouse skeleton charged toward the wall, crashing into it with a loud sound. Die, it must not live. The mouse skeleton continuously attacked the wall with each incitement from Fear. It is not allowed to exist. Tear it into millions of pieces until it screams in agony. The mouse skeleton became more and more aggressive in its attacks. Simon was now soaked with sweat. Simon, I may be using slightly excessive language for you to understand better, but the most important thing is still your concept. A top necromancer can convey the exact idea even when issuing the smallest commands. And above all, think about anger, hatred, and killing intent. The mouse skeleton was still not stopping its assault on the wall. Those negative emotions were much stronger, and the wall was gradually being broken down. Fear encouraged Simon. Now try to stop it. You're the commander after all. Okay, stop. You can stop now. Simon ordered the mouse skeleton that was continuously attacking the wall to halt. I said stop. Simon shouted loudly. Stop it right now. Simon shouted even louder while Fear remained silently watching. Simon yelled angrily, stop. Can't you hear what I'm saying? The mouse skeleton still did not cease its actions. Simon gritted his teeth, sweating. I don't know how to stop it. Simon gritted his teeth even harder. Stop! Simon commanded decisively. His shout seemed to carry an immense dark energy. The mouse skeleton appeared to be affected. If you disobey my command one more time, I won't let it slide. Simon's voice now had a tremendous dark energy. Look at that. It just used an absolute command. Fear thought to himself, pleased as he watched Simon. You're not some country bumpkin, are you? What kind of monster did you give birth to, Richard? Fear thought with a mix of fear and excitement. Simon gently lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear at his own abilities, and said to Fear, I really am awful, aren't I? He continued, I can't even control my own zombie. Beside the wall, the zombie was still swaying back and forth, its indifferent eyes still glinting. Suddenly, Fear said, No, you're doing well. Simon widened his eyes, surprised by Fear's compliment. Fear continued, but on the battlefield, there's no room for failure, so practice moving the zombie with a single command. He quickly replied, Okay, Fear. Fear helped Simon to his feet. He stumbled as he walked and said, Oops. Fear responded, It's because you're tense. Besides, what you just witnessed is quite shocking. He chuckled. Ha ha. Finally, he plopped down and said, Let me rest for a bit before heading back to Keizen. I only have one day out. Fear asked him, Is that so? Then take this kid. He reached out to catch it and asked, What is this? Fear replied, You'll need a means to communicate with me when you return to Keizen. In your hands right now is a small skull-shaped badge engraved with the word Fear below it. Fear continued, This is my avatar. You curiously touched it, feeling it was very soft. Fear said, With it, you can talk to me whenever you want. Don't hesitate to call me when you're in trouble. You replied, Yes. Thank you, Fear. The voices of the two echoed in the dark forest at night. You said, Then I will drop by again next weekend. Fear found this reasonable and responded, All right, I look forward to your new achievements after that week. You said goodbye. The badge that Fear gave you was pinned to your chest. With a clang, you said, Ha ha ha, it's been a while since I've set foot in Keizen. Fear continued, You mentioned you are still at the student protection phase, right? I look forward to seeing how everything unfolds. Your vacant gaze replied, Is that so? Like what, for example? The skull on the badge furrowed its brow in thought and said, For instance, and continued, the dreadful exam in front of you. It turned out Simon was taking an exam at that moment. You were struggling with it, gritting your teeth, not knowing how to articulate your feelings. Returning to the night before, Edvold was having a short nap when a voice suddenly rang out, "All right then." Dick gently adjusted his glasses and said, "The meeting is starting." Simon nervously replied, "I'm listening, Dick." He continued, pointing to the schedule on the table and said, "Firstly, next Monday, we have our morning and afternoon classes on introductory black magic." Then he elaborated, "In that, there's one particularly infamous thing." He mysteriously pointed at himself, hesitating to say, "It's the group project." He listened seriously as he spoke. After forming groups, those groups will be kept until the end of the semester. So this is a matter of survival for us at Keizen. 4 pawns from a chess game suddenly appeared to illustrate Dick's words. First and most importantly, a group must have 4 members. The more diverse our skills, the better. He crossed his arms and remarked, "As for me, I'm average in all subjects, with only darkness dynamics being slightly better." Then he asked Simon, "And you find sommology to be your strongest subject, right?" Simon replied, "That's correct." Dick continued, "All right, even if it's just the 2 of us, balance is still good." He explained further, "We study a total of 9 subjects: caterology, darkness dynamics, summonology, spiritology, hematology, toxicology, magical combat." He hesitated before continuing, "And then there is the elementary defense against and black magic." He pointed to the picture of the zombie in the notebook and said, "Among the subjects, caterology, darkness dynamics, and summonology account for a very large percentage of the marks in the final exam. Therefore, these 3 subjects are called the 3 studies of necromancers." Simon replied to Dick, "Ah, so 2 out of the 3 subjects are manageable for us. You understand darkness dynamics, and I know summonology." He responded, "Yes, so we need to recruit someone skilled in caterology." He then asked, "What about the others?" Dick circled the subjects and clarified, "Spiritology, hematology, toxicology, and magical combat, as well as elementary defense against and black magic are minor subjects. We cannot register them as majors, so we will skip those." Dick continued, "Most of the kids who like magical combat tend to focus only on this subject. Their scores in other subjects are typically extremely low, so we have to exclude them." Dick contemplated and said, "As for those who intend to specialize in caterology, they usually excel in defense. It seems they have a very good understanding of the enemy. Similarly, the subject of hematology has similarities with toxicology. So many students will study both in parallel." Dick's words made him anxious, and he asked, "Do I have to know all the knowledge?" Dick replied, "Of course you do." Then Dick picked up the paper and smirked at him. "So we need to recruit those kids on this list. If one doesn't work out, there will be another. And we have to point out that our group has a top student from the special selection round. Do you understand?" He nodded and replied, "All right." The 2 raised their hands high, determined. He then shouted, "Let's win quickly." After that, he echoed, "For our victory." However, reality was harsh. The test paper was still on the table, and he held both hands to his forehead, murmuring, "Victory?" Dick, sitting behind, muttered, "Why is she in the first-year class?" He curiously asked, "Who is she?" The scene shifts to an image of a short-haired girl holding a notebook, her serious face looking down. He immediately explains, "Jane Olivia. She is the vice principal of Keizen. A mobile nightmare. She even expels 3rd-year students." Suddenly, a voice echoes, "Dick Hayward," startling him into saying, "Eek." The vice principal glances up and says, "Mr. Hayward, you never know what life has in store. If you say any more, I will consider it cheating and cancel your exam." He replies, "I'm sorry." Everyone quietly glances at him, not knowing what else to say, but, Perhaps understanding the student's curiosity, the vice principal says, just like Hayward. The rest of you must be wondering why I'm here." The vice principal stands at the podium, one hand on her hip and the other on the desk, explaining, "As you know, I have only taught 3rd-year students until now, so some of you might think I am a temporary teacher. But this semester, I will be in charge of Class 1A. She slightly turns her head and continues, "I hope you all make an effort not to disappoint me with your very lacking skills." Feeling that she has said enough, the vice principal adds, "Now let's just focus on finishing the test." The students reply, "Yes, ma'am." He read while writing, but in the end he sighed. "I don't understand a single sentence." Then he started to think aimlessly. "All right, this is the reality. Even if there are a few favorable matters, despite having my father's legion of zombies in hand." He rested his head on his hand, grumbling, "That doesn't mean it will be easy to adapt in Keizen." Closing his eyes, he thought, "But you can't give up without trying." He resolved to turn the test over, thinking, "I will do my best until time is up." Finally, the 2 ding-ding sounds rang out, signaling the end of the time. The vice principal immediately addressed the class. "I hope you all did well on the test." Then she added, "I'll see you all 2 hours after lunch. You've worked hard." Everyone began to get up from the classroom. The vice principal took a red pen, looked up at the tests, and said, "All right, let's grade the papers." Everyone replied, "Yes, professor." Each person sat down to grade, while the principal stood by, chuckling. While Olivia was grading the tests, Artbold walked back and forth laughing. Suddenly a voice rang out, "What breeze brought you here?" Neftis laughed and replied, "I came to visit with Olivia." Olivia looked at Neftis with an expressionless face, then hit Neftis on the head and warned, "Don't cause any distractions." Neftis cried out in pain, "Ow." Olivia looked at everyone and said, "You all go to the empty room to finish grading, okay?" They immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." Neftis then complained, "When I met you in the slums, you were clearly such an innocent and lovely girl." Olivia responded, "That innocent girl has turned into this because I have to stress myself out working too hard every day." Then Olivia sighed softly, "Since we are here anyway, why don't you grade the papers?" Neftis glanced at Olivia, making a sound. Grr. Neftis asked, why are all these names covered up?" Olivia explained, "I covered them to grade." Then Olivia continued grading and explained, "Because the names could bias my grading." Neftis said, "It's just the first test of the semester. That's a bit excessive. I'm really scared of you, Olivia." Olivia replied, "Even though it's just one test, there are still a few interesting points among them. For example, the test that you are scribbling on." Olivia continued, "This student answered the second question correctly, which is about toxicity in the ingredients, but got the comparison question below wrong." Neftis flipped it over and grumbled, "I see it too really foolish. It makes me curious about this person's name." Olivia continued, "But this answer is completely opposite." She held up the test as she spoke. "This student got most of the basic questions wrong, but dared to answer question 20, which is the hardest one." Neftis asked, "Really?" Olivia explained further, "The formulas they use are incorrect and all over the place. The ancient rune for darkness dynamics, the instant skeleton equation for sommology, the exhaust calculation for caterology. They're all wrong in various ways." Neftis was surprised. Olivia continued, "Based on the formulas this student used, it's clear they haven't learned the previous lessons but only combined and deduced answers based on last week's lessons." Neftis picked up the test in question. Did this student use summing formulas to answer a question related to dark flow calculations? Does this student really think the level of resistance will be directly proportional to the dark loss? Olivia replied, "Perhaps so." Neftis asked again, "What about this answer then?" Olivia pointed at the paper and said, "Using the Teron theorem, the answer is precisely 1.2. But this student wrote," she paused and continued, 1,200,140 sticks. This is not the correct answer for this question, but that student could deduce a close enough result. Olivia took the test back and asked Neftis again, "Neftis, I want to ask you something." Olivia tore off the paper covering the name and asked, "Why did you assign me to the first year class?" and held up the paper saying, "Not any other class. But it had to be the class with this kid." Neftis glanced at her and smiled slightly. Neftis replied, "Hey, I don't know what you're talking about." Olivia looked at Neftis seriously and didn't know what to say. And finally, Olivia sighed, thinking, "I knew it. She's as cunning as a 300-year-old fox." The final scores were also posted, and students clamored excitedly. "Kaya, I got 85 in caterology." Or others complained, damn it, hematology brought my average down." Dick and Simon came to check it out too. The two looked at the scores and sighed. Dick said, "Wow, they already graded it." Simon replied, "True." Someone joyfully exclaimed, "Whoa, my average is over 80 now." The complaints echoed. One person said, "Damn it, should I switch majors?" Or someone who hasn't checked their grade said, "Let's see, my grade is." Then someone who saw their grade said, "My grade is right there." Or someone complained, "Hey, why are so many answers in Magical Combat 5? I really shouldn't change my answers." Next, Simon's grades appeared with caterology 40, hematology 20, darkness dynamics 33, toxicology 20, summonology 76, magical combat 43, spiritology 25, defense against 40. Simon closed his eyes and said to Dick, "Even though I was mentally prepared, seeing the result like this is still really heartbreaking." Dick replied, "Hey, but your summonology score is very high. Not attending the previous classes and still getting this result is impressive." Dick patted him on the back and continued, "I mentioned yesterday, specializing in one field is better. Being good at one thing is better than being average in everything." Simon asked back, "Really? What about you? Are your scores all right?" Dick answered, "Darkness dynamics is the highest, 74 points. The other subjects are all around 60 to 70, so the average should be about 70 points. He looked at Dick with admiration and said, "You're really smart." It feels like a betrayal. Dick immediately rebutted, "Not really. I only study enough to avoid getting expelled." Then he continued, "By the way, there's a bit of a problem with our plan." Simon asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "The scores of all students were announced on the very first lesson of the day." Dick looked at the board and continued, "Our plan is only effective before this information is announced." Dick was worried and said, "Now that we have the scores, everyone can assess their own abilities." Dick explained, "If we're not lucky, recruiting even a single kid will be extremely difficult." He was surprised. "Oh." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Attention." Ms. Olivia walked in and said, "I will give you 30 minutes from now." Olivia announced, "Check the scores and form groups of 4. Everyone looked puzzled. Olivia continued, "Except in special cases, otherwise, your groups will be maintained until the end of the term." Olivia went on, "From now on, basic darkness dynamics will be taught in groups, and there will be group assignments that can only be accomplished through the cooperation of all members." Dick and Simon looked around anxiously. Ms. Olivia was still announcing, "You will receive individual scores and separate group scores. Of course, points will be deducted if you do not demonstrate good teamworking attitude, regardless of how skilled you are." Olivia said seriously, "This means you need to choose the right teammates, understood?" After hearing the announcement, all the students were confused. Someone shouted loudly, "Is Jasmine here?" Another person yelled, "I need to find 3 people good at caterology and darkness dynamics with a score of 60 or above." There was also someone who continued to ask loudly, "Is there anyone who will let me join their group? I'm good at spiritology." Everyone was frantically searching for teammates. One person shouted, "Let me join. I have an average score of 60. Another yelled, "Magical combat. Does anyone need someone who is good at magical combat?" And he was still standing in the midst of the crowd thinking. Dick said he would go invite James, our number 1 priority, while Claudia was priority number 2. Then he turned back and thought, "Tan it, she already has a group." He then looked elsewhere and thought, "So Rosenthal is number 3. He realized and remarked, "Rosenthal and Catherine, priority number 4, are already in the same group." He reassured himself, "All right, stay calm." He considered everyone is rushing because of the 30-minute time limit. You started looking around while thinking, the most needed person right now is someone good at caterology. You glance around anxiously, thinking, and most groups have about 3 members with average scores. The top students are still observing the situation. You observed and then began to make a decision. So the choice I should make right now is, you approached a girl sitting nearby and seriously said, "Malin Villain, I would like to invite you to join our group." Everyone who heard that statement couldn't believe it, thinking, he'd just invite Malin. She's the only one with an average score over 90. Malin looked at you, amused, and said, "That's funny. Do you think getting special admission is a free pass? That just shows you have connections." Malin continued, "And I only believe in the numbers right in front of me. You want to invite me to be in the same group as you, someone with an average score of 30? Hearing that, everyone was even more astonished. You replied, "Yes." Malin went on, "I see that you're quite good at sommology. That's the only score of 80 you have." People began to chatter excitedly. A person with a 30 score inviting someone with a 90. Then they commented on you. "He's so reckless." Your voice rang out again. "So are you." Malin frowned and retorted, "But my score is higher than yours." You replied, "I know. So let's make a bet." You said seriously, "1 month, give me 1 month, and I will surpass you in sommology. If I can't, then I will leave Keizen." Hearing your bet, Malin was astonished and said, "What?" Malin slammed the table and said, "You are crazy. Take back what you said if you don't want to hurt yourself." But you confidently reiterated, "No, I'm just stating what I can do." Malin was amazed by that confidence. A sound of hay echoed. The two kept a certain silence. Malin sat down and thought for a moment, "I need to maintain my position at the top of the class this semester, no matter what." Then she thought of the person who could take her place at any time. The biggest obstacle to that is Hector. I can beat him in the written exam, but not in practical combat and performance evaluation. Malin drummed her fingers on the table, pondering. To defeat him, I need to win the group project. That means I need someone skilled in sommology, only subject where I'm still weak. Malin drifted off thinking about his actions. The number 1 special admission student, Simon Follentia, who defeated Hector without having attended the previous classes. Malin looked around, weighing her options carefully. Should I look for another student with over 80 points in sommology, or gamble on this special admission student who has already beaten Hector? Finally, Malin made her decision. She said, "The promise you just mentioned." Malin asked seriously, "Are you sure you will keep your word?" He replied, "Yes." Simon confidently reached out his hand, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, I will keep my word." Malin hesitated as she looked at the outstretched hand, then finally shook his hand, accepting, saying, "All right, I will join your group." Seeing this, Dick jumped in and hugged Simon tightly, exclaiming, "Simon, you really are the solution to all the problems. How did you manage to get Malin to join?" Malin asked, "Wait, who are you?" Simon repeated what he had just said. I just invited you to our group. He reassured her, but don't worry, we have a D rank and S rank in caterology and darkness dynamics. She bowed her head and slapped her forehead, saying, "Oh my." Malin reluctantly accepted the reality, only stating, "Okay, I will do my best then, but I won't forgive you if you get in my way, especially you, free rider." Dick heard this, pouted, and said, "What free rider? That's too harsh." Simon just laughed, "Ha ha ha." Because the blonde mentioned that someone was already taking care of darkness dynamics and caterology, she would be responsible for caterology as it needed KDS distribution. To be sure, she asked for his darkness dynamics score. After hearing it, she felt it wasn't bad. His group still needed one more member, so the blonde asked her what kind of person should be chosen. She felt confident in her abilities and thought there was no need to look for anyone else, but since it was mandatory, she suggested picking someone who could handle hematology because that subject was time-consuming and required a lot of calculations. After hearing that, the blonde quickly went off to find someone looking quite confident. Once he left, only she and Simon remained, and everyone around them began to discuss the unusual pairing of a special recruit and the top student in the same group. She turned to ask about his family and learned that he was the heir baron in the kingdom of Baldwin. Then he asked her back about herself. When she heard his question, she responded with dissatisfaction, but after a few sentences, she requested to stop with a friendly look. Simon thought to himself, if he had known, he wouldn't have asked. Noble families are really complicated. Just then, the blonde returned with a friend. Her friend's name was Camabora's Ursula, who scored 84 points in hematology, exactly what the group was looking for. She carefully greeted and thanked everyone for letting her join the group. Malin Villine seemed to remember something and asked Cammy to confirm if she was from the Great Vampire Clan. Dick was startled to hear that there was a Lady Ursula in Keizen, who he had never heard of. Seeing this, Cammy hesitated and said that her mother was a commoner, leaving everyone in shock. Simon thought, so she is the illegitimate daughter of the vampire clan, and her family background is not much different from his own. Seeing this, the blonde also began to talk about his family. He was a commoner, the son of a merchant from the White Cow Merchant Group. Cammy unexpectedly asked if that was one of the largest trading guilds. He lowered his voice and said, I am the third son out of 8. The eldest brother is the heir, so everything is invested in him. As a result, I am just a child placed wherever my parents see fit. I am attending Keizen because they think I have a talent for darkness dynamics. Additionally, I am on a mission to identify the needs of the necromancers and research the market, so going to Rochester is even more important. I plan to graduate from Keizen properly and establish a trade guild under my name in Rochester, making my father change his view of me. Then the teaching assistant approached and announced that they would be Group 7 and asked them to fill in the names of the subjects they focused on, along with the most important task of selecting a group leader. As everyone predicted, Malin was indeed the group leader. After submitting the form, a dispute erupted from a distance. 3 individuals following darkness dynamics intended to form a group, which surprised everyone. Seeing this, Dick said, it is no surprise that the basic darkness dynamics assessment is based on all 8 subjects, so the group needs to have 4 people with different expertise. If you are too close with many people in the group, it will be difficult to bring more people into the group just like them. Seeing that Simon seemed to pity them, Dick advised him to ignore it, because during the protection phase, students will have plenty of such situations. If they don't compete fiercely, they will be left behind, and in Keizen, being left behind means being out for good. Malin felt, why do you feel sorry for them when they lack both skill and preparation? When time was up, the professor entered and asked the students without groups to step up to the podium. Seeing them frustrated, the professor said, a difficult start does not mean an unfavorable ending. The professor wanted those students to remember this feeling and sent them back to their seats. Then she announced that there would be an evaluation session in the first class of Introduction to Darkness Dynamics, where the students would have to fight a monster called Cyclops. As soon as the announcement was made, the students below began to chatter noisily. A Cyclops? With our current level, can we really defeat it? Ms. Jane spoke up to calm the class. Quiet, I will explain the rules. Next, she in a detail. You will have to go down into the dungeon underneath Keizen with your group partner to defeat a Cyclops. But only one student is allowed to fight the Cyclops directly. The other 3 members must stay in one place to support the fighting student or weaken a monster to assist. Ms. Jane crossed her arms and continued seriously. Of course, skills that caused hindrance, such as fatigue, dazzling skills are allowed, as well as blood loss skills from hematology and poisoning skills from toxicology. Fighting by summoning creatures is also permitted. However, directly casting attack magic by necromancers, including such spells, will be prohibited. You can refer to the materials provided for more detailed guidance. Dick frowned thoughtfully, while Cammy showed a hint of worry. Combat members will be required to wear a protective vest that is enchanted for protection. In contrast, Malin was filled with excitement as she listened. Ms. Jane continued, we will score based on whether you successfully hunt the Cyclops, along with your hunting time, stability, teamwork among members, creativity, and the level of completion of black magic. To successfully defeat the Cyclops, you will need to maximize your strength until the exam begins. Ms. Jane added, the explanation part ends here. Does anyone have any questions? A student immediately raised their hand and stood up to ask, I'm Jane Victoria. Will we be fighting a real Cyclops, or will this assessment use Keizen's simulation system to create virtual battles? Hearing this, Ms. Jane seemed to remember something. They are all living Cyclops that have just been captured from the west of the continent. Oh, your question reminds me of something. She clarified directly, before starting the exam, all of you must sign a waiver form to forfeit your lives. This left the whole class in shock. She asked again, any other questions? Another worried blonde boy stood up to ask, I'm Scott Schneider. What happens if we fail to defeat the Cyclops? Ms. Jane patiently explained, if you fail, you will receive the lowest score possible, without considering any other criteria. There are 3 scenarios for failure. The first is when the fighting member can no longer continue. The second is when the professor or a guardian believes the battle cannot continue. And the third is when one of the members declares they will no longer participate in the test. Villing carefully considered, if we want to fight a real Cyclops, we need to strategize carefully. Simon was filled with excitement. Wow, this is so thrilling. My heart is pounding. Cammy, on the other hand, looked dazed. Dick supported his chin and joined the discussion. I'm a little scared who's going to fight. Malin, with a look full of confidence, said, I'm the strongest. Of course, it's me. Simon next to her chuckled innocently. Aha! Then he calmly evaluated this test. But if only one student fights, isn't this test a bit biased towards those good at magical combat? Cammy immediately sat up straight in agreement. Yes, I think so too. She hesitantly continued, the Cyclops' strike is very powerful, so defending with magic is quite difficult. Plus, doing so would consume a large amount of magic. I think the best way is to dodge. Malin suddenly interjected. No, actually, I think the opposite. Students studying magical combat often choose physical attacks rather than attacks with magic. But think about the skin of the Cyclops. Do you think physical attacks would have any effect? Dick pondered and nodded. Yes, the skin of the Cyclops is indeed thick. Even if they enhance their strength with dark energy, it will soon be depleted. Cammy seemed to understand and asked back, do you have any ideas on how to defeat them, Malin? Malin happily winked and said, of course I do. At that moment, Ms. Jane spoke up. It seems there are no more questions. Before the exam, there are 3 more classes of basic darkness dynamics. In the first class, each group will present their hunting plan. You will practice for experience with a simulated battle in the second class. Ms. Jane continued casually, and the third class next week will be the real battle. The rest of you, discuss your strategy with your group members. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. Dick then asked, what is the strategy you just mentioned? Malin smiled and said, listen up. She immediately conjured a magic circle in her hand and began to explain. This is basic black magic. She raised her voice and called out, Darl Flare. The magic circle in her hand suddenly burst into a powerful flame. Malin proudly asked, is that enough, right? Dick saw the fire and gasped in disbelief, asking again, did you already know that spell? Simon beside him, with sparkling eyes of admiration, exclaimed, you're amazing, Malin. Malin clenched her fist and stopped casting the spell, her gaze full of confidence. Now let me explain my plan. As she spoke, she sketched on paper. First, I will fight the Cyclops and incinerate it with a fire flare. You 3 will support me with spells. Cast depleting spells on the Cyclops to slow it down. Meanwhile, I can burn it to ash. Dick suddenly interjected, somewhat disagreeing. Wait a minute, did you forget? Teamwork is also a criterion for evaluation. You might stand out, but we won't have anything to do in that situation. If that's the case, we'll get 0 points for teamwork. Malin turned around and retorted, do you have any better ideas then? Dick was left speechless as he had no suggestions at all. At that moment, Simon spoke up and asked, Malin, can you cast Darl Flare while dodging Cyclops' attack? Malin still didn't understand what he meant. Why not? But why are you asking? Dick chimed in sarcastically. Because we're afraid you can't do it. You fell behind and couldn't make it through the valley in the magical combat class, remember? Malin felt embarrassed by the comment, stammering for an excuse. That's true, but if your spell was effective, I wouldn't have to dodge at all. Dick immediately got irritated and argued back. Hey, our specialty isn't spells. You're the only one in our group who follows caterology. Cammy, seeing them argue as if they were about to clash, nervously intervened. Oh no, both of you please stop. At that moment, Simon suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He seriously analyzed. Okay, let's do this. Since we are allowed to summon creatures, I'll draw the Cyclops' attention as much as possible. If Cammy and Dick can use their specialties, they'll support as much as they can. He asked again, first of all, Cammy, what do you think you can do with your expertise in hematology? Cammy smiled stiffly, tears rolling down her face, saying, hematology is a field that studies flexible attack strategies, so I think it's best if I support with spells. Simon asked again, Dick, what about you? He replied dejectedly, I can't do anything much. I'll just practice my stamina skills all week. The bell rang for the end of the class. Ms. Jane on the podium announced, all right, please prepare a presentation on the strategy to attack Cyclops in 10 minutes for the next class. The role of each member and the magical creatures you will use must be mentioned in the presentation. Finally, that concludes today's lesson. The whole class replied in unison, thank you, teacher. Stepping into the hallway, Dick followed Simon, secretly admiring him. Simon, that guy can be smart sometimes. He handles all the issues well, guides the classmates naturally, while also expressing his opinions. I have to admit, I feel a bit jealous. That must be why he is in the special admissions category. Dick called out to Simon, who was laughing and talking up ahead. Hey, Simon. Then he excitedly said, I heard the special today at the cafeteria is hamburgers and steak, but there's a limited quantity. Simon happily replied, huh? Then let's hurry. Cammy awkwardly said, hey, let me come with you. But this was overheard by Malin behind her, and she was taken aback. As soon as class started, she angrily questioned everyone, hey, how can you be so mean and leave me all alone like this? You all have hamburgers and steak while I have nothing. Dick retorted, well, you should have stuck with us. I told you there was a limited quantity. Hearing this, Malin looked dejected. Oh man, this is so frustrating. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom. All right, everyone sit down. The teacher, a bit confused, asked, which class are you? Jamie quickly replied, it's Class A. The other person then remembered, all right, this is the first time you all are being taught by me. The teacher seemed to be middle-aged, holding his lesson plan with a trembling hand. He slowly introduces himself from the podium. I'm Langstraw's the one who will teach the subject of toxicology. He doesn't say anything more and goes straight into the lesson. Then. Let's get started. Everyone open your books to page 1. He lectures monotonously. Well, toxicology is not just a field for dealing with poison. It must. Some students below, hearing this, become bored and slump over their desks, drifting into a nap. Dick has completely given in, while Simon still manages to sit up straight, but doesn't look much better. Mr. Lang at the board is still focused on his lecture. He must combine and arrange countless solutions to create a series of transformations. That is the hallmark of this field. Well then, now we will create a low-grade poison. Upon hearing this, the students below who were dozing suddenly wake up, sitting up and exclaiming, Laboratory, the teacher is still trying to explain. To mix a poison, you must measure the ingredients accurately. Cough. Clay, seeing the teacher on the podium working so hard that he is coughing up blood, the whole class immediately becomes chaotic. Professor, you're overdoing it. We will take responsibility for the experiment. You should go take a break. Simon was taken aback while Dick was just trying to get up with a dazed expression. Teacher Lang still insisted. I must teach. Clegg. Another teacher immediately came to take over. It's okay. Let me handle this. At that moment, Teacher Lang finally struggled to leave. All right then, Keg. Thank you, Miss Clegg. Cough. The new teacher sighed softly and then opened the book. At that moment, a young man sitting below was still resting his chin on his hand, sleeping soundly. She noticed him with just a glance. A book flew directly and stuck to the face of that student. Simon, sitting in front, was also shocked. The teacher on the podium shouted loudly, Everyone wake up! The students below were awakened, all with blank expressions, looking sleepy. She immediately angrily shouted, Is it so disrespectful to act like this in front of a professor Class A? All the students below fell silent to hear the disciplinary words of the teacher. How can you lie on the table sleeping during class like this? How can you call yourselves students of Keizen while behaving so badly? She said seriously, At the very least, don't forget the most basic manners, understood? The students below hurriedly replied, Yes, understood. Then the female teacher simply reintroduced herself. I am the assistant of Professor Lang, Francesca Bellmond. Today, I will teach this class in place of the professor. She slowly walked down to the class, continuing to speak. You will practice brewing low-level potions. You can put your books aside. Dick and Simon picked up the brewing tools, following her explanations. The key to brewing a low-level potion is not the control of variables in terms of quantity or the order of the ingredients, but the flexibility of the brewer during the process. Cammy below held up a match to ignite it as instructed, lighting the candle underneath the cauldron. When the water began to boil, he added the lizard and the wheat powder from the ingredient pack. A female student raised her hand and asked, Excuse me, how much should I put in? She gently replied, "It doesn't matter how much, just add until you feel it's enough." At this moment, a pot being mixed emitted a very strange green smoke. It was Simon's concoction. He frowned at his creation, disgustedly exclaiming, "Oh dear, it smells terrible." Dick also leaned over to take a look. "Ah, yours has turned green. Mine is blue." The teacher then began to ask, "If your cauldron is emitting green smoke, raise your hand." Simon also looked over and saw that Dick's pot was indeed giving off green smoke. She continued, "These students will create a poison that causes nerve paralysis." Then she asked again, "And who else has green smoke?" Looking at the students raising their hands, she continued to explain, "These students will create a poison that causes severe headaches and hallucinations. This will be useful for you when dealing with wizards or liches." Upon hearing this, Simon looked at his own potion and exclaimed, "Wow." The pot was still boiling, and she added, "This isn't mentioned in the book. I have never learned this flexible method in the preparatory class. Those with green smoke, please take off your jackets and place them on the chairs, and the teaching assistants will provide you with additional materials." Simon immediately complied. She walked around the desks, observing, "Now, everyone, you will see a thin layer of oil on your cauldron. Please use a ladle to remove it. Vegetable fatty acids will reduce the effectiveness of the poison, so try to remove them as much as possible." She turned around and noted, "If you have finished removing the impurities, please keep stirring the solution continuously. You must do this until the solution thickens. The solution may solidify if the flame is too high, so pay attention to the flame underneath." At this time, a female student anxiously asked, "Teacher, my poison has turned yellow, is that okay?" She glanced over and praised, "Very good. Yellow means this is the best quality poison among all the poisons. You could sell that quality of poison in Rochester." The girl was overjoyed upon hearing this, and her friends around her also happily congratulated her. "Awesome, so cool." Another student raised his hand and said, "My poison has changed from blue smoke to green." She assessed gently, "It seems the ingredients at the bottom of the cauldron have risen and altered the properties of the poison. Please give this student some additional ingredients to assist me." Dick observed from behind and quietly called out, "Hey, Simon," he said with a helpless expression. "Now I understand why Professor Lang can teach at Keizen. It's because his assistant is very talented, right?" Simon noticed and replied, "I agree." She walked over and saw them looking, so she asked, "Is something wrong?" Simon unexpectedly replied, "Oh no, it's nothing." After class, Malin brought up an idea. "Simon, should we bring this into the battle with the Cyclops? I think we should just try everything we can." Simon, who was reading about different types of herbs, turned and responded, "Oh, I was thinking the same thing." Then Malin, feeling discouraged, dismissed her own idea. "The idea is terrible. It won't do anything, you idiot." She shook the vial of potion in her hand and continued, "This is a low-level poison, which means it won't have any effect on medium to large monsters. The Cyclops is a medium-sized monster, so the poison won't work." Simon remained focused, flipping through the pages of the book, while Dick next to him yawned in boredom. "Wow, this is really useless." Suddenly, Simon noticed something and read about a type of mushroom, then realized, this poison uses lehark mushrooms. Lehark mushrooms are what my mom has cooked for me a few times. You recall the image of your mother glowing with that mushroom. Malin suddenly stared intently at the page. "What is this?" Simon asked in confusion. "Malin, what's wrong?" Holding the book up for a closer look, she suddenly had a realization. Everyone was still clueless, and Malin excitedly flipped through the pages. "Simon, which page is that?" He replied, "Page 254. Cammy looked in, filled with happiness. "Oh, it's this one." As for Malin, her eyes had already brightened as if she had found a treasure. She enthusiastically said, "Simon, I think it will work, as long as we can brew it." Both Simon and Dick exclaimed joyfully, "Really?" Malin pointed to the notes in the book, explaining their effects. "Look, this poison will temporarily paralyze the tendons and contract the muscles." She continued speaking. "It's called Mervier. This is a nerve poison that weakens the muscles. It also says it works on monsters from small to medium-sized, level 3 and above." Malin grew increasingly excited. "If we use this against the Cyclops, we can at least slow it down." Cammy beside her was so thrilled that she flapped her wings. Dick finally understood and added, "Whoa, it might be useful in amplifying the weakening spell." Simon continued to investigate. "Let's see. The way to use it is to make the target drink this or apply it to the wound. We could wound the Cyclops and then throw the potion bottle at it." The four-member group enthusiastically discussed, "All right, using the summoned creature to wound it and then throwing the potion bottle at it sounds good, doesn't it?" "That's a great idea." Looking at the lab equipment, the group was eager to get started. "Then let's try to prepare it. We could reserve a spot in the lab to get a few cauldrons. The problem is the ingredients." Challenges arose, and Cammy hesitantly said, we can find some simple ingredients in Keizen, but the Lehark mushrooms, slime blood, and silk grapes. The last three will be hard to find. Tick, on the other hand, replied nonchalantly, well, if I go to Rochester and ask around, I should be able to get all those things. Simon listened in disbelief and asked, really? Dick confidently affirmed, of course. Why don't we do that right away? I'll head to Rochester after school. Simon suddenly remembered. All right, I can get this. Everyone asked him again, which one? He directly pointed at the mushroom in the book and replied, this one, Lehark mushroom. I've seen them many times back home. There are some in Keizen too. The others were still doubtful. There are some in Keizen? Where? Simon calmly said, in the Forbidden Forest. The other three who heard this were left wide-eyed and stunned. Dick was frightened by Simon's words, waving his arms and legs, confusedly asking, how do you know? No, wait, are you planning to go into the Forbidden Forest? What are you getting into? But Simon was still calm, reassuring them. It's okay, won't take long. These mushrooms grow near the entrance to the forest. Besides, you're quite reckless going to Rochester. You could get fined. At least I can do this for the group. Dick, hearing this, didn't know what else to say. Simon reassured him. I will find them as quickly as possible before tomorrow. Cammy, who had been silent until now, finally mustered up the courage to raise his hand and said, hey, monsters might attack you there. Malin spoke up to stop her. Cammy, I just said it's really dangerous. But Callie remained determined. That's why he shouldn't go alone. 2 people are better than 1. Finally, Simon smiled gently and said, all right, then let's go together. But we will leave immediately if anything dangerous happens. Hearing this, Malin replied impatiently, oh, come on, do we really need to discuss this? In the end, Simon assigned the tasks to each person. Okay, so Dick will go collect slime blood and silk grapes. Malin will gather the basic ingredients and reserve a spot in the lab, and Cammy and I will go get Lehark mushrooms. At the same time, he set the agreement for the whole group, who will meet in the lab this evening with the ingredients. Malin nodded, and Dick and Cammy agreed. Got it, understood. Meanwhile, behind Simon's group, there was a mysterious figure wearing a hood. He seemed to have overheard the friends' conversation and wore a sly smile. The school bell rang, and the students in the class began to leave. The mysterious figure suddenly approached Hector from behind and struck up a conversation. Hello, Hector. He turned around confused. The figure looked at him mysteriously and said, I have some useful information for you. Would you like to hear it? That night, at the edge of the forest, Simon's voice could be heard. All right, I'm here. Simon was holding a small lamp and instructed Cammy. Quickly take it and come back. Okay, Cammy. The girl beside him, her face full of excitement, waved her wings and replied, sure, Simon. Night fell in the horse breeding camp. Tick showed Cammy and Simon a secret tunnel. You can go this way. This is a very little-known secret tunnel. He also reminded them. The guards near the Forbidden Forest just finished their shift and will be back in a moment, but don't be careless and hurry. Cammy and Simon thanked Dick. Got it, thanks, and see you later. They also reminded Dick to be careful. The evening in the remote forest, combined with the bright moonlight, created a magnificent scene. Simon was surprised. Cammy, you look excited. Do you like walking at night? Cammy smiled and replied, yes, I really do. At that moment, Simon realized Cammy was a vampire, and perhaps this was part of her personality. In the dark forest surrounded by green trees, Simon held a lantern while talking to Cammy. Do you really like the night? Yes, the night is very peaceful and pleasant. Is that so? Simon thought to himself. Suddenly, Cammy shyly spoke to Simon. Simon, I'm sorry for saying this a bit late, but thank you for helping me in magical combat class. I couldn't climb up by myself. I looked around for someone to help, but everyone ignored me. I told myself that it was normal because things are tough at Keizen, but then you appeared the only one. You reached out and asked me, do you need my help? I just did what had to be done, Simon replied. But Cammy thought it was exactly what he did that was wonderful. Simon felt shy and started to sweat. Really? I see. Then he showed Cammy the red Lehark mushrooms growing under the tree roots in the forest. These are the ones. There are a lot. Let's pick them all. We don't know how many we will need anyway. After filling a basket with mushrooms, their work was finished quicker than expected. Cammy wondered, Simon, why did you come to Keizen? Simon replied, the initial reason was probably my parents, but when I started school, I began to have my own thoughts and goals. Besides, after studying sommology, I seriously wanted to become a necromancer. He turned to ask Cammy, what about you? Before she could answer, Simon sensed something nearby. He turned around, grabbed Cammy's hand, and they ran away. They hid behind a rock, and Cammy covered her mouth to avoid making any noise that could attract attention. It was the Keizen guards. They were in large numbers, with some carrying lights and hunting dogs. Cammy trembled in fear. They are the ones managing the forest or hunting monsters. If we get caught, even with the student protection policy, we won't be able to escape. Simon said, they are on an emergency patrol, unlike their usual routine. I suspect something has happened in the Forbidden Forest. Cammy began to cry in fear. She didn't know what to do. At that moment, Simon placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Cammy, look at me closely. We can get out of here. I have an idea. Just follow my lead. You can do it, right? Cammy responded, I can do it. The scene shifts to another setting, where a man named Fear is present. Simon has contacted Fear and informed him that he is in trouble and the brigade needs to take action. Still in the dark forest, Cammy tells Simon, I have searched all the stones around here. Simon seemed to have found his stones too, and both are ready to act. He sends a walking mouse skeleton outside to attract the attention of the guards. Sure enough, they are drawn in and split into several small groups to search. Taking the opportunity of the guards in chaos, Simon takes Cammy's hand and they flee. But unfortunately, the two are spotted by the hunting dogs and they chase them fiercely. In the dangerous situation, Simon says, Cammy, use hematology spells to curse them. Cammy immediately proceeds with it. Indeed, the hematology spells take down the hunting dogs, but the pink light emitted from it causes the guards to notice the two. They immediately shoot arrows towards them. While running hand in hand with Cammy, Simon reassures her, they are all from Keizen, they won't harm us. The guards threaten, stop now, don't run. Quick-witted, Simon uses magic to obscure their vision, temporarily shaking off their pursuit. But the more they run, the closer they come to a cliff edge. He tells Cammy, let's use the leap strategy they learned in magical combat class. We were scared and told Simon, go ahead, I'm fine. Simon replied, even if I get caught, I won't betray you. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Saying that, he picked Cammy up, surprising her. Before she could finish her sentence, he stepped back to gain momentum and jumped powerfully over the rock wall. After successfully jumping, he can forget to check on Cammy. Cammy, are you okay? Seeing Cammy frozen, thinking she had been caught by the guards, Simon secretly thought she is still considering sacrificing herself no matter how scared she is. Cammy was so scared that she almost cried. Thank you for saving me. Simon said, you're just doing the duty of a friend. Then he asked, can you continue on the detour ahead? Under Simon's worried concern, Cammy smiled happily and replied, I'm fine, I can go. Simon, thank you so much. In that quiet forest, Simon held Cammy's hand and they both walked forward together. Suddenly, Cammy wondered, Simon, are we lost? She heard a noise. Simon thought it was just the sound of an owl, but she guessed it was the sound of a person. He then noticed that the sound was coming from ahead in the forest. Suddenly, both of them froze. Feeling afraid, Cammy grabbed Simon's collar and kept calling his name. They held hands, preparing to flee. Cammy yelled, ah, and pressed close to Simon's chest. He looked ahead, thinking to himself, why is it here? We are in Keizen on Roke Island. It turned out in front of him was a priest kneeling before a cross hanging with dead animals, mumbling incessantly, destroy the omnipotent fate. Oh, mother, only you and the holy spirits. The priest suddenly looked at the two with eyes filled with darkness. Overwhelmed with fear, he quickly pulled Cammy away to escape. But the priest used dark energy to block their path and control them. In Simon's mind, he speculated, this is not an ordinary priest, but a traitor of Keizen. Cammy, full of fear, asked, Simon, does that priest use both dark energy and holy power? He believed this person was a traitor because those two types of power are inherently opposed. He was unclear about this, but he was certain that if they were captured, both of them would be eliminated. Suddenly, something shot by very quickly, and Simon asked Cammy to lower her head. The priest manipulated the chains to ensnare Cammy completely, lifting her high and then throwing her against a tree. Next, he controlled the chains to catch Simon. Quick-witted, Simon drew his sword and severed the crucifix. Not long after, the sword was also split in half by the chains. He had used dark energy to control the priest and forced him to reveal his face. The priest quickly dodged and counterattacked, directing thousands of crucifixes towards Simon. Realizing he couldn't handle the priest, he called for Fear to help. Fear remarked that it would be difficult to defeat this force, so he should step aside for him to deal with the priest. Simon hurried to Cammy, who seemed to have fainted from the impact, but luckily was not seriously injured. Fear noted that this person was already very strong, using only dark energy at a level comparable to a master. He carried Cammy on his back, biting his lip in anger, and shouted to Fear, Fear, I have an idea. Follow my instructions. Hearing that, Fear laughed heartily, indicating that he understood the issues Simon wanted to discuss. He confidently asserted, Guide, kid, you are Richard's son, so you must have a few smart ideas. Taking inspiration from Simon, Fear struck down with a powerful blow. A booming explosion echoed, shaking the entire forest violently. Sounds of calling out emerged, accompanied by a few battle barks from the hunting dogs mixed in that way. Chase them. Release the hounds. Simon's voice rang out joyfully. It's successful! Fear! Don't chase the priest anymore, come back here. From behind, Fear straightforwardly replied, "Did you fool the guards? I'm so proud of you, kid." The rustling noise behind them grew closer. Simon turned around worriedly and asked, "Fear, are you okay?" Fear was no ordinary man, and with a wink he replied, "Don't worry, this is nothing. Besides, this girl seems to need emergency aid more than I do." That reminder made Simon suddenly aware, and he exclaimed, "Oh." But before Simon could adjust, Fear lifted him and the girl behind him in surprise, his mouth a circle and his eyes wide. "Huh? I didn't know you could heal those wounds, Fear." Fear carried two people on his shoulders, stepping forward with Simon's earlier question. "We can't, but we will get out of the forest right away." This made Simon curious and panicked, unable to finish his sentence, leaving only one word. "What?" Fear dashed towards the exit of the forest with the two people he had lifted earlier on his shoulders, then wickedly reminded Simon, "Wahaha, hold on tight." This made Simon cry out in distress, "Help." Once they were out of the forest, Fear set Simon and his friend down on the ground. "All right, you will walk from here." At that moment, Simon looked truly miserable and ragged. Fear raised several concerned questions. "It's suspicious. There seems to be a lot of tracking magic around here. I don't think we should go any further." Simon forced a smile and thanked him. "Thank you, Fear. You just saved us." Just waiting for that, Fear quickly said goodbye to Simon. "I just made a pact with you, so I don't want to lose you. Take care now." As Fear's steps grew farther away, Simon also had to say goodbye. "Okay, you too. Now you don't know what to do with the friend you're carrying on your back. Now what should I do?" The unfinished question is quickly followed by, "I could take the old path back, but where can I treat Camby now?" You think of a medical station. While talking to a nurse, something will happen. They will ask why she ended up like this if we go to the medical station. We would definitely get into big trouble if today's events were revealed. You think more about the priest from earlier, and that priest might have seen our faces. Why did they become traitors? You look at the girl you are holding. She needs to be treated by someone trustworthy. A few knocks sound at the door of the night shift room, accompanied by a sign that reads, "Night shift, please knock." A voice calls out, "Come in." The door slams shut. At this moment, a teacher with gray hair asks, "What brings you here at this hour?" Then she exclaims in shock, "Huh," she stammers, "Simon." Simon calls for help while holding his friend, his face filled with extreme worry and dirt. "Please help us." The teacher shockingly jumped up from her chair and reminded Simon what happened. Girls are not allowed near the boys' dormitory. Simon was fully aware of this rule, but still pleaded, "I know, but it's urgent." The teacher looked at Simon with concern and asked, "Wait, is she injured? You should take her to the infirmary, not here." Simon replied to the teacher, "I can't." He begged the teacher in a high-pitched yet pleading voice, "It's complicated. I can't explain the details, but I hope you will help us." This left the teacher astonished. "Huh." Simon bent over like a bow, earnestly begging the teacher, "Please treat her here." His plea left the teacher with no choice. She sighed, lifted the curtain, and said quickly, "Lay her down here. I will prioritize treating her first." Simon softly said, "Thank you, teacher." While treating the strange girl, the teacher asked Simon, who was quietly sitting and waiting on the chair outside, "Simon, what really happened?" While gently applying antiseptic to the girl's wounds, the teacher said, "Most of her injuries are just minor scratches and bruises, but this spot seems to be from a cut by something sharp." The teacher added while holding cotton and disinfectant, "If you fought with another student, it should be resolved during the student protection phase. I have learned one thing from this job." Her voice remained steady. "Students here will do anything just to survive, regardless of how dirty it is or whether it harms themselves or others." Simon clenched his fist and interrupted her. "We didn't fight." Its shadow hung desolately by the curtain. "I'm sorry, I can't give details." The teacher opened the curtain and said, "If you say so, I won't ask anymore. I need to check your injury. Please roll up your sleeve." Simon obediently replied, "Yes, okay." The teacher opened the first aid kit and continued, "I don't know what happened, but your health is the most important thing. You need to be strong to think about surviving in Keizen." Simon's hand was bandaged, but he still smiled obediently and responded, "Yes." When the teacher asked, "You understand, right?" The medical instruments clinked. The teacher commented, "That student is not seriously injured, so I will ask a female student I trust to take care of her." Simon responded immediately, "Thank you very much, teacher." He bowed his head in appreciation, saying, "I won't forget what you have done for us today." The teacher was surprised. "I am very willing to help. You should go back now, Simon." Hurrying to the door, he didn't forget to say goodbye to his teacher. "Okay, I'm off now. Sorry for bothering you in the middle of the night." The sound of the door slamming echoed. The teacher sighed. "I wonder how long he will last here. It's really rare to meet someone like him in Keizen." As for Simon, he had now returned to his room. "Dick, I'm back." Like finding a wandering soul returning home, a frantic voice called out, "Simon." Dick hugged Simon while crying. "Are you okay? Are you fine?" What about Cammy? Simon calmly replied, we are all fine, so just relax. He recounted everything to Dick. We were chased by the guards and got lost. What about you? Where is Maitland? This time it was Dick who looked downcast. The guards were also chasing us, so it was pretty hard to sneak in. They usually don't patrol at this hour. Simon was more anxious. I talked to Maitland too. I told her about the guards and she suggested that we should postpone making the medicine until tomorrow. Dick asked again, really? She must have stayed up late waiting for us. Simon recalled the scene at that moment. She seemed a bit hurt but was understanding when she heard me mention the guards. Dick's comforting voice echoed. Anyway, Cammy has already returned to the dorm, right? We should go to sleep. Simon grabbed his coat and softly said, yes. They both began to prepare for bed. Dick suggested, I'll turn off the lights. Simon agreed, okay. The lights went out. Simon lay on the bed but couldn't sleep yet. He was used to others praying many times since his mother was a priest, but Cammy seemed very shocked. He closed his eyes, frowning, thinking, I should talk clearly to Cammy tomorrow. The next morning, Cammy cheerfully greeted, good morning, Simon. The small wings behind her back fluttered lightly. Simon asked, Cammy, are you okay? She replied nonchalantly, I'm fine. Cammy seemed more excited as she asked Simon back, yesterday felt like a dream, didn't it? The question made Simon explain, like a dream. Cammy beamed and added, yes, we walked together in the night, picked mushrooms, got chased. Some scary things happened too. It felt like a dream. Her words made Simon feel like he found a way out. At first, the dream seemed beautiful, but then it slowly turned into a nightmare, right? Perhaps because of that, but last night didn't feel very real. Did she think last night was just a dream because she was too shocked? That would make her feel better than facing that shot. He placed his hand on Cammy's shoulder. Cammy, listen to me. His voice grew more serious as he reminded her. That priest escaped the moment he saw the guards. They might have seen my face, but you haven't. Don't tell anyone about last night's dream and act normal, okay? Still in that advising tone, he affirmed, I will find out who that priest is. This made Cammy also say, I will too. Cammy moved closer to him, whispering, I want to help too. This is something that happened to both of us after all. Cammy added, don't leave me out of it. Simon hesitated for a moment, but then said, all right, but right now, you don't need to do anything. When the time comes, I will ask for your help. Hearing this, Cammy joyfully fluttered her small wings and then said goodbye to Simon. All right, just leave it to me, Simon. He scratched his head. Okay, I will do my best. In the classroom, a comment from the first-year caterology professor hit Simon like a jab. In the previous class, I noticed many students relied too heavily on the adjustment devices, so this time, we will learn about a simpler curse. The first-year caterology professor pointed to the board and continued, today's curse will be the transference curse. It uses a formula that allows dark energy to press into an object and becomes the basis for the curse. Today's goal will be to move this magical circle in the air without using any adjustment devices. In front of Simon was a plant pot that he was intensely staring at. The first-year caterology professor's voice continued to resonate. The plant pot in front of you will bloom when it absorbs dark energy. Use the transference curse to make the flowers bloom. Simon tried to cast the curse, but it bounced back at him. He growled in anger and broke the curse. He bowed his head and clenched his fist when he realized he had to defeat the Cyclop next week. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder, and Professor Caterology smiled. How's everything going? He spoke again. You can do this, right? Simon furrowed his brow and replied, yes, I tried, but not yet. When he received a hint from the professor to try using your core, he continued, you don't have experience controlling the core, so the dark energy isn't stable. That's why the spell ring doesn't have a complete shape. He went on, no one teaches you how to control the core. In Keizen, this is too basic. Besides, everyone's way of controlling it is different. Suddenly, the professor said, may I ask your permission? He developed magical power within himself and transmitted it to Simon through the hand resting on his shoulder, leaving Simon in shock. Everyone else was trying to cast dark magic. Curses are often considered harmful, but as an expert in this field, I truly regret it. The magical force is making you more uncomfortable. Simon anxiously said, Professor. He continued, I'm using a transformation curse to maximize your senses. This way, the spell can help lost students find their own path. Now, focus completely. The professor guided Simon. Breathe in and hold the mana outside the air in your body. He smiled and reminded, now we will activate the mana with the core. The magical circle in front of Simon twisted. A voice rang out, oh, there's only one place with an unusual mana flow. Another voice echoed, can you sense the difference? The professor further informed Simon, your dark energy is different from everyone else's. If you only think about simply releasing it, that won't be enough. Therefore, what you need is to develop the mana circuit. The first year caterology professor told him, forget concepts of change, transformation, or modulation. Just imagine the core as a living creature. You must soothe it to tame it. Wait until the dark energy naturally radiates. Simon began experimenting with the method suggested by the professor. He followed along and made significant progress, prompting him to praise, well done, you're getting it. He added a tip about dark energy for Simon, accompanied by a long string of theoretical jargon. The professor said, now that we are here, shall we try to cast a curse? He guided Simon step by step, and then the miracle happened. A beautiful purple flower bloomed, and suddenly it grew into a tree, leaving the whole class in shock. Oh, well, Professor, what just happened? Professor Caterology, in his first year, encouraged Simon. Your dark energy is very special, Simon Follentia. He was enthusiastically discussing the unique ability that only Simon possessed when a student spoke up. Professor Bahil. He turned around. What is it? The student wanted support from the teacher but received a harsh response. Expecting to receive without effort is the mindset of lazy people. Keep trying. As the group of friends sat together watching Professor Hongpeng train, Simon Dick Haywork turned to Cammy and said, Hey Cammy, have you noticed that the professors have been oddly biased towards Simon lately? We looked at him and replied skeptically, Really? Seeing that we were still quite puzzled, Dick continued, Yeah, Professor Bahil is pretty good to him. That's probably why Simon mastered the spell of teleportation yesterday. And now look at Professor Hongpeng. Meanwhile, Professor Hongpeng was slapping Simon's stomach hard and saying, Suck your stomach in, don't forget this time. Simon stammered, I'm sorry, ma'am. Then the professor continued to slap Simon's thigh and reminded him, This too wrong. Dick Haywork said again, It feels like she's teaching him one-on-one. At that moment, the professor was adjusting Simon's position. Like this, yes. Cammy and Dick looked at the two of them with exasperation. The professor supported herself with her hands on both sides, looking at Simon and said, All right, use your toes to balance, yes. Simon spread his legs, turned around, and struck a cool pose. Seeing that, the professor clapped her hands proudly and praised him. Well done, very good. Simon replied in surprise, Really? Yes. With a gloomy expression, Simon said, But I've only done well on the turn. My 4 basic stances are still not right. My gaze needs to focus on the target. I also have used my lower back correctly. Furthermore, my heel needs to rotate deeper. I still have to release more dark energy. Simon bent down and turned his head. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. The professor smiled happily. Oh no, you did well, Simon. Just need to practice more. Thank you, ma'am. The girl with green hair next to her saw Dick Haywork talking about Simon enviously and said, Oh my? She continued, With that attitude, do you still dare to call yourself a Keizen student? Or should you stop complaining and try to catch the professor's eye? Dick Haywork, quite annoyed, replied, I'm not complaining, just wondering. Besides, you don't have the right to talk. You're labeled as a troublemaker too because of the last time you ruined the spell. Hearing you say that, Malin awkwardly responded, I didn't cause any trouble. Seeing Malin flustered, Dick Haywork continued, Has she said anything to you today? Let me tell you, she definitely considers you a troublemaker. You're mistaken if you think otherwise. I'll label you one too. Malin and Dick Haywork were arguing, which made Cammy feel quite awkward. Come on, don't argue. It's fine, Simon. Malin turned her head back, and Simon looked at her skeptically. Malin said, Come teach me. Simon pointed at himself, feeling quite awkward. Me. Malin nervously pinched her cheek. You're good at magical combat. The professor won't come to help me, so I had to ask you. Simon replied, Oh, I see. Malin awkwardly explained, Because I have to fight a Cyclops in the competency assessment. I need you to work with me to speed things up so we can score higher. Hearing Malin explain, Simon felt helpless and said, You don't need to explain. I'll teach you. Don't worry. Let's practice the stances first, thanks. Malin struck a pose that left both Simon and Cammy feeling helpless. You're really bad. Malin's face turned bright red. I know. Simon seriously advised Malin, Firstly, you're too stiff. It's clear that you're lacking confidence. Try to relax and create the most natural pose possible, okay? Meanwhile, Cammy looked at Simon with admiration. Step your left foot back a little. No, that's too much. Tighten your grip lightly and punch forward. Malin adopted the most uncomfortable pose possible, looking like a statue. Don't move your legs. Moreover, you're in the wrong posture. That's right. Channel the dark energy into your waist and hold it there. Dick Haywork and Cammy looked at Malin helplessly. Dick Haywork sighed. How can she be this bad? Then Malin applied force to her toes and turned. As she turned, a hint of dark energy appeared around her leg. She looked at Simon eagerly. Is this how it's done? Contrary to Malin's eagerness, Simon replied helplessly, No, that's not it. It's like when you use core strength to turn. When you turn, place the dark energy behind your thigh. Here. No, a bit higher. Here. And here. That part is wrong. Dick Haywork and Cammy looked at the two of them very helplessly. After listening to Simon's instructions with no effect, Malin shouted, "Damn it! I'm not naked. I'm in workout clothes. Just go ahead and touch me." After Malin said that, the atmosphere gradually became silent. Everyone was looking at her. Malin's face turned red, feeling quite embarrassed and at a loss for words. The girls around her whispered with excited glances. What is going on? Are they dating or what? She's telling him to touch her. Hearing Malin, Simon started to touch her guide. Here, you channel the dark energy into this spot. When you rotate, you shift over here. As Simon demonstrated on Malin, she felt quite awkward. Malin, if you want to eliminate misunderstanding, it's better to appear indifferent than to respond with excited denial. After adjusting Malin's position, Simon stood up and said, "Do what I just showed you, give it a try." This time, Malin succeeded. She managed to expel a lot of dark energy. Simon stood beside her, and he was also impressed. Whoa. Due to being careless, Malin fell. Simon rushed over with a startled expression. "Are you okay? Even though you fell, you've made progress." There's still a long way to go, but that's already good enough." Malin sat on the ground, covered in dirt, narrowing her eyes at Simon. Meanwhile, the girls surrounded Simon eagerly. "Oh, he's just teaching Malin how to pose. Simon, that kick you did earlier was really cool. Can you teach me too?" At the same time, Malin was sitting on the ground with a sulky expression. She thought, what is he doing? The next lesson was about recovery. The biggest advantage of the skeleton is its recovery ability. While the teacher was teaching, Simon was distracted and looking outside. The teacher, with a serious expression, waved his finger. The bones of the skeleton flew towards the teacher, making the students below astonished, their faces wide open in shock. As the bones reached the teacher, they connected together and he began his lecture. The principle of recovery is not complicated. Even if the skeleton's body is severed due to strong force, its bones still possess residual dark energy. The teacher spoke while breaking a bone. In one hand, he held the arm bone he had just broken from the skeleton, while the other hand held it. Holding it, he said, "You just need to activate that spot and maximize its attraction, which will pull the bones back to their original structure." All right, let's start practicing. Practicing is quite difficult for the students. In some places, the skeleton opens its mouth to bite the students' hands, causing them to panic. In other areas, the skeleton cannot stick together. While Simon was reading a book, the skeleton was still there. Malin looked at him with one eye half open. "Hey, do you really think you can be so gloomy?" After hearing her words, Simon swung his arm and the skeleton immediately reattached. The skeleton even waved its fingers at the two of them. Malin stammered, "You're really good at this." She leaned closer to Simon and said, "But don't get too cocky just because you were good at this recovery trick. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you?" Simon replied, "I haven't forgotten. Don't worry. By all means, my score has to be higher than yours. As long as you don't forget, that's fine," Malin said, resting her chin in thought. "If I could do question 20, I would have a 90 in this subject already. Question 20 in sommology, you mean the one from Professor Jane's class? On the last page, right? That question is easy." Malin rested her chin on her hand and replied, "Sure, of course. Even if you didn't take the preparatory class, you can still do it. What was your result?" 1.200.446. Hearing Simon's answer, Malin was quite shocked. She tugged at his shirt and asked, "How? Hey, how did you figure that out?" As she was asking, the teacher came down. Simon Follentia. The teacher stuffed his hands in his pockets, his expression dark and displeased, standing behind Simon and Malin. "What are you doing? I've caught you." The expressions of Simon and Malin were filled with panic. The teacher said, "You've restored the skeleton, so you're reviewing materials for the next lesson." He glared at Simon and Malin. Malin slightly lowered her head, covering her mouth with both hands. Simon hurriedly looked at the teacher when he said, "After class, stay behind." Malin next to him could only apologize to Simon. "I'm sorry." After class, only the teacher and Simon remained. The teacher closed the book and said, "Follow me." Outside, the sky was red with drifting clouds. There were some very dark things, and one of them was the students who, although willingly, learned nothing from my lesson. Simon responded full of doubt. "Take the skeleton out." "Oh, yes." The teacher snapped his fingers and Simon's skeleton shattered. Then the teacher instructed Simon, "Restore it in front of me." Simon reached out his hand. All right. Simon's skeleton immediately restored itself. The teacher, holding a cigarette, exclaimed, "It seems you are really skilled at this revival, aren't you? So I will teach you a higher level skill." "Yes, sir." Simon looked at the teacher with a surprised expression. Wasn't the teacher going to reprimand him for losing focus? "What are you all saying?" The teacher's face was very tense, one hand holding the cigarette while the other was stuffed in his pocket. "This is a remedial class." Aaron warned Simon in a serious tone. "This is a remedial class." It seemed he didn't want Simon to note that he actually wanted to help the boy, but instead, he made the boy understand that he was doing this out of duty as a professor. Aaron continued, "I'm saying this so you don't misunderstand. The responsibility of a professor is to offer extra support to students to help them achieve outstanding results compared to a regular class." This made Simon very touched. He said, "Professor Aaron." The professor scratched his head and said, "Now get in position. Don't make me stay late." Aaron introduced the skeleton of a demon. It was draped in a red cloak and had a sword hanging in the middle, covered by a green mist. The teacher continued, "This skeleton is made from the bones of a demon." Simon couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool." Aaron coldly remarked, "The teacher won't do this a second time, so pay attention." Aaron began to cast a spell on the skeleton, solemnly using his magic and then pointing toward the skeleton. Suddenly, the green mist began to emit a strong odor, mixing with the crackling sound of bones. At this moment, the bone marrow was being stretched out in the green mist, seeming to be about to attach to something. Aaron pointed to the ancient tree and explained, "This is an offensive skill using regeneration." Suddenly, he directed the bones to rush toward the ancient tree. This surprised Simon with what he was witnessing. All the bones continuously collided with the surface of the tree trunk, each one piercing into the tree, creating booming sounds. This power was terrifying. The loud impact frightened a small squirrel by the road, causing it to flee into a nearby bush. Aaron coldly waved his hand as if he was planning a new technique aimed at the squirrel. He explained, and this is a binding skill also used for regeneration. His magic trapped the squirrel stuck in the green mist. The green smoke still emanated from the place where the squirrel was kept. He named the technique Bone Prison. The squirrel was trembling with fear from what it was experiencing. Aaron seemed to be about to teach Simon something newer. He continued. Finally, he coldly waved his hand down, causing the green smoke to disperse, and his energy released the squirrel. The squirrel, grateful for being freed, had already been very scared. Aaron continued to explain, a defensive skill used for regeneration. Suddenly, groundstones surged up from the ground, assembling into a gauntlet for him. Finally, an armor made from bones was formed. He explained this technique, bone armor. Simon marveled at his teacher's coolness. "That's amazing." Aaron explained each technique that had been performed. Depending on the abilities of the necromancer, the skeleton can transform into weapons, prisons, or armor. He began to wave his hand so that the armor disintegrated into the green mist. After releasing his magical energy, he replied, "All the dark magic skills I just showed you are applications of regeneration. Do you understand?" Aaron coldly crossed his arms and continued to explain, "Of course, the regeneration technique is what we teach in the second year, but you have already mastered regeneration." He added, "So I have outlined some skills and will teach you how to use them." Simon felt very happy to hear this from his teacher. He chirped, "Thank you, teacher." Aaron said again, "For now, you will learn the bone-piercing skill." Aaron emphasized, "Before that, you need to correct a habit when using regeneration." Simon asked, "What habit is that?" He explained, "That's right, the key to regeneration is to control the skeleton to the position you want, but your regeneration focuses on the skull. In other words, instead of waiting for the entire skeleton to recover from the skull and then move, you need to use your will from the beginning so that the skeleton recovers in the desired position." Simon was realizing something. He thought, "My will." Fear said the same thing. Maybe I can use a similar approach when controlling it. All right. Simon began to imagine the scene of his spirit animal's skeleton shattering before his eyes as he focused on a spot on the chessboard and said, "Assemble before me." His spirit beast sensed something. Finally, to Simon's surprise, the spirit beast he had been longing for finally revived and became a more complete entity. Aaron praised, "Not too late. Let's move on to the next step." He continued, "Reconstruction and bone piercing are two different skills. Bone piercing is merely an application of the recovery force, so consider them two distinct skills." Simon began to follow the requirements that the teacher had set. Aaron instructed further, "When you reconstruct, make it a habit to tilt the bones. This way, the pointed end will pierce through the flesh of the enemy." Aaron took a piece of bone and stabbed it into his finger, causing blood to flow. He continued, "If you focus dark energy on the bone in one direction, you can turn it into a sharp sword like this. For the parts of bone that don't have a pointed end, use them to cling to the opponent and turn them into binding materials for the enemy." Now the bones of Simon's spirit beast were firmly attached to the bamboo stick, with a wisp of green smoke rising, creating a strong source of energy. Simon continued to practice. Reconstruction. Crack, crack. The bones were tightly wrapped around the branch. Simon worriedly wondered if they would break loose and if he would succeed. Suddenly, the bones that had been tightly wrapped burst out, and indeed, the bamboo shattered into 100 pieces, scattering everywhere. Simon finally succeeded in his effort and joyfully shouted, Hooray! I have succeeded. As he witnessed the broken pieces of bone and bamboo falling to the ground, Aaron praised him. Well done. He advised, now you are still simply suffocating the enemy with bones. But since you can reuse the destroyed skeleton as an offensive weapon, this will be your new card. Keep practicing in real combat. Simon chirped in response, yes, thank you, Professor. Aaron continued to ask, I've heard Professor Jane has chosen to hunt Cyclops for the skill assessment. Are you planning to step up and fight? Simon replied, no, my teammate Milan will take care of that. Upon hearing the answer, Aaron nodded and said, smart move. Focusing on supporting your teammates is also very important. There is much to learn. Do your best. He reminded, but this is just a supplemental class. Simon replied, yes, Professor. Thank you. Aaron turned back to his room after a long day of teaching at Keizen. Simon also returned to his room, sighed, then opened the door and said, sorry, how late? Everyone was curious about what had happened to Simon. They all anxiously asked, Simon, what happened? Did he punish you? We're still in the student protection phase. How could he be cruel enough to punish you like that? At this point, Simon was having a hard time explaining to his friends. Hainwork continued. I have heard that physical punishment at Keizen involves whipping. I wish I hadn't mentioned that 20. When everyone had calmed down, Simon explained it wasn't a punishment, it was just a supplemental class. Simon thought, he must be so shocked that he confused a punishment with a supplemental class. Everyone felt awkward, then one person said, it's good that you weren't injured. Drink this little potion. Looking at the pot with golden smoke wafting out, Simon praised, awesome, good progress. Milan replied, of course it's perfect. I made it. The water quantity, measurements, ingredients, boiling time, and impurity removal are all flawless. Milan smiled and said, just cook it for another 20 minutes on low heat and it will be ready. Simon said, wow, I knew it. I can trust you, Milan. We have worked really hard. Hopefully the result will be good. Haywork said, oh, you all are here. Get ready for the presentation tomorrow. Milan shouted when all four leaned in to look at the jar containing the potion. Yes, we also have something to present in the introductory dark magic class. Simon replied, that's a good idea. Late at night, everyone was still focused on preparing for the presentation. Milan reassured, all right, I will review all the prediction questions. Yes, there are a total of 300 questions, and I have all the answers. Everyone had slumped over the table from exhaustion, but still tried to give their all to finish. Milan encouraged, I'm confident about tomorrow. Everyone, let's do our best. The next morning was a new day of studying. The professor began by welcoming the 4 students with words of wisdom, 1 damage dealer, 1 summoner, and 2 sorcerers. Your group members have different specialties, but the roles remain the same. This combination of dark magic lacks creativity. The professor coldly said, yet you all thought of placing the main damage dealer in the support position. I don't understand what your group of 7 is thinking. All 4 students felt helpless and disappointed. Simon thought, I can't believe the 30 answers we prepared didn't hit a single one. Ms. Jane inquired helplessly, first, I want to hear why you divided the work this way. The group politely replied, yes, ma'am. Malin volunteered to answer. We thought that clearly dividing the tasks was the best option. For us, the most important goal is to defeat the Cyclops as quickly and efficiently as possible. Professor Jane pondered, so these positions are the optimal formation for your group. Malin replied confidently, yes, that's correct. Simon stood next to her, clenching his fist in worry, while the entire group felt a chill run down their spines. Seeing Simon tremble, Professor Jane made him even more nervous. She directed her gaze at Simon and asked, what's your opinion, Simon Follentia? In his mind, Simon carefully calculated. He reasoned the professor must want a different answer, but after all, we are still in the phase of protecting the students. Today's presentation is just to receive feedback on our strategy. So there's no need to be nervous, just focus on demonstrating our teamwork spirit. After realizing this truth, Simon confidently replied, first of all, I understand that our group lacks creativity in combining dark magic. Simon said with confidence, but more importantly, creativity must come with safety. We will hunt Cyclops more safely than any other group. Thus, our corresponding power score will compensate for our creativity score. Professor Jane nodded, seemingly satisfied with Simon's answer. If you say so, that's fine next. However, Jane still did not let her students relax. She quickly turned to Cammy. You Camabears, what is your opinion? Kang replied, yes. Professor Jane immediately struck. You are a hematology student, so you will take on the attack. But I see you have given that position to a caterology student while you use a curse to support. Cammy could only stand there trembling and sweating as Jane made her decisive statement. I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this, everyone panicked. This question is too hard. But everyone was united in their belief in Cammy's abilities. Malin thought to herself, Cammy, don't worry, just answer confidently. Dick also thought to himself, Cammy, you can do it. Don't give up. While the other two placed their trust in Cammy, Simon took a more practical approach. He quickly whispered a reminder to Cammy, and with his help, Cammy cheerfully celebrated. She confidently answered the question. It's due to the characteristics of the Cyclops. Cammy quickly countered, the Cyclops' skin is very tough, so hematology spells work better with physical damage. Therefore, it's difficult to defeat the Cyclops with hematology spells. The students watching were astonished. Cammy continued, Malin knows how to use Dark Flare, a darkness elemental spell, so I think we can burn the Cyclops with Dark Flare. Even Hector was amazed by Cammy's outstanding ability. Cammy concluded, therefore, I think Malin would be more suitable to attack the Cyclops. Malin smiled proudly as she watched her friend answer confidently. Professor Jane continued to ask, I understand. So let me ask you, if it were another monster, what would you do? Cammy was filled with fear again. Well then, if that's the case. Gathering the remaining courage she had, Cammy shouted, then I would be the main damage dealer. The classroom suddenly fell silent at Cammy's terrifying shout. Malin and Simon could only stare wide-eyed, mouths agape. Dick felt embarrassed for her, while Cammy bashfully said, oh. Professor Jane smiled proudly at Cammy again, saying, I remember that phrase. It took a while before Professor Jane finally called on Dick. Finally, Dick Hayward. Seeing his friends perform well, Dick confidently raised his hand to answer, yes, it's me. The students were eager, but the professor lost interest. Jane seemed to splash a bucket of cold water in Dick's face. Don't talk to your neighbor in class. Dick responded in confusion, yes. Professor Jane paid no attention and quickly moved on to another group. Group 7 is done. Next is Group 8. Please come on up. Dick didn't know what to say, just fell silent. The class ended, and the students were chatting animatedly in the cafeteria. One student complained, wow, on the very first day we already have homework. Another student added, we've already taken a preparatory class, but this part is still hard to understand. Yet another student said, you could use a different formula too. And one more asked, what are you drinking? Meanwhile, Simon was sitting by the window, golden rays of sunlight shining on the window where he sat. In his mind, he was thinking, when will she get here? He was thinking, I have to meet her today. Just then, the cafeteria suddenly became chaotic as people started whispering and talking. Every student gathered around. Wow, look over there. Everyone's gaze followed a figure. The students whispered stealthily, is that her? The cafeteria echoed with the name of that person, Lorraine Artbold. Lorraine walked confidently, tossing her hair back. She turned around, shot a glare at those daring to gossip about her and said, what do you want to say? The students were so scared that they immediately dispersed. Lorraine's cold behavior left Simon at a loss for words. He was confused watching Lorraine's calm figure sitting across from him, which was such a stark contrast. Simon continued to ponder in his mind, why has Lorraine turned into someone else? She's somewhat frightening. Simon recalled the past between the two of them before entering Keizen. She and he once went to a festival together, playing a game of shooting at skulls with bows. They used to roam the streets, chatting happily under the streetlights. Simon thought to himself, she was very sociable, that's for sure. He reminded himself that they had gone shopping and then eaten together, and he remembered the time they sat in a cafe, chatting away. Simon awkwardly greeted her. Long time and no see, Lorraine. Lorraine simply sighed coldly and replied, But she quickly turned around again, shifting from a cold ice to a warm moonlight, greeting him sweetly. Hi, Simon. This is our first time meeting since leaving Langerin, right? Lorraine inquired sweetly, how have you been? Which overloaded Simon's brain, resulting in a moment of confusion. He replied in surprise, huh? Yeah, I'm fine. Lorraine remembers the girl with green hair who shouted, oh my gosh, you got your acceptance letter? I'm so jealous, Lorraine. When she handed the notice to her, she couldn't help but ask, by the way, what did you say to the girl who delivered it? She screamed really loud. Simon honestly replied, I just told her to give it to you. Lorraine responded, is that so? Suddenly, Simon offered a compliment. You look really nice in your uniform, even better than I imagined. That caught Lorraine by surprise. Ha! Simon complimented her, but for some reason, it sounded like an insult to Lorraine. Angrily, she moved closer to Simon and complained, better than you thought. What do you mean? Are you saying I look old? Simon quickly clarified, no, that's not what I meant. Simon quickly gestured frantically to explain himself. Because in Langerin, you look like a professional necromancer. A necromancer in a uniform is a bit, you know what I mean. Lorraine replied, it's fine, I'm just joking, not taking it seriously. Otherwise, this time next year would surely be Simon's Memorial Day. Lorraine started to get to the point, so Lorraine switched to a serious mode and began to ask Simon, why do you want to see me? Simon spoke directly without beating around the bush. At Keizen there is a traitor. Simon recounted, "Do you know Professor Jane's subject? The one that fights against Cyclops? I went to the Forbidden Forest to brew potions for that subject." Lorraine fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Simon quickly said, "Lorraine, it may be hard to believe, but Lorraine interrupted to express her feelings. "I believe you." Lorraine continued to ask, "The cross you saw, can you describe it in detail for me? What does it look like?" Simon replied without hesitation, "Sure. If I remember correctly, the largest cross is right in the middle." Simon continued to describe, "On it, there is a carving of a woman. She is wrapped in vines." Upon hearing this, Lorraine said, "Then it's clear. That woman is the goddess Diva, the only goddess worshipped by the priest in Efnel." Simon wondered, Efnel? Lorraine immediately enlightened Simon. That is the temple directly presided over by the Pope. Just like Keizen trains necromancers, Efnel trains priests. A church stood tall on the white courtyard with a cross prominently displayed above the door. Lorraine continued, "Specifically, the saintess is considered the strongest among the deities. A blonde, blue-eyed nun clad in pure white was praying with her hands clasped. Behind her was a blue shield adorned with a cross and angel wings." Lorraine said, "The disciples of the saintess are all members of Efnel and hold all power within the order." The white-clad nuns closed their eyes and prayed with their hands together. At this point, Lorraine suddenly became angry. She crushed her cup, wondering why. She smashed the cup and yelled in fury, "How dare a damn priest set foot in Keizen?" Simon immediately said, "It was just Kamabars and me who went into the Forbidden Forest together." Hearing this, Lorraine calmed down. She replied, "Okay, thank you for letting me know. I will report this to my mother right away." Simon politely responded, "Thank you, Lorraine." After that, Lorraine stood up. She praised Simon, letting me know it was the right decision. "If what you said is true, that priest must be a high-ranking priest with power equivalent to a professor. That means all the professors in Keizen are under suspicion." Lorraine continued to praise, "If you asked a professor for advice, they must have destroyed the evidence and hindered the investigation." Feeling embarrassed by her excessive compliments, Simon humbly replied, "My mother needs to know about this, so that priest can't interfere and the investigation will be broader and more thorough. I'm glad I could help." Suddenly filled with enthusiasm, Lorraine stood up and pointed to the sky, saying, "Then let's go, Simon." Simon, confused, asked, "Go where?" Lorraine, overflowing with excitement, replied, "To the Forbidden Forest." She enthusiastically stated, "There must still be leftover evidence at the scene where you saw the priest." Seeing this aligned with his own thoughts, Simon nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go see." Under the orange sky, the two young friends ventured into the Forbidden Forest, only for Simon to exclaim, "No way." In front of the scene of bare land and flying leaves, he suddenly said, "Why is there nothing here?" Standing in front of an empty clearing with no traces, Simon exclaimed, "I swear it was right here." He said, "Right here there was a shrine and a cross mark." But the two only saw the wind blowing the leaves fluttering. He was bewildered, but now there are no signs of fear, and that priest at all. While Simon was still wondering why is that, Lorraine confidently walked straight towards the empty land. She knelt down to survey the terrain and remarked, "The lack of any traces is even more suspicious. Simon, according to what you said, that priest is quite strong." She closely observed the ground and continued, "Although I didn't witness the fight firsthand, I can still deduce from the fact that they cleared such a large area." Then she stood up, explaining as she did, "But what shocks me the most is that they inserted a core into their bodies in order to reach Keizen, even though they serve the deity. The priests believe that the core is a source of power against God." Simon suddenly had a question. "Wait, Lorraine, I have a question." Lorraine turned to him and replied, "What is it?" Simon posed his question. "If they open the core, then they won't be able to use divine power like a priest anymore, right?" Lorraine quickly answered, "Yes. I'm not exactly sure about the mechanism, but that's what they will get." Simon asked and surprise received. Lorraine did not hesitate to answer, "Divine power is the strength that comes from belief in a god." An image of a female version of Jesus Christ with a cross on her back, being revered by nuns in white robes, appeared. In contrast to this depiction of the deity, Satan, clad in fiery red pants, stood opposed to Jesus Christ and was worshipped by young women in navy blue attire, which further emphasized Lorraine's description. On the other hand, dark energy is the power of a cursed demon, as people say. Lorraine did not forget to add, regardless of their doctrines, the fact that these two forces are in opposition is an undeniable truth. Simon pondered again. Realizing that this issue had become too significant, Lorraine turned to pat Simon on the shoulder and said, "Simon, thank you for cooperating with Keizen. But the problem is, since that priest is very difficult to deal with, you are in great danger. We don't know when they will start hunting you, so you should take a break for a while." Hearing Lorraine's concern for him, Simon responded calmly, "No, I'm fine. I'll continue living as usual. I don't know if that priest has seen my face yet, and if he is indeed hunting me, he will surely leave a trace. Seeing how indifferent he was to the issue, Lorraine was surprised. What? She angrily grabbed Simon and shouted at him, "Don't be so oblivious, Simon. If that evidence cost your life to obtain, then it will just become meaningless." Simon remained calm and confident, holding Lorraine's shoulders and soothing her. "Just calm down and listen to me, Lorraine. If I skip school or do something unusual, the priest will start to suspect me." Lorraine tried to argue, snapping, "But at least have a bodyguard." Simon stood firm. "Having a bodyguard wouldn't matter. Do you think having someone unfamiliar constantly by my side wouldn't attract more attention? So I insist, if a bodyguard follows me, I will stand out even more. And by doing that, it clearly means I've already told everything I saw that day to the higher-ups at Keizen. Keizen protecting me also shows that I feel threatened." Lorraine countered in despair, but Simon was determined. "Lorraine, we are dealing with a priest who has sneaked into Keizen. As I said, they have decided to come here and even open the core, which is considered a crime against priests." Lorraine heard this and agreed, temporarily calming down. Simon quickly concluded, "You also understand that those fanatics could commit actions we cannot foresee." Lorraine couldn't say anything, so she softened her tone. "All right, but you have to promise me one thing." She warned him, "If I discover any unusual behavior, I'll have someone protect you, even if that means you won't have your freedom, understand?" Simon agreed. "All right, I promise." Lorraine, still worried, added, "And remember that you don't have to sacrifice yourself for anyone." Simon reluctantly smiled. "I will remember that." After their heartfelt conversation, they quickly regained their spirits. Lorraine, full of enthusiasm, exclaimed, "All right, the check is done. Now, let's go back to Keizen." Simon eagerly responded, "All right." When they returned to school, it was already dark. Lorraine cheerfully said goodbye and left. Simon stayed back to see her off while thinking, "Sorry, Lorraine, I can't leave school just for this." He thought, "I will fall behind if I don't go to school." He kept worrying in his mind, what if I get expelled for poor grades and lack of skills? It can't be. If both options have risks, I would rather continue to go to school. As he walked to school, he thought, as Fear said, there is so much to learn at Keizen. The next morning, the students were taken on an experience by Professor Jane. Dick exclaimed, "Wow, Professor Jane is truly something else." Dick added, "I heard that students can only experience this in the second term, but we are getting a chance even before the student protection term ends." Candy nervously said, "I'm so worried, I couldn't sleep at all last night." Suddenly, a flash of light dazzled many students. An announcement was made. "Everyone, this is the Keizen combat simulation system." The simulation room lit up with the battlefield's black floor and surrounding green walls. The system in the room began to introduce itself. Avalon is a system that only Keizen has on the entire continent. It can create any magical creature and virtual battles. The students were all amazed and in awe. Professor Jane, who had been there since the afternoon, explained the principle of the room. "This is the result of moving Hallucina, an illusion fortress, to Keizen for modification and adjustment." Immediately after, Professor Jane announced, "I'm done explaining. Now I will briefly talk about the simulation test." The professor began to give the instructions. "All rules are exactly the same as in the real test, and you will get to experience a maximum of 3 virtual battles before participating in the real fight. The simulated Cyclops will only consider the fighting members as enemies." The professor held up a bulletproof vest and said, "The fighting members will wear this enchanted protective vest. When the vest protective barrier reaches 0, the training session will end. You can wait for your turn in the waiting room." The professor's instructions were lengthy. In this simulated battle, you have to assess how effective your team's strategy is and envision what the real battle will be like. Finally, the professor finished speaking. "That's it. Move to the designated waiting room." In the room, Simon's team looked up at the screen to watch the match of other teams. The screen announced, "Team 5, we have marked the locations of your team's supporters." Cammy saw a girl with red hair styled into 2 bunny ears and said, "Hey, there's Cindy from Team 5. Simon checked the stats table for Team 5 and commented, "Caterology, darkness dynamics, toxicology, and spiritology. The fighting member is majoring in spiritology. This team is quite balanced." In the simulation room, the system announced, "Then we will begin the simulation battle for team number 5. The entire room transformed into thousands of green lights, leaving Team 5 in awe. Cindy exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing." A grayish foot stomped heavily onto the floor. A massive Cyclops with rippling 6-pack abs and muscular shoulders stood in front of Cindy. She nervously said, "Here it comes, here it comes." Without hesitation, Cindy excitedly shouted, "All right, let's get started." She immediately spun her scythe into a battle stance. Pointing straight at the face of the giant Cyclops, Cindy confidently yelled, "Let's take it down." As a result, Team 5 could only hold out for just over 1 minute. The main attacker, Cindy, fell to the ground, simulation failure, with damage only reaching 22%. Team 7 was observing the results on the screen while discussing. Dick said, just one punch from the Cyclops has already depleted 50% of the shield level. We need to cast the spell faster than expected. Cammy looked up at the results and replied nervously, wow, that's true. Simon noticed his friends starting to feel tense and thought to himself, everyone seems worried even though this is just a simulated battle. Dick, sweating, turned to Malin and asked, Malin, can you do it? Malin, although trembling, tried to remain calm and answer, yeah, I'm fine. A new announcement was made. Next, teams 3 and 7, please proceed. Simon stood up and walked towards the door. Hector Moore, standing next to him, kept glaring at him. Hector suddenly called out, Simon Follentia. Simon found this guy incredibly annoying. Hector interrogated, you will be the fighter for Team 7, right? Simon replied calmly, no, it's Malin. Hearing this, Hector immediately scoffed, the silly girl from the ivory tower. You're giving up that position to protect her honor. Simon coolly responded, of course not. It's simply that she's the strongest among us. Hector was angry, his face scrunched up, his mouth grumbling and blood boiling. The loudspeaker system announced Group 7 will mark the positions of your group's supporters. 4 people, Simon, Malin, Cammy, and Dick, entered the blue gate, ready to begin their group test. Upon entering the room, the group saw glowing yellow circles before them. The proctor instructed, supporters, please take your positions. The Cyclops won't see you, so just relax. Cammy, Simon, and Dick quickly took their positions. The proctor quickly reminded them, of course, if you step out of the circle, you will be disqualified. Then the proctor turned to Malin and asked, fighter, are you ready? Malin startled and replied, oh, yes. Her teammates quickly reassured her. Malin, get a grip. Are you sure you're okay? Don't worry too much, Malin. It's just a simulation. You can do it. Malin took a deep breath to calm herself and said, okay, thank you. I'm fine. The simulation quickly began. The system announced, well then, the first simulated battle of Team 7. The system shouted, start. The whole group took their stance, ready to face the towering Cyclops approaching. The fierce Cyclops roared, Groa. Malin commanded, everyone ready. Malin said, you all remember our strategy, right? Everyone responded, yeah, of course. Simon observed Malin and thought to himself, Malin seems fine. I don't need to worry anymore. I'll stick to the plan. Simon resolutely thought, I just need to focus 100% on my task. Everyone equipped their gear, Cammy poised with dark spells in hand, Simon ready with his skeletons, and Team 7 was filled with fighting spirit. Just as they were standing still, the Cyclops threw Malin far away. The 3 supports were stunned, terrified, helpless, confused, and their morale plummeted. Malin lay flat on the ground, her soul leaving her body. The other 3 panicked and shouted, Malin, are you okay? After a while, the system announced the first simulated battle of Group 7 has come to an end. They all emerged with their hair disheveled and their bodies exhausted. Professor Jane commented, well done, you have executed the initial plan. Recalling the scene of Simon's skeleton smashing monsters, the professor said, I was quite impressed by the summoner's ability to use skeletons to draw the attention of the Cyclops. Simon replied shyly, thank you. After praising, the professor added something that left Simon dumbfounded. With praise, there is definitely criticism. Professor Jane is very familiar with this. Professor Jane continued, overall, the other members fell behind. The young man Dick, who was being hinted at, froze completely. Regarding the group's general fighting method, the professor reminded, slowing down the monster with a draining spell and defeating it with Dark Flare seems theoretically reasonable. But now you must realize that reality is different. The biggest issue is the lack of skill. Minimize mistargeting while casting spells. But fortunately, today she was lenient, so she'd only criticized up to that point and concluded with the sentence, that's it. Group 7 replied with relief, thank you, teacher. 4 people led each other into the waiting room. Upon entering, they saw other students gathered around a screen watching the match of Team 3. On the screen was the scene of Hector standing boldly like a champion. Beneath his feet lay the broken, crushed body of the Cyclops. Around him, everyone was amazed. Wow, Hector is so cool. He really defeated it. Looking at Team 3's sky-higher rank, especially their protection score of 98%, another wave of astonishment broke out. He defeated in the first practice match. 98% means he hasn't been hit at all. Team 7 had just finished their match and was horrified at the score. Do we have to perform like that to get in a rank? Is that even possible? Outside, Team 3 had also entered the room. One student said, so jealous. Hector Moore deliberately walked close to Team 7, causing Simon to keep glancing sidelong at Hector. Seeing this, Hector gave Simon an indescribably wicked smile. Malin suddenly said, hey, everyone. The battle spirit arose and Malin firmly asserted, "We have to make sure we win in the real battle." After discussing the strategy, the group entered the second attempt. Dick said it seemed that using 2 fatigue spells wouldn't slow it down. "Malin, I think you should avoid its attacks." Malin, confused, said me. In this battle, the Cyclops was raising its mace and charging forward. Dick replied, "Yes, remember to use the dark powers we learned in magical combat." Malin said, "Okay, I'll try." Remembering her friend's advice, as the Cyclops swung its mace to knock her away again, Malin quickly jumped out of the way. Dick and Cammy were right next to the Cyclops, casting the 5-pointed star dark magic circle for support. Dick shouted to Cammy, "Forget about the sustainability of the curse. It's important to stack multiple layers of spells." Cammy replied, "Okay, Dick." Cammy and Dick shot magic blast at the monster's face, causing it to roar gra and retreat defensively. The monster's foot nearly crushed Malin, turning her into a flat pancake. She screamed, "Kaya!" Fortunately, she managed to dodge thanks to using the dark powers as Dick suggested. But Malin unfortunately fell right into the monster's attack range. Her teammates tried to warn her Malin, but it was too late. Malin got hit directly on the head with the mace, and she panicked. Simulating the end, the whole group received a failure result with a total score of E. Cammy sadly said, "We almost made it." Cammy and Malin stood next to each other watching the results. Cammy worriedly said, "We only have one more chance." Malin helplessly replied, "I know." Simon suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, listen up." He eagerly declared, "I have a way to ensure we win." Simon immediately laid out his plan. First, the basic plan will still be the same, casting 2 spells, while Malin will cast Dark Flare. But using double the weakening spells won't be effective. So, Cammy and Dick, you two will use 4 layers of weakening spells through multicasting. Dick, surprised, said, "What? I've never done multicasting before." Cammy nervously replied, "Me neither. It's not impossible. But do we have enough time to do that?" Simon reassured them, "It's fine. I'll extend the time as much as possible with Skeleton." Once again entering the simulation, the group agreed to follow Simon. "All right, let's give it a try." At that moment, Simon's 2 skeletons were climbing up the slimy body of the Cyclops. Simon said, "Good, and we will also take advantage of the mountainous terrain." While your skeleton continues to claw at the Cyclop, back at the meeting, Simon instructed, "And Dick, use your expertise in enchantment." Dick immediately replied, "Got it." But beside him, Cammy looked at him with concern. During the battle, Cammy said, "I have completed the first exhaustion spell." Brightly glowing between her hands was the dark spell she had cast. Next to her, Dick had also finished his formation and reported, "I'm done too, getting ready to proceed to the next phase." The Cyclops smashed Simon's skeleton to pieces. Malin immediately announced, "Dark Flare has reached 80% completion." Simon shouted, "The 7th skeleton, get ready to move up here." Then quickly summoned more skeletons to replace the ones just lost to continue buying time. He called out, "Go!" 2 skeletons leaped forward to jab at the monster. Dick and Cammy reported, "Simon, I'm done too." Cammy's hands were poised with the spell, her spirit high. Simon replied, "All right." To rescue the skeletons from the hands of the Cyclop, Simon signaled, "Climb up." The Cyclop lost its prey and became confused, its head turning continuously in search. Malin had charged her health bar to full, and the dark flare radiated a brilliant red, emitting a strong resonance. She shouted, "Dark Flare is complete." Upon seeing Malin, the Cyclop quickly charged towards her, only to fall straight into the trap set by Dick and Cammy. The 2 shouted, "It has stepped into the range of the Withering spell." Simultaneously, the duo chanted the spell, "Wither." The power from the Withering spell exploded in a powerful blue light. Malin also unleashed a strike, Dark Flare. The Cyclops' eyes suddenly widened in fear as all the magic converged into a large black orb, shooting straight towards the monster. The magic hit the creature like a bomb, exploding upon it. Simon had predicted, with 4 layers of withering spells, you will be able to dodge the Cyclops attacks Malin. The monster was indeed not willing to give up. It darted like an arrow towards Malin in an attempt to salvage some of its losses. During your discussion, Malin found it hard to understand when he said to dodge. "You want me to dodge by myself?" Simon replied, "No, follow my instructions." Malin replied, "All right, I'll give it a try." And at that moment, once again facing Cyclops' attack, Malin had a plan. Her legs glowed with blue flames. Her teammates warned, "Malin, in front of you." Cyclops' club came down, but Malin successfully darted out of range. She yelled, "Eh." Dick was doing his best to use the weakening spell on Cyclops. Simon shouted, "Run forward." And following the instructions, she immediately dashed ahead. Simon then said, "Cammy, block its line of sight with hematology spells." Cam replied, "Got it." and she quickly drew blood from her index finger to cast. Cammy's hematology spells turned it into a ribbon and soared high. The hematology spells wrapped around like binding ropes, tightening around Cyclops' face. Cammy shouted, "Hurry up, Simon." The blinded Cyclops could only stand still and was unable to react. Additionally, up in the trees, Simon had prepped some skeletons holding chains. He commanded, "Pull." Cyclops suddenly felt a chain around its neck. The skeletons had wrapped chains around the nearby trees and pulled hard, causing the binding to tighten around the monster. Cyclops was choking, growling, "Grah!" It tried to pull the chains off with its hands. Seeing this, Simon said, "Dick, use the ancient spell to prevent the chains from breaking." Dick immediately responded, "Okay." He fired a green energy blast. Enchant! Cyclops was hit by the spell and roared. Grr! The chains tightened even more and the monster began to struggle. Simon shouted, "Malin, finish it off." Malin gasped for breath, gritted her teeth, and whispered, "Why don't you?" She unleashed all the dark flare energy she had been charging. Die! She threw the entire blazing red spell towards Cyclops. The monster burned fiercely in the flames, crying out, "Grah!" Malin landed dramatically, her hair flying in the wind. Simon, Dick, and Cammy quietly watched the monster drown in the fire as it screamed, "Grah!" Cyclops let out a grr, the last breath of its life in imitation. When the flames extinguished, the monster collapsed with a thud. Team 7 stood silently, admiring their achievement. The simulation ended and the room returned to its original settings. Everyone exited receiving very favorable results with a total score of B. The simulation was successful. Team 7 shouted, "We did it!" They all embraced each other, celebrating their victory. The professor's voice began to transmit, "Congratulations to Team 7 for defeating Cyclops." The faces of the 4 people looked up happily. Simon glanced at Dick, and he cheerfully raised his hand. "Awesome." The voice continued, "Well done. You have executed a strategy that was only theoretically feasible and adjusted it effectively with practical experience." The professor, sitting in his chair, held up a notepad and continued seriously. "However, you need to improve your long-term combat abilities and still depend on the capabilities of the summoner. You made a very good judgment by quickly casting spells multiple times to enhance the curse, but there are still many mistakes. Remember to practice to improve your magic." Cammy's face lit up with happiness upon hearing those words. The professor concluded his message. "That's all." Simon and Malin responded in unison. "Yes, thank you, Professor." Everyone around came over to congratulate them. "Your team is really amazing, so cool, Malin." Cindy ran over calling, "Hey, Simon." She rushed to clap for him. "You did great. The whole team is awesome." Simon joyfully replied, "Thanks, Cindy." She asked again, "Isn't it very difficult to chant the spell many times?" Dick replied to her, "Actually, it is a bit confusing." In the distance, a figure was watching them. Hector's face glanced at them with a look of hatred. The professor said, "Today's class ends here. Have a nice weekend, everyone." The whole class replied in unison, "Thank you, Professor." The 4 of them walked together. Malin spoke up and asked, "Are we practicing this weekend?" Cammy turned to look and said, "Yeah, I realized my weakness in the mock exam." Dick was surprised. Really?" Simon also asked her, "Cammy, didn't someone ask you out on a date?" Malin was shocked and turned to her. "What?" Cammy shyly replied, Yeah, but I declined." She looked at him. "I want to practice with you guys, so..." He looked at her too. "Really?" Dick interrupted, raising his hand and pointing at himself. "Sorry, but I'll pass this time. I have to go to Rochester for a conference." Malin looked at him with disappointment. "Humph, that's fine. What about you, Simon?" Simon replied, "I'm quite busy tomorrow. I'll go the following day." Malin frowned, looking directly at Simon. "All right, Dick wants to become a businessman, but what reason do you have?" Simon answered, "I have a private training session. I'm trying to catch up on the preliminary classes. Someone in Rochester is teaching me summoning." Simon said as he entered the basement, "Fear, I'm here." A dark shadow greeted him. "Welcome, human. How are you, Fear?" Simon looked at the beast following him. "Sorry to bother you right as I arrive, but could you take a look at my skeleton?" The shadow crossed its arms and asked, "Are you here to train or to move?" The area below is filled with sharp weapons that have been brought in. Simon laughed. "Haha, I want to recruit a few more skeletons into the army, so I need a lot of weapons to distribute." Fear picked up a skull. "I understand, but what did you do to make them so battered?" Simon explained, "They got damaged in the simulation." Fear pointed to a box standing below. "Are you ready?" "Can't we start training?" "The ones that were just reassembled need time to recover. Or this time, you could use humanoid skeletons. As a newcomer, it might be a bit difficult for you to control them. So focus." Fear spoke while looking at 2 other skeletons standing nearby. "Today, I'll teach you how to control multiple skeletons at once. First, how many skeletons can you control at the same time?" Simon taps the back of his neck. 2 is the maximum. If I control more than 3, my mind starts to scatter, and it becomes harder to give commands. Fear stepped closer, looking directly at him. That's fine. The number you can control isn't what's important. What matters is how well you can manage them, whether you control 1 or 2. The skeletons around began to take their positions. All right, let's fight the skeletons. I'll control 2 at a time, Fear said. Both looked at each other. Fear called out, "Come on, kid." Simon replied seriously, "Yes." Simon began to control his 2 skeletons with his thoughts, charge. 4 skeletons started to clash. Very good. Keep pushing. 1 suddenly charged in fast. A voice rang out, "Duck." The other dodged the attack. The 2 fought fiercely. Fear's skeleton gained the upper hand and knocked down Simon's skeleton. Simon turned to him and said, "That's not fair. You told me to only use 2 skeletons." Fear looked at him and calmly replied, "What do you mean? I'm also only controlling 2 just like you." Simon looked puzzled. He started to remember what he had just thought. He moved the skeleton with the sword first, then ordered the skeleton with the spear, and so on. The 2 skeletons returned to Fear. He must have realized it too. This tactic is called cross-combat. He would quickly give commands back and forth to the skeletons to expand the control range of himself. Fear began to explain in more detail. If he could not control several at once, he would operate them by activating 2 at the same time. This is the key point of this strategy. Stockton thought about what he said quickly at the same time. The 2 skeletons suddenly raised their hands and clapped each other, hugging. He asked further, "Is that how it is?" "Keys." Fear laughed heartily. It was worth the effort to teach him. If he understood it, then let's go for practical combat right away. The operation goal is cross-combat clear. After a while, all 4 of them finished practicing, exhausted and sitting on the ground. Dick complained, "I'm so tired." Malin also spoke up, but everyone has improved significantly. Malin was more serious. "Especially you, Simon. You have controlled the skeletons better." Cammy agreed, "I see that too." He asked again, "Really? You used to control 2 at the same time, now you can do 3. It's thanks to your extra class in Rochus, right?" Simon paused and smiled, replying, "That's right." Malin and Cammy were both curious and asked, "Who taught you that? A professional necromancer or someone from Keizen?" Cammy chimed in, "That person must be really skilled, right? Introduce us, please. I want to learn 2v2. You've made so much progress in just 1 day. Your master must be a master of dark magic." Fear smiled upon hearing the compliment. "Ha ha ha, am I that famous?" The sound echoed in Simon's head and he communicated with him. "Fear, keep it down. I have a headache." Its face appeared. "Tell them we are more than willing to teach if they die and become soldiers of a legion." He thought to himself, "That's forbidden in Keizen." He then spoke to Malin and Cammy. "I'm sorry, but he's not like that in real life. He's quite busy, so he has little time to teach me." Fear laughed loudly. Malin sighed, "You're so petty." Dick also chimed in, "You have to consider Simon's position. Of course, he wouldn't disclose anything. If his score is lower than yours, then Simon would have to leave Keizen. There's no way he would spill." Simon was slightly taken aback when he heard that. Malin stood up and said loudly, "Aish, fine. Even without extra classes, I'm still better than you. Get up, let's keep practicing, prepare for next week." The 3 of them stood up as well, and Simon replied, "Okay." Then the next day arrived, marking the end of the student protection phase. Simon asked hopelessly, "How many students are there today?" Dick answered, 19. Bal stood at the lectern, continuously throwing papers away while saying, "Is this garbage your homework? It doesn't deserve to be at Keizen." The students looked visibly frightened. Dick covered his mouth, slightly surprised, so that makes 20 students. Simon also looked awkward. In just 1 day, 20 students have been expelled from Keizen. The students outside were jogging in the hot sun. They shouted, "Professor Beheddle, why? I mean, how can you deduct 10 points from me? I would rather run all day than lose points." The group of Simon was also running, all of them breathing heavily. Dick said while running, with Professor Hompeng, "More than magic, fighting is the best." Simon laughed comfortably. "You really shouldn't have listened." Dick was reaching his limit, falling behind the 2, said, "Malin, you'll always be behind at the start." Simon was also worried, turned to ask, "Malin, don't overdo it, you can." Malin seriously passed by Simon and Dick. Simon's face was surprised. "Oh." Dick ran after Simon. He stumbled and said, "All right, tomorrow is the skills assessment, but Mom, save me." His face was still surprised from earlier when he replied, "I know." He started to remember what happened yesterday. "Cammy, did you practice with Malin yesterday?" Cammy was hugging a bamboo pole and said, "Yeah, I practiced the withering curse while Malin worked out all day." Simon, holding several branches, asked, "Physical training?" "Right," she said. "She could easily use blackening, but you can't just rely on her word to dodge Cyclops attacks." After that, we studied together until evening. Cammy walked into the room, exhausted, and asked, did she start studying right after practice? She stayed up studying all night. Malin, wearing pajamas, sat at the study desk. What? Didn't sleep at all? Yeah, I asked her if she was tired, and she said she was fine because she had taken the awakening potion. Returning to reality, Malin was running ahead of Simon. He thought to himself, looking back, whenever I meet Malin, she is always studying really admirable. But why does she have to work so hard? His face was serious. Malin waved and called out, Simon, come see me. He turned to her. Huh? She positioned herself, stepping out of the shadows. Look at this. Malin jumped up, and all three were amazed. Oh. She landed on the ground where they were. Cammy clapped, and Dick exclaimed, wow. Malin turned to Simon and asked him, so, is there anything to fix? Simon looked at her and replied, no, you did really well. Malin joyfully ran over to clap with Cammy. Really? It's worth the effort preparing for tomorrow. Cammy also cheerfully said, you're great, Malin. Wow. Impressive. Have you really improved this much in just a few days? Of course, I've been training specially for this. Her foot was swollen and red. Simon said seriously, Malin, don't push yourself too hard. You've already passed the simulation test. I'm sure we'll do well in the real fight too. Her face grew serious, but I'm not planning to take it easy and pass. I have to work hard to achieve first place no matter what. Its expression turned slightly thoughtful. Simon spoke up, Malin, but was interrupted by the teacher. Break time is over. Stand up. Everyone. Simon paused briefly. We'll run to the next point without resting, okay? Hearing that, he looked at her with concern. Hongpeng stepped forward, and Simon tiredly replied, oh, yes, Professor. Hongpeng cheerfully asked, have you practiced the shadow combat skills I taught you? Of course. I've improved a lot compared to when I first started. Hongpeng carefully examined his body. You're right. Your shadow flow has improved, and your overall abilities have increased. You're stronger now, Simon. Really? As I said, you have a talent for this subject. He scratched his head and smiled. Then someone came up from behind calling, Professor. Brad's face was serious. A student is injured. She seems to have a sprained ankle. Hongpeng said to him, let me take a look. Before leaving, Hongpeng reminded Simon, you must practice continuously to make progress. Yes, thank you, teacher. Simon went over to Dick and Cammy, asking, where is Malin? Cammy replied, I don't know. She said anxiously, I'm always behind the group, so. Dick nodded in agreement, me too. So we're both looking for her. Why can't we find her? Simon looked around worriedly. No, I haven't seen her either. Professor Hongpeng seemed eager. What's going on? People around them were talking to each other. Someone just got injured. Brad carried Malin in front of everyone. The other three were frightened and worried when they saw Malin being carried. The brute called out her name together, Malin. Her face was slightly flushed as she bit her lip in pain. The doctor announced Malin Villain has a serious injury to her ankle. Cammy worriedly held Malin's hand, listening in silence. The doctor seriously wrote and read aloud, you'll need to use crutches for a while. You can still go to school, but you won't be able to participate in combat classes or physical activities for a week. Really? Cammy's worried face was evident, and Dick remained silent, pensive. Malin suddenly stood up and said, no, I'm fine. It's nothing serious. I can still walk. I can participate in the combat classes. But suddenly, her painful expression appeared. Cammy supported Malin, her face pale. Malin. The doctor sighed, Miss Villain, this is not advice, it is an order. Both Malin and Cammy's faces turned pale, fear clearly visible in their eyes. He stated seriously, at Keizen, student survival is prioritized, but I am a doctor, and the recovery of my patients is my #1 priority. I will remove your name from the classes that require movement. Her hands clenched tightly into her pants. Cammy anxiously sat beside her. Malin. She bowed down and said, I'm sorry, everyone. Can you leave me alone for a bit? Okay. Her feet touched the ground. Simon was still standing there, mailing. Seeing this, Cammy called out to him, Simon. He responded, if you keep blaming yourself like this, nothing will change. Malin yelled, so what do you want me to do? What should I do about the match against the Cyclops tomorrow? He replied, we will find a way. She shouted back, another way? What other way? I have worked hard to come up with strategies and potions for a week, you know that. Cammy was even more worried. Malin, we've only been practicing this formation for a week, and tomorrow is the real battle against the Cyclops. Are you mocking me or what? It is my fault. You can make whatever sarcastic comments you want. Malin vented her frustration, saying, it's my fault you're going to get the lowest score on the final competency assessment. You'll be kicked out of Keizen because of me too. I got hurt because I wanted to be first. Enough, Simon interjected. He turned to the other two and said seriously, everyone agrees I'll be the one fighting our group tomorrow. The students were led to a dungeon. Everyone was amazed and awed by the mystery of the place. Suddenly, Cammy spoke up. Rock is a small island, But Dick Haywork continued, "Since Neftis is a collector, it seems she brought these relics to Rock." Cammy asked, "All of them?" He nodded, "Yes." In the distance, two figures, Simon and Meili Villine, were approaching. People began to buzz excitedly about Meili Villine's injuries. The discussions only worsened her mood. Cammy asked worriedly, "Will we be able to do this?" Dick Haywork answered confidently, "Trust Simon." Soon after, it was Simon's group's turn. The chatter started up again, accompanied by mockery. Everyone thought Simon's team would fail this time. Seeing the situation, Simon encouraged everyone. "Let's give it our all until the very last minute." The teacher announced the next Cyclops would be unleashed. Now the test for Group 7 officially begins. As the words left his mouth, the Cyclops was unchained, along with the teacher's remark, "No need to push too hard. If it doesn't work out, just ask to stop." Everyone replied, "Yes, sir." As the starting chant began, the monster charged at Simon's group wildly. Simon commanded his skeletons to attack and told them, "Do as we practiced." Then he reassured himself. Positions may change, but the plan remains the same. But things didn't go as planned. The Cyclops targeted Simon instead of the skeletons as in the simulation. The situation changed. It continuously aimed at Simon and attacked. Fortunately, he managed to dodge. Simon quickly used the regeneration command, but reality was much tougher than the simulations. His strikes did no damage to the monster. At the same time, his two teammates used the exhaustion attack on the monster, causing its vision to be impaired. Just then, Simon stepped forward and threw his spear at the creature, but the spear went off target and only grazed its face, making it furious and unleashing a flurry of attacks towards him. Fortunately, he had learned how to control the darkness, otherwise he would have been taken down. He silently thanked Professor Han Peng. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Simon, watch out." The monster unleashed a deadly strike towards him, but luckily he dodged in time. The damage indicator showed 72%, astonishing everyone and raising questions about whether something strange was going on. Suddenly, a professor entered the observation room and requested to halt the test, but the teacher did not listen and said, "Let's see how it goes." In response to the professor's question, she dismissed him and the test continued. Meanwhile, Simon slowly stood up and said, "Forget all strategies and help me in any way you can." Upon hearing this, a whole team put forth all their strength to assist Simon. Cammy said, "Then I will do my best to help Simon." Dick Haywork threw weapons to the skeletons. After receiving the weapons, they charged at the monster and attacked it, limiting its vision. Simon quietly reassured himself to focus just as Professor Bahil had once demonstrated and tried to recall that feeling. A surge of power flowed from him, and he finally succeeded. He silently thanked the professor. Then, from the blood-red space, countless skeletons charged out and launched a full-scale attack on the monster. They continually stabbed the creature, causing it to scream in pain. In the stands, people continued to murmur and discuss the situation. Meanwhile, Simon was more tense than anyone else. He thought he could do even better. At that moment, he remembered the professor's words and began to comprehend. A voice echoed in his head, "Kill him." After that, he opened his eyes, and the skeletons seemed influenced by him, relentlessly rushing to tear apart the target furiously, which made the spectators tense as well. Under the barrage of attacks, the monster seemed to go insane, charging towards Simon. Just as it seemed he would be attacked, the low voice of Meili Villine rang out, "Ice Wall." An ice wall surrounded Simon, saving him at the last moment. She shouted, "Keep going." In Simon's confusion, she yelled loudly, "We are about to win." Simon regained his composure and thanked Malin. He then called for Cammy. At that moment, Cammy used hematology spells, and Simon executed his special move to deliver the decisive blow. After the monster collapsed, everyone immediately used the Narvia potion. Simon silently prayed, "Please just fall down, please." But just at that moment, the monster's arms suddenly moved and it sprang back up, causing everyone to panic. At this point, Simon was exhausted. He said to himself, "Is it true that everything is meaningless except for the finishing blow?" Then he called out to Dick, "Hand me the sword." When he grabbed it, there was hardly any dark energy left. It could only last for 10 minutes. But suddenly he froze. A strange feeling made him collapse. "My legs won't obey." The monster swung its hand towards him. In a life or death moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Simon." A magical circle surrounded him, creating a platform for him to jump. A voice rang out, "Jump." Simon leaped up, dodging the monster's deadly strike, then used all his strength to stab at its weak point. But unexpectedly, the monster had sensed his intent and hit him with a powerful blow, reducing his defense level to only 7%. An encouraging voice echoed, "Simon, come on." He thought, this must be how it ends. At this moment, Simon looked truly miserable, his body covered in wounds, stuck tight against the stone wall, creating deep indentations. He raised his hand, his eyes wide open, striking his fist vigorously, not at all like a death mage. He summoned 2 bony arms along with a sword, and then, using all of his strength, stabbed into the monster's shoulder, causing it to roar in pain. At the same time, Simon also collapsed. A voice exclaimed, "Group 7, you have successfully killed the monster." Simon knelt down in joy. "We did it." Dick rushed to Simon. "Yes, you did it." "How are you, Simon?" He encouraged him. "You did great, fantastic. I'm so proud of you, buddy. You must be the best." Malin and Camembert also approached to encourage Simon after the tough battle. Malin said, "Well done, Simon." "Ah, well, let's just say I owe you." Camembert cried while congratulating him. "Congratulations on what you've accomplished." Simon replied, "You did great too, Malin." Hearing that, Malin paused, unsure of what to say next. She awkwardly responded, "Simon, I'm sorry about the other day." But before she could finish, the other 2 stepped forward, drowning out her voice. Dick said, "Malin, you did really well too, right? That ice move was absolutely amazing." The 2 of them hugged Malin, not allowing her to finish her words. Simon asked again, "Oh, did Malin just say something?" But Malin did not respond, and then they all burst into laughter and joyful excitement. After returning, the professor praised, "Today, everyone did very well. First of all, disregarding the scores and results, I am very pleased that no one in the class was seriously injured during this practical assessment." The whole class replied in unison, "Thank you, Professor." She continued, "But the results are the most important issue at Keizen, so let's start the evaluation with Group 1. Group 1 stepped forward. She said, "Your group is Group 7, quite confused and scared." Malin let out a sigh. The professor said, "Cindy Vivis's spiritology skills are very impressive, but relying solely on one person and making many mistakes is a valid reason to deduct points." Everyone in Group 1 felt very disappointed and sad, saying in unison, "Thank you, teacher." She requested, "Next, Relok Sara and Yona Kasumi, please hold each other's hands." The 2 friends replied, confused, "What?" She said, "If there are any misunderstandings between the 2 of you, please resolve them soon. This time, you 2 did not ruin the group assessment like amateurs anymore, but there's no guarantee it will happen next time." Simon was surprised. She knows all the contradictions, even the smallest ones, between the students. Dick continued, "It's not just this surprise." Simon wondered, "What else?" Melon continued, "There are many successful groups that hunted Cyclop, but only 8 groups succeeded in the simulation test. Now there are 13 groups. Simon asked again, "Is that important?" Dick added, "That means just succeeding in defeating Cyclop isn't very important anymore. What matters now is getting a higher score." The professor had summarized Group 3, and their final score was a plus. She praised them. "Great job. They clearly defined the roles of each member, worked well as a team, and their hunting time was 4 minutes shorter, the shortest in the class. Even their defense rate was consistently above 90%. Everyone whispered among themselves, so Hector will likely be the top of the class, right? With the score he achieved, that's definitely the case." She continued, "We really look forward to seeing you grow step by step. Well done." Hector nodded in thanks. She ran her hand over the statistics sheet and said, "And finally, Group 7, you are a complete mess." The whole group bowed their heads down. The game took 13 minutes and 48 seconds, and the Warriors' defensive rate was just a single number, only 7%. The reckless behaviors were completely inconsistent with the tactics previously discussed. The evaluation score for Group 7 was D. Hearing this, the members of the group were not too disappointed. Simon and the others bowed low to thank the teacher. She continued, "Of course, that was when the evaluation score did not include this special information." She held out a piece of paper. "This is the autopsy report of the Cyclop that Group 7 killed." The whole class exclaimed simultaneously, "Autopsy report." She read from the paper and said, "The results show that the curses and poisons used to subdue the Cyclop caused abnormal side effects. The Cyclop that Group 7 faced became extremely aggressive, gradually losing control once the curse was broken. Additionally, their physical strength increased significantly. In other words, they exhibited abnormal traits due to these side effects. Therefore, the Keizen administration determined that the difficulty level of Group 7's assessment is entirely different from that of the other groups." Other students were confused. Keizen administration, "I told you the Cyclop of Group 7 was strange." She continued reading. "Based on the autopsy report of the Cyclop mentioned above, the administration concludes that when the Cyclop of Group 7 is defeated, it will earn a higher score than other Cyclops. In other words, you all fought against a red-level Cyclop." At that moment, the whole group was stunned in unison. "What? Really? So we will apply the new standards for the group to be fair, right?" Hector was startled upon hearing that. She continued, "Let me announce your exact scores, Malin. Yes, you have used basic magic, which is far beyond the average level of a first-grade Keizen student, and you played the most important role in protecting the warrior. Your shortcoming lies in being injured due to overtraining and poor self-management, but your fighting spirit despite the injuries is very impressive. I give you a personal score of 80. Malin was so happy that she cried without being able to speak. Next, she said, Dick used the dark curse at the right place and time, helping to defeat the Cyclops smoothly. I also give you a personal score of 80. Dick was delighted. Thank you, Professor. Camembars, you did well as the key attacker by using blood magic to deal damage. Such decisiveness is very rare, even among specialized necromancers. I give you a personal score of 85. Camembars cried as he replied, Thank you, Professor. Finally, she said, Simon Follentia has performed excellently in his role as a fighter. You have demonstrated the ability to cope with unexpected variables and leadership skills in taking care of your teammates. You also proved your physical strength and dark combat skills while dodging blows and stalling for time. You controlled the summoned creature, beat the bleeding condition, and showcased various applications of regeneration skills. You did not give up until you killed the Cyclops. Truly amazing. I give you a personal score of 100 points. Hearing this, Simon was in shock and speechless. He stood there dumbfounded because his score was so high. She continued, It's a pity there's no score higher than a plus. That's the perfect score. Everyone cheered. Unbelievable. He was in a daze, but Group 7 was overjoyed. Dick hugged Simon and exclaimed, We did it, Simon. Awesome. 100 points? The other groups turned to look at Hector. One friend said, Hector, but he brushed it off. Shut up before I cut your tongue, he said, exuding an intense murderous aura as if he wanted to devour the person in front of him. The entire Group 7 cheered, high-fiving in delight. On the green grass, the 5 of them lit a campfire, sitting on wooden benches together, raising their cups to celebrate the commendable achievements of the Keizen students. Cammy was surprised to find the substance in the wooden cup was wine. The professor also reminded them, But don't worry tonight, I will be your guardian. Keizen has specially prepared a celebration for your incredible achievements during the assessment. The 4 students all exclaimed 3 words. Wow. The professor continued, The phase of protecting students has ended, so surely you are facing some difficulties. But don't worry, I don't dislike you at all. Malin and Dick looked wide-eyed at the professor as if they were questioning what she had said. The professor asked the 4 of them to continue to perform as they were now. Malin and Cammy replied in unison, Yes, Professor. The boy Dick with a mischievous look wanted to ask the professor a few questions. He said, Professor, it's rare that we have the chance to sit and drink together like this. May I ask you a question? I really want to know. The professor casually replied, Of course you can ask. Dick smiled and said, It's just my guess, but do you care about Simon more than the other students? Hearing Dick say this, Malin behind him looked uncomfortable, mixed with a little anger. She spoke up, Hey Dick, what are you asking? The professor seemed shy and replied, I'm just a human too, and I must have students I like and ones I don't, right? After listening to her response, Dick could only place his hands behind his head and tussle his hair in embarrassment. Ha, of course. In his embarrassment, Dick didn't know what to do and could only change the subject by calling out to everyone. I really shouldn't have asked that question. Let's pretend nothing happened and raise our glasses again. The professor smiled. I was just joking. I care about all my students. Saying this, she ruffled the hair of her 2 friends, Simon and Dick. The professor announced good news. Next week, the 4 of them would go on a mission. Upon hearing this news from the professor, the whole group had wide eyes and open mouths in excitement. Only Simon seemed a bit dazed and didn't quite understand what was happening. Scene changed. Dick and Simon were walking around the campus. Dick informed Simon, Once the student protection phase is over, we move to the mission phase, which usually lasts 5 days. During these 5 days, we will receive assignments sent from Keizen. They could be odd jobs, part-time work, or it might involve hunting monsters, providing security for someone, assassinations, or fighting on behalf of others. There are a lot of possibilities. Simon wondered, so we fight on behalf of others? Yes, the commissions offered to necromancers are still active and will also be sent to students. Depending on the difficulty and completion of the commission, Keizen will give us evaluation points, while the clients must pay a fee. Dick continued, These commissions are the best way to earn money to pay for materials for Keizen. If your main field is summoning, then this is a great opportunity to make a lot of money. Simon seemed deep in thought. As Dick walked, he reminded him of a few things not to forget, such as completing at least 1 commission during this mission. Simon asked Dick, What if I fail all the commissions I've taken within the 5 days of this mission? Dick replied, If that happens, the mission will not be completed, and there will be no money or points. The second thing I want you to know is that you need to write a letter of explanation if the mission fails. Commissions can be extended, but I advise you not to do that. During the extension period of the mission, we are not allowed to attend classes, so it's better to give up the mission. Dick continued, You can plan freely. Some students will take on commissions within their ability to finish quickly and focus on their studies, while others will put their strength into larger tasks to earn money. Simon asked Dick, so we can plan whenever we want. Yeah, you know how it is at Keizen. As long as there are results, that's what's important, Dick replied. Suddenly, Dick touched Simon's shoulder and said, Oh, look over there, Simon. Look at the color of the envelope for the quest. Quickly find a suitable quest in the list that matches your plan. You can't choose a quest that's too easy because your quest assignment depends on that. At Keizen, apart from the academy score, you also need to consider your task points. If your task points aren't sufficient, you might have to take on a dangerous quest. So, no matter how scary the quest is, you can't delay for too long. Simon understood what Dick had said. Dick told him to take a look and then choose before saying goodbye to Simon. Simon also remembered to thank Dick for providing useful information. While he was thinking about what to choose, a voice echoed from the other side. Is anyone interested in hunting werewolves on Roke Island? For a team of 3. Fear said to Simon, but after all, we have to leave the island, so we don't need to think too much. Our priority is to get off the mainland to gather soldiers for the Legion and restore the glory of the past. You wonder if the undead are stronger than Fear, but he responds loudly. I am the commander of the Legion and no one dares to oppose me. However, some of the commanders of the Legion are quite fearsome creatures. Simon says, the Legion consists of several undead armies. The intelligent undead will command the soldiers under their authority, and our goal is to find the ancient undead that once led the Legion. But he does not know where to look for them, and Fear reassures him. Those bastards are very insane and they are everywhere on this continent. I remember all their personalities, so I suggest you carefully examine the tasks. Simon thinks, if my father's undead is on this Roke Island, then Fear would have informed me, so I will skip the tasks on the island. He asks Fear if he sees anything notable, but he tells him to go to the red task area because there is nothing. As he is about to leave, he suddenly bumps into a blonde man. The man is a head taller than him and immediately recognizes him as Simon Follentia. He is Hector, and he questions, Why are you here? But Simon replies, just taking a look around. Hector warns him with a steely gaze. The neutral zone is a place where Keizen has no influence, so if you get into trouble, no one will know. Simon could only remain silent. He told Hector to be careful, as if there was something in his words that startled Hector. Fear did not understand what was wrong with the blonde boy. Simon asked him about the village destroyed by the infected zombies. Fear replied, epidemics are quite common. Even liches can create them. All the tasks here are unrelated to the skills of the heroes. Suddenly, he noticed the green envelope and Simon believed the level of the mission had changed. After looking at the envelope, he was panic-stricken and speechless. Oh no, it really is a skeletal corpse. Fear smiled and told him, this is indeed an ancient zombie leading a swarm of spiders. The scene shifted to a mysterious room where the ancient zombie's image was also present. Alden Zyle, a second-year student of the Ephemeral Holy Institute, resolved this matter at any cost. Simon went to knock on the professor's door to receive his mission. He handed her the task sheet, but she rejected it, stating that a first-year student did not have the capacity to handle it and asked Simon to seek another commission. However, Simon remained adamant about taking on this assignment. He told the professor, I am confident I can handle this case. The professor asked him again, confident, huh? In the end, she agreed to let him take on the assignment because, to her, daring to say the words confident in front of Keizen's professor must have a reason behind it. Simon thanked the professor, and she did not forget to wish him a safe return. He informed Dick that the professor had agreed to let him undertake this mission. In the greenery-filled campus, Malin asked Simon, are you really taking on that mission? While noting that 5 days to complete an investigation was very difficult. Simon thanked her for her concern, but she bluntly refused. He asked Malin, where are you going? Malin replied, I'm going on a personal protection mission near Langerin. It's an easy task with a high score. Simon worried that she might run into robbers, but she said she would flex the Keizen badge and they would definitely be scared. After hearing this, Simon could only shake his head, thinking that this way seemed a bit cowardly. But Malin did not think so. She said, this is why everyone sends their assignments to Keizen. After saying that, she said goodbye to him, and Simon reminded her not to get hurt. Simon had just turned around when he encountered a blonde woman. She introduced herself as CERN and Dark, the official heir of the Ivory Tower and the second special student. Simon replied, hello, I am Simon Follentia. I come from... Before he could finish his sentence, CERN interrupted. I heard you were taking care of our Malin. Sometimes she can get angry, but she is actually gentle and kind. Please stay by her side. Simon wondered why she felt the need to say these things to him when she was also a student of Keizen like Malin. He didn't need her to worry or protect him. As a junior, he would be just fine. CERN said nothing more, then said goodbye to Simon and disappeared from his sight with a flash. Simon returned home still feeling uneasy about CERN's words because he thought she was treating him like a queen or high nobility and viewing Malin as an underling. While he was lost in thought, Fear arrived with a matter to discuss. "Hey, you there? Why did you find me such a tight armor? It's too cramped." He replied, "This is the last armor I have. I can't carry you around without a disguise." He asked Fear, "We've arrived at the quest. What do we need to do now?" Fear replied, "The basic step to handle a quest is to gather information and beat the quest giver. The person assigning the task is the master of this town, so you just have to say you are a student of Keizen to gather all the necessary information. If the quest giver hasn't resolved this matter by the time we arrive, there must be a reason, so we will skip this step." He continued, "The next method is to seek information on your own regarding the execution of the mission. With Richard, we have also done many such things. From my experience, before he could finish, the boy interjected, 'That's fine, but we only have 5 days. What if the time runs out?' Fear shifted to the final method. Buy information from the bandits or what is known as the Information Guild. The boy agreed with this approach and told Fear that they needed to find out if there was an information guild around. Fear suggested he find the innkeeper or a tavern. With that, the two went to find an inn. As soon as they entered, Simon requested a clean and spacious room along with food for the next morning. When the staff asked if he wanted the change, Simon replied no and instead asked, "Please tell me where the bandits guild is." Having said that, Simon handed a gold coin to the staff and demanded that he speak up. Fear used his sword and magic to threaten the knave employee, forcing him to divulge everything. After gathering the information, the two left the inn. On the way, Fear continuously praised Simon. Fear said, "Most of the missing persons are young men, but only women are turned into mummies with no signs of sexual assault on the victims. She was captured and toyed with by the men, while the women were drained of blood because she had no interest in them. It's exactly the kind of thing Erzbert would do, and I'm sure she's in this town." The two continued into the tavern to seek information. Simon said to the server, "Your establishment has a special menu prepared for two," and then handed a silver coin to the server. The server led the two into the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a long-haired blonde woman in a thigh-high red dress that looked incredibly alluring. The woman spoke, "What wind brings such distant guests like you two to my guild?" Simon entered the guild with poise, exuding confidence with a knight protector behind him. As soon as he stepped in, a curvy, alluring girl in a red dress welcomed him. She asked Simon, "What information do you need?" Simon didn't want to beat around the bush and replied firmly, "I need information about the missing people in the area, the corpses, and everything related to this case that you know." The girl listened, placed her finger on her chin thoughtfully. "Everything, huh?" The blonde girl had finished calculating and spoke up with a challenging tone. "Kid, this is going to cost quite a bit. I wonder if a first-year Keizen student like you can afford it." The two people, including the soldier and Simon, were utterly shocked. They couldn't understand how the girl knew such details about them, even though they had come secretly and were well hidden. Seeing their expressions, the girl broke into a bright smile and joked, "Don't be too surprised, I'm just guessing. The lord of this region is very eager for the matter to be resolved. He has assigned the task to many individuals and organizations, including Keizen. Surely many people have come to this guild, but no one has managed to solve the case." The girl gently expressed her viewpoint, but it did not fail to make Simon doubt. His face was still tense. The girl continued to explain, "Surely on your way here, you noticed that this area is not very large. Our lord does not have the money to hire a necromancer from headquarters, so we only have the option of relying on the academy." As she spoke, the girl walked towards Simon. And at this time of year, all the students from Keizen are just rookies. Simon refused to be passive. He actively placed his hand over hers on the table and met her challenging gaze. "That's an interesting assumption you have. Let me take a guess too, shall I?" He tightly grasped the girl's arm, preventing her hand from touching his face. Simon looked at her with a fierce gaze and said seriously, "A serious incident has occurred and shook the entire region. Just as you said, the Lord must have requested help from many people. Most of those who took on the mission have arrived at this guild, but no one has been able to resolve the situation." She heard these words and gradually stepped back, feeling pressured and at a disadvantage, as if she had been read. Simon recalled the moment he received the assignment amidst a pile of paperwork and remembered the head of the community management department shaking his head when he inquired everywhere on his own. He also picked up some information and continued speaking. For many years, similar incidents have continuously recurred, but no one has been able to speculate on the identity of the perpetrator, let alone resolve it. Do you find this lack of information strange? People are confused by someone's clever words. If not, this makes me think that the association in this area is inept, but I don't believe that. You aren't that inept either, am I right? Simon asked half-heartedly while placing his hand behind the girl's head, making her cautious and watch his ambiguous gestures to be ready to respond. Then Simon pressed her head against his forehead, his piercing eyes staring straight into hers, causing her to smile awkwardly. He emphasized, "Tell the truth before I turn this place upside down." In response, the girl gently said, "I'm sorry, but you need to take your hands off me first." Simon realized he was holding on tight, so he let go, and the girl said, "If you want to know the truth that badly, I have no choice. But the risk of this information falls entirely on you. Do you still want to know?" The girl asked repeatedly to be more certain. Simon replied, "Definitely." Once the girl heard his response clearly, she stepped inside, lifted the red curtain, then turned her head back and said, "Please wait here a moment." As the girl walked in, Simon let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just gone through a heart attack. He felt tired and anxious that things weren't going as he hoped, but it seemed there were still many things to uncover. If we could find out where Erzberg is. He expressed his fatigue and doubt. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed from behind. Simon turned around and saw the guard who was protecting him giggling. The guard's laughter grew louder and more cheerful, making Simon curious, and he asked, "What's going on?" The stranger revealed a secret known only to him. "At first, I wasn't very sure, but now it's clear. Open your eyes and look." Simon heard the vague response and, astonished, asked back with skepticism, What are you talking about?" Behind him, a figure emerged, contorting its dark face as if it were a corpse being manipulated. The corpse was invaded by a horde of dark creatures with horrifying red eyes. The body became empty and out of control, sending chills down the spine of those facing it as more and more rips appeared on the body. The soldier in armor said, "That woman is Erzberg." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scene became chaotic. Strange black creatures filled with dark power surged out, almost surrounding the entire room. Insects crawled everywhere. Simon and Fear realized the situation, and before they could act, they found themselves in a passive position. The toxic creature was a spider. Simon looked closely and asked, "A spider? Is that Erzberg's child, the mummified spider?" The soldier in armor responded accurately and knowledgeably, "That's right. I know all about them." For the darkness, a familiar figure appeared with a mocking, sarcastic voice. "Your determination is quite impressive, little Keizen." Simon was not surprised, standing in a fighting stance as red-eyed spiders surrounded him, ready to attack at any moment. The witch began to appear with patches all over her body, her skin punctured, revealing spider legs and shark claws. She cast a wicked glance at Simon and Fear said, "What a pity. I won't get to see you again." Simon shouted the name of the knight behind him. Fear! Fear had been prepared, holding a huge sword, standing above Simon to shield him. The knight calmly replied, "Don't worry, kid." A large swarm of spiders, filled with dark power, dashed towards Simon. Fear took a battle stance, stepping in front of Simon to protect him, and shouted the name, Erzberg. Erzberg was still standing there in deep thought and replied, "Oh my, so it's you." Fear reproached her with a look of deep resentment. "What wicked scheme are you plotting in such a small town?" As he spoke, Fear pointed at the woman without hesitation. At that moment, he added more to rescue and advised the stubborn girl in front of him, "The battalion has returned. Go back and don't cause chaos anymore." The woman, hearing that charming request, simply smiled gently. "Oh dear." Then, without thinking, she directly stated unpleasantly, "I refuse." Suddenly, a series of bricks began to fall continuously, enveloping the entire room in a cloud of dust. From behind, a voice echoed ominously, "Fear, you aren't very clever, are you? Richards used us and then discarded us like trash." In the end, the room could no longer withstand it. Small and large bricks began to fall on Simon and Fear. At that moment, Fear shouted loudly to signal the person next to him, "Duck." At the same time, he reached out to shield himself from the massive bricks with extreme weight and damage. Furthermore, a swarm of spiders came raining down like pouring rain. Erzberg, in her demon form, was astounded by the sight. She made an angry reproach toward the armored figure. "After being humiliated like that, you still persist in staying with the battalion." Fear held the sword in his hand and decisively thrust it to kill a spider on the ground that was poised to attack. At the same time, he responded dismissively to Erzberg's reproach. "How foolish! Had you mixed with such terrible people that your thoughts have become polluted? Battalion itself is strength and will. How can a general like you be affected by such petty emotions?" Hearing this, Erzberg replied very assertively, "How can I not be affected? Just because of one woman, Richards has pushed his comrades who have been together for nearly a decade onto the path of death." Simon was astonished to hear this and stood frozen. The girl continued, "That is why I hate Richards to the core." As she spoke, the witch filled the entire room with a dark and lonely atmosphere. She extended her long spider legs and claws to prepare for battle. Seeing that there was no way to turn back, Fear could only sigh. Ha! Then he launched the large sword decisively forward. but unfortunately she managed to block it right before his eyes with her powerful spider legs. As he threw the sword, Fear angrily said, "Enough! I can no longer bear your arrogance. How dare you challenge the master of battalion?" Fear held the sword firmly and continued, "Have you forgotten the days you knelt at my feet like a dog?" At that moment, Fear gripped the powerful sword tightly in his hand, preparing for a strike that would shake the heavens. Elizabeth exerted herself to shoot out threads from her sharp claws. Fear executed a powerful slash forward. The girl leaped up to dodge and expertly parried the blow. The spider's silk stretched taut like guitar strings all around, but with just one swing from Fear, everything fell apart and was scattered throughout the room. Elizabeth then sneered, "It sounds impressive when you say it, but you weakened a lot, haven't you, Fear?" Taking advantage of the swirling dust, she jumped to the top of the building and called down, "I'm sure your seal has been broken recently, right?" Realizing her intentions, Fear shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Elizabeth replied casually, "See you again, Fear. Oh, and you too, little Keizen." She winked flirtatiously at the boy as she spoke. Simon then concluded, "This entire group is a bunch of Elizabeths." Fear explained to him, "That's right, coordinating information with her is as easy as eating candy." At the same time, Fear was desperately slashing at the monsters in front of him. While chopping, he complained, "Damn it, these damn bugs are too many." Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, making Simon panic and look up. Oh, truly useless. The white-haired girl above continued, "I was waiting for two monsters to fight to the death together. Well, I guess I'm not lucky enough." The lovely girl raised her staff and said, "I should chase after her after finishing you off right here." The staff immediately shone with a radiant light, emanating a holy energy. Simon seemed to realize something and shouted, "That's..." At that moment, the white-haired girl waved goodbye to the two below with a serene smile on her lips. The entire room suddenly became illuminated, blindingly bright. After causing a storm in the room, the white-haired girl suddenly felt regret. "Oh, I miss that soldier and that boy so much." Well, then she spoke excitedly, "Now let's go chase after that spider monster." "Oh dear, a priest has intervened in this affair. It's truly a mess." A voice resonated in a very shabby room, with cobwebs scattered everywhere. "I know. How did we end up in this mess?" Simon then turned to ask, "How are we going to find Elizabeth now?" Fear spoke soothingly as if she had planned it all along. "Don't worry, she's just nearby. Just now, when I used my power, I could sense the dark energy emitting from her. I'm currently following that dark energy. If we track it, we will meet her." Fear further reinforced her confidence in her plan along with the memory of the demon from earlier. Simon seemed to agree with this intelligence, saying, "That's good." He asked more about what had been on his mind. "Fear, that priestess from earlier, she was quite powerful, right?" Fear replied sarcastically, "Well, at least she's stronger than you. Judging by the white uniform behind the cloak she was wearing, she probably comes from FNL. She must have received a mission equivalent to Keizen's dark mission. That means she's a second-year student or more, not a first year." Fear spoke while remembering the girl's appearance with the black belt worn around her waist and the white uniform, as the black mission was the hardest task. Simon couldn't help but feel anxious. He was pulling his hair and filled with regret. "I should have complained to the Lord about the overlapping missions. This one seems harder than the usual green missions. How am I supposed to handle this in 5 days?" Simon was curious, listening intently to the soldier's secretive words. "Elizabeth loves Richarch." Upon hearing this, he was startled, his expression blank. "What?" Fear explained, "The undead belong to a battalion that always longs for a human commander. When she first joined, she had special feelings for Richarch, but I never thought she still loved and loathed him." At that moment, Simon felt enlightened. He opened his mouth to explain, "I see now. That's why she has been acting so violently." Fear knew he was right and urged Simon, "Yes, now you understand. Go find her Elizabeth quickly." He immediately agreed and seemed to realize his delay. "All right." Suddenly, they discovered something lying in a pile of tattered webs. Simon exclaimed, "There's someone there." The two of them walked towards the shadowy figure and found two people tightly bound in the web, unable to move. The man with the haggard face desperately pleaded, "Please untie us. A monstrous spider has been trying to eat us. Help." Hearing their pitiful words, Simon felt a surge of compassion. He ran quickly towards them while Fear stood by, astonished at Simon's trust in others. Simon said, "I will free you right away." Upon hearing this, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much." Fear stood with his arms crossed, watching Simon untie the victims while commenting, "Well, you're too sentimental to be a necromancer." Simon retorted, "Oh, really? What should a necromancer do then? You will kill everyone who comes into your sight and turn them into skeletons, making them a part of your army." Simon listened to Fear while pointing the sword at the man in distress in front of him. "Here, you can use this sword to free her." The man gently accepted the sword. "Yes, thank you." Simon replied to Fear's reprimand. You know that's forbidden in Keizen. Fear scoffed and said firmly, no one is watching. Besides, you're not the type to be bound by rules, are you? If so, you wouldn't have rushed into the forbidden forest. The man who received the dagger began to cut the spider webs wrapped around the person in distress to free them. Simon, following Fear's words, looked around casually and replied, I'm just doing what my father used to say. Fear found it amusing and responded, oh, what lesson did that jerk teach you? He taught me not to become a monster. Fear was taken aback by this and felt a bit uneasy inside. Simon continued, I asked him how not to become a monster. He replied that it is very important to set limits for oneself. Hearing this, Fear burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. At the same time, he made an ambiguous remark. Of course, he would advise that. When Simon questioned further, he concealed himself and said mysteriously, it's nothing. If that's your decision as the commander of the battalion, then I will respect that decision. Unexpectedly, Erzsébet reappeared, sitting in the chair opposite Simon and Fear, looking at them with a sharp gaze. Because you have sensed the scent of dark energy from me, you will follow me everywhere, right? Then I have decided to settle this with you right here. Simon recognized the familiar silhouette and firmly made his request. Erzsébet, the former general of the battalion, I want to make a proposal. Join my battalion. Simon looked directly at the girl in front of him, his gaze steady and brave, convincing her. But Erzsébet seemed too heartbroken. She resolutely refused without hesitation. Ha! I will never return to the battalion that betrayed me. As she spoke, she stood up and walked towards the two. With a cold gaze, she continued, Are you suggesting that I follow the orders of a necromancer like you? A naive, unreliable child chosen by Fear only for personal reasons? Simon's gaze remained steadfast as before. He gently replied, You just called me unreliable? Simon took a deep breath and shouted, My name is Simon Follentia, son of Richard Follentia and Anna Follentia. Erzsébet heard him and panicked, trying to stop him. Shut your mouth. But it seemed to have no effect. He continued to persuade her. Erzsébet, you were once my father's subordinate, so it is entirely natural for me, his son and the current commander of the battalion, to recruit you. At this point, Erzsébet could no longer contain herself. She yelled loudly, Shut up. As she shouted, she screamed repeatedly a very hated name. Ah, Anna, that disgusting woman and the name of the enemy who abandoned me. At this moment, her human appearance completely vanished, revealing her spider-like body along with her head and pink hair. The girl spoke with a voice full of hatred. Die! Her face was completely distorted, along with 6 pairs of eyes blazing with intensity and resentment. Die quickly. In the form of a spider, she lunged towards Simon to attack. Simon faced her with calmness, showing no fear or intention to evade. Fear quickly drew his sword, preparing for battle while admiring his ability to control his emotions. Well done, kid. With a single strike of his sword, Fear completely severed one leg of the pink-haired spider, leaving the girl wide-eyed with surprise, her 3 pairs of eyes bulging. The remaining spider legs were ruthlessly chopped into several pieces without mercy. At this moment, Erzsébet found herself in a passive position, completely under attack and unable to move in resistance. Simon witnessed this scene and quickly recognized an opportunity. He pulled out an arrow from thin air, holding it tightly while loudly chanting the spell, Enhance Dark Energy. The pink-haired one was enveloped by the dark energy she emitted, completely drained of strength. It was then that Simon had the chance to force her down to the ground with great strength. He pressed the tip of the arrow against her throat and threatened her. This is your last chance, Erzsébet. Do you want to join the battalion, or do you want to die right now? The pink-haired girl was pinned down underfoot, but Simon still tried to act unyielding. Hey! Suddenly, a stray spider leg lunged towards Simon to attack. Fortunately, Fear noticed in time, quickly drawing his sword to block in front of Simon, saving him from imminent danger. Fear shouted, Damn it, move aside, kid. He pushed Simon to the side. A familiar burst of light flashed, blinding everyone in the room. When Simon came to, he noticed something unusual. Divine power? A sharp voice from the white-haired girl echoed, Almost died, but just in time. At the same moment, there were cries. Ancient and evil souls, a troublesome swarm of spiders. Today, all of you will be exterminated. As she spoke, the girl smiled brightly while juggling a glowing stone pulled from the tip of her staff. She waved goodbye. See you. As soon as she finished speaking, the stone was thrown forward, radiating dazzling light throughout the room. This made Simon extremely anxious. He wondered, what do we do now? Fear. Fear replied, attack that priest first. Simon remained skeptical and asked, can we actually win? We're fighting against that priest. Fear pondered for a moment before replying. Fighting against the holy powers can be a bit tricky, but that priestess herself is quite weak. You could defeat her with just one blow. I'll take care of the attack. You just need to distract her. Simon nodded in agreement. All right. The white-haired girl glanced around and then looked at Simon with sharp eyes. Oh, it seems your leg is injured. She saw this as a good opportunity, twirling the staff in her hand and speaking confidently. Don't worry, I will send you back to hell without any pain. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. The figure raised a hand, holding a glowing staff, threatening the pink-haired girl. With this, my mission, the magic circle has been activated, is fulfilled. A powerful light emanated, causing Elizabeth to grit her teeth in fear. But what shocked her even more was that Simon had taken the strong hit meant for her. The girl seemed to awaken, breaking free from her monstrous form. Ha! Simon endured the blow, unable to stop himself from collapsing, crying out in pain. Blood flowed across the floor, showing that the injury was severe. And he bowed his head, beginning to fade in and out before collapsing onto the floor, his face pale. Seeing this, Fear shouted, "Kid!" The fire in the stove was piled up warmly, the flames flaring up steadily. As Simon began to open his eyes, he saw the silhouette of a spider in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was still the cute spider, and he shouted out loud, "Whoa!" Fear heard the scream and joyfully ran over to ask, "Oh, you're awake now, kiddo." Reassessing the situation, Simon began to ask, "Fear, what happened to Elizabeth and the priest?" Fear pointed behind him. They're right there. Looking over, Simon saw Elizabeth sitting peacefully next to a person who was hanging upside down from the ceiling by a web. That girl screamed, "Young master." While saying this, she cried out, "Please, I beg you, spare my life." Wah! Simon found this very confusing. Fear explained, "While you were still unconscious, I temporarily allied with Elizabeth to capture that girl. She's just a junior student in FNL, so she's easy to control." Seeing the poor girl's appearance, Simon felt sympathy and requested, "Aha! But you temporarily let her down. The lord of this area has requested Keizen and FNL to handle this, so we should see what she wants to say first." The girl was released and, feeling very grateful, knelt before Simon. "Hick, thank you. I am very grateful to you, very grateful for sparing my life." But Simon calmly replied, "You don't need to thank me just yet. Can you answer our question? Are you a student of FNL?" The girl firmly denied without thinking. "No, of course not. That can't be possible." Fear sighed as he looked at the girl in front of him and said, "You opened your mouth just to lie." Simon calmly continued, "But what you're wearing is indeed FNL's uniform." The girl flustered, "No, it's not. This is a fake uniform." Simon expressed skepticism. "Is that uniform fake?" The girl explained, "Actually, 2 years ago, I was expelled from FNL. To be precise, it was not even a year before I was expelled." Simon asked further, "Then why are you pretending to be a student of FNL?" The girl waved her hands and gestured as if to explain, "Because I don't want to accept the reality that I have been expelled, and I need to find a way to earn money. My family isn't well off, which is why I impersonated an FNL student. I sincerely apologize." Elizabeth seemed unable to hear that ridiculous excuse any longer. She turned and scoffed. "Haha, do you think I believe that? You're just looking for an excuse to escape the current situation." With that, she ripped a piece of clothing from the girl with white hair. The girl cried out in pain, "Kya." Elizabeth looked at the piece of clothing, puzzled. Is it really just ordinary clothes? I heard that FNL's uniforms are as durable as Keizen's uniforms." The girl immediately justified herself. "This is a fake uniform I made myself. I'm sorry." Simon, noticing this, hesitantly approached the girl with white hair, handed her a jacket, and said, "Here, wear this for now." The girl accepted the jacket and softly responded, "Thank you." As he helped her put on the jacket, he asked without noticing the intense killing intent behind him, "What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Ellen Zyle. Why aren't you an FNL student taking on this mission?" The girl, holding the jacket with one hand and her face full of sorrow, replied, "Those border crossing brokers, they agreed to pay a very high fee for the mission to eliminate the immortal in the Dark Alliance, just like Keizen. FNL offers even higher pay for missions in the Dark Alliance, I see. So, have you met the Lord of this area yet?" She replied, "Yes, I received the mission directly from the Lord." The two people started to dive into conversation, ignoring the pink-haired girl behind who was imagining the situation as something else. Simon continued to ask, "Do you have any evidence? For example, a proposal or detailed documents about the task? Anything at all? Can you show me?" "Oh, sure. Just give me a moment," the girl replied. "Thank you," Simon said. Elizabeth sat on one side, witnessing this scene, and began to imagine a sweet love story in her mind. She thought a lot, wondering, why didn't I remember the romantic kneeling scene of my former commander? The one I loved did the same. I thought I had forgotten everything already. Simon continued, "Okay, can I take all of this? If you agree to hand everything over, I'll take care of all the remaining tasks." "Oh, sure, go ahead." Fear curiously turned to ask, "What are you going to do with these things?" "I'm going to meet the Lord. I have to gather everything I can from him." Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed, shattering the atmosphere. Mahaha! Very good, like father, like child. Simon stood up, pretending not to hear, and said, "We should go now." The pink-haired girl spoke up. "You're Simon Follentia, right? I accept your invitation to join your battalion. However, I have one condition." Then she pointed at the white-haired girl beside her. "Hick, you have to strangle that priest yourself." The girl was extremely frightened upon hearing this and tried to avoid it. Simon bent down, looking straight at Erzsébet. "You want me to kill her?" The pink-haired girl smiled as if she'd hit the right nerve. "That's right. That's my only condition." Simon's expression became more serious. He said, "Erzsébet, former general of the Spider Army." The atmosphere was very gloomy, completely opposite to Erzsébet's initial thoughts. Simon spoke, "Give me a reason to kill Elm." Erzsébet smiled hauntingly. "So you can prove yourself. I want to know if you are a master worthy of my loyalty." Simon calmly replied, "What I'm asking is, why should I have to prove your loyalty?" As he spoke, he cast a disgusted glance at her, surprising her. "Huh? I think you're mistaken. It's true that you once belonged to my father's battalion, but I am not him. I will run my own battalion based on my own decisions and standards." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "But based on what I've witnessed, you are not worthy at all. As an immortal, you are consumed by cruel thoughts. You are swept away by your emotions and overlook important matters. What does killing Elm prove? After all, the demand is just a kind of justification. You are merely acting on your own desires, wanting to manipulate me to follow your impulsive and crude whims." Hearing these words, Erzsébet's expression darkened, revealing no emotion. One final sentence from Simon shattered all of her previous thoughts. "I can't believe a creature like you exists. My new battalion doesn't need a mentally unstable person like you." He turned to Fear and Elm. "Let's head back." Fear agreed. All right. I'm afraid we wasted too much precious time here." The three of them quietly left the ruins, completely abandoning the pink-haired girl who was kneeling there in shock. Hearing Shackle's voice, he turned back, but his face was not cheerful at all. Still with an angry tone, he asked her, "I don't understand. Doesn't he know that he will become the next Aaron if he continues to pursue that outdated and low-grade magic like summoning?" He slammed his hand down on the table, staring intensely at the picture on the table, and continued angrily, "No matter how excellent one is in that field, they will only be like Aaron." He clenched his fists, making a terrifying sound. He was the best member of this Keizen Academy, a promising student with outstanding talent. Looking at the photo of himself and Aaron made him even more frustrated, especially seeing how he treated this Keizen. Bahel looked at that photo with an extremely terrifying gaze. The more he stared, the angrier he got, and he slammed the photo down on the table to stop seeing it. What a pathetic situation. I can't stand it anymore. Brilliant talents are bringing themselves down to the bottom of society. Bahel remained furious and said to Chavigal, "I will not stand by and watch any longer. Only I can bring Simon to his rightful place. Only I can shape this rough stone into the brightest gem in the world." Jackal could only sigh. "Professor, why can't you be a little more sincere?" Bahel paused, his voice softer. "Really? All right." He relaxed his arms and voice, smiling awkwardly. He turned to look at Shackle with a sharp gaze and said firmly, "I want him." Looking towards Shackle, Bahel clenched his fists. "I want him to be mine. I want Simon Follentia to be mine at any cost." Jackal could only stare back seriously. Bahel said earnestly, "I am ready to give my entire soul for him. I will nurture that talent in any way necessary." Jackal watched and sighed, thinking, "Not again." Recalling Simon's figure, Bahel wanted to ensure he would create another Neftis. Bahel wished for Simon to be by his side. "I will dedicate everything, talent, effort, this life, to elevate him to the realm of the divine in exchange for one thing." He spoke more seriously, "To worship a single master, which is me." Bahel hopes Simon will listen to him, so that if anyone asks why he could reach such heights, Simon will confidently respond, "It's all thanks to him, Professor Bahel." Bahel imagines and feels satisfied, hugging himself. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Seeing this scene, Shackle feels helpless. "Then I'll leave you in this quiet space." When she turns to leave, Bahel suddenly grabs her hand and calls, "Shackle," surprising her greatly. He pushes her against the wall, lifting her chin with one hand, making her uncomfortable. Bahel arrogantly states, "I'm the kind of person who wants to have everything." He leans close to Shackle and smirks, "Just like the way I have you." Shackle kicks Bahel's leg angrily and says, "This is sexual harassment, Professor Bahel." Bahel cheerfully lets go, teasing, "You still are charming at all, even back in school." He jokes again, "I don't want an heir who's always this serious." Shackle scoffs, "I thought you wanted Simon Follentia to be the heir to your legacy." Bahel's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, it can't be. Simon Follentia will surpass me even further." He confidently continued, "A talent that can be compared to Neftis. I just need to be a respected teacher for him. Isn't it a joy to have such an outstanding student? Hyunko looked at Bahil with suspicion. She adjusted her glasses seriously and said, "So you still consider my desire to be vulgar? Striving to be taught like you is what's truly vulgar." Bahil turned away but continued to tease. "You still enjoy twisting my words, huh?" Suddenly, he came up with an idea. "Oh, I have a thought." Hyunko was not very surprised. "What is it this time?" Bahil became serious again. Simon Follentia is currently very satisfied with his summoning skills. It's no surprise given his recent practice successes. He turned around. That's precisely the problem. What he needs to experience right now is a devastating failure. Bahil continued seriously. Only then will he recognize the problem and reconsider the right path. Chiako adjusted his glasses seriously. "That's the most reasonable thing you said today." She asked directly, "So you want a genius to taste the flavor of failure?" Bahil smirked. "Of course. And for me, that's extremely easy." Dick was eagerly talking to Simon. "We don't have any summoning classes this week. I heard Professor Aaron is on vacation, and many professors at Keizen are practicing soul summoning, so the schedule is likely to change a lot." Simon listened but kept his head buried in his book. "Got it." Simon felt very tired. "So boring. I want to learn a few things before the assessment." Dick suddenly remembered. "Oh right, you're a summoner, so you need advice from Professor Aaron." As the two were walking, they noticed a new announcement. Simon wondered, "What's that?" Dick suddenly shouted, "Hey Simon, the match schedule for the combat assessment is up." Many people had come to watch. Dick eagerly said, "Just avoid those monsters, please." Simon concentrated on finding Class A. Here it is. You see your name in match 12, Simon Follentia against Heron Coke. Simon is surprised. Heron Coke from Class G? Dick also finds his name. "Me too. I'm up against someone named Ligang Chopra, also from Class G." Dick wonders, "Don't you know them?" Then he sighs and continues, "I don't know much either, but all our opponents are from Class G, so I'll look into their skills." Simon feels embarrassed. "Sorry for making you do everything." Dick thinks Simon is too polite. "It's fine. Friends are here to help each other." Simon smiles happily. "Thanks, Dick. Wow, I'm so excited. I wonder what kind of magic this Heron Coke uses. Today's class ended too early." Dick gestures for Simon to stop. "Wait, Simon. Are you planning to practice alone after school?" Simon is surprised. "How did you know?" Dick laughs. "It's obvious. You always like to study, and now you want class to end early." Dick continues. "What's the point of practicing when the number of people who can withstand your magic can be counted on one hand?" Simon is startled. "Don't say that. This time I won't use combat magic much." Dick asked, "So what do you plan to use?" Simon replied, "Of course, the summoning spell." Dick was not surprised. He raised 2 fingers and told Simon, "Here, choose 1 finger." Simon chose a finger. Dick seriously pointed at Simon's face. "Don't forget what I told you. You have to fight with combat magic." He continued cheerfully, "See how I imitate Malin." Before he could finish, Malin angrily hit Dick on the head from behind. He groaned. "Ah, that hurts." "Oh, Malin," she shouted angrily. "Leave me alone, you fool." That evening, Simon dressed modestly and walked down the street. Rochus was too quiet at night. It had been a long time since he was here. Remembering earlier, Dick had handed him a piece of paper. Simon thought to himself, "I should probably check out the spirit summoning shop that Dick mentioned." A store ahead displayed a lot of skeletons still lit up. Seeing a customer enter, the owner welcomed him. "Are you looking for something?" Simon stepped inside and said, "I am looking for skeleton archers." The owner was surprised. "Skeleton archers? You're just a freshman. Have you reached that level already?" He added, "It's very difficult to summon." Simon nodded and responded, "Yes, I want to try it." The owner no longer questioned and turned back to find things, saying, "That's a good spirit." He continued to ask, "You must know that skeletons have many other positions besides archers, right?" Simon happily replied, "Yes, there are also mages and knights." The owner praised, "That's right, you understand quite well." He brought over a box and explained they are named after their positions, so the simplest name is the best. He had a slight question. "Well, why did you choose the archer?" Simon replied shyly, "Oh, just from personal experience. I tried giving a bow to the skeleton I had, and it was awful." The owner laughed. "Each skeleton is only good at its own position." He opened the box, took out a skull, and said, "This is Sapiro's skeleton, a safe choice for beginners in the archer position. And my advice is to use skeletons from the vanilla brand." He asked further, "Have you heard of it? They are properly cooled, the joints move more smoothly than those of other brands, and the magic circles are also meticulously engraved." He smiled happily and continued, "This brand also has a great warranty." Simon was surprised. "Wow, that must be very expensive." The owner laughed and announced, "Each box is only 30 gold coins." Fear exclaimed, "Buy a vanilla right now, kid." The owner said, It's expensive, but you get what you paid for. Even if it breaks, you can still recycle the remaining parts, so go ahead and buy it. Fear emphasized, if we recycle it 3 times, that means we have 90 gold coins already. Simon at that moment was confused and couldn't say anything in response to the owner's words. He continued to explain, and the price will only be 27, 24, 22 gold coins. Oh, but this one is made from 1,000,000 nameless souls, so it should only be 20 gold coins. It also depends on whether you know how to use it well. Simon decided and spoke up, sell me 3 vanillas. The owner cheerfully said, thank you for your support. Simon suddenly remembered something and added, oh, I'm also looking for one more thing. The boss cheerfully replied, yes, anything you need, dear customer. Fear suddenly interjected, speaking to Simon. You are such a waste, spending so much money like that. Simon didn't feel regret and answered, but I really need them. Fear continued to remind him, well, if that is your intention, then I won't say anything more. But remember, don't waste them and use them properly, understood? Simon awkwardly smiled. All right. Suddenly, someone stood in front of Simon, causing him to stop. Fear asked curiously, what's wrong, kid? Is this your friend? Simon looked closely and immediately recognized. He replied, no, it's not just a friend. The person in front of him was Professor Bahil. In another scene, Bahil asked the man lying on the bed, have you woken up? Bahil happily announced, the surgery was a complete success. He continued to ask, how do you feel? Heron Coke. Heron Coke slowly sat up, feeling his body. He clenched his fist and spoke slowly. I feel. Then Heron excitedly smiled brightly, full of energy inside. After listening, Bahil reassuringly said, that's good. He continued, now you can go back to Keizen and live as usual. But you must not let anyone see those tattoos. The tattoos covered Heron's entire body. Bahil added, once the competition starts, the tattoos will automatically disappear, so you just need to be careful until then. And don't worry, during the drug test, they won't be detected. He continued, this curse will last about 2 months. Heron, happy yet full of questions, asked, Professor, why are you helping me? Bahil smiled brightly. The reason is not important. You just need to take care of the matter I asked. Heron asked back, you need to defeat Simon Follentia, the #1 special student in Class A. Bahil leaned against the wall and calmly said, that's right. Even though he was given special admission, you don't need to be afraid, because your strength has now far surpassed his. Heron looked at the tattoos on his hands, clenched his fists, and the dark power for the tattoos surged intensely, forming a very large shadow. Heron joyfully said, my dark energy is much stronger and greater than before. Thank you so much, Professor Bahil. I will never forget your help. He looked at Bahil with a smug smile and asked, if you see Simon Follentia as a thorn in your side, should I kill him and make it look like an accident? Bahil twitched his fingers, irritated, and said, kill him. Bahil clenched his hand as a reminder. Don't do anything pointless. Just do as I say. Heron was a bit surprised after hearing this. Bahil slowly approached Heron, speaking in a cold tone. If there are any mistakes that lead to his death, you and your entire family won't die peacefully. Bahil leaned his terrifying face closer to Heron. Even after death, I will still make you suffer. This made him pale, stuttering as he fell to the ground. I'll remember that. Bahil's expression was a mix of anger and a bit of regret. How dare he? He's not even worthy of being part of my backup plan. He showed a sense of remorse. I don't feel happy having to resort to this, but there's no other choice. I will apologize to you later, Simon. Looking up at the full moon, Bahil thought, but Simon, if you find out about this in the future. He stood in the middle of the night, absorbing the power and whispered, then you will just thank me for my decision. That's for sure. Dick entered the room and was surprised to see Simon. Oh, you're back. Didn't the guards catch you? Simon was opening the box and replied cheerfully, I almost got caught. Dick was still surprised. So why are you here instead of going back to your room? I thought you really got caught this time. I took a shower and still didn't see you come back. Simon turned to him and answered, seems like you just changed clothes. Simon explained, I'm here to do skeleton. This time I bought Archer's skeleton. Dick was excited to see, Archer skeleton? Really? Which brand? Simon held up the box, vanilla. Dick looked at the box, excited. So cool. Wow, it's even a Sapporo skeleton. Simon said, let me wake up the skeleton first. Dick read the instructions on the box and interrupted. Oh, Simon, wait. It says here you need to be circling on the magic circle. Simon paused to read. He didn't understand. Circling? What's that? Dick answered, it seems to be the skill of creating a magic circle in darkness dynamics. We haven't learned that yet. Simon hurriedly searched for the textbook. Where is the textbook? Here it is. Circling. The people around saw Simon and Dick fumbling and curiously asked each other, what are they doing? They are assembling the skeleton. Finally, Simon found it. Oh, here it is. He carefully read the circulation of the darkness. Observe the black sun. After finishing, Simon said, I think I can do it. Dick was surprised and didn't believe it. Really? Simon repeated the content from the book and remembered Battle's teaching. Circulation is not transformation. If this is about circulation, it's like the movement of the arm. If you repeat the flow hundreds of thousands of times, the dark energy will automatically mimic your actions without needing to think. Create a focal point, then just observe, allowing the dark energy to remember the flow. When you connect with it, the dark energy will flow automatically without intervention. The power will gradually transfer into the skeleton and a magical circle will appear. Creating the circulation flow is just like that. Dick looked puzzled. Wow, how come? How come you could do that just by looking at the book? Simon calmly replied, it's because I know a similar skill. Dick still couldn't believe it. No. Simon's hand trembled as he pointed at skeleton. He sighed with relief, saying, all right then. Dick behind it read the very long instruction sheet and awkwardly said, it says here that it could take quite a bit of time to tame the skeleton, probably about 2 days. Can you do it? Simon remained very calm. No, I don't have time to wait. I will assemble it right away. He turned to look at skeleton excitedly. Hold on a minute. I'll put your body together as fast as I can. Simon worked diligently, while Dick and Ori rolled over to sleep. After much effort, skeleton was finally assembled. Simon immediately asked, how do you feel? Is it moving okay? Skeleton happily jumped around, making Simon happy too. All right, I got it. You don't have to dance around so much. He looked at Skeleton, cheerfully saying, good then. Simon happily ran outside. Skeleton excitedly held the bow and shouted, catch this. Seeing that Skeleton was ready, Simon called out, aim for that tree. Simon instructed Skeleton to focus. It seriously aimed the bow. Once ready, Simon said sternly, fire. Skeleton released the arrow, which flew very fast forward. It struck straight into the tree trunks, so quickly that it emitted a flash of light. Simon was full of excitement. All right. After a fun but sleepless night, Simon felt very tired the next day. He rested his head on the table, and Malin worriedly asked, hey, are you okay? Simon replied tiredly, yeah, I just didn't get enough sleep. Suddenly, he heard Dick shout, hey, Simon, you're in trouble. Dick approached and immediately asked, are you preparing the skeleton archer for the combat evaluation? Simon looked up. That's right. Malin was very surprised. Has he already prepared the skeleton archer? Dick worriedly said, I think you should stop that plan. Simon panicked and asked, huh? Why? Dick was eager. It will be the worst match ever. Heron Coke is the son of the notorious Necromancer family from the Baldwin Kingdom, and the black magic he uses is Black Hand. Malin calmly added, a member of the Necromancer family, along with black magic that we have never heard of. It must be a unique spell of the family. Dick quickly replied, that's right. That spell creates something like a hand made of dark energy that grows from his back. It's very effective in countering long-range attacks to the point that it can easily deflect arrows made of dark energy. Simon was very worried at this point, but Dick still had more to say. This means that it's very likely the skeleton archer's arrows won't be able to do anything to him, as the arrows that the skeletons use are regular arrows. Even though Heron has a very strong source of energy, he is not invincible. Dick found out, however, that when maintaining Black Hand, he cannot use other black magic spells. Cammy exclaimed, if so, that the strategy should used is very clear. Maven turned to agree, that's right. To be honest, even if you just use the exhaustion spell, you could still win. You just need to keep a sufficient distance and layer many curses to easily achieve victory. But when she looked at Simon, Malin didn't believe it. But I thought you decided to use the summoning spell instead. Simon was still very anxious, so he only replied briefly, yeah. He racked his brain. What should I do? How can I? Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind that excited him. Simon happily announced, I just thought of this idea, it's pretty good. Malin worried, turned to Dick. Hey, are you okay? Yurka's roommate, go stop him. Cammy also expressed her fear to Dick. Dick, he's been like this for days. At this rate, he's going to die. Dick was also worried, shouting, do you think I've just been standing by watching without trying to do anything? He's like this, he doesn't even listen to what I say. Since coming up with the idea, Simon had been sitting on the chair diligently doing something. Seeing Simon keep looking at the book and writing, Dick had to yell, I'm scared to death here. Okay. Looking at Simon now, he seems no different from someone who has lost control and gone mad like a lunatic. He keeps holding the pen, writing something with great focus. His dry, wide-open eyes showed dark circles underneath from staying up late. He is smiling so much that drool is spilling onto the table. The atmosphere around Simon was gloomy, causing students passing by to look back in fear. Seeing this, Cammy worried about Simon and asked, "Are we going to leave him like this?" Dick Haywork shouted, "Of course not. There are only a few days left until the assessment. He can't tire himself out like this." Malin decided to approach and called out, "Hey, Simon." He suddenly froze when he heard her. Then he turned his zombie-like face, tilting his head in confusion, and asked, "Oh, is that you, Malin?" She was slightly startled and stammered, "Hey, if you keep this up, you'll get sick. The battle assessment is definitely important, but you have to take care of yourself." After saying that, she slammed her hand on the table, but Simon seemed to be little concerned about her warning. He coldly replied, "Oh, thanks, but can we talk about this later?" Not allowing him to finish his sentence, Malin raised her hand and squeezed his face before commanding, "Open your mouth. This is energy medication that I also take. Don't chew, just swallow it with water." She placed the larger-than-a-finger green pill in his mouth. Only after seeing Simon take the medicine did she breathe a sigh of relief and continue. "You have to try to stay alive until the evaluation begins. Got it? Of course, this medicine isn't a cure-all, so you can't rely on it." After finishing the pill, he turned to her and said, "All right, thank you." Simon seemed to feel the wonderful alertness that the pill provided. He smiled and held out his hands, asking for more. "Could you give me 2 more pills?" Malin immediately scolded angrily, "I just said you can't rely on it." With that, she pinched his cheek to stretch it out. Dick, witnessing this, just awkwardly smiled and said, "Simon, why don't you go talk to Professor Aaron? I know you're researching a new type of dark magic, but if you're stuck for ideas, wouldn't it be better to ask someone else for help?" Simon rubbed his swollen cheek and replied, "You said that Professor Aaron isn't in his office." Dick recalled, "Yeah, I did say that, but he will come back this afternoon." He smiled and held up a piece of paper for Simon to see. Professor Aaron put his hands in his pockets and casually walked forward, his gaze downwards as if deep in thought. Sensing someone in front, he looked up. Seeing Simon sitting and reading in front of his office, Aaron called out, "Simon Follentia." Hearing the familiar voice, Simon looked this way. Upon seeing him, he immediately stood up. "Professor Aaron, I have something I really want to ask you." Aaron replied, "But my working hours are over." Simon seemed frozen for a few seconds, with a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Noticing Simon's expression, Aaron admitted, "I'm just joking, come in." As he entered the room, he couldn't help but marvel. This was Professor Aaron's office, containing a dinosaur skeleton, piles of thick books scattered around, and the whole room had a gloomy atmosphere. Aaron turned around and reminded him, "You can sit wherever you like." Simon sat down next to a mummy dummy. Aaron wondered, "So, what do you want to ask me?" He kept his eyes on the dummy and replied, "I want to know how to win the combat assessment using only summoning magic." Aaron calmly poured a cup of tea and asked, "Why would you want to do something pointless like that? I know you are showcasing your talent in combat magic and other subjects. I don't understand why you would make things difficult for yourself when you have a very obvious way to easily pass this assessment." With that, he placed the full cup of tea on the table. Simon listened to those words and was quiet for a moment to think. He spoke up, "Then let me ask you this, Professor." Aaron asked in surprise, "Ha." His brows furrowed with determination as he said, "A student who intends to major in summoning magic wants to win using summoning magic. Do you think that reason is sufficient?" Aaron did not answer immediately, sitting down and casually sipping his tea. In the vast room, no one spoke and both were uncomfortably silent. Simon sighed, thinking, "Am I wrong for saying that?" Suddenly, Aaron spoke up, "Do you want me to give you a solution, or would you like me to provide feedback on your explanation?" He smiled and pointed at Simon. Simon seemed surprised by Aaron's reaction, momentarily freezing as a drop of sweat slowly fell from his forehead. He replied, "I choose the latter, Professor." As the battle day approached in the crowded stands, Malin's voice rose. "Where the hell is he?" "Hey, Dick, he's your roommate. How come you don't know where he is?" Dick Haywork quickly responded, "Let me tell you, he didn't even come back to the room yesterday. Wait here, I'll go find him." Cammy sat in the large stands, surrounded by people, anxiously said, "There are too many people." Malin beside her was still searching for someone, and upon hearing her replied, "Today's battle is important, so it's not too surprising." Cammy said, "If he wins today, he will start in the middle group. If he loses, he will drop to the lower group. If he loses again after that, he will fall to the bottom group, which means he will be closer to being expelled from Keizen." At this point, her voice trembled as she stammered, "Do you think I can survive this?" Malin next to her sweat dropped to reassure, "Don't worry, you'll do fine." Although she had heard Malin's advice, Cammy could not help but feel scared. "I don't know why so many people have come to watch." Malin patted her on the back. "Other students are just here to gather information, so don't worry about them. They are getting ready for their next opponent." Malin comforted Cammy with a pat on the back, while thinking to herself, the people over there from the Dark Alliance are interested in observing talented students. They must be here to watch Simon, the #1 special admission student. I can't tell Cammy, she would faint. She gently patted Cammy, who was sobbing at her feet in fear. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Simon Follentia from Class A and Heron from Class G, please come down to the arena. Simon Follentia from Class A, please come down to the arena. Heron, with his hands in his pockets, looked around the stage cluelessly. Not seeing anyone, he clicked his tongue and muttered, "What a jerk." Those kids with famous parents and clans who get special admissions never appreciate their own talent. Just wait and see. After this evaluation, everyone will have to pay attention to me. As he thought this, his hand clenched tightly in determination. Then he broke into a sly smile and said, "The teacher said as long as I don't kill you, that's fine. So I will definitely make sure at least one of your arms and one of your legs are broken beyond repair." Not seeing anyone, the host spoke up. "We're running late. If she doesn't show up within the next 5 minutes, we will revoke Folentia's qualification and declare Heron the winner." Suddenly, Andrew on this side loudly interrupted, "Wait." He supported Simon, who was sluggishly leaning on his shoulder as they walked towards the arena. After that, he set Simon down, patted him on the shoulder, and left. Simon, feeling a bit more alert, apologized. "I'm sorry for being late." The host replied, "It's fine. Now the two opponents are invited to wear the bracelets. These bracelets have been enchanted with shielding spells that could absorb damage." Simon, tired, put the bracelet on with a weary face, clearly looking haggard. Heron, seeing this, secretly laughed to himself. "Wow, he's clearly not well. Winning this match will be easy." The host continued, "If someone faints or the gauge on the bracelet returns to 0, the match will end." The match began. Just as the words left his lips, a thick black substance surged violently behind Heron. Simon had also gathered 3 skeletons with shields to initiate the attack. Heron raised his hand, a small spell appeared on it. "I'm ready to take you down. Although you chose to specialize in summoning, your combat magic is what I have to be most wary of, as long as I don't get close to you." He suddenly froze when he saw what was in front of him. Watching the skeletons gradually move back towards Simon, he wondered, what is this guy trying to do? Why is he retreating? "I don't know what strategy you're planning, but are you really cornering yourself? Why?" Seeing Simon mumble something, Heron felt even more anxious. Is he preparing to do something? But right after, he declared fiercely, "I don't care what you have up your sleeve. I'll finish you off soon." With that, the spell in his hand expanded, and a strange dark purple power surged out from within. The skeletons summoned by Simon used their wooden shields to block the incoming attack. Seeing the skeletons still retreating, he shouted loudly, "Come on, Simon Follentia." On this side, Simon unfortunately got caught in thick purple smoke. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Feeling every ache in his body, he covered his mouth and realized with discomfort, this is the curse of illness. Meanwhile, Heron had used his powerful magic to send away Simon's 3 skeletons. In the stands, Malin felt uneasy and anxiously shouted, "Hey, none of your information is correct. You said that when using Black Hand, he couldn't use dark magic." Dick Haywork awkwardly said, "I'm not sure what else is going on." He held his head in confusion, wondering if he had been hiding his true power until now. "I don't know. But I can be sure of one thing. Compared to what we know, this bastard is many times stronger right now." On the arena floor, Heron used his dark magic to attack Simon. On this side, Bahil Amagar sat calmly watching the intense match before him, excitedly saying, "This is interesting. You've never come to watch a first-year student combat evaluation, Aaron." Aaron put his hands in his pockets and said nothing, seriously observing the situation of the match below. Bahil glared defiantly. "I thought you couldn't bear to see the suffering of the students. Do you know what pain awaits them when they choose to summon knowledge? You refuse to take on a disciple due to your feelings of guilt, and now you want to accept one. Then witness for yourself how much our beloved disciple will have to endure. Once Heron finishes the second curse of the disease, this match will be over. Am I right, Aaron?" He didn't respond, remaining silent. Then he turned to leave. Seeing this, Bahil suddenly stood up and asked, "Where are you going?" Aaron looked at Simon, who was kneeling on one hand, as if knowing what he would do, and replied, "The outcome of this match has already been decided. I came here just to observe, but now it's unnecessary." Hearing this, Bahil couldn't say anything in response. A bead of sweat fell on his cheek, and he awkwardly realized it. On the battlefield, Heron withdrew the magic ring from its hand, frowning at Simon in front of him. "With this curse, you're done for," he said with certainty. As soon as he finished, the magic ring suddenly expanded, and the dark magic became denser than before. Simon felt the pain growing stronger and let out a pained yell. Watching him collapse on the ground, Heron gleefully asked, "How does it feel?" Uncomfortable, right, you special admission number 1? You must think a nobody from Class G is nothing compared to you, huh? What does it feel like to be defeated by someone like that? Facing Heron's provocation, Simon calmly replied, "You should never underestimate anything in this world." As he spoke, the dark magic on his arm dispersed and completely vanished. Simon seemed to regain his strength and stood up. Heron, still oblivious to the change, asked, "Have you given up? Are you surrendering?" Simon raised a hand to crack his neck, sweat dripping down his forehead. He replied coldly, "No, it's done. Now it's my turn to counterattack." He smiled, head held high as he looked at his opponent. Hearing this, Heron suddenly turned around to check. What? He felt relieved when he saw nothing unusual. He wondered what Simon had planned. Simon asked, "Do you know?" Heron instinctively turned around. In the stands, Bahidal was sweating, his heart pounding rapidly. Below, Simon continued speaking to Heron. The detailed rules of combat evaluation state in Section 3, Paragraph 4. During the combat evaluation, if a student leaves the arena, they will be disqualified. The others in the stands felt scared as the ground suddenly shook violently. Both Malin and Dick anxiously stood up. Simon down below was sweating profusely, raising his hands in a ready stance and said with a smile, "But no matter how thoroughly I look, there's no rule prohibiting bringing objects from the outside into the arena." After saying that, he thrust his fist forward. Suddenly, a strange creature also charged into the arena with its fist, breaking through the wall. Heron looked at the enormous thing before him, fear causing him to stumble back a few steps. He awkwardly laughed. "Ha ha, you're kidding, right? This is the first year combat evaluation, and you brought a golem in here? You're really out of your mind." A giant golem monster sat imposing on the arena, with Simon below displaying an incredibly confident expression. The spectators who saw the strange creature began to discuss. "That's a mud golem he summoned. Oh my god, I never thought I would get to see one in person." Cammy on this side asked, "A golem?" Malin replied, "That's right, it's a spell that uses summoning magic to operate the core of the golem. This spell is very iconic for summoners. The summoned mud golem is created from the golem core made of sand, soil, and mud. Different materials can create various types of golems. Even so, this spell is very difficult, so in the combat assessment, no first-year student has summoned a golem yet. Simon really did something crazy." Dick Haywork next to her continued, "Actually, I was looking for him just now, right?" Malin nodded. "Yeah. Where was he?" Dick said casually, "Right behind the arena. He was burying the golem core. From the beginning, he intended to bring the golem from outside into the arena." Cammy suddenly realized and said, "So that's why Simon has been in a defensive position all this time." Dick Haywork explained, "He moved to where he had buried the golem core and created the golem outside the arena. Since the core is outside, the risk of it being attacked is 0. Malin wiped a drop of sweat and smiled, saying, "What a ridiculous name. This summoning class, he's doing way too well." Below the arena, Heron stood still, staring at the huge golem in front of him. His mind was filled with troubling thoughts: talent, wealth, social status, physicality, race, nationality. From birth, everyone's circumstances were different, which is why life is unfair. He knew that. That's why he wanted to shatter everything. His hand clenched resolutely. Then he released it, spreading his arms as if to embrace all the blows from his opponent. He wanted to deal a painful strike to those who had never tasted despair, those who always enjoyed smooth sailing. But even so, a golem is really too much. Standing before the golem made him feel so small, yet inside he refused to back down, gritting his teeth in anger. Heron shouted loudly and launched an attack. The golem's gaze followed the movement of the dark magic approaching. Then it raised one hand. Simon simultaneously said, "You want to throw a punch, you have to put all your body weight into it." After finishing his words, Simon immediately ordered the golem to punch the opponent away. Its attack was so powerful that a red aura manifested, slamming the opponent into the wall in front of them. Heron was hit to the point of near unconsciousness, and the wall behind him was nearly crushed to the point of collapse. At this moment, the host declared loudly, "The winner is Simon Follentia from Class A." Hearing this, Simon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, the assessment match came to an end. The spectators in the stands looked down in astonishment and chatted excitedly. A first-year student summoned a golem. Aside from summoning magic, he hasn't used any other dark magic. Just then, Dick, Cammy, and Malin jumped up happily and shouted, "Simon, your strategy was amazing, well done." Their voices were so loud that they startled other students into turning around. Goodness, they scared me to death. No wonder he's been given special admission. Simon is the best. Simon looked up from the arena, happily waving back at the cheering audience. At that moment, Heron was also being carried out by medical staff. Seeing that, he called out to him, "Heron, I don't know why you hold a grudge against me, but you will never defeat me with a power that isn't even yours. He was startled by this, but soon after, someone carried him away. Simon stood frozen, watching him, then raised his head high and joyfully said, "Now then, let's go." The golem seemed to understand what he was saying, reaching out its hand in front, high-fiving him, as if it said, "All right." Cammy exclaimed, "Simon, that's really cool." Looking at Simon's cheerful expression, Malin criticized him. "Why didn't you tell us anything?" Hearing this, Simon said, "I'm sorry for making everyone worry." Malin shouted, "What? Who told you I was worried?" On this side, Cammy didn't care about the two arguing and stepped forward to pat the golem's head excitedly, saying, "Hello there, you are a golem, right?" Saying that, Cammy turned around and called out, "Simon, can I ride this golem?" Hearing this, Simon replied, Cammy, maybe let's save that for later." Malin added, "Keeping that golem requires a lot of dark energy. Simon will be exhausted if he tries to hold on any longer." Seeing Simon's current state, Cammy exclaimed, "Oh, come on, I apologize. I was too careless." "It's fine. I had to try to know." At that moment, the golem shattered into pieces and turned into grains of sand that fell. Seeing this, Cammy approached the pile of sand and soon found the golem's core. Dick came over and exclaimed, "Wow, that's the core." He kept looking at the core and said, "Isn't it very valuable? How did you get it?" Simon stammered, "Oh, this." Simon began to recall that day when he was talking to a shop owner. "You still have 610 gold coins left after buying these 3 vanilla skeletons, right? 610 gold coins? The starting price of the core is at least 700. What should I do?" "How about I give you a discount and let you have it for 650 gold coins? Just give me 600 now and you can owe me 50, okay? Keep 10 gold coins for emergencies." Thinking this, Simon said, "I use the money I earned for the quest to buy it. By the way, when we get to the next quest phase." Dick asked in surprise, "Why do you ask that?" He turned in one direction, holding the core in his hand, and said, "This time, I will study seriously." Dick asked, "Study what?" "You said, to become a necromancer. It's also to make money." The MC announced loudly, "The match between Dick Hayward and Ligang Chopra is about to begin. Get ready." The two entered the arena, standing opposite each other and starting to probe. Looking at Ligang, Dick thought to himself, "According to the clues I've just gathered, Ligang is also a sorceress like me. She controls weapons at will by using dark energy to create slender threads. If I have to fight against a sorceress who's difficult to approach, I must be careful." Thinking that, Dick shouted, "Ligang Chopra," with the full name Flyanka Chopra, hailing from the Dipak domain of the Shash Kingdom. Chopra is your mother's surname. A wise elder to the village unlocked your core. A year later, you acquired dark energy. You are very skilled in hunting and love cooking. When you joined Keizen, you were placed in Class Chi with an average score of around 70 points. Your first friend here is Nasha Abra. You want to major in dark force studies, but you are also very interested in battle magic. You have a minor head injury. You are 544, weigh 134. Your measurements are. Hearing this, Ligang blushed and shouted, "What the hell are you saying? Shut your mouth." He saw his staff and smiled as he spoke. "You have to understand your enemy better than your friend. I know my own weaknesses better than anyone else, so I look forward to learning from others." As he spoke, he struck the ground forcefully with the staff, causing a slight tremor. Dick looked at Ligang and continued, "Therefore, I have studied you very thoroughly. What do you think?" Ligang Chopra controlled the swords to charge forward continuously and shouted, "Shut up and get lost." But just as the swords were charging, suddenly all of them began to draw towards each other. Dick said, "This is a kind of electromagnetic attraction for metals of the same alkali element as yours, made of steel and alloy, right? Moreover, I also know that you bought as many as 20 swords but didn't buy any armor. I think you must be overconfident because I am just an ordinary mage." With that, Dick conjured a magic circle from his palm. With his other hand, Dick threw a coin and said, "But based on the information I have, I need a strategy to defeat you. Your weakness lies in long-range acceleration attacks." Saying that, Dick launched the magic circle. The attack shot straight at Ligang with considerable force. With that attack, her body was not lightly injured. At this moment, the coin was flying towards her and her forehead. By instinct, she fell down. Seeing that she had been defeated, the host announced, "Stop the match. Ligang Chopra has fainted. Dick Hayward wins." As soon as he heard the result, Dick smugly laughed and posed. Cammy and Malin felt embarrassed and helpless as they watched their friend act this way. Noticing their expressions, Dick said, "Shouldn't my friends be happy? Why do they look so embarrassed?" She chimed in, "I feel the same." The host called out, "Malin Villain from Class A and Eban Bashani from Class C, please step into the arena." Upon hearing her name, Malin confidently replied, "I'll be done quickly." Hearing this, the three cheered. "You can do it, Malin. Good luck." As she went down the stairs to prepare for the match, Malin saw Dick waving at her. Seeing this, she brushed him off and exclaimed, "Oh my." Dick looked a bit sad at her expression, walked over to them, and complained, "What's wrong with her? Is something going on?" Hearing this, Steinman shyly replied, "Oh, it's nothing, Dick. I just wanted to ask you something. Malin's opponent wants to major in combat magic, right?" Dick replied, "Yes, it's obvious. The key to the match is whether she can get close or if she can push her away." She spoke up, "I didn't expect that in my first match I would have to face such a talented person." Hearing that, Malin responded, "Oh, let's consider this an honor for the commoners." She said, "I believe today will be a lesson for you when you're beaten by this commoner." Finishing her words, she rushed forward. From Malin's hands, she had already prepared her magical power, and Malin cast a magic circle, saying, "You're really knave." Saying that, she launched an attack and said, "You intended to just charge forward, right? Attacking without thinking to win the surprise attack." Seeing that, Simon exclaimed, "She's casting dark fire so quickly." Dick replied, "No, that's just dark elemental fire, simpler than dark fire. The divine beast uses dark energy to cast the elemental magic of pure mages in a more modern way. Did you see that flame has a shadow? That's its characteristic. The casting time is also shorter, so you can be faster than the mages. I've heard this move is both powerful and easier to control the variants." Hearing that, he exclaimed in amazement, "That's incredible." On this side, the battle between the two is very fierce. She said, "Dodging the blows is already difficult. Indeed, they are on a different level." As she dodged a strike from Malin, she smiled and thought, "But I still have the advantage. I just need to distract him and prevent him from using dark fire. One single opportunity, if I can seize it." Malin, enhancing his magic power, said, "I told you, you're really too knave." She spoke up, "No matter how strong the divine beast is, if it can't hit the target, it's useless. So, do you think you can catch up with me?" Saying that, she rushed forward. She frowned and looked around. At that moment, she rushed in and said, "You're done for." But just when she thought she would succeed, she exclaimed, "Oh my, do you really think I'm that bad at battle magic that I couldn't dodge that punch?" In her astonishment, Malin struck out. She was immediately defeated. The MC announced, "The match is over. The winner is Malin Villain." Dick looked down and exclaimed, "He's really annoying, but he's so good. I don't know what to say." Simon added, "Keizen, the most important thing is talent. I hate the fact that I have to become your opponent later on, you know? I'd rather suffer with you than with Malin." Dick said, "I knew it. I'd rather fight you than not." Suddenly, there was a noise. Dick asked, "What's that sound?" He replied, "I was about to ask you the same." But when both turned, they saw the sound was coming from Cammy, who was worried. Cammy kept murmuring, "Simon, Dick, now Malin has won the match. I just have to do well. It's just me left. I can definitely do it." Seeing her in this state, the two spoke up. "There's no need to feel pressured, Cammy. That's right, look over there. The professor has arrived just in time for your match." Hearing this, she froze and exclaimed, "Professor?" The announcer called out, "Cammy bears Ursula from Class A and E.G. Atlier from Class C. Please come to the waiting room." At this, her heart seemed to stop for a moment, whispering, "Oh no." Just as E.G. Atlier stepped out, the two began to discuss. Simon asked, "E.G. right? What kind of person is he?" "He's quite normal. He isn't exceptionally good at any particular area, but he has very good basic skills. I guess he will fight by combining basic spells. Cammy is a blood mage with an offensive tendency. The question is how she will penetrate Iggy's basic skills." Malin said, "Anyway, our Cammy has significantly superior basic power, so there's nothing to worry about. Cammy is a vampire from the Ursula family." That's right. Only when she wasn't panicking and when they met, Iggy spoke up, "Nice to meet you." Cammy replied, "I'm also very happy to meet you." Iggy looked at the small, somewhat fragile figure in front of him and thought, "What? Is she really from the Ursula family? I thought all vampires from the Ursula family were violent." The MC announced, "Now let the evaluation match between Cammy Bears Ursula and E.G. Atlier begin." The match started. As soon as E.G. entered the arena, he summoned a legion of skulls. Seeing this, she felt a little uneasy. Her fingers pointed in the shape of a gun, but she still hesitated. Malin said, "Wait, if her inclination is to attack, wouldn't that make her defense weaker? No matter how sturdy his basic skills are, I don't think AJ can withstand Cammy's hematic bullet." Dick added, "That's only true if you're only comparing your skill levels." At that moment, Cammy had just unleashed an attack that created a shockwave. But as the smoke gradually cleared, Iga's body remained intact. Dick said, "There's only a small problem. Iga's family is wealthy, so all the items he possesses are expensive and of high quality, enough to easily block Cammy's hematic bullet. Expensive equipment can stop almost any hematic bullet. Just the shield he has looks like it must be worth several hundred gold coins. Upon hearing this, the two were left speechless. Dick continued, I already mentioned it. I wonder how Kenny will cope. Unexpectedly, when unable to counterattack, Cammy ran away, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, E.G. Atelier thought to himself, he's better at handling things than he initially appears. I even think I could hit him with darkness arrows, and he's oddly cute. With that, he began to cast a spell formation. As soon as Dick saw the spell formation, he recognized it and exclaimed, a curse. Dick quickly shouted, Cammy, E.G. is about to cast a curse. You have to do something to avoid this attack. Cammy turned around and shot another hematic bullet, but it was immediately blocked by a skull-headed creature. Seeing this, she sighed and took out 3 vials of something, threw them at once, and shouted loudly, Blood Slick. At that moment, E.G. also released a poisonous curse towards her. Both were hit by each other's attacks at the same time. At this point, E.G. began to feel his body tremble, thinking to himself, this is a paralysis potion. It's fine, the paralysis spell will last longer, and I still have a few skeletons that I can control to fight. On this side, E.G.'s poison spell also started to take effect. Cammy struggled to move, thinking just 1 layer of curse is fine, I can still move. After a while, Cammy was able to move and rush towards E.G., thinking, I can do this. But upon seeing this, E.G. exclaimed in shock, what? E.G. quickly cast another spell circle and said, wait, are you planning to rush into close combat after that attack? The next spell circle was also overcome by her, despite her efforts to endure it. Seeing this, E.G. was horrified. What? You endured all those attacks? For what reason? At that moment, Cammy charged in and opened her mouth wide. Seeing this, E.G. yelled, what the hell? But before he could finish speaking, Cammy bit him right on the neck. He shouted, let me go. We secretly thought his magic shield is down just from a bite. E.G. continued to shout, what the hell? Let me go. Get off me. Damn it. After a moment, Iggy's shield finally lowered completely. The MC announced that the match has ended. The winner is Miss Kamabara's Ursula. After it was over, Cammy finally let go of Iggy so he could rest for a moment. She stammered, I'm sorry. Iggy replied, no, it's my fault for lowering my guard. You made a wise decision. Cammy asked again, I just really wanted to win, so you're not hurting anywhere, right? Iggy answered, no, I'm fine. There won't be any scars thanks to dodging the blows. And I can't complain even if I were hurt. After all, it was a worthwhile match. Suddenly, he paused and thought, wait, I just got bitten by a vampire and almost turned into one. If it were for the shield, I would have. But when he looked down and saw Cammy's cute appearance as she said, I'm really sorry, Iggy Atelier felt shy again, thinking, actually, being bitten like that isn't so bad. Suddenly from behind, she heard her friends shouting loudly, Cammy, are you okay? That's amazing. Seeing that, Cammy exclaimed, Simon, everyone, I won. Suddenly, she turned around in surprise and said, I'm sorry, I forgot that you were right here. Edie immediately replied, it's okay. You should be happy about your victory, even if it didn't last very long. I love you. The sunset was gradually descending. The crowd was cheering. Malin rushed to hug Cammy and said, congratulations on your super important victory in the evaluation match, especially you, Cammy. I'm so proud of you. So cute, so lovely. Being hugged too tightly, Cammy exclaimed, Malin, I can't breathe. Malin said, last week there was a midterm exam. I thought everyone would study, right? Hearing that, Cammy exclaimed, huh? Malin continued, what kind of face is that? Don't tell me you forgot. Hearing that, Simon was stunned into silence. She spoke up, no way. I'm sure he wasn't paying attention at all. Dick asked, but isn't it too important not to focus on? Dick exclaimed, huh? What is everyone talking about? Simon replied, you said you would skip class if your summoning studies grade was lower than Malin's. Simon thought to himself, I completely forgot about that. Simon suddenly burst through the door thinking, I forgot about the test because of the combat evaluation. But if I study intensively right now, I might be able to raise my score. He quickly sat down at the desk and started to study. All right, let's get started. But just moments later, Simon lowered his head in despair, but I didn't understand a word. There was a voice calling Malin villain, causing her to turn around. It was a brown-haired girl who said to Malin, there's a boy looking for you. Malin was surprised. So early? Who is it? The brown-haired girl replied, I don't know his name, but he's a cute boy. You should go quickly. Confused, Malin wondered who it could be. Oh, okay. When she went out to meet him, she found out that it was Simon. She was surprised. You're a cute boy. Simon turned his face around, somewhat confused by her statement. Seeing this, Malin continued, it's okay. Why did you come to the girls' dorm? Simon smiled and pointed at his hair as if he had just discovered something. Oh, by the way, Malin, I really like your hairstyle. Did you just change it? Malin shyly touched her head. She angrily said, don't keep whispering. Just say it straight out. You only learn from Dick and all his tricks. Simon suddenly bent down. Please join our study group. The other members are Cammy and Dick. Dick will join us after visiting Rochester. To show his sincerity, Simon not only bowed politely, but also knelt down. Malin could only sigh in frustration before saying, all right, I'll come over after I clean my room. You all go ahead. With her agreement, Simon joyfully exclaimed, thank you so much. In the study room, a girl's voice echoed, Simon, are you there? Hearing this, Simon replied, yeah, come in, Cammy. Cammy cheerfully said to Simon, even though it's the weekend, we still get to study together. I'm so happy. Simon then asked, you really like studying, don't you? She replied, are you studying hematology? He said, well, since you're here, I will start addressing this subject first. If I have any questions, can I ask you? Cammy clapped in agreement. Of course, that's great. Actually, I'm also studying hematology here. She continued, I just got here and it's a bit awkward to ask you, but could you take a look at this question? It's about decomposition. Simon gladly accepted. Sure, let me see. After observing for a while, he explained, oh, you have to use the decomposition formula for this question. I just learned it yesterday. Questions about decomposition often use weather or climate to mislead you. If you read this question carefully, it states that it's a hot and humid summer, which means it will decompose faster than normal. So you have to apply the accelerative factors like this. While Simon was explaining, Cammy kept gazing in intently. Once Simon finished explaining, he said, now you can add it all up to get the answer. Cammy then snapped back to reality. Oh, okay. Thank you, Simon. Thanks to you, I understand everything now. Simon asked in surprise, really? This is the first time I've explained this way. I'm glad you understood. Cammy blushed and thought to herself, what should I do? It's even harder to concentrate now. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I'm here. It was Malin. She immediately said, consider this as a favor you owe me. You guys are members of my group, so I'm helping you. You also know that if someone gets kicked out, it will be hard to manage the group. Cammy quickly thanked her. Hey, thanks for coming, Malin. Malin replied, if you have any questions, just ask. Suddenly, her attention fell on the notebook left on the table. Malin looked down and said, this problem uses the decomposition formula. Cammy replied, yeah, Simon explained it to me. Hearing this, Malin asked, didn't you get over 80 points on the last summoning test? Is it true that you don't know? This question left Cammy speechless. After a moment, she fumbled with her phone and shouted, I don't know. I only grasp a little about the decomposition formula, so I ended up with the wrong answer. I also got it wrong on the test for sure. Completely wrong. I keep missing the weather factor, so Malin saw this and calmly reassured Cammy. All right, just stay calm. I'm not blaming you or anything. At that moment, Dick also appeared. He asked, what's going on? Dick was carrying a pile of things on his shoulder. Simon immediately asked, hey Dick, what is all that stuff? He replied, supplies for the next combat evaluation and snacks. Dick pulled out a bag of pastries, making the other three drool. They chatted while eating, mostly scolding Dick. You're always busy, Dick. You said you were doing market research in Rochester, right? You might have to take care of that in school. Aren't you tired? Didn't you say you'd be going into business anyway? Why do you still need to study in school? Dick replied, you don't understand. What I'm preparing is a type of business that only Keizen students can do. Right now, I'm ready for this delivery service to start operating. Then he explained, for example, if you urgently need something from Rochester but can't get there yourself, that's my job. I'll gather a list of everything you need and send it to Rochester. That way, you'll receive your items in the dorms the next day. Simon asked, that sounds great, but have you talked to the dorm about this yet? Dick confidently replied, of course. I've even made a list of items that can be ordered. Now we just need to start taking orders. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Simon asked, are we waiting for anyone? No, it's just the four of us. Simon continued, who's out there? A voice outside replied, it's me. Hearing this voice, Simon slowly opened the door, thinking, this voice? Could it be? As he opened the door, there stood a cheerful girl with white hair saying, hi Simon, long time, no see. At first glance, he realized it was Neftis. Before he could respond, she ran straight in, exclaiming, wow, pastries. Ignoring Simon's attempts to stop her, she ran to Malin and Cammy. They both seemed to adore her. Oh, so cute. Do you want some? Neftis excitedly agreed. Simon kept trying to intervene. Hey, wait a minute. Malin asked Dick, can we share a little with the girl? Dick agreed. Then Malin asked the girl, what's your name, dear sister? The girl obediently answered, my name is Neftis. Simon smiled awkwardly with concern. Ah, really? What a cute name. He thought to himself, they don't believe it's her. As Neftis enjoyed her cake, she felt pleased thinking, well, how could they believe it? I also thought Neftis would be the scariest witch I'd ever met, but she actually looks like a little girl. Being good friends, Dick started to doubt the girl and exchanged glances with Simon. He was also trembling. Simon, could it be the girl? Simon closed his eyes and nodded, confirming it was indeed her. After finishing her meal, Neftis said, "That was so delicious. Simon, can you spare a few minutes for me?" He immediately agreed. Malin asked the girl, "You have to go now." Neftis said goodbye. Yes, goodbye. After leaving, Simon bowed slightly and apologized. "I'm sorry, let me apologize on behalf of them to you." Neftis smiled. "Don't worry, people treat me like this all the time. Besides, those pastries are really delicious, so it's okay." Suddenly, she lowered her voice. "By the way, Simon." He was a bit surprised. She continued, "I think the last time I saw you, you finally got your own legion right." Simon stammered, "How do you know?" Before he could finish, Neftis had grabbed his hand tightly. "We might be overheard here, so let's go somewhere else." As soon as she finished, she jumped down with Simon, leaving him confused. When they landed, Neftis was laughing while Simon lay on the ground yelling, "Ouch, that hurts." Looking around this strange place, he asked, "Neftis, where are we?" It was a girl's bedroom. Suddenly, a woman stepped out wearing a very seductive outfit as if she had just come out of the shower. It was Lorraine, Neftis' daughter. She asked in surprise, "Why did you suddenly come here? Did you bring Simon too?" Lorraine scolded Neftis. "Mom, why you keep getting me into trouble? Why did you bring him into my room without saying a word?" Neftis calmly replied, "Trouble. I brought him here to talk to both of you." Lorraine sighed, "Oh my, you always do this." Neftis argued back, "It's you. You're the one who overslept when you were supposed to prepare for the test. Simon came to study together." Lorraine quickly responded, Yeah, I know." Neftis wouldn't give up. "You know already? Do you have any idea how the professors complain about me?" Lorraine fired back. "Remembering those formulas has nothing to do with my real skills." Neftis said sternly, "Of course it does. Everyone else is studying too." Lorraine shouted, "I already told you I know." Faced with the two mothers bickering, Simon couldn't help but want to go back to his friends. He thought to himself, "I miss my friends so much." Meanwhile, the two of them continued to argue. Lorraine told Neftis, "Why are you still here? If you're done talking, just go outside." Neftis shook her head, tiredly saying, "Sometimes I wonder who this girl takes after." "All right, both of you sit down." So the two of them sat down and began discussing the main issue. Neftis started, "First of all, Simon, your priest has reported to us that there are spies infiltrating Keizen." He then asked, "That's true. What have the professors discovered?" Neftis replied, "I asked a few trusted subordinates to investigate, and they found some clues. But I didn't come here just to tell you this. I'm here to warn you today." Simon was surprised. "A warning?" Neftis continued, "It seems the spies already know who you are." Simon felt anxious. She then recounted, "Do you remember the Cyclops test? Do you recall that your group's Cyclops was unusually strong?" Simon suddenly remembered. Lorraine interjected, "Surely Jane told you that the cause was a side effect of the anesthetic when catching it or some curse. But in fact, someone deliberately played tricks." Neftis asked, "You guessed their intentions, right?" Simon replied, "They intend to kill me and pretend it was an accident." Neftis nodded. "Yes, if they can control the Cyclops themselves, the chances are high that the person is from within the school, not from Keizen's headquarters." She asked further, "Are you sure you don't need Keizen's protection? Lorraine has been very worried about you." Upon hearing this, Lorraine immediately got angry and shouted, "Mom." Neftis continued, "If you're worried about being expelled like your roommate, Keizen, we can grant you a deferral for a year to extend the time. You can go home until the situation is resolved, and then return to continue your studies next year." Simon tightened his fists and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I have made my decision. Even if I'm in danger, I believe living here is still very precious. Please let me stay at the school. I will investigate on my own and may be able to help you." Both Neftis and Lorraine fell silent. After a moment, Neftis spoke. "I knew you would say that. Richard's son. If you want to continue your studies, we will definitely find a way to protect you." She took a necklace out from her belongings and put it around Simon's neck. He asked curiously, "What is this? A necklace?" Neftis explained, "It's not an ordinary necklace, it's an artifact. Recently, there have been many concerning incidents, not just at Keizen, but across the continent, so I can't focus solely on you. I want you to wear it at all times. When you're in danger, the power in this necklace will protect you." Simon was intently looking at the newly gifted necklace when Neftis suddenly warned, "If the creature signals danger, you must stop everything you are doing and leave immediately, understand?" He replied, "All right, I remember." That Neftis turned to remind Lorraine, and Lorraine, "You also have to take care of Simon." Lorraine agreed and then lay down on the floor, causing Neftis to shout, "Don't lie down. Sit up. Get out of the room and go to school with Simon." Lorraine immediately complained, "Oh, Mom, why does it have to be like that? It would be odd if I intervened. Simon's friends would think it's really unfair or annoying." Besides, before she could finish, Neftis was in tears, rolling on the ground and crying, "Lorraine, you silly child. You always make your mother worry. You silly girl, Lorraine is the silliest in the world, the great-great-grandmother of silliness." Upon hearing this, Lorraine felt discouraged and said, "All right, I will go." At this moment, Neftis cheerfully exclaimed, "Hooray! Get ready and go outside, dear." Lorraine said to Simon, "I'm sorry, Simon. I'll sit quietly next to you for an hour and then leave." He smiled and replied, "No problem. Having a new member is great for us." Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. Lorraine looked at Simon and asked, "Do you still want to watch me change?" Simon quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." After a while, they arrived at the study group. Simon introduced, "This is Lorraine from Class L. I met her by chance, so I thought we could study together today. I hope everyone is okay with that." Lorraine shyly said, "Sorry for intruding on your group. Just pretend I'm invisible and continue with your work." Her greeting left everyone taken aback. How can we manage that? Everyone sat down to study. Simon suddenly looked over at Lorraine, seeing that she seemed very flustered, so he asked, "Haven't you solved that problem yet?" Lorraine replied, "Oh yeah, it's a question from caterology, so it's a bit difficult." Simon added, "Malin is really good at caterology." Hearing this, Malin jumped up. "What? Hey," Lorraine asked in surprise. "Really? Malin, can you explain this to me?" Malin agreed and patiently helped Lorraine. "You use this formula to solve it." Lorraine asked next, "So that means if I use this formula, I can solve all the questions, right? I guess I need to read this lecture again so I don't get fooled." Cammy looked at Lorraine with admiration. "Wow, that's right. You're quick to understand." "Lorraine, why did you simplify the fraction here?" Lorraine answered, "Because that's the only way I know how to do it. Is that wrong?" Malin then said, "No, it's just that I find this new method interesting. Wait, if we do it this way." Simon watched as everyone gradually harmonized and smiled. Cammy then asked Lorraine, "Lorraine, do you want a snack?" Lorraine took a bite of the cookie and praised, "It's really good. Where did you buy it?" Dick replied, "From Rochester. Do you need the name of the store?" Lorraine turned to ask Cammy, "Ursula said you must be a vampire, right?" Cammy smiled. "Hey, yes, I guess so." Dick asked Lorraine, "Do you want to try this dish again?" He thought to himself, "Oh, this is awesome. It seems like they've become close to each other already. Lorraine is great. She's not good at taking notes, but it seems like it's just because she doesn't like it. She must be a lazy genius for something." Finally, it was evening and everyone began to head home. "It's getting late. Let's go." "Yeah, so the remaining time will be for self-study. Studying with you guys is really effective." The three of them, Dick, Malin, and Cammy, said goodbye to Lorraine. "Take care. I had a great time today, Lorraine." Simon and Lorraine walked home together. She asked him, "It's been a month since the school started. What do you think of the school?" Simon replied, "It's great." She continued asking, "Great enough for you to risk your life?" He turned his face around, smiled, and said, "Yes." Finally, when they reached Lorraine's house, she said, "Thank you for walking me home. I had a lot of fun today. I'm sorry if I bothered you with your friends. But don't forget this, Simon. Trust no one." After leaving there, Fear suddenly asked, "Are you really surrendering to Erzabet?" Simon replied, "Oh, no way. I'm just creating a power bond between us. Erzabet loves to possess and do as she pleases. I have no other choice but to be the one to dominate her in the future." Fear then asked, "Ha! Getting stabbed by the saint was part of your plan too." Simon only laughed and replied, "I'll pass on that one." The girl Ellen, who had been silent until now, worriedly said, "I'm really sorry about the attack just now." He casually replied, "It's fine. You weren't aiming at me." Even though he said that, she was still not at ease and asked again, "Are you sure? The saint stabbed through your chest. Didn't the necromancers place your core near your chest? What if it's damaged?" Simon interrupted her, "It's nothing. I don't think the spear pierced the core." Fear, standing behind, observed Simon for a moment and thought to himself, "No, the spear went straight through the core, but why is the boy still unharmed? Not only is he unscathed, but our bond is also unaffected." He raised his hand in a gesture of doubt. "It can't be. Is that kid so lucky that the spear didn't hit the core? Strange." Simon saw Fear still standing there like a statue, so he turned his head and urged, "Fear, what's wrong? Let's go." Fear replied, "Yes, I'll go right now." After a while, he had reached the Count's territory. Count Raymond himself came down to the door to welcome him, speaking with caution and humility. "Oh dear, it is such an honor. I get to host an exceptional guest like you. I am Count Raymond, the Lord of Arnish." Simon politely responded, "I am Simon Follentia, a first-year student at Keizen." The Count immediately invited him to sit at the dining table to rest. "You must be tired from your journey. I don't know how to repay you for coming all the way here on my request. Please make yourself at home and rest well. I will do my best to make you as comfortable as possible. Hearing this, Simon smiled and replied, I'm not tired at all. I came here by teleportation magic. The Lord seemed to be hiding something. Although a bit anxious, he forced a smile and said, Ah, I see. Truly deserving of Keizen. Then let me invite you to dinner. Please have a seat. Simon replied, Thank you, sir, but I would like to discuss your proposal first. The Count heard him, but enthusiastically tried to avoid the topic. Haha, that is indeed important, but it is already late today. I have heard that life in Keizen is very difficult. Why don't you take the opportunity to rest a bit? He said this while gesturing for Simon to sit down at the table. After Simon sat down, he waved for a servant. Bring some drinks and food here. But Simon interrupted. No need, I have important matters to discuss with you, Count Raymond. The Count said, Oh dear, I'm sorry for making you travel so far. The matter has been resolved. As a thank you for your concern and for taking the time to come here, I will take care of this, so you can just rest before you leave. Simon replied, his voice skeptical. Strange, because according to information from the guild, a related incident occurred this morning. I cannot accept payment if I do not complete this task. Both of us will get in trouble if Keizen investigates later, so you should just tell me how your request was resolved and then go, Count Raymond. The Count became severe. I told you to stay, so why not? You are a Keizen student, but just a first-year student, and you dare to oppose me, the Count, the lord of this territory. What are you making a fuss about? I'm still paying you, aren't I? Simon frowned. At first, you deliberately seduced me with sweet talk, and now you threaten me. You've made up your mind, haven't you? You even brought soldiers. If that's the case, I can't just sit still. The Count suddenly exclaimed, Eek! Today, I will welcome quite a few new members to the team. Good, very good. How can a first-year summon so many undead soldiers? Eek! Now, do you still want to continue? The Count was furious. How dare you? You have no power other than your connection to Keizen. Even if you are a Keizen person, you have no right to interfere in the autonomy of the Dark Alliance's territory. You are intentionally using soldiers in an unreasonable way. Unreasonable, huh? You. Simon calmly responded, When we dealt with this case, we captured a priest from Efnel. Currently, due to the curse, she is losing consciousness. If we hand her over to Keizen for interrogation, we could definitely find some clues. With the crime of bringing a priest to Keizen, this place will be wiped out for treason. Am I right? The Count, frightened, said, Oh no, I'm sorry. I must resolve this matter at all costs. My subjects are engulfed in fear, so I want to handle it as quickly as possible, even if it means paying a price. I will take full responsibility. Please spare the people. Simon frowned and asked, Why do you want to cover up this incident while being so worried about this territory? The Count sighed, Because our business situation has just stabilized and the Crown Prince will be visiting soon. But if this terrible incident keeps happening, that visit will be postponed and our business will fail again. Yes. That's why I colluded with the News Association and prevented all sources of information. I tried to handle it within my means, even reaching out to Keizen and the mercenary squads. But the situation has not been hopeful for the past 3 months, which is why I contacted Efnel through a broker. Of course, I didn't know a real priest would come. Simon nodded. I understand now, so let them go, just punish me. Simon replied, Well, I understand your side of the story. This territory is a strategic point closest to the Holy Order. I hate to see such an important place being destroyed. Besides, personally, I also like this town. The Count asked in surprise, What are you saying? Simon smiled. I will do my best to keep this matter from being exposed and affecting your territory. The Count asked hopefully, Really? Of course, however, you'll have to spend a little. All right. No matter how much it costs, I will prepare the money. Suddenly, a servant ran in. My lord, there's trouble. The undead are surrounding the castle. The Count exclaimed, Where did they come from? Spiders. Simon calmly said, Stay calm. Open the gates. Let me go outside and see. The Count worried. Huh? That's too dangerous. It's fine. I may be a first-year student, but I am still a necromancer. A voice rang out, Why are you here, Erzabet? Erzabet stepped forward, saying, Simon Follentia, son of the late Commander Richard Follentia. I, Erzabet, wish to serve you, so please give me the opportunity to join your legion and be tested. The sky is blue and golden sunlight shines brightly over the entire city. Somewhere on a street corner, people are intently listening to the old man's story. Erzabet, I have a few conditions if you want to join my battalion. First, no killing without my permission. Keizen has sent us a death mage. Thanks to him, everything that has happened to us has been resolved. If you need to draw blood, hunt monsters. Down on the street, the lively laughter of the audience blends with the old man's storytelling voice. Second, do not harm those close to me in any way. Now, all we need to do is welcome the Crow Prince. Above the house, a young man leans against the door looking down. In the dark room, Simon turns his head back, as if talking to someone. Third, you must obey me at all costs. A beautiful woman with long, straight pink hair and a sizzling figure. She is Ursi. The beauty thinks, "Here I am again, stepping into hell by myself. This contract is truly troublesome and restrictive, with only a painful future waiting for me ahead." The reason Urs follows Simon's orders is that he had saved her life before, so Urs must obey Simon to repay the debt. She thought about it again and smiled, but I would definitely choose the same even if I had another chance. Urs gracefully placed her hand over her chest, lifted the hem of her dress, and bowed slightly to affirm, "I can endure everything as long as I am with you. You can bind me however you wish." Mr. Fear stood to the side, arms crossed, shaking his head in exasperation. She's fallen for him. Urs continued to speak without stopping. "Both my body and soul belong to you. I trade this absolute loyalty for only one thing." Simon asked, confused, "What do you want?" Urs blushed, her sparkling eyes smiling at Simon, "Your love." Simon was perplexed, still not understanding. When the woman took his hand, "I will do anything you want, but I won't force you. Just treating you well like this is enough." Simon stammered in response, I understand." Though Simon spoke softly, he felt uncomfortable inside. It's good that she is willing to submit, but it's quite awkward like this. Urs immediately leaned in closer to the point where Simon's hand brushed against her chest. She was still eagerly speaking. "So shall we sign the contract?" Simon hesitated, stammering, "Wait, you're standing too close." Simon blushed and turned his head, unable to look. Urs radiated a certain gluey energy, but it seemed that only she could feel it. This woman was already deeply infatuated with Simon. How could he be so charming? Mr. Fear spoke up. "Welcome back to the battalion." Urs felt the energy. "It has been a long time since I've been bound by a contract." She bluntly stated, "But you are really weak, Fear. You have weakened because of the influence of the commander." Urs's words made Simon stand there, forcing a smile. The beautiful woman closed her eyes, placing her hand on her chest to feel. However, the dark energy warmed and calmed my mind. Simon spoke up. "Let's go. Ellen is waiting for us." Urs eagerly replied, "Oh, Commander, did I hurt you? If so, I will soothe your wounded heart." Simon quickly raised his voice. "No need." The three of them entered the forest together. In the middle of the woods, they met a woman named Ellen. Upon seeing Simon, she spoke. "Oh, have you finished your discussion?" Simon politely raised his hand in response. "Yes, thank you, Ellen." Ellen beamed with pride, showing off. "How did I perform? It seems everyone believes me." Simon turned to look down and smiled. "Great, look at this." In the wooden crate were 2 large and small bags of money from Ellen's sales. Simon sat down, exclaiming, "Wow, you ate a lot of money from them." Fear bent down to look into the wooden crate, puzzled. "What do you mean? A lot?" "Less than I expected." Ellen flustered, "No, 500 gold coins, it's 10 times the initial reward." Simon held out a small bag of money to Ellen as a reward. "This is your share." Ellen asked in surprise, "For me?" Simon smiled. "Yes, don't you need to support your family? Take this and take care of them." Ellen moved, took the bag of money with tears in her eyes. "Thank you very much. I will never forget your kindness." Simon replied, "It's nothing. Are you planning to go back to the Holy Federation?" Ellen hesitated, embarrassed. "I plan to return to a place called Langerin. If you get a chance to visit the Holy Federation, feel free to find me. I will guide you." Simon said with a smile, without much enthusiasm, "Hopefully next time we won't meet on the battlefield again." Ellen looked sad. "You really are cold, Simon." The beautiful girl waved goodbye to everyone with a radiant smile. Mr. Fear looked at her and asked Simon, "You not only let a priest go, but you also gave her money. Why is that?" Simon calmly replied, When I advance my studies at Keizen, I will have to do some dark tasks, right? So if there are connections to take advantage of, that would be a good idea. And if I give her some money, she will become a perfect ally, right?" Fear crossed his arms, understanding Simon's meaning. "And you have bought her trust with money." He nodded. "So it turns out you're not as good as your heart. You have everything arranged." Simon looked at Fear. "Yes, I thought you would understand." Little did Simon know that behind him, Urs was looking at him with dreamy eyes. "Commander, you're the best." Mr. Fear nodded and said, "Oh my, looking at what you do, I'm not sure if you're good or bad anymore." Simon fell silent, his eyes momentarily sad and a bit lost. "Is that necessary? Half of my blood is that of a priest. I don't want to hate someone just because they are a priest, and I have no reason to do so. So, measuring like that is of no benefit. All I need to do is achieve what I need." Urs and Mr. Fear both seemed a bit surprised by Simon's answer. Fear then said, "I see. It will take quite a bit of time for me to understand what kind of person you are." Simon smiled gently after hearing Fear say that. Their mission was complete. Fear suggested returning to Keizen. "Now that the mission is completed, should we head back?" Simon immediately refused. "No, there is still plenty of time. I think I will train a bit before returning. It's hard to use the strength of a battalion in Keizen. Suddenly, Mr. Fear thought of something. Good idea. This time, learn from Erzabet. Simon asked back, for Erzabet? Upon hearing the name Erzabet, Erz suddenly remembered, are you talking about my little ones? The red-eyed black spiders crawled around Erz. They were surely her soldiers. This beautiful woman immediately agreed, that's a good idea. Now you are my new master and commander. You should know how to control these little ones. The various large and small bugs lined up behind her, with some even crawling onto her shoulders. Erz confidently replied, then I will teach you the basics of the living dead spiders. Simon eagerly turned around when he heard about learning a new skill. A new skill? That sounds great. Erz began to explain the mechanics of the undead spider. The main ability of the undead spiders is their silk. Silk is a control skill, and it is also a movement skill. A few spiders use their silk to dangle from the branches. After explaining to her master, Erz said, now, Commander, these spiders shoot silk at a tree. Simon nodded in agreement, then closed his eyes and commanded the wriggling spiders below. Spider silk. All of them simultaneously began to shoot silk out. Their silk densely covered the trunk of the tree. Erz, seeing this, praised. Well done. She continued to explain the basic skills of this type of spider. Control the opponent and prevent them from moving or move faster than they do. Then use your venomous fangs to bite the enemy. These two skills are the most fundamental skills related to controlling undead spiders. The master enthusiastically replied, I understand. While Erz was speaking, the sound of leaves suddenly rustled, accompanied by a crackling noise. This sound made all three of them fall silent and pay attention. Out of nowhere appeared two huge monsters. They looked like humans, but their ears were long, their eyes yellow, and their faces dark, and they even had fangs. With a test subject ready for the zombie spider skills, Erz immediately suggested to her master, there's a target over there. Would you like to try these skills on the orcs? Simon agreed, sure. Hearing the noise, the small spiders also climbed up the tree, ready to listen to commands and prepared to spit webs to ambush the enemy. As soon as Simon commanded to shoot, all of them shot webs towards the two monsters. Caught off guard by the attack, the two orcs immediately dodged. Simon, even more excited, ordered jump. A series of spiders jumped down from the tree. Being unexpectedly attacked, the two orcs could only stand there holding their spiked hammers in defense. Hearing the command to continue firing, the swarm of spiders covered the two monsters in webs, causing them to scream in pain. Suddenly, the spiders jumped onto the orc's head and continuously bit into their flesh with their venomous fangs, making the two scream in agony. Simon watched as the orcs tried to swat the spiders away and exclaimed excitedly, it's a success. Erz, standing next to him, clapped her hands and chuckled, praising, that's amazing. Your control skills are very good, even though this is just the first time. Simon responded, it's just some basic skills. Suddenly, Erz discovered that there was a den of orc monsters nearby in the forest. She eagerly suggested to her master about the training target. I think this is a great place to showcase the skills of the Spider Legion. Do you want him to see the power of the Legion? Simon thought for a moment, stroking his chin. It was rare to have the opportunity to practice a newly learned skill right away, so he agreed. With an opportunity like this, we must do something worthy of 500 gold coins, right? Upon reaching the orc den, Simon quickly rushed in to set up an ambush. He swiftly assigned tasks to his two allies. Fear, take care of the boss at the 1 o'clock position. Erzabet, seal off all escape routes with your zombie spiders. Fear split into various skeletons to fight. Erzabet's spiders shot webs like nets covering the orcs, causing them to struggle to break free. In an instant, the entire orc squad was defeated by the three of them. Simon clenched his fists, overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling of joy, leading the Legion, reading the battlefield, predicting movements, and launching ambushes to seize victory. This was the feeling of a leader. He beamed. This is what it means to be a necromancer. Erz walked up, clapping her hands in awe. We have won thanks to your brilliant leadership, Commander. Simon humbly replied, I didn't do anything. It was her and Fear who did everything. Hearing Simon call her Erz, she widened her eyes in surprise. The woman suddenly rushed over, took her master's hand, blushing as she asked, What did you just call me? Simon nervously said, it was Erz, right? This woman is absolutely infatuated with her master. Even Simon just shortening her name made Erz feel overwhelmed and embarrassed. Oh, you just gave me a nickname. I feel like the happiest person in the world. Seeing her is so happy. Simon could only think hopelessly. She seems happy. I guess I don't need to mention the truth. Mr. Fear spoke up from the side. Now, kid, it's your turn. He pointed at the pile of dead monsters stacked on top of each other, turned them all into skeletons. Fear rubbed his hands, grinning mischievously. With this many orcs, our army will be much stronger. Simon raised his hand as if making a speech in class, shattering Fear's dream. Hold on, Fear, you've forgotten something important. Fear turned back, listening to Simon continue. Haven't learned black magic to bring the dead back to life yet. It's taught in higher classes. He scratched his head in frustration. Goodness, what I mean is, right, you're still in the lowest class, aren't you? It turned out that Simon couldn't perform the resurrection spell because he hadn't advanced to a higher level yet. Fear, too excited about killing the orc, had completely forgotten this. Seeing Fear's disappointment, Urs comforted him. Don't be so down, Fear. Now we can sell these corpses for some money. Urs suddenly came up with a new idea. She winked excitedly at her master and said, it would be a waste to just throw these orcs away. So why not send a letter to the Lord to sell them? Hearing this good idea, Simon wrote a letter to the Lord. While stuffing the letter into an envelope, he said, those orcs must have caused a lot of damage to the crops. The Lord will make this an official request and reward me. Oh, and he will send the reward along with the money from the sale soon. As Simon was sealing the envelope, Fear whispered to Urs, I see that. It's indeed good news, but how much further does this kid have to go to reach the ruins? It feels too cramped in here. Before he could finish his sentence, a clear voice from a beautiful girl rang out. Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe. That was Cammy, a classmate of Simon's. As soon as she spotted Simon, she ran over, waved hello, and cheerfully expressed, I was really worried when I heard you took on a challenging mission. Simon politely replied, I just got lucky. He asked, where are you headed? Cammy responded, I'm going to the library. I plan to study with Malin today. Do you want to join me, Simon? The two of them chatted happily, catching Ursa's attention. Afterwards, Simon and Cammy waved goodbye to each other. However, Simon had not realized that Urs, standing behind him, was becoming increasingly angry. She leaned in close to Simon, her voice heavy with tension. Sir, who was that girl just now? The sudden voice from behind startled Simon, sending chills down his spine. He replied, she's just a classmate of mine. Urs, her gaze full of menace yet trying to remain composed, said, for someone who's just a classmate, she had a rather infuriating look when she was looking at you. Of course, I still remember my oath, so I won't touch her. I'll stay silent and wait at the ruins with Fear, but I still feel very irritated about that girl. Simon stammered in response, all right, I'm glad you still remember the oath. Urs, still very angry, continued, and I'm just a humble subordinate of yours, Commander. You can give me orders freely. Simon didn't know what else to say and changed the subject to lighten the mood. So can you go back to the auxiliary space? I know this is a remote place, but there will still be people passing by. Urs calmly replied, if that's the issue, why don't I do this? As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a student from Keizen before Simon. She proudly showed off to her master. How do I look? I look like a student at Keizen, right? Simon couldn't believe his eyes, thinking she was wearing spider silk instead of real clothes. You're wearing spider silk, not real clothes, right? Ursa reaffirmed, this is high quality, real stuff, not spider silk stuck to me. To make her master more confident, she confidently said, if you have any errands inside and outside Keizen, feel free to summon me. Simon anxiously replied, how can I do that? I've heard there are numerous surveillance spells around Keizen. Urs gestured with her finger, indicating that the commander should not worry. She confidently said, I can change my appearance, and I also have my own stealth skills, which can bypass that ironclad magic. Of course, my Spider Legion is also an expert in ambushing enemies, so you can use them in my place in emergencies. Fear stood to the side, feeling a bit uneasy as he listened to Urs speak so confidently. After hearing Urs's words, Simon stroked his chin and thought, thank goodness I recruited Urs into the Legion. She will be very useful in many situations. While Simon was deep in thought, Urs continued, if you don't like my appearance, how about this? After she finished speaking, Urs transformed into Cammy, the sweet and innocent girl. Simon was surprised. You look just like Cammy. Can you disguise yourself like that? Urs cleared her throat and adjusted her voice. Simon was astonished. Wow, she can not only disguise herself as others, but can also imitate their voices. Urs mimicked Cammy's speech and personality, teasing Simon. Simon, I'm so glad to see that you're still safe. She hugged Simon's arm tightly. I was really worried when I heard you took on such a difficult mission. Simon saw Urs transform into Cammy and hugged his arm back, turning red. Not only did she look like Cammy, but her voice sounded just like hers too. He was flustered and stuttered. Enough already. I can see how great your skills are. Urs didn't stop and continued to tease, but I'm afraid Simon might get hurt. I have to check for any injuries myself. Afraid someone might see. Simon's face turned bright red as he awkwardly stammered, stop it. Just change back to your original form right now. Urs stopped teasing her master and confidently said, how about it? You can experience all the pleasures with my skill. I really hope that day comes soon. Simon was already scared of Urs's skill, hurriedly saying, I told you I don't need such pleasures. Fear could no longer stand it and shouted, "Oh, come on. Stop the small talk and take us to the ruins. This stupid group. The sound of the spiders is driving me insane." Simon suddenly remembered Fear and said, "Oh, right. I almost forgot about you, Fear." The three quickly made their way to the ruins. The ruins looked just as their name suggested, really desolate and dusty. Simon jokingly remarked upon seeing the dust, "So what? Should we do a bit of cleaning now?" Currently, only has 30 undead spiders left, which is not enough manpower to continue the operation. She pointed at Simon as if giving an order. "So now we only have two ways to supplement our manpower. Increase the number of undead spiders, or you must learn the skill of resurrecting the dead immediately. Only one of these two ways." Simon had to choose one of the two, so he agreed. He intended to choose the second option and immediately asked "First of all, how do you get more spiders? Do we need to leave the continent to catch them?" Innocently replied, "No, I am the spider queen, so I just need to lay more eggs." Simon asked in surprise, "What?" She calmly answered, "I just need to lay more eggs." Shyly turned her face away. "If you're curious, you're always welcome to witness it." Really enjoyed teasing her master. She was even bolder when she slightly lifted the hem of her dress. Simon flushed red and screamed in fear, "No, I don't need to witness that." Still naively replied, "But it's really a rare opportunity." Seemed like she wasn't ready to let Simon off the hook. Simon shouted, "Why would anyone want to go see that?" Mr. Fear, seeing this scene, spoke with his underlings and the spiders. A bit is too alluring for a boy at this age, don't you think? They looked on and nodded in agreement. Ursa was still mumbling. After all, will give birth to more spiders. Simon, feeling a headache from helpless thoughts, wondered, "Is there anything else I need?" Then Simon remembered the figure of a priest. He asked "Hey, can you also transform into a priest?" Asked back in surprise, "You mean a priest?" Simon confirmed firmly, "Yes, wasn't that what just happened not long ago in this forest?" He thought of the power of the priest he had witnessed before. After hearing Simon, she pondered and stroked her chin. "I see. That's why you want me to disguise myself as a priest." Simon asked her, "Can you do it, considered the conditions that Simon mentioned. "I can, but I think we should let the undead spiders go first. No matter how perfectly I disguise myself, it won't matter if the opponent is a real priest." Simon wondered, "Why is that? Is there a problem?" Explained, "Those who use holy power have special skills and can quickly detect the undead. Even if I can hide that I'm not using holy power, I can't prevent them from discovering me." Simon affirmed, "You don't need to worry. That priest broke in while having a core inside his body." Was surprised with a core. Simon continued, "I don't know what that person's purpose is, but I can see their determination is quite strong." Mr. Fear added, "Not only that, that person's ability to use dark energy is almost comparable to that of a professor." Considered, "Well, with the core inside their body, they won't be able to use holy power. I guess they'd also lose the ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, then I think I can give it a try. I will release the spiders to monitor the forest and personally investigate the appearance and behavior of that high-ranking priest. If the undead spiders find a priest, they will report to you immediately, Commander." Confidently said, "Please leave this to me." Simon smiled, trusting "All right, it's all up to you, Simon returned to the classroom and noticed that the atmosphere was no longer tense. Everyone seemed happier. Malin was talking to a friend when someone called her name and wished her good luck. Simon and Malin's eyes met. Simon greeted, "Long time no see, Malin." Malin didn't respond but scolded, "You really have no shame." Malin rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Wait, maybe you're just slow to understand." Simon didn't understand what she was saying. Is something wrong? Malin brushed aside the issue and handed a box of pastries to Simon. Simon cheerfully took the box of pastries. "Wow, is this for me?" Malin sat down and calmly explained to avoid any misunderstandings. "We're just in the same group, don't get it wrong." Simon looked at Malin and asked with a smile, "Well, why are you giving me pastries? It's not my birthday today, right?" Simon didn't realize what day it was, staring blankly. Malin said helplessly, "Today is the day to give pastries, didn't you know? The day when girls give pastries to boys." Simon nodded in realization. "Oh, right. Thank you. You're so thoughtful." Malin felt shy, but still spoke proudly. "No, it's nothing. I just felt a bit sympathetic. If I hadn't given it to you, you and Dick wouldn't have gotten any pastries." Before finishing his sentence, other girls ran up to greet Simon and gave him cakes. "Here is lemon cake. Please take it." "I brought black tea cake. Thank you for guiding me in magical combat class." Malin looked surprised at everyone, while Simon politely smiled and replied, "Thank you all. I'm really happy to help you. The cakes look delicious. I'll eat them later." Malin seemed skeptical. "I thought you were really famous, but people only come to thank you." Simon smiled awkwardly. At that moment, Cammy approached with a huge box of cakes, her face beaming, exclaiming, "Simon!" "Good morning, Simon." She nervously stammered, "Thank you so much for taking care of me. I hope we can be good friends from now until the end of the semester." Cammy was too shy, afraid Simon wouldn't accept, so she bent down. "Please accept it." Both Simon and Malin were surprised by the box of cakes. "Wow, did you make these? They're amazing." Cammy was flustered, waving her hands around. "No way, I wouldn't dare. I bought them at Rochester." She blushed, not daring to look at Simon. "I just added some decorations on top." The cake-giving day was just like any ordinary day, but Cammy put in a lot of effort for Simon. Seeing her struggling to decorate with cream on her face, Simon took a napkin from his pocket and gently wiped the cream off her face. We blushed like we had a fever, hurriedly thanked them, and ran away. She ran like the wind, flailing her arms wildly, shouting loudly as she ran. Simon stared with a confused expression. What's wrong with her all of a sudden? Malin, sitting next to him, shook her head in dismay. "Oh my goodness." Simon turned to Malin and asked, "She'll come back before class starts, right?" "Probably." At this moment, a boy walked over and asked if he could sit at their table, and Simon gladly agreed and told him to sit down. Simon seemed to understand. No wonder everyone is so excited. Malin propped her chin and explained it's not just because they haven't seen each other for a week, but also because of the cake-giving day. Thanks to the cake-giving day, we have that interesting statue over there. Don't you see? Simon looked around and asked, "Which statue looks interesting?" Malin looked into the distance, gesturing for Simon to look. "It's Hector Moore. He's sitting quietly with his arms crossed, and there's a heavy atmosphere around him." Simon suddenly stared without blinking. He must be suffering a lot. The two friends sitting together laughed mischievously and blamed. Served him right. Malin realized that Simon didn't know anything about today's holiday. She teased, "Hey Simon, tell me the truth. You don't know today is the day for giving treats, do you?" Simon was taken aback, smiling awkwardly. "Is it that obvious?" Malin rested her chin calmly, "A little bit. Don't forget that you're at an academy. I know you came from the countryside, so you're not familiar with these things, but you should really learn about current events and trends a bit." The table was filled with boxes of sweets in front of Simon. Malin explained in detail, "Our teammates will understand, but others won't. Because the competition here is intense, they won't miss the chance to bring you down." Simon nodded, understanding the implication. "Thanks for the advice." He continued to ask, "So what are the other holidays? Are there more occasions like this, Malin? If there's a day for girls giving gifts to boys, there must also be a day for boys to give back gifts, right?" Malin nodded. "Of course there is. Next up is the day for giving jewelry." Simon was stunned when he heard about this holiday. That's just not fair. Malin helplessly forced a laugh. "Of course you don't have to give real jewels." Then she playfully patted Simon on the shoulder, saying, "Just give a toy or some cheap ring. That would be fine. Oh, and I'm not stopping you from giving you real jewelry, you know." The mischievous girl winked and said, "I really look forward to that day, Simon." It was time for class. Professor Jane stood at the lectern and said seriously, "I have received reports that all students from Class A have safely returned to Keizen. As your guiding professor, I am quite satisfied." She slowly picked up a piece of chalk and said, "I will start with the first announcement. Starting this week, you will undergo combat assessments." Dick, sitting next to Simon, turned pale with worry upon hearing the 4 words, "combat assessments." Professor Jane crossed her arms and explained this assessment form. The assessments will be conducted throughout the first semester. The rules are very simple. You will compete one-on-one with another first-year student. All 14 classes at Keizen will be your opponents. Everyone was silent, intently watching Professor Jane illustrate on the board. The winner will move up to the upper group, while a loser will move down to the lower group. Each week, the brutes will be refreshed, and you will move up or down based on your wins or losses. Each group will have different scores, and you can gain or lose points depending on the outcome of the battles. A chalkboard filled with colorful illustrations and doodles. Professor Jane illustrated, "The number of points you lose when in the upper group will be greater than the number of points you win in the lower group. In other words, you should challenge yourselves with the goal of moving up to the upper group at all costs." Everyone felt more anxious upon hearing about the punishment. Students in the lower group will be expelled until the end of the first semester. Everyone began to murmur upon hearing this. Professor Jane continued to explain, 10% of students will be expelled in the first semester and an additional 10% in the second semester. So you need to think about how to survive with the tricks you have at hand. As the vice principal of Keizen and the advisor for Class A, she continued, "I believe I have done my best. Only our class has undergone the Avalon training and the actual battle with the Cyclops classes." Professor Jane suddenly declared loudly, "I cannot imagine a class better than Class A that I am guiding. Even though I am the vice principal, I have become an advisor for a first-year class. I believe you will not disappoint me." Suddenly, Dick Haywork stood up, stomping one foot on the table and raising his hands proudly, saying loudly, Don't worry, Professor Jane, we will do our best. You can hold your head high with pride. This unexpected action made everyone jump. Malin anxiously reminded, are you crazy? Sit down quickly. The more he was reminded, the more Haywork enthusiastically shouted, let's go, Class A. Let's shake hands. Malin was embarrassed and turned red, burying her face in her hands, not wanting to acknowledge Haywork as an acquaintance. Professor Jane sighed, you, Dick Haywork. Yes, Professor. You are the one who makes me the most worried. Hearing Professor Jane say that, the blonde boy froze. The homeroom professor of Class A asked the class, here's a question. Can anyone tell me the difference between the battle with monsters that we practiced earlier and this individual battle? JV Victoria raised her hand to speak. Professor, we made a plan and attacked the monsters, but in this battle, the opponent can also make a plan. The professor nodded in approval. Yes. Any other opinions? Hector Moore spoke up. Unlike fighting monsters in individual battles, we will be limited in using black magic. The professor asked further, can you elaborate? Hector continued to explain skills that require a long time to cast, skills that are easily detected or cast slowly, and trap-type magic circles set underground will rarely be effective in individual battles. Therefore, their use will be restricted. You also added, the summoning skills from the subject of summonology will not be effective in individual battles. The strategy to defeat a summoner is quite clear. Unlike low-intelligence monsters, humans can evade summoned creatures and directly attack the summoner. The teacher heard this and praised. Very good. The most important point has been mentioned by you. As Hector just said, some specializations may be very difficult to apply to achieve good results. However, the teacher continued, there are skills that may not be the best in individual battles, but can still become very powerful weapons depending on how you use them. The spell that Decay uses is an example. If you approach your opponent simply with a spell, that would be the easiest way to fight against a student specialized in magical combat. Because they have to get close to fight, you can easily launch an attack on your opponent. The teacher reminded, but if you face a student for the hematology major specializing in long-range attacks, you will lose immediately. The professor continued, you will achieve good results if you recognize your strengths and weaknesses and then learn how to compensate for those shortcomings. Two students sitting below whispered to each other. Then the students from the hematology major should prepare to counter the melee students. The professor assigned tasks to the students. Now you will practice individually and review your strengths. When it's time for sparring, remember to wear protective gear. During practice, think about what type of black magic will be effective in personal combat. You can ask the teaching assistants questions. So let's get started. Malin Valine said to Dick, then I'll shoot darkness arrows first. Dick handed the darkness arrows to her and replied, okay. On the other side, a female student pointed at a circle on the page and said to the others, adjust this part. Around, everyone was bustling with preparation for practice, but only Simon sat quietly in a corner observing. He sat with his arms crossed, head lowered, silently thinking. As Hector said, summonology is very disadvantageous in personal combat. So how can I achieve a high score by using summonology now? You still think, I can easily win if I use battalion, but I can't do that in class. So all I can use are 3 summoned skeletons. But skeletons are very slow, so it will be very difficult to keep up with human speed. Simon leaned his head against something inside. The more I think, the more I feel defeated. While he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, it seems like you have quite a few ideas. He turned his head and saw a girl saying, are you the teaching assistant? The girl smiled cheerfully. Ha ha! If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I've been at Keizen for nearly 2 years, so I may be able to help you. Simon knelt and looked at her, saying, I'm only worried about how to fight in a personal battle. My major is summonology. The teaching assistant, upon hearing this, advised, in my experience, trying is better than just sitting and thinking. Simon unexpectedly replied, yes. The teaching assistant handed him protective gear and said, give it a try. I'll play the role of your opponent. You know how to measure the barrier, right? Simon was putting on his shirt while answering, yes, last time Professor Jane explained it already. Hearing that, she happily replied, good, that there's no need to worry. The teaching assistant continued, I will only use level 1 black magic. Are you ready? Simon clenched his fist and replied, yes. The girl released a lot of small green beads from her hands and said, then, immediately 3 black magic circles appeared around her. She looked at Simon, urging, come here. Around them, a few zombie corpses were slowly advancing towards the teaching assistant. Seeing that, she quickly launched her spell and shouted, fire. Looking at the strange thing appearing before him, Simon exclaimed, that spell is darkness arrows? The teaching assistant nodded, yes. This is a skill that most level 1 magic students use for ranged combat. You must be very focused in your darkness dynamics class, right? Simon thought to himself, she really intends to use a skill that level 1 magic students can use. He commanded, both of you, move forward. Protect the other person. As Spine was moving forward when it suddenly got hit, causing its body to gradually shatter. The teaching assistant witnessing this couldn't help but exclaim, can you control all 3 of them at the same time? While gathering strength in her hands, she continued, for a primary school student, you're quite impressive. The teaching assistant quickly charged forward and delivered a punch to the spine. At that moment, the spine exploded into pieces, flying through her face. It was left with just a lonely head. Simon watched as the spine shattered into fragments, his mouth agape in surprise. Oh. The teaching assistant began to cast black magic, looking at him and asking, do you still have time to be astonished? As soon as she finished speaking, she sent the circle of black magic towards Simon, leaving him no time to catch his breath. Simon broke into a cold sweat, silently calculating draining spell. No wonder she's a teaching assistant. Even though she only used basic skills, I can tell she's very experienced. The teaching assistant stood on the aura, moving towards Simon, smiling and saying, now that I've eliminated the creatures, I've even cast a weakening spell on the summoner. This is a great opportunity to defeat you. Upon hearing this, Simon suddenly came to his senses. He began to lift his foot to attack, but suddenly made a strange sound. Simon, with his feet filled with spiritual power, looked astonished at the teaching assistant. Seeing this, she smiled and said, aren't you going to defend yourself before attacking? The surrounding students were shocked and came over to see. Simon, still not understanding what was happening, thought to himself, huh? I remember I kicked, but why does it feel like I haven't done anything? The teaching assistant, standing in a thick stream of aura, looked at him and smiled apologetically. Oh, I'm sorry. I said I would only use basic black magic, but I accidentally used spiritology. Let's stop the battle here. Upon hearing this, Simon nodded in response. Ah, yes, thank you. At that moment, Simon's mind was completely blank. He silently thought, if I hadn't used spiritology, I would probably be dead by now. This is crazy. The teaching assistant saw this and said, first, let me explain why we are training together. Simon stood still, listening to her explanation. Those who are unsure about their powers, like you, often find answers when pushed to their limits. That is what you rely on in the most dangerous and important moments. The teaching assistant continued, in your case, rationally, you started with summonology, but when anxious, you immediately switched to magical combat without hesitation. Not only that, but you also enhance your body for close combat while sending the skeletons into battle right. She further commented, even though you don't know whether I would fight long range or close range to defeat you, you instinctively prepared for close combat. Am I right? Simon replied, feeling uneasy, yes, ma'am. The teaching assistant added, you don't need to draw conclusions immediately, but you also shouldn't give up when you have both talent and skills, and you still have plenty of time. Take your time to think. If it were me, I would choose magical combat. After finishing her explanation, the teacher cheerfully said to Simon, good luck. Simon quickly replied, yes, thank you, ma'am. In his mind, he recalled what Hector Moore had said. The summoning skills from the subject of summonology would not be effective in individual battles. The teaching assistant had also mentioned, in your case, logically, you started with summonology, but when anxious, you immediately switched to magical combat without hesitation. Simon quietly wondered to himself, is fighting with summonology really that difficult? Deep in thought, suddenly a voice rang out, Simon Follentia. Simon turned around in surprise and found Hector's serious face saying, put it on, let's practice. In the training space, the two continued to chat back and forth. Dick taunted, why can't you hit me even once? Just so you know, I'm going easy on you. Mailing Valine looked at Dick and asked challengingly, who are you trying to fool? I'm only using basic spells and you still can't move. As she was speaking, she suddenly turned her head with a surprised look towards the back. The people around her began to direct their gaze at Simon and the teaching assistant, buzzing with discussions. That sound. I didn't realize he was fighting the teaching assistant. Looking in that direction, some nearby students couldn't help but exclaim, it seems like they're done training. Do you think he won? I'm not so sure. I can't see the boundary clearly. When seeing Simon standing alone, another person commented, he looks like he's sighing. He must have lost. It's really hard to win against the teaching assistant. At this moment, Hector had approached Simon as if wanting to say something. Upon seeing Hector, Simon just stood still and stared without saying a word. Then he immediately threw the protective vest at Hector and said irritably, why don't you go cause trouble somewhere else? Simon turned away with a glare. I'm not in the mood. Hector Moore, after being rejected, gnashed his teeth in anger and ground out, you bastard. Malin Valine ran over from afar to shield Simon, speaking in a determined tone. Dumb Hector. Witnessing this scene, Hector sneered. This is none of your business. Malin, the top student in Class A and a freshman, would not back down and responded. You're the only one who thinks that. What do you think you're doing? Acting like a child. If you continue to bully others like this, I will report you to the professor. Upon hearing this, Hector smirked derisively. He looked at Malin and insulted her. You're just a substitute for CERN. Kami, hearing this, anxiously called out, Malin. Dick also worriedly exclaimed, How dare you say that? Another student spoke up to mediate. Hey, Hector, take that back. I know you're angry, but that... Malin's expression became serious, her eyes filled with fierce determination as she stared straight ahead. Just then, Malin began to conjure a dark magic circle and prepare for an attack when suddenly someone called her name. Malin. Simon rushed in from outside, grabbing her hand and saying, Malin, stop. At that moment, a male teaching assistant approached and asked, What's going on? The people around gasped and exclaimed, It's the teaching assistant. Seeing the sudden appearance of the teaching assistant, Hector immediately bowed his head respectfully. It's nothing, sir. I apologize for making you pay attention. Then he said to the others, Let's go. Dick stood aside and, seeing this, scolded. That bastard, he always pretends to be obedient in front of the teaching assistants and professors. Simon turned to Malin and said, Oh my, both of you, consider this a warning. You almost did something that Professor Jane hates the most. Malin responded, Yeah, I'm sorry. After finishing their tasks, everyone continued to practice. A student clenched his fist and replied, Yeah, let's keep practicing. Over here, Dick was still fuming, complaining, Oh man, this is so frustrating. That jerk should know what not to say. Kami turned to Malin and asked, Malin, are you okay? Malin quickly replied, Yeah, sorry. I just lost my temper a bit. Simon then asked, Malin, you? She quickly cut him off. By the way, Simon. Malin looked at Simon and asked, My hand. When are you going to let go of it? Simon replied, Sorry, I was in a hurry so. Malin pulled her hair in frustration and scolded. Even so, you are really crazy. She took Simon's hand, examined it closely, and continued. Why would you grab the black fire magic circle with your bare hands? Look, you burned yourself. Then Malin turned to the others and said, Kami, Dick, I will take him to the infirmary. They replied in unison. Okay, see you later. Malin sat down to bandage Simon's wounds and called out, Simon. Seeing this, Simon responded, Yeah. Malin asked curiously, Earlier, you grabbed my hand. Why did you do that? Simon hesitated to answer. Well, I would get in trouble if the teaching assistant found out I was about to use magic, even though Hector is wearing protective gear, but he's not wearing it properly. Recalling what Hector had said, Simon continued, and what Hector just said. Simon thought for a moment and said to Malin, I don't understand, but that's something he shouldn't have said to you, right? Seeing Malin silent, Simon continued, Earlier. Thank you, Malin. Malin didn't quite understand and asked again, Huh? Simon explained, You intervened to stop Hector from picking a fight with me. I almost got into a fight with him, but I held back. So it's all good now, right? Malin sighed at this. Oh my, that's exactly your biggest problem. Simon asked in confusion, what? Malin suddenly jumped up and shouted, You're too nice. You know that? You're so nice it's annoying, but... She patted his shoulder and said, This time it won't work. Simon, seeing this, fearfully stammered, What do you mean? Malin leaned close to his face and said, I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Simon, still surprised, didn't understand anything. Right after that, Malin clearly said each word. Thank you, Simon. After saying this, Malin immediately ran out of the room, leaving Simon alone, still in shock. At that moment, a voice from the devil-faced emblem on his collar interrupted him. Oh my, listening to you two talk is so boring, just like father like son. Simon saw this and squeezed the badge, saying, Be quiet. In a building, Simon was asking his friend, Kami. His friend replied, Yes, Simon. He then asked her, What do you think spiritology is? Kami answered, I don't know either. Are you okay? What happened to the reserve team in spiritology class? The professor was lecturing too fast. Simon cheerfully replied, No, but it was painful in a way I can't imagine. Dick, standing behind them, grimaced and said, Can't imagine. They continued to discuss. The spiritology professor only teaches when we can sense the spirits, right? And we have to be in the reserve team until we can do that. Previously, the professor had told them, For the spiritology class, you must be able to sense the spirits. The students responded in unison, Yes. At this point, Dick raised his hand to speak. Professor, no matter how hard I try, I can't sense the spirits. The professor, hearing this, continued to shout, Feel it. The professor continued, Just feel it. Don't tell yourself you can't do it. Just feel it. You all lack motivation. Push yourselves harder. Put all your energy and heart into the ritual dance. Like this, like this, like this. The students witnessing this felt extremely embarrassed, saying, But the process of feeling the soul. Honestly, I don't want to see that dance again. Kami, seeing this, mocked with an embarrassed expression. I feel offended. Simon hugged her and said, Cammy, you've survived, Cammy. Dick and Malin, witnessing this, were also surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Simon continued to ask, what did you learn from the training team? Malin replied, of course it was attack spells. All the professors mainly teach combat techniques because the evaluation battle is coming up. She continued to inform her two friends, but hematology doesn't require things like feeling the soul like in spiritology class, so you should learn something useful here. Cammy and Simon, after hearing this, clasped their hands in prayer. Please. At that moment, Professor Sillage, along with two assistants, was approaching. Everyone, gather around here. Who will soon begin the class? Upon seeing this, everyone exclaimed, ah, it's Professor Sillage. The professor, leaning on his cane, said, I apologize for the delay due to some personal matters that caused our class to start late. Since we are behind schedule, I will speed things up accordingly. The students stood still, listening as the professor continued. First, hematology is dark magic that uses blood as a medium. Many people think this subject replicates the secret skills of vampires or werewolves. However, contrary to popular belief, hematology has a long history because blood is the substance that has the best compatibility with dark energy. Professor Sillage continued, before we start practicing, beginners often struggle with drawing blood, so we will use a supportive tool. We will proceed once you have put on all the equipment. He believed that dark energy and blood were quite similar, and that necromancers could mix dark energy and blood together to create various magical reactions. In other words, if a necromancer does not use blood, it would be a great pity. It will drain your energy, but blood can become the fastest and most powerful weapon you have. Simon looked at Cammy and thought, ah, that's right, Cammy is a vampire. The professor continued, today we will explore the properties and characteristics of blood. Cammy was taken aback when she heard about the use of bullets to stop bleeding in real combat. At this point, the professor requested, next, prepare to take positions. Cammy was startled. Oh yes! Simon stood behind her to reassure her. Cammy, you can do it. Cammy felt embarrassed after hearing that and exclaimed, Simon. At this moment, Cammy, feeling too anxious, began to sigh. With her wings on her shoulders, she hunched up, clasping her hands as if in prayer, very worried. The target was ready and a voice called out, finally, row 6, fire! A pretty large red bullet shot straight ahead with a bang. The bullet hit the center of the target, creating a loud noise and shaking the surroundings. A voice echoed, blood type AP5, diameter of 45 millimeters, with 3 targets penetrated. The professor continued to drop a vial of red blood onto the bullet and said, it can condense dark energy to its limits, creating remarkable penetrative power. In fact, it specializes more in construction than in propulsion. The drop of blood mixed into the bullet, producing a small explosion in the professor's hand. He continued, so it is quite useful in assisting dark energy as well as forming magic circles. Professor Sillage looked up at the student across from him and instructed, please take an AP5 nameplate from the teaching assistant here. The student replied, yes, sir. One person raised a nameplate and announced, from now on, you should carry this nameplate before coming to class. Now the next group, please line up in front. Cammy nervously stepped forward and said, Camembura's Ursula is ready. She raised her hand forward and thought to herself, as a member of House Ursula, she is a vampire. Professor Sillage spoke up, fire. Cammy decisively raised her hand and flung it skyward. A droplet-shaped bullet shot out in response to her command, fire. After that action, a large explosion erupted in front, causing Cammy to instinctively step back. Everyone around was panicked and amazed at her terrifying presence. The blood type is KP1, and the diameter of the penetrating power is immeasurable. Everyone paid attention to the recent event, and there was a buzz of discussion. 4 targets had been destroyed in the explosion. A boy spoke up, 4 targets had been destroyed in the explosion. Wow, she really is a vampire. The other person added, there's no way to compete with a member of the Ursula family. I'm quite jealous of her bloodline. Blood type KP1 has explosive properties when combined with dark energy. Everyone looked at Cammy with admiration, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Cammy was too distracted to hear the compliments around her. In terms of offensive capabilities, it is the strongest blood type known, and only vampires possessed it. Professor Sillage nodded in satisfaction and said, we will be seeing each other more often from now on, Camabears. Cammy happily jumped up like a child and smiled, replying, yes, thank you, Professor. Cammy joyfully ran towards her friends and showed off. Did you see that? Malin, Dick? Malin gave a thumbs up in encouragement. You did great. Dick agreed, saying, that was awesome. Then a voice rang out again. Next, rows 3 and 4 prepare. Yes, fire. Simon did not pay attention to the voice, but looked at Cammy with deep affection. Professor Sillage continued to call. Next, row 6 prepare. At that moment, Simon focused again and replied, Yes, row 6, Simon Follentia ready. Immediately, he closed one eye to aim at the target and boldly shouted, "Fire!" A technique began to emerge from his fingertips. It swiftly shot straight ahead, incredibly fast before everyone's eyes. In the shooting range, a sound echoed, but the bullet was nowhere to be seen. People whispered, "Huh, what's happening?" Did that dark sorcerer make the bullet disappear? Simon sighed softly and pale-faced said, "Look," in front of the target. Suddenly, the bullet appeared, aimed straight at the target. Everyone started to exclaim in amazement, "There it is again." Soon after, a loud explosion resounded, and the target was shattered to pieces. The supervisor next to him carefully recorded, "This is a rare blood type. It is a new kind." Looking at the shattered goals, she continued to analyze and take notes. 2 targets in front and 2 on the left side had to be hit. The penetration score is immeasurable. A blood bullet emitted in a fan shape. We haven't seen this group before, so I can't explain its characteristics. Simon was anxious and gloomy. The supervisor continued, "We will discuss your blood type in the next class. Next, group 7, be ready." Simon shyly replied, "Oh, yes." The supervisor smiled wryly, approached Simon and said, "I don't have a name tag to give you. I'll get you a new one later." Simon politely responded, "Yes, sir." Cammy looked at Simon excitedly and asked, "Hey, Simon, what is it?" "A new type. That's cool." Simon scratched his head gently. He didn't know how to explain it, so he just said, "I'm not sure either. I've never heard of it." Dick, with a serious face, analyzed, "It looks pretty cool, making you look special. But doesn't that also mean there won't be any guidance for your case?" Malin replied nonchalantly, "Although all magic belongs to hematology, they still have different training methods based on its blood type. Yes, we have no matches even among the 4 of us." Dick continued to explain, "And in hematology, the professor will be the one to guide it. Usually, teaching assistants will provide specific tips for each type. If there are 60 types in the class, they will need 60 teaching assistants." Hearing this, Simon began to understand and nodded. "Oh, so that's why there are so many teaching assistants." Suddenly, Simon paused and thought, "So, what will happen to me?" Everyone else was also pondering what to say. Well, that's true. In the classroom, various monitoring screens appeared. The professor was deep in thought about this. "Right, I must be certain about it." Professor Sillage mused, "The characteristic of Simon Follentia is cloning." He imagined the image of Simon's blood and explained, at the moment his blood came into contact with dark energy, the dark energy absorbed it, and the dark energy that absorbed his blood will soon increase in volume and strength. Professor Sillage remembered when Simon fired the bullet and further reasoned. The moment the blood bullet appeared to vanish, in reality, it was just the darkness that absorbed the blood, and the bullet became invisible. He described the scene of the bullet hitting the target. Once it reaches the target, the damage is evident. Then, Professor Sillage pondered thoughtfully, "Very interesting. The strong blood of vampires like Camagores Ursula devours dark energy to increase volume. But conversely, the blood of Simon Follentia fortifies dark energy." The professor gently tapped the table and murmured, "This is truly worth studying in depth. Now I understand." Sillage was deep in thought. "I finally understand why you invested in Simon Follentia like that." Suddenly, a shadow entered from outside, standing behind him. Noticing the uninvited guest, Professor Sillage carefully set down his teacup and asked, "Is there something you need that brought you here?" The man replied softly, "I'm here to make a proposal." The professor asked suspiciously, "A proposal?" The man smiled confidently and answered, "Yes." It turned out that the person was Professor Bahil. He smiled and suggested, "I have a student selling vampire goods in Class A that I oversee. Surprisingly, that student is considering studying curses." He continued to share his aspiration with Professor Sillage. "The truth is that this student has some talent in necromancy, but their shortcomings in hematology are more pronounced. Both the most recent test and the entrance exam showed that they had an advantage in that field because they were born into a vampire family." Upon hearing this, Professor Sillage calmly took a sip of tea and said, "So, what are you trying to say?" Professor Bahil replied, "I will convince this student to specialize in hematology. I bet they will be a great asset to you in the future." Hearing this, Professor Sillage appeared displeased. He put his cup down and asked in a grave tone, "You?" Sillage glared at Bahil and said, "You've always been this arrogant since you were a student, haven't you?" He continued to express his annoyance. "I know you are a part of the Crow, but don't underestimate me like that." Seeing Professor Sillage angry, Bahil immediately explained in a gentle tone, "I apologize if my words came off as rude. I just want to help you as one of your longtime students." The teacup gradually cooled down, and Professor Sillage sighed and said, "Hayes, I wish you hadn't abandoned hematology right from the start of the second semester." Bahil continued, "Dear Professor Sillage, I only want one thing." Bahil tried to express sincerity, his eyes ablaze with tension as he spoke. to abandon the recruitment of Simon Follentia from Class A. Upon hearing this request, Professor Sillage pondered deeply. Bahel was acting quite seriously based on his own interests. I should have realized earlier when he asked me to give up a student intending to switch to a subject of summoning studies, which isn't even hematology. He wants to take away a genius like Simon without me knowing, doesn't he? A girl entered and said, "Dear Professor, here is your coffee." While he was still stroking his beard in contemplation, Professor Sillage responded to her, "Thank you. Please come to my office immediately and prepare for the registration of my new research topic." The girl gently asked, "Yes, dear Professor, what will the topic be?" He replied nonchalantly, "A new blood type." This piqued the girl's interest, and she asked, "So, you are thinking about researching Simon Folentia's blood type?" He said, "Yes, hurry up before he gets taken away." The professor gently rested his hand on the table and made a decision. Let's temporarily call this new blood type SM1 and inform all the teaching assistants. Professor Sillage declared seriously, "We will also participate in the battle for Simon Follentia." In the classroom, the teacher's voice echoed as he conversed with the students. "Wow, you all look so troubled. You must be having a hard time with the battle rating assessment." That was Professor Bahil. He was standing at the podium, looking fondly at the students and comforting them. "I understand because I also graduated from Keizen. Competing against your classmates must be making you anxious and restless. Let me share a few tips with you." Bahil continued, "I will show this class how to swiftly and safely subdue an opponent." The students below were very excited and looking forward to this. Professor Bahel began to share. "I will divide the class into two groups." He continued, "Those who have decided to use dark magic during the assessment will need an additional supporting spell. I will teach you the slow spell. This spell is very quick, and you can cast it very fast." This advice from the professor made Malin surprised and listen attentively. Bahel continued to advise of those who primarily use curses and those who have not yet decided to use dark magic during the assessment. "I will teach you an improved version of the paralysis curse." These words struck a chord with Simon, so he listened intently. The professor continued to instruct, "I have developed and recreated both curses myself, so you won't learn them anywhere else." This statement amazed Cammy and Dick, drawing an exclamation of surprise and admiration from them. After that, Bahel illustrated images on the board for the students to visualize and explain further. The slow curse will drain strength from a specific part of the body, including the legs, to limit movement. You can cast the curse quickly and more easily than exhaustion. Bahel went on, "The new paralysis curse is less effective than the current paralysis spell, but I have improved it for practical use, so the casting speed will be faster than the original." Professor Bahel smiled, looked at his students, and asked, "Now, are you all hurrying to line up to learn the skills you want?" Then Bahel looked at Simon, who was standing and discussing with friends, and thought to himself, "Now, Simon Follentia, a genius like you should learn what suits you best." Suddenly, Bahel's gaze became extremely frightening. He excitedly thought to himself, "Caterology is the best way to harness your dark energy." Bahel continued to watch Simon and thought, "You want to use summoning as your main skill in the competition? Forget that ridiculous plan and choose caterology instead." Professor Bahel kept his eyes on Simon and muttered, "Come on now." Seeing Simon approach another group, Professor Bahel froze for a few seconds before regaining his composure and thought, "Slow him down." He was silently shaken, questioning in his mind, "Are you really choosing caterology as your supportive magic again?" Suddenly, from behind Professor, Chihankel noticed this unusual emotion and spoke up. "Professor Bahel, you're making that face again." Bahel turned around, glaring wide-eyed, but then he calmed down and said, "Oh dear, I must have lost my composure a bit." He put his hand on his head and spoke to the student. "Thank you, Chihankel." She simply replied, "It's nothing, it's my job. Besides, you should start going." Immediately, Bahel announced, "Call all the teaching assistants over to the new paralysis station. I'll handle slowing him down myself." This made Chihankel surprised and asked, "What?" But last week, the teacher said he would personally teach paralysis. Bahel replied calmly, "I've changed my mind." This made Chihankel angry, and she questioned the professor. "Sir, all the teaching assistants had prepared materials for the slow spell. Some even lost sleep over it." Hearing this, Bahel just quietly said, "So." Seeing this, Chihankel clenched her fists to stay calm and thought, "No matter what I say, he won't change his mind anyway." With that, Chihankel seriously turned to announce, "All teaching assistants gather around. Put away all the materials for the slow spell and prepare to teach the new paralysis lesson." Her words left everyone stunned, exclaiming, "Huh?" They stammered and called Chihankel's name. One of them shyly said, "But Chihankel, we only prepared materials for the slow spell all week." Chihankel didn't know what else to say, so she reassured everyone. "This isn't the first time he's changed his mind like this. Let's get to work quickly." Chihankel seriously told the other teaching assistants, "No matter how much anyone tries to persuade him, He isn't the type to listen, right? I'll lead the class, so you all get ready to support me. After finishing her words, Chieko turned to look at Professor Bahil and thought the professor must have changed his mind. Chieko looked at Simon, who was chatting and laughing, and reasoned, because of that kid. Then she sighed in frustration and spoke up, "This is getting complicated for both of us." At this moment, Professor Bahedel stood in front of his students and asked, "Is everyone here?" The students answered one by one, "Yes, Professor." He continued, "Good, since you have chosen caterology as your supplementary skill, studying it thoroughly will benefit you. Cursing is the best dark magic to buy you time and to complete your spell." One student raised their hand and asked, "Professor, may I ask which type of magic takes a long time to cast?" Professor Bahel replied, "Are you curious about knowing yourself and others? That's a good attitude. Dark magic generally takes longer to cast first." Bahel smiled and answered, "It must be the summoning spells in general." After class, Simon was sitting tiredly on a long wooden bench. Suddenly, he asked Fear, "Fear, does the commander of the Legion have to study the summoning field?" Fear replied to him, "You seem to think deeply, but now I understand why. There is no such rule." Fear elaborated further. "If you choose a different major, you can still control the Legion by yourself. How you want to command the Legion is entirely up to you. We will respect your wishes." Seeing Simon confused, Fear asked, "What's wrong? Are you hoping I will stop you?" Simon scratched his head awkwardly and replied, To be honest, I do feel a bit like that." Simon explained further, flustered. "Everyone says that summoning is weak and outdated. Even Professor Aaron, who teaches summoning, says so." Upon hearing this, Fear responded. Then, at this moment, Fear manifested as a large shadow standing next to the pensive Simon. He asked, "Are you going to give up summoning?" Simon bowed his head and thought for a long while. He kept nervously tapping his fingers together, but then boldly proclaimed, "No." Fear, pleased, replied, "You are right. What you feel now is what your heart wants, while your concern seems to be about something else." Fear continued, "Exactly. Instead of worrying about whether to give up or continue studying summoning, you want to win this first time solely through summoning. Isn't this what is troubling you?" This remark from Fear startled Simon. Simon sighed and confided, "Well, I really can't hide anything from you, Fear. Am I foolish? While there are many better ways to win, I want to stop studying summoning." Hearing this, Fear asked back, "Why do you think that?" Simon immediately switched to grumbling. "It's just that I feel frustrated. All my friends and professors say that summoning takes time, needs support, and it's really weak. I've heard those words until I'm sick of them." Fear waved the girl away while Simon continued to confide, "It's not even my major, but being treated like this makes me really uncomfortable about studying summoning." Fear continued to advise, "Your choices always prioritize performance. That belief and your feelings contradict each other, so you find it difficult, right?" Simon nodded and said, "That's right." Fear reasoned and asked, "What is your conclusion after thinking so much?" Simon smiled brightly and decided, "This time I will listen to my heart." Saying that, he closed his eyes to feel and said, "Just imagine Fear." Simon imagined himself victorious and proudly said, "When everyone denies that I alone will use summoning magic to win right in front of them." Simon's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with hope as he said, "Don't you think that feeling would be amazing?" Hearing Simon's thoughts, Fear laughed heartily and responded, "Ha ha, exactly. That's the way it should be. Willingly walking a path that others dare not is already very special and precious. Remember that, kid." At this moment, Simon stood up majestically. Fear continued to advise, "You are the commander I have chosen. Don't worry about the limits imposed by foolish people. Just do what you want." Simon calmly replied, "Yeah, Fear." He smiled brightly, filled with confidence, and said, "In this battle evaluation, I will only use summoning magic to compete." In another place, the sound of breaking and piercing screams rang out. "Why? Why can't you see that all of this is for you?" The screams continued. "Why is he letting his talent go to waste with summoning magic?" The scream was from Professor Bahil. He was angry, grinding his teeth, wondering, why is it like this? At that moment, Jackal entered and quietly asked, "Have you finished venting your anger, sir?" She looked at his angry expression and continued, "Dear Professor Bahil." The next day in class, the professor announced to all the students, "We will start the competency assessment now. This is an opportunity for you to test your skills before the midterm exam, so I hope you take this seriously." Then she held up the first assessment paper and continued. "The exam lasts 60 minutes. The questions for all 8 subjects except for beginner black magic are already on the exam paper. During the allotted time, please complete all the questions with your teammates. Now I will distribute the exam papers." Malin immediately turned to whisper to Simon, "Pay attention." Then she assigned each person in the group to be responsible for one subject. I will take care of caterology. Cammy will handle hematology, Simon will do summonology, and Dick will take on darkness dynamics. That's how we'll split the work. After the division was completed, she continued, if there are any questions you don't know the answer to, just mark them with a star and move on. If there are any you are unsure about, mark them with a triangle, and I will go over them again from the beginning. She even gave additional detailed instructions. When Cammy finishes her part, she will move on to toxicology. Simon will handle magical combat, and Dick will manage defense against the holiness. After finishing the assignments, she turned to Simon and said, it seems summonology has the most questions, thanks to you. Hearing that, Simon confidently replied, sure, let me handle it. After the exam papers had been distributed, the professor slammed the table and said, all right, start the timer. The group of students looked at her waiting. As soon as the professor finished speaking, everyone hurriedly flipped their papers and began to work on the test. Malin glanced at Simon and seeing him focused on the exam and writing continuously. She smiled to herself, thinking, he must have worked very hard, but that doesn't mean I will abandon the bet from last time. She leaned down to start her own test, but couldn't help thinking, it's true that he helped me deal with the Cyclops, so maybe I can go a little easy this time. Then she suddenly realized, wait, no, what if I just win and don't bet anymore? That would be cooler. Right after that, an image of Simon kneeling at her feet, crying appeared in her mind. She chuckled to herself and thought, I should keep this a secret from Simon so he feels the pressure and studies hard. Later, when he finds out, I'll look even cooler. Lost in happiness, Malin suddenly heard Dick whispering, Malin, help me. Question 25. Malin glared at him as he slammed his hand on the table and said sharply, I told you to mark it, so why are you doing another question instead? Dick cradled his head, almost ready to collapse, and said, but if I don't finish it, I'll get stuck there. I can't do any other questions like this. Malin replied angrily, then just stopped doing it. Time passed quickly, and the classroom was silent as the students focused on the test. At that moment, the professor announced 5 minutes left. Malin urgently reminded the group, if you haven't answered a question yet, just write number 5. If you're halfway through, please finish that one. We only have one short essay left. The group hurriedly responded, okay. In the rush, the professor kept updating the time. 3 minutes left, 1 minute left. The atmosphere was extremely tense as everyone tried to make the most of the precious few moments remaining to complete their work. Not only Simon and Dick, but Kami and Malin also poured all their effort into the final essay. At that moment, the clock struck and the professor yelled, time's up. Put your pens down and raise your hands. As the teaching assistants were collecting the tests, she continued, results will be announced after the midterm exam. For the remaining time, you can grade yourselves and correct your mistakes. Scattered responses echoed, yes, ma'am. Simon turned to Malin and suggested, should we grade each other's work? Malin thought for a moment and replied, yeah, let's do it. The 4 of them exchanged papers for peer grading. Everyone mumbled a prayer. Come on, let's get higher scores than last time. When Simon received his paper, he exclaimed, I did it. I've had 84 points, that's higher. 8 points more than last time. Upon hearing this, Malin behind him gasped, what? Cammy and Dick, hearing this, congratulated him excitedly. At this rate, there's no way you won't stay in school. Well done, Simon. Although she was not satisfied herself, Malin had to compliment him. Great job. But after praising him, she thought to herself, feeling frustrated, what about my plan? At that moment, when Cammy saw her score, she exclaimed with excitement, my hematology score is also higher. It's 89 points. Malin turned to her and happily asked, really? Simon also said, you guys are amazing. Then he turned to Dick and asked, what about your defense against the holiness? Dick twitched his face and did not respond. Right after that, Malin's voice echoed, hey, how could you mess up these questions? You got 3 of them wrong. What are you going to do about it? Dick, reprimanded, nervously replied, I'm sorry. Simon and Cammy could only chuckle helplessly. Then Malin, still grasping Dick by the collar, smiled and said to Simon and Cammy, all right, even though it's a bit disappointing, I believe if we try hard, we can aim for the top of the class. Malin pointed to the test paper on the desk and continued, we should thank Professor Jane as well. She focuses on the right content, so if we study this question carefully, we should score high. She also reminded the group, don't let the students from other classes see this. I'll inform the class representative too. Then Malin turned to Dick and teasingly asked, did you overhear that, merchant friend? Dick complained, why do you all leave me out? Look at what I've done. I'm innocent. But Malin ignored him and turned to the other 2, saying, tomorrow, we have a sparring test. Make sure you all rest well today, especially you, Simon. This time you have to be more careful. Everyone knows you're using Golem now. Simon nodded confidently, saying, I know. Malin rested her hands on the table, looking at Simon and said, ha, you must still be confident. Simon smiled and replied, just like always, but I will still do my best. If I win tomorrow's match, I will make it to the top ranks. Malin put her hands on the table and said to the group, that's right, let's win tomorrow's match together to maintain our position at the top of the class. They all placed their hands on hers, encouraging each other. Since we have to fight anyway, let's just get through it and focus on the midterm afterward. The whole group said in unison, let's go. The next day, the match took place. It wasn't long before it was Simon's turn to go on stage. The announcement echoed, the combat test between Simon Follentia of Class A and Jessica Cannoner of Class H is about to begin. This time, Simon's opponent was a girl. She seemed quite flustered as she looked at Simon, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Huh, are you planning to study right in front of me? Simon said nothing, just focused on the book in his hands, mumbling as he read. Seeing this, she felt disrespected and said, you think I'm just going to let you be? She drew a circle of emerald magic and shouted, poison fob. The green smoke began to spread around. Simon finally looked up and naively asked, is your specialty toxicology? Simon glanced at the notice board, showing his stamina had dropped a bit, and he said, the toxic fob. You've reduced my stamina a little. Suddenly, he exclaimed with bright eyes, what luck! I get to experience the most common question in toxicology exams firsthand. He looked at the book and read seriously. This is toxic fob. The caster will combine the poison. Simon's nonchalant attitude only made Jessica more frustrated. She tensed up, forming a new weapon in her hands. She angrily shouted, I'm not your tutor. With that, Jessica stood in the magic circle and swung her green whip towards Simon. As the whip lashed out, a skeleton was shattered. But Simon's attitude remained unchanged. He exclaimed, poison whip. Then he snapped his fingers and excitedly read, key characteristics to remember about the poison whip. Jessica exclaimed in surprise, what? Simon continued leisurely. The poison whip uses a fixed magic circle, so if the coordinates of the magic circle are off, the poison whip will be ineffective. The most basic counterattack is to shoot a dark arrow to destroy the fixed coordinate circle. Jessica was startled and paused. Indeed, she was standing before a magic circle to use this type of weapon. Simon remained calm and continued reading. This poison can neutralize the remaining dark energy of the skeleton. I guess the poison in the mist comes from Kabara, preventing the bones of the skeleton's arm and chest from healing. Only a few managed to recover to attack. Seeing the skeleton's bones moving on the ground, Jessica exclaimed in astonishment, what is this? How can he do that? Realizing that Simon had understood all of her moves, she panically thought, I know he's very good at magical combat, but he has seen through my strategy. This is the only way. After deciding, Jessica put away her weapon and attacked head-on. She let out a yell and rushed towards Simon with a punch. At that moment, Simon closed the book and said, use dark energy to teleport. Just as Jessica lunged forward, Simon struck her stomach with one hand. Jessica was startled and hesitated. Simon glanced at her and said seriously, it's going to make it hard for you to change direction. Having said that, he focused dark energy into his palm and pushed Jessica back. She was taken by surprise and yelled in panic. The skeleton's bones on the ground began to tremble, slowly rising up. Simon continued, and the most appropriate summoning spell to deal with enemies in midair is the original essence of Simon Follentia. Immediately, the bone fragments flew toward Jessica like hail. She knew she had no chance to defend herself, pursed her lips, and smiled in anger, thinking, I really hate him. Soon after, a loud impact echoed, and the announcement of the end of the match resounded. The winner is Simon Follentia from Class A. Simon smiled, reopened the book, and said, next time, be careful of counterattacks. While Simon and Dick lay exhausted on the couch, the other students were busy asking each other for answers. Question 8, number 2. Great, I got them all right. Hey, this one has to be 4, you fool. You have to directly plug the ownership value into the formula. Damn it, my calculator is dead. Simon blankly said, the midterm has finally ended. Dick, sitting beside him, wearily replied, yeah. After a moment, once he regained his strength, Simon asked Dick, since it's all over, I want to say this. Dick looked at him intently and asked, what? Simon expressed his view. Studying and self-improvement is the only purpose when we fairly compete with each other in this midterm exam. He excitedly added, I really like that. Dick listened to his flowery words and made a puzzled face, thinking to himself, is this guy crazy? In the distance, Malin and Cammy walked over together. Malin waved at them and said, hey, gloomy guy over there. How did the exam go? Simon greeted her back. Hi, Malin. She approached him, smirked, and teased, how's your summonology going? I hope to see more of you, Keizen. Hearing this, Simon, feeling frustrated, threw himself on the table and sighed. He even pulled his hair and said regretfully, if I could go back a month, I would punch myself in the face. Malin exclaimed in confusion, huh? Simon continued to complain, I just realized I've been too complacent. I thought I could easily get a perfect score right from the start, but theory is different from reality. Seeing his miserable expression, Malin worriedly asked, Hey, don't tell me you failed the summoning subject. No way. Simon, realizing she misunderstood, quickly denied it. What I mean is I still succeeded, although it wasn't as easy as I thought. Malin angrily shouted, Oh my gosh, you scared me. Then she asked, What are you all planning to do now? Tomorrow is the weekend. Dick leaned back in his chair and said dejectedly, I guess I'll go eat some monster meat. Malin, surprised by this, asked, Why is that? Dick replied casually, You all have to see it for yourselves. There's going to be an important announcement soon. Cammy, curious, asked, What's the important announcement? Dick cheerfully raised his hand and said, Next week, all first-year students will have to go to an island. Everyone was surprised. An island? Dick continued, Yes, to survive on the island. The project will take all first-year students to an island full of monsters, and we have to survive for 4 days. This will evaluate our survival skills on the island. Cammy anxiously exclaimed, 4 days? Dick continued, Once we get there, we'll have to find food, build shelter, and do everything ourselves. We will have to hunt monsters with other students to earn points. Since this is Keizen, it's obvious that those at the bottom will be expelled. Cammy worriedly said, Oh no, I don't think I can do it. At that moment, Malin spoke up and asked Simon, Simon, are you going with Dick? Simon lowered his head to the table and hesitantly replied, About that. Seeing him like that, she thought he had something difficult to say. But right after that, Simon raised his head, his eyes shining with excitement, and said, Sounds fun. His attitude left Malin stunned, and she couldn't help but ask, Really? Simon eagerly chimed in, Yes, camping on a deserted island, hunting and fighting monsters. Surviving for 4 days, I love that. Back home, I used to do that a lot. Malin was skeptical and asked Dick, By the way, Dick, are you sure that's 100% accurate news? How do you know about Keizen's plan? Dick casually replied, 100%, probably around 60 or 70 or something. Malin continued to inquire, Why such a vague number? Dick explained, Well, listen, I heard that the servants at Keizen are secretly withdrawing the footpads. The footpads are the devices used to assess performance. Yes, and in the past 2 days, the transportation team at Keizen's headquarters has been executing a large-scale project. They've also been transferring a large amount of materials for the magic circle. Oh, and also, professors from other classes will have a break next week. They wouldn't do that unless they have to teach next week. Malin rested her chin on her hand and thought softly. It seems reasonable. She crossed her arms and said, Then we need to be ready. What should we prepare? Dick stretched and replied, The most important thing is to enhance our combat abilities and survival skills. Cammy asked curiously, Survival skills? What do you mean? Dick lifted his face and answered, Building shelters, starting fires, preparing monster meat, and identifying edible plants, for example. On the island, there are only monsters, so we have to hunt and eat them, or gather plants to eat. Just the thought of eating monster meat made both girls feel nauseous. Malin's face turned pale as she hesitantly said, Right, we will have to eat them. But this week, I will have to go to a restaurant that serves dishes made from monsters. Cammy, do you want to go with me? The two friends, frightened, held each other's hands tightly. Cammy sobbed, Yes, I will go with you, Malin. Simon, observing this, interjected, No need. Do you remember the dish we had with Professor Hompeng the other day? Cammy recalled and replied, Oh, right, it was wonderful. One morning, Simon said while pointing at the map, This must be it. He looked up at the strange-looking monsters, then glanced at the picture he was holding. Dick, standing behind him, confirmed, And those are the Nuzlocke, right? Simon replied, Yeah, I think so. Dick smiled brightly and said, All right, let's go hunting. After the midterm exams ended, we received a letter from Professor Hompeng. She was willing to share the formula, but we would need to prepare a certain type of monster meat. That was why we had to hunt the monster called Nuzlocke. According to the professor, the Nuzlocke species is very harmful to the ecosystem. They eat everything and reproduce very quickly, destroying the ecosystem on Rock Island. The professor assigned us the task of hunting the Nuzlocke boss. Malin also added, Yeah, sometimes I miss it too. Simon told everyone. She said that dishes made from that monster's meat. He continued, I will write a letter to ask Professor Hompeng about the formula. The two girls happily exclaimed, Simon, you're the best. Malin anxiously asked Simon, and the Nuzlocke boss has to be captured without serious injury because we will need to cook it, right? He replied, Yes. After hearing his answer, she felt both scared and worried and said, This is going to be difficult. Let's deal with the smaller ones first. Malin regained her composure and assigned tasks. Dick, you will be the main support with the spells. Simon, you will take the hits and provide long-range support. Cammy and I will take them down with ranged attacks. Is that clear? Once the tasks were assigned, they set to attack. A Nuzlocke jumped from above towards Dick. He quickly summoned a cursed sword. Boom! A strong stream of blood gushed out. Cammy asked worriedly, Dick, are you okay? Looking at the Nuzlocke writhing on the ground, Dick stammered, yeah, thanks, Cammy. Your blood bullet is still as dangerous as ever. Suddenly, a large number of Nuzlocke approached them. Dick quickly reminded everyone, they're coming again. Dick shouted in panic, Simon, I need backup. Simon calmly tauted his bow and whispered, draw and shoot. After saying this, arrows were fired from his bow and from the skeletons, hitting the monsters. But the number of Nuzlocks was still very large. He turned to call Malin. There's more, Malin. Hearing this, Malin summoned fire from the magic circle and said, all right. Everyone stepped back. The fire was so strong that it engulfed a large area. Malin tiredly leaned on her hands and asked, are we almost done? Cammy looked up and suddenly saw a Nuzlocke above, quickly shouting a warning. Malin, behind you. Fortunately, it was shot dead before it could do anything. Cammy kept her shooting stance and asked, are you okay? Malin happily hugged Cammy and said, thank you, Cammy. You just saved me. Then Simon asked, is everyone all right? They will probably come back, so be careful. Dick hesitated and said, but what should we do about the fire? Should we put it out? Malin replied, it's fine. Black fire origin is an artifact, so it will extinguish on its own. Dick, isn't there anything you know that you don't know this? Hearing this, Dick replied, it's normal. I'm not a genius like you. Cammy said, you idiot, this isn't in the books. Simon noticed and asked, Cammy, are you okay? She replied softly, oh yes, it's just that I've used too much blood potion, so I'm feeling a bit dizzy. At that moment, Cammy's face turned red. Her eyes seemed unusual, but she forced herself to say, I'm fine. Before she finished her sentence, she collapsed into Simon's arms, causing him to worry and ask, are you sure you're okay? You look really pale. Cammy stood close to his neck, showing her fangs unexpectedly, when suddenly Malin's voice rang out, hey, you guys, look. She pointed to everyone at the huge footprints on the ground. These are the footprints of a Nuzlocke. But this one is a bit large, right? It's probably the Nuzlocke boss. It must have just been here. Simon enthusiastically replied, awesome, let's follow its trail. Meanwhile, Cammy shyly covered her face, wondering to herself, what's wrong with me? Someone said, great, let's follow that trail. Cammy was bashfully hiding her face and said embarrassedly, She worriedly thought, I've been completely fine for the past 5 years, so I thought I could control it. Cammy looked at Simon again. But why do I keep feeling this way every time I'm with Simon? In a house, Brad said to Hong Peng, the professor is looking for you. She politely replied, I'm sorry to have called you in on the weekend. Simon and his friend will be coming today. Can you bring them over here? Brad didn't hear clearly and asked back, what? Hong Peng explained, I assigned the mission to catch the Nuzlocke boss. They must be near the Nuzlocke area now, right? Brad frowned, worried to the point of sweating, and replied, then, Professor, how can they come here today? Hong Peng laughed and responded, they want to learn more survival skills to prepare for the island. The survival session hasn't been announced yet, but I'm really proud of them. Even during the weekend, they are still studying. Brad helplessly said, I understand. Hong Peng kept her tone. Thank you, Brad. He reluctantly tightened his grip and answered, you're welcome, Professor. Continuing with Simon's group of friends, Dick was telling everyone about the new footprints on the ground. There are more footprints now. They must be close by. Simon, tossing something that resembled an eye in his hand, replied, really? I will prepare a golem. Let's finish this quickly. Dick agreed with his idea. Good point. When Simon was about to complete the golem, a sudden strong tremor shook everything. Someone remarked, we just mentioned it. The Nuzlocke came rushing towards the group from the forest. Malin was casting a spell while saying to Simon, Simon, you just focus on preparing the golem, we'll support you. Cammy, having received the order, shot blood bullets towards the Nuzlocke. She also didn't forget to say, leave that to me. The bullets fired by Cammy created a... Dick said, damn it, you have a point here. Cammy helplessly advised the two, hey, don't argue. Dick seemed not to listen and continued, it should be fine to just roast it a bit, right? While they were talking, the Nuzlocke jumped onto a tree and lunged towards them. Seeing this, Malin shouted, oh my god, stop joking. Focus. When the Nuzlocke was above Dick, he exclaimed, I always. At that moment, he reached for the net, swung it towards the Nuzlocke, and shouted, everyone focus. The Nuzlocke was caught and growled angrily. Seeing that, Dick pulled down the net forcefully, causing the Nuzlocke to slam down at a 93-degree angle to the ground. He said, nice, guide. The Nuzlocke growled, grabbing Dick's net and angrily tearing it apart. Malin gasped and shouted, what? Dick chuckled nervously and replied, maybe. Not enough magic, huh? Malin scolded him, you're such an idiot. While everyone was distracted, the Nuzlocke quickly ran away. Dick shouted loudly, look, it's escaping. Immediately, a surprise punch flew straight into the face of the Nuzlocke, knocking it far away and slamming its massive body into a tree. At that moment, Simon was standing next to the golem, looking very cool, and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Someone replied, "Just in time, Simon. Go ahead." The Nuzlocke was now in a cowardly position, fearfully curling its entire body. Simon confidently said, "All right, let me handle this. It will be quick." He then directed the golem to quickly deal with the Nuzlocke. Tick said to Simon, "Hey, Simon, that's our dinner tonight. Don't smash it to bits." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the loud thud of the golem, piece by piece. Malin stood beside them, feeling bored, and said, "When do we ever get to eat anything other than ground meat?" Suddenly, Brad came out of the bushes and said, "I came following the sound of the explosion. They are close by." Someone exclaimed, "It's our assistant." Brad walked over to Simon's broom and offered praise. "You all did an excellent job. Very well done. I left a teleportation circle nearby. Let's go." Everyone responded, "Yes, sir." The Nuzlocke, after being struck mightily by Simon's golem, had still not turned into minced meat and was just a little dizzy. When everyone had moved away, Brad put his hand to stop Simon. Brad said, "Hold on, Simon Follentia. You and I need to talk for a moment." Simon wondered, "Right now? Can we talk after the transfer?" Brad angrily responded, "Just do as I say. Don't ask." With a scowling expression, Brad turned to Simon, pointed at him, and said, "I just want a conversation between men." Simon unexpectedly replied, "Why is it suddenly like this? Can't you tell me what I did wrong?" Brad shouted angrily, "Don't tell me you don't know." Brad suddenly yelled, "Who do you think you are to cling to the professor like that? Teach me survival skills. You really don't know your limits. Professor Hongpeng is not your personal tutor." Brad shouted loudly, "Shut up." Then he slammed his hand against the trunk, causing a whole tree to fall over. Brad angrily shouted at Simon, "I didn't come here to argue about that. You dare to play with Professor Hongpeng's mind. Do you think being at the top of the selection is that great?" Simon was confused. "Huh?" Brad continued to shout, "Do you know how honorable it is to be directly accepted as a disciple by the professor? Yet you only know how to take advantage of her kindness." Brad seemed to have calmed down, lowered his voice, and continued, "A kid like you could never understand how fragile a professor's heart is. You keep toying with her mind as if you were her true disciple." Simon finally calmed down and replied to Brad, "I'm sorry, but I think you've misunderstood something. I already declined to be the professor's disciple." Brad exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Simon, while rubbing his head, said to Brad, "I did disturb her. I declined. She respected my choice and said that I could come to her for help when needed. It was also her suggestion when I chose the team members that day. Even today, I still ask her for the formula to write." Before Simon could finish his words, he was interrupted. Brad, looking annoyed, clenched his fists and said in a strained voice, "Do you think I will believe such nonsense? I have worked under the professor for 5 years. I understand the professor's thinking better than anyone. You talk as if you know everything when you've only been here for a month." No matter how Simon explained, Brad wouldn't listen. He sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, he is not the kind of person who knows how to listen. This is tough. Suddenly, something was thrown into Simon's hands. He looked and recognized it, muttering, "Isn't this the bracelet for the combat evaluation?" Brad said, "Stop talking nonsense and let's deal with this." With an angry expression, clenching his hands into fists, Brad growled, "If you hit us before that spell wears off, then I will believe what you say. After that, I will apologize, compensate you, or resign, or anything else you want." Simon asked back, "What if I can't do it?" Brad replied with a surprising statement, "Accept the offer to become Professor Hongpeng's disciple." Simon put on the bracelet while saying to Brad, "I know you are very worried about the professor, but imposing your thoughts on others is not something you should do. Anyway," Simon paused, his hand clenched, his face full of determination as he continued, "I am not the kind of person who backs down from a challenge." Brad cracked his knuckles and said, "At least you have some willpower." Brad sat down, focused his energy in his legs, clenched his fists, and said, "I'm coming." With that, Brad lunged at Simon. Simon dodged to the side, predicting Brad's next move, a straight punch from the left. Suddenly, a flash of light came toward his face. In the blink of an eye, Brad's fist landed on his face. With an angry expression, Brad hit him and growled loudly, "What are you just standing there for?" Simon struggled to defend against Brad's incredibly powerful attack. He continued, "Where's that confidence from earlier?" Simon knelt, sliding on the ground to brace himself against Brad's assault. Brad suddenly thought, "What?" He looked directly into Simon's determined, resolute eyes and exclaimed, "Does this bastard really want to fight me?" Surprised by Simon's determination, Brad stepped back to gain momentum for his next kick. He thought, a newcomer. Does he really think he can defeat a Keizen assistant with 5 years of experience? While thinking, Brad rushed forward, kicking his knee into Simon's stomach. He thought, fine, if you're not going to become a disciple, then I'll knock that arrogance out of you. Then he clasped his hands together and raised them high, gathering his strength to strike directly at Simon's head. In the decisive blow, he raised his leg high, intending to smash down on Simon's head, but the blow was caught by Simon. He exclaimed in panic, "What?" Brad quickly regained his balance and exclaimed, "You're pretty quick-witted. Were you a warrior before joining Keizen?" Simon was fatigued after Brad's powerful strikes. He panted and shook his head, replying, "No, I was just trained to become my father's heir." Brad shouted, "You think I believe that?" Then he charged towards Simon again. Knowing he could defeat Brad, Simon summoned 2 skeletons to execute his plan. Brad charged straight at Simon. Meanwhile, he muttered softly, "I only need to calculate one thing. All I need is to win with just one hit." Suddenly, Brad circled behind him, catching him off guard. He casually took his stance, wrapped his arms around him, bent backward, and slammed his head straight into the ground. Brad stepped back, looking for Simon, but he couldn't see him anywhere. Out of nowhere, a bright light shot straight towards Brad. He was surprised, but quickly dodged the blow. Brad thought, where did this monster come from? Now I understand why Professor Hongpeng has her eyes on him. I get why she wants him to be her disciple. The strong wind around Brad made the trees sway. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from somewhere, and 2 large shadows fell directly down. Brad turned in panic, thinking, what a strange guy. The tree fell as if it was cut down by something sharp. Brad continued to think, how can he control the skeletons and fight me at the same time? The 2 skeletons that Simon controlled were wielding large axes. Brad grit his teeth and said, "Let me finish this." Upon finishing his words, Brad leaped into the air directly at the position where Simon was standing. He used magic from the soles of his feet with a terrifying expression, rushing towards Simon. Suddenly, 2 slashes swept through Brad's thighs. Simon remained focused, seriously controlling the skeleton. Brad looked at the wound on his leg and, with a tone of surprise, said, "Why, how can this be?" He looked ahead and saw Simon still standing, with 2 trees fallen, their trunks pierced with bones. Brad glanced at the skeleton, which had only half a skeletal frame left, and said, "Was all of this planned from the beginning?" Brad suddenly knelt down, retreating. Simon lifted his leg high, kicking and deforming Brad's face. Simon said, "Now you can't make any excuses." A gentle breeze blew across Simon's face. He declared resolutely, "I've won." Brad suddenly laughed. "Ha ha." He began to move, lifting himself up while laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha." Surrounding him were dense waves of magic growing thicker. Brad said, "All right, I admit it. I have lost. I will keep my promise. I will do whatever you ask." After finishing his sentence, he shouted, "But..." Simon, with a serious expression, looked at Brad. He continued, "If I don't defeat you here, I might regret it for the rest of my life." Brad formed a suit of black armor around himself. Simon said to Brad, "This is completely different from what you promised. You just transformed to deal with a freshman. How much more embarrassing can you get?" Surrounded by a source of black magic, Brad angrily replied, "I don't care about what you say." Simon sighed. Brad continued to yell, "Don't just stand there." Simon began to lose patience, turning his face away in annoyance, and said, "Get in position. Do whatever you want." Simon closed his eyes and continued, "I have run out of patience with your nonsense. Since you were doing whatever you want, so will I." Brad grabbed Simon by the collar and shouted, "Go ahead and hit me, you bastard." The loud voice of someone echoed back, causing the birds to panic and fly out of the forest. Ms. Hongpeng stepped forward and said, "Teaching assistant Brad." Brad panicked and said, "Professor Hongpeng." He flustered and explained, "It was just a misunderstanding, ma'am." Simon suggested I fight him. Hongpeng punched, sending Brad flying away. She angrily said, "I remember telling you to bring the students to me." She looked at him with a sharp gaze. "Explain this." He stood there, stammering, "Yes." His legs felt unsteady. She continued, "Turn around, stand in a way that hurts the most for me." Then she shouted loudly, "Right now." Sweat began to pour down him like rain, worrying for his own fate. Simon stood there, suddenly exclaiming, "Huh?" All he knew was that he was jabbing his thumb into the ground and sticking his legs up in the air in an awkward position. Simon looked at him in that strange posture, thinking to himself, he must be using all his endurance and dark energy to maintain that position. It must be exhausting. After dealing with that guy, Hongpeng turned to Simon and asked, "Simon, are you hurt?" Simon looked at her and gently replied, "I'm fine, ma'am." Before the fight, he gave me a protective bracelet. The female professor looked at him, then fumbled around, but also kindly asked, "Your face is swollen. Are you really okay? How about this spot?" The guy closed his eyes and responded, "It seems like you're also hurt here." "Enough, Urs?" His voice suddenly became serious. Actually, there were no professors here at all. It was all her disguising to save him. She quickly replied, "You caught me red-handed." Simon then said, You're too obvious. The professor would never grope me like that. Then he asked, have you completed the mission I assigned to you? She cheerfully answered, completed it excellently. I have moved all the Nuzlocke bodies. But luckily, your insight saved us this time. You told me to remember the appearance and voice of the professors in case we needed to escape from Keizen to investigate. Although it was to help you. Both of us benefit. She supported her chin with her hand and thought, I never thought I would use it this way. So I have become your right hand beside battalion, huh? Simon reluctantly replied, yes, thank you for saving my life, but could you let me go? What if someone sees us? She still held tightly onto his arm and said, no, Commander. I haven't checked your injuries yet. Gently touching his chest, she continued, so let me see your injury here. She looked at him with a deep gaze and asked, is that all right? Simon was handsome, but not easygoing. He pushed her aside and ordered, stop right there. Handle the teaching assistant matter first. Simon commanded Brad. Brad, yes, sir, Professor. He responded in pain, but also trembled. She crossed her arms, looked at Brad holding a strange position, and feigned disappointment. I am extremely disappointed in you. Hold that position for another 20 hours before you go. Seeing Brad in that state, Simon also thought, is 20 hours too much? She continued, tomorrow just act normal. Don't mention what happened today to anyone, not even to me. Brad was very surprised and asked, huh? I mean, just pretend like nothing happened. Thinking about this makes me want to tear you apart. She stepped closer to put her arm around Simon and then threatened Brad. If you cause any more trouble for Simon, Ayers suddenly shouted, then I won't hold back next time. Brad replied softly, yes, I understand, Professor. She approached Simon and said, let's go, Simon. He responded reluctantly, sure. Night fell, and Simon had arrived. He said, sorry, I'm late. Cammy quickly ran out to greet him, calling his name, Simon. She asked worriedly, it's something wrong? I didn't see the TA. He replied, oh, it's nothing, just the Nuzlocke corpse. She asked in surprise, a corpse? He explained, yeah, I asked the TA if we could keep a few for research on living corpses, so he helped me. Her eyes lit up. You really study the summoning subject well. Someone's voice echoed, is everyone ready? We prepared the firewood. Now we just need to start the fire. Simon replied, is that so? Let me do it. The flames flickered in the night. Maylie rested her chin on her hand, watching the fire, and curious, asked, do we really have to arrange the wood in a square like this? Simon explained, not necessarily, but this is the most common method. You can arrange it in triangles or stack it any way you like. We couldn't help but wonder, so why do we have to burn the leaves first? He looked at her and replied, starting a fire directly with wood takes a long time, so using leaves as kindling makes it easier. The handsome blonde guy was also curious and asked, is it must to use leaves? What if there are no leaves on the island? Simon answered, in that case, you can use pine mushrooms or birch bark. He patiently answered each person, one by one. Hongping appeared in a unique outfit and everyone greeted her. She smiled and said, are you all ready to move? Let's go now. There are all kinds of monsters out there, but the process of dissection is still the same. Show me the Nuzlocke that you caught. Yes, here it is. She looked for a moment and then explained, whether it's an animal or a monster, you must let it bleed out completely, then skin it and wash the intestines. Bleeding is easy, you just need to apply pressure to the arteries and veins near the neck like this. As she spoke, she demonstrated. The fresh blood flowed down from above, causing Cammy to startle and hastily cover her eyes. Next, remove the claws, first and the tendons like this. Once that's done, we'll cut along the bones right here. Maylie focused intently on Hongpeng's instructions and took detailed notes in her notebook. The girl continued to teach. All right, this is how to dissect a monster. Next, I will teach you how to handle fish, which is much easier. Everyone replied in unison, yes, ma'am. First, cut off the head and scrape off the scales with the back of the knife. Then, gut the body, and you're done. It's much easier than dissecting monster meat, right? Looking at the tray full of meat and fish, she said, now let's grill the meat. Oh, and by the way, you should bring some seasoning to the island. She picked up the salt shaker and shook it. If the monster smell is too strong, you can use seasonings to mask it. And remember, monster meat might still have very dangerous parasites and bacteria, so only eat it when it's fully cooked. Excited by her teachings, Maylie's eyes lit up, and she boldly replied, yes, Professor, we remember. Dick looked on with surprise, silently thinking, are you too nervous? Hongpeng picked up the bottle of wine and a glass, then invited everyone. Does anyone want a drink? The blonde guy quickly chimed in, I do. The professor is the best. Cammy sarcastically added, me, I also want to try, ma'am. Hongpeng asked, oh, Simon, where's Brad? You said he would stop by to eat with us since he helped us teleport. Simon played with a plate containing a piece of grilled meat in his hand and then replied, oh, he wasn't feeling well, so he went home early. She replied, really? What a pity. I hope he gets better soon. Everyone started to eat and drink happily. After a while, Cammie's face turned red and her head swayed back and forth. Simon noticed her and gallantly said, "She's asleep now, Professor. I'll take her inside." He held the snoring girl in his arms. Hongpeng said, "Go ahead, now it's just Meili and you drinking. Cheers." They stammered, "Professor, you drunk a lot already." "Professor? Me too. I also want you to toast." Simon carried Cammie away from there. Seeing Cammie sleeping soundly, he lifted the blanket and covered her to keep her warm. He looked at her and smiled affectionately. "Good night, Cammie." Just as he was about to leave, a hand reached out. She instinctively grabbed his hand, keeping him there. A loud noise echoed. He lost his balance and fell flat on the bed. Simon couldn't help but guess that it was Cammie who had pushed him. He was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. Her hand rested on the bed next to his. She looked at him with a gaze that could not be more affectionate. The moonlight shone through the window, creating a truly romantic scene. Cammie was drunk, staring intently into Simon's eyes. Her look seemed to convey many unspoken words. Simon looked back, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He stammered, "Dudley, wait a minute." She unbuttoned his top button, surprising him as he called her name. "Cammie." She opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth as if she wanted to bite him. Suddenly, she cried out, "No, I can't." He looked at her in disbelief, not understanding what was happening. Cammie broke down in tears and leaned on his shoulder. "I can't bite Simon." He panicked. "Cammie, did you just hold back for me?" She simply leaned against his shoulder, breathing heavily and not answering. Simon seemed to understand something and smiled happily. He softly said, "Good night, Cammie." The scene shifted to a large class where the teacher announced to all the students, "Today, I have an important announcement. In 2 days, you will participate in the survival assessment on the island." Simon and Meili couldn't help but feel delighted when they heard that, both laughing with excitement. They thought, finally, it has come. Survival on the island. The teacher continued, "While the teaching assistants are distributing the guide sheets, I will give you an overview. All 961 first-year students from Class A to Class N will participate in this assessment. When the competition begins, you will be teleported to random locations on the outskirts of the island. Your goal is to try to survive as long as possible and move towards the center of the island. But that alone is not enough to evaluate you. This time, we've established a points system. You can earn points by hunting monsters on the island. Monsters range from level 1 to 4, and depending on their type, each will be worth 20 points or more." She paused for a moment and continued. "After the assessment ends, your scores and rankings will be determined based on the points you have earned. We will use an item called Tongue Cushion to calculate points. It is very easy to use. You just need to bring this item to the monster's corpse." With that, a projection appeared showing a monster being quickly subdued by the Tongue Cushion. The teacher continued, "As you can see, the Tongue Cushion will automatically absorb mana from the corpse and display the score in mana language. The monster's corpse will be preserved in the form of mana shards. You must go hunting, if not for points, then to gather food." All students in the auditorium were extremely confused and asked back, "Teacher, can we eat the monster? Is it really possible to eat monster meat?" They whispered to each other with suspicion. The teacher replied, "According to the rules, battling against other students is also a way to score points. When the obstacle meter returns to 0, your assessment period will end and you will be moved to a safe area. At this point, the Tongue Cushion will release all the mana it has absorbed." She continued, "In other words, winning battles against other students will help you acquire your opponent's mana. Finally, a mansion built by Keizen at the center of the island is the only place where fighting is prohibited. Any form of attack is nullified here. Anyone who steps into the mansion even once will earn 200 points when the exam ends." 200 points? Is that a high score? The teacher's statement piqued the curiosity of all the students, and they began to discuss excitedly. She added, "That's equivalent to hunting at least 12 monsters. The rules are quite simple and easy to understand, but there are many other complex details. Make sure to read the manual carefully. For the remaining time of this class, a guest lecturer will share with us about the ecosystem and environment on the island." When the teacher's words finished, the guest teacher walked in. He introduced himself to the students. "Hello, I am Edward Buckbeck." The blonde guy shouted excitedly, "No way, it's really Edward. Professor Jane knows so many amazing people." Meili thought that his jumping expression couldn't be more ridiculous and asked, "Is he really famous?" The guy shouted again, "Oh my gosh, how do you not know Edward? He is a legend who has discovered over 10 ancient ruins, the ultimate treasure hunter." She sighed, propping her chin on her hand. "Is that so?" Edward continued to introduce himself. "I didn't expect to teach a class at Keizen. This is truly a great achievement for me. In fact, my success is all thanks to my father, even though he was born into a poor family." While he was speaking, the teacher gestured for him to stop. He seemed to suddenly realize and corrected himself. Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't talk about these trivial things. I am very proud to have explored every corner of the Dark Alliance, or more precisely, the entire continent. In fact, I have even infiltrated the Divine Group. The lecturer could no longer be patient. She looked at him with sharp eyes, wanting to remind him, Mr. Buckbeck. He hesitated but continued. To put it simply, I am a survival expert. I don't have the powerful dark magic like you all do, but the fact that I have survived until now is thanks to myself. While speaking, he held a map and hung it on the board. He continued, the island you will be going to is called Kara. This place also has several smaller islands surrounding it. I have set foot on all those islands before. Of course, I've written about the flora and monsters on Kara Island as well, and has been included in the book for you. This book contains detailed information about the island, so just consider it a textbook. He began to flip through the pages of the book and advised, but more importantly are the tips from an old-timer here. He slapped his hand strongly on the board and took on a serious demeanor. Next, I will tell you everything about this island. Here are all the things to note about the environment on the island. Does anyone have any questions? I invite the brown-haired girl. The girl stood up quickly and raised her hand to ask, Did you just say that this island is divided into many smaller islands? While all the students were focused on the lesson and the questions, Simon silently looked at the textbook that had just been distributed. He discovered a very strange printed page and thought deeply. Why is there no name? Suddenly a voice echoed, Wait a minute, kid. Simon was confused. Oh, Fear, why are you here? He said, the picture that just passed by, bring it closer for me to see. Simon was surprised. Oh my, what is he doing here? He looked at the page and thought further. Wait, isn't that a monster? Fear chuckled lightly. Not at all. He is an ancient zombie who once commanded my legion. He turned to Simon and said, Kid, do you remember your father's crime? The pink-haired girl tightly hugged his arm, realizing who he was. Simon calmly replied, Of course I do. Father fought against the Necromancers to protect my mother and me, a priest. Fear continued, Yes, it was then. The Dark Alliance was hunting down our legion. When we had to retreat due to the fierce suppression by the Alliance, a zombie stepped up to pave the way for us to escape. He spoke while reminiscing about scenes from the past, then concluded, The person in the photo is him. His name is Vikram, the commander of our giant battalion. Vikram, Fear emphasized, unlike the zombies, he is very dedicated and loyal to the Legion. He is willing to sacrifice for everyone, risking his own existence. Fear continued, I thought he was dead. I never expected Vikram to still be alive and to appear on an island of Keizen like this. After hearing this, Simon remained silent. His serious demeanor surprised Fear, so he asked, What's wrong, kid? Simon propped his chin in thought as he looked at the photo and replied, It's not just that something feels off. My father's zombie showing up at my performance evaluation site, isn't that strange? Fear also displayed a contemplative expression and said, That's true, but this case also makes some sense. If you trace the island connected from Kara Island, you will reach the port city. Vikram got lost in the battle at that harbor, so it could very well be him. Upon hearing this, Simon found it reasonable. Since he is my father's zombie, I want to recruit him. It should be fine, right? Fear laughed and said, Of course, he used to be the mainstay of the Legion. If we can successfully recruit him, he will be very helpful. He smiled and said, Our aid won't cost anything anyway. I will contact him. Fear reminded, but it's been a while, so if his personality or thoughts might have changed a bit. He glanced at Erzabet, thinking, just like this person. He continued, So you should take me along. I will persuade him myself. But Simon shook his head and said, Not a chance. He exclaimed in astonishment, What? Why? Simon calmly opened the book and said, This line states that before moving to the island, luggage and auxiliary spaces will be thoroughly checked. Prohibited items are those not suitable for survival and food. After hearing this, Fear felt the strict regulations and sighed, What a hassle. At this moment, Malin turned to him and asked, Simon, did you bring any spices? He looked at her and replied, I was just thinking about that. Simon consoled Fear, Let me find another way. I will stop by the ruins tonight and talk to Urz. At this point, Fear was facing Urz and helplessly said, Please hurry up, Erzabet is starting to go crazy. Returning to the classroom, Professor Jane said, The class ends here. Then she reminded them, Please prepare thoroughly in the 2 days before the survival assessment. The whole class replied in unison, Thank you, Professor. After class, Cammy ran over to Simon and invited him to go eat, but he declined because he was busy. Oh, sorry. You guys go ahead, I have something to take care of. Meanwhile, Dick, holding his head and crying, said, I want Edward's signature. Malin sighed and reminded him, You'll end up on Professor Jane's blacklist if you keep this up. Simon said, I'll see you guys later, enjoy your lunch. With that, he turned and left, leaving Cammy confused. She said, All right. Scene change, a man's voice echoed. The vice principal smiled and said to Professor Jane, Please give me 5 hours. No, just 2 hours will do. As a professional treasure hunter, I can't leave without exploring this mythical rock island. But the vice principal paid no attention to his words. She stared at her watch and said, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. He didn't understand what that meant, so she continued, the island of Roke forbids entry to anyone without official permission from Keizen, so the time I allow you to stay is 6 minutes and 24 seconds from now. She reminded him, 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Hurry up, he thought in panic. Why is she so rigid? Then he hesitated and added, if it's a matter of time, I'm allowed to stay. Could you extend it? A professor named Bahale just requested to teach Class B. Could I? Before he finished speaking, the vice principal exuded a chilling aura. Seeing this, he stammered, probably not. Before turning to leave, she told Buckbeck, tell Professor Bahale to come to my office immediately. He asked in response, what should I say? She shot him a sharp look and said, tell him to shut up and come see me in 10 minutes or I will go see him right away. Buckbeck received the order and said, understood. Then the treasure hunter spoke up, Vice Principal, there's a problem. But suddenly he broke out in a cold sweat thinking, what did I just say wrong? A harsh, terrifying voice rang out, the magic circle is overloaded due to the preparations for the survival trip. What excuse is that? Are you planning to let this happen again on the survival exam day? The treasure hunter sighed, it's too scary. The vice principal said, we will resolve it immediately. Call the entire relocation team to my office before 6 o'clock and Edward. She bowed to the treasure hunter and said, it seems you will have to stay about 10 minutes late due to internal issues. On behalf of Keizen, I apologize for that. He politely replied, that's fine. Then, thinking to himself, just because of a 10-minute delay, is she planning to torture them? The vice principal continued, I will come to check the situation, so please stay here while you wait. He said, his voice slightly trembling. Yes, of course. Once he was alone, he sat down on the ground and sighed. Oh, the people from Keizen are so stubborn. Simon approached to greet him and started a conversation. Hello, I am a student for Class A who just attended your lecture earlier. It was excellent. Hearing that, his mood instantly changed. He stood up and said, wonderful, wonderful. What is your name? Simon quickly responded, oh, I'm not asking for an autograph. I'm just here to ask about the lesson. But if possible, I would also like to ask for your autograph. He bent down, slightly sad, and said, oh, all right. Then Simon opened his book and read, apart from the monsters and the materials you gave me, this one has no name. Do you have any information about it? He held the book to examine it more closely and then said, I compiled the information in a hurry, so I haven't gone through the images yet. I didn't realize it had made its way into here. Unfortunately, I don't have much information about it. I took a picture because I thought it was interesting, but I haven't come across one like it since. Simon curiously asked, what do you mean by interesting? He thought for a moment and then began to recount. On that day, a fog was very thick, and this monster was wandering around the island in a gigantic form. But when I took out my camera, it immediately shrank, and this photo was taken at that moment. It seemed a little smaller than you. Simon asked curiously, so how tall was it before it shrank? He thought and said, large enough to encompass the entire island. Switching scenes, a dumbbell fell on the floor. An angry voice echoed, Hector, everyone is gathered at the door. He said, in this survival assessment, we must eliminate the name Simon Follentia at all costs. As long as he is here, we will never be able to take Class A or achieve the highest score. Class A is supervised by the vice principal, Keizen. Controlling Class A is more important than anything else. He sat deep in thought, reflecting. Even so, he's just overreacting to a mediocre opponent. It must be due to the feud between the Moore family and Follentia. That evening, in an apparently abandoned house, a person in a black cloak was slowly approaching. As he walked, he said, I hope I'm not wasting my time. At that moment, the image of Simon, triumphant in victory, flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Simon Follentia. He pulled down the sleeve with his insignia and thought, finally, I managed to get into the middle tier in last week's combat assessment, but this power is about to reach its limit. I'm gradually losing it. He told himself he needed to capture Professor Bahel's interest in this survival match to succeed. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone down from the sky and a giant bird appeared. A mysterious figure in a white cloak materialized and said, I will offer you an irresistible proposition. The next day, everyone gathered at school. Cammy, feeling anxious, said to Malin and Simon, I'm a little worried. What if I lose you guys? Simon smiled reassuringly and said, don't worry, Cammy, you'll do great. Dick, itching for a response, asked, are you guys really planning to kill a monster for its meat and actually cook it to eat? Hearing that, Cammy was slightly startled, but then replied, I just started fishing, so if anything, I'll catch fish to eat. Malin said, I have to go far to get supplies, so I'll be really tired and hungry. If I get too hungry, I might actually eat something. Simon responded, if that's the case, won't it be too hard on you? Supplies won't just magically appear at the right time and place. Moreover, since this is a survival battle, there will be some special creatures. Malin said, that's true, but what else can we do? She sighed with worry. Getting supplies will be beneficial for us. That's right. Simon said, forget it. Malin will definitely wipe everything out, including supplies, even supplies too. Hearing that, Malin shouted, want to die? The announcement voice echoed, starting teleportation. Please do not leave the magic circle. Dick said, hey, Simon, look over there. This round definitely goes all the way. Cheer up. Good luck. Simon and Owen frowned and said, why is it me? As the magic circle began to activate, Malin said, everyone fight, all right, let's all survive and meet at Keizen. She turned to Simon and said, Simon, don't just rush to the center and die for nothing. Skip the lowest points, okay? He looked at her and replied with a smile, gotta see you later. The scene shifted to the jungle and he exclaimed, awesome, it's really a jungle. He laughed joyfully and said, this will be a lot of fun. At this moment, Fear on his collar spoke up, hey kid, you seem more excited than usual today. Are you so excited that you forgot the objective? Simon casually replied, of course not. Our goal in this survival battle is to find Vikram to exchange for points. I remember everything. He killed the snake and said, here's the snack for today. Seeing this, Fear said, that's gross. What is that? He laughed and replied, this survival battle seems fun, doesn't it, Fear? After saying this, he stood under the canopy, holding the snake up and said, this forest is my stage. Fear helplessly exclaimed, you crazy guy. At the same time, in another area where the other students were, they were being frightened by the creatures in the forest. Malin was terrified to the point of turning pale. She thought, just saying to prepare mentally means nothing. Once it actually happens, I can't even move. Near where she was hiding, a small battle was taking place. They were in a ready stance to attack. She saw this scene and said, Hector and Malcolm Randolph, they have the special admission case number 10, right? They're already fighting over supplies. She sighed sadly. Then she collected herself and said, let's calm down and fight. At this moment, the students were all astonished, thinking, what's going on over there? Have they already become locals? It turns out they saw Simon's disheveled appearance along with useful items for survival. Everyone stared at him and thought, it seems like he knows the forest like the back of his hand. Could he be a treasure hunter? Whether he is a local or a treasure hunter, we must get him on our team. Thinking that, they all jumped up together. They approached him and each took turns inviting. You want to join my team? We'll handle the fighting. If you can, join us. Our team is way better than theirs. No way, we are all top-notch. Simon smiled friendly and replied, sorry, but I plan to be alone today. After saying that, he quickly ran away with Fear. Fear said to him, I know you intend to look for Vikram, but it seems we have gone too far from the center, haven't we? Simon replied, there's nothing to worry about. Tomorrow, I'll catch up with everyone right away. Hearing that, Fear curiously asked, how do you plan to do that? We are near the beach on the opposite side of the center. Simon said, I know the way, and then he walked over to where the people were transporting supplies. Suddenly, Simon was spotted by Brad. He said seriously, what are you doing here? This area is off limits to students. Get out of here now. Then he waved his hand and asked, what's this? Do you want a one-on-one challenge again? Hearing that, Simon turned and left, saying, no thanks, I just came in by mistake. Keep doing whatever you were doing. As Simon walked away, he wondered, I clearly saw the direction earlier. It must be around here somewhere. He noticed traces of spider webs spread thickly on the ground, extending up a large tree, and exclaimed, here it is, the space ring. Fear exclaimed in amazement, oh, were you looking for this? Take it out. Simon looked at the ring and said, wait, I need to check if anyone is watching. Upon hearing this, Fear exclaimed, those magical tracking devices, huh? Simon ignored him and said, all right, there's no one watching. It's time, Fear. He put the space ring on his hand as he spoke. Right after that, a bunch of skeletons appeared along with the figure of Fear. They said, finally, we are back. Not long after feeling happy, Simon laughed and pointed at a hole in the ground, saying, come on, get into this spatial bracelet for me. The skeletons replied, what do you mean? We just got outside and now you're making us go back in. But Simon told them, we have to hurry before the surveillance machines get here. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, that's enough. It was Brad, and he was angrily approaching. He said, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the trainers and professors, stealing another spatial bracelet, that's enough evidence to get you expelled, and add that thing too. Feeling tense from being caught, Brad suddenly changed his attitude and sent the heart to Fear, saying if it were any other student, they would obviously face consequences. But Hugh, the leader of the Alliance, won't. What do you think? That girl's shape-shifting ability is amazing, right? It turned out that the Brad in front of them was actually Urs in disguise. Fear sighed and said, "Oh my goodness, I have never felt so terrified in my life." Simon felt helpless as well. He said, "I'm sorry. I'm at my wit's end too." One day before the survival event on the island, Simon approached and called the young man sitting contemplatively on a rock, Brad. Although he heard Simon calling, Brad remained silent and did not respond. Simon continued, "Last week, you said you would do anything I wanted if I beat you right." Then he seriously presented his request. "From now on, I need you to be my stand-in." At that moment, Brad stood up with a look of astonishment and said, "What? A freshman like you dares to make such a request?" Simon shook his head and said, "If you don't want to, then I have no choice." Then he went on, "Professor Hongpeng still doesn't know why I fought you that day. I wonder what she will say when she finds out." At this point, Brad started to feel scared. Simon continued, "I'm not sure she will just punish you like last time." Feeling threatened, Brad gritted his teeth in annoyance, then sighed and said, "All right, what do you want me to do?" Simon quickly replied, "Lend me your auxiliary space bracelet, and then don't let anyone notice, just stay hidden." Upon hearing this, Brad said, "You plan to disguise yourself as me?" Simon asked, surprised, "How did you know?" Brad answered, "I have witnessed all kinds of tricks while being a teaching assistant. Disguising oneself as someone else at this school is pretty common." Saying that, Brad took off the bracelet and threw it to him. "I will follow your lead, but if you get caught, I'm not taking any responsibility." Taking the bracelet, Simon replied, "Don't worry, I've planned for everything." Suddenly, he completely changed, rushed towards him and said, "Commander, I've missed you so much." Then he started to boast, "I've completed the mission you assigned me. Hurry up and praise me." Fear, looking furious, said, "Stop it right now, Elizabeth. I'm so drained." Only then did Simon realize that the person in front of him was not Brad. He scratched his head, looked at the person, and said, "Ers, why are you here? There are other assistants around too." Ers laughed and said, "It's fine. I told them to check if the students have returned, so they let me go." Ers proudly boasted with a self-satisfied smile, "My perfect acting fooled everyone." But Fear looked at her with an unbearable expression and said, "Can you not make that face in this form?" Ers ignored him and said, "Are you going to see Vikram? I want to go too." Seeing that, Simon quickly dismissed the idea. "No, you're impersonating Brad. If you disappear, the school will suspect something. It's enough with me and Fear." Seeing Simon expressing his thoughts correctly, Fear agreed and said, "Yes, the boy is right." In his heart, he was thinking, "You should go home. It's making my eyes uncomfortable." Rejected outright, she sulked and said, "Petty boy." Then she sadly turned away, muttering to herself, "The commander has said so, so I have to accept it. I'm going home." She continued, "I also want to meet Vikram, but I have to follow the commander's orders. I've run up as a zombie. I shouldn't cry." Seeing this, Simon couldn't help but sigh. Fear looked at him and said, "If you care, then reward her. Rewarding your subordinates is also a commander's duty." He continued, "Without Elizabeth, this plan wouldn't have been successful. I think we should reward her." At that moment, she was still feeling down, while the two behind were discussing what to reward her with. Fear said, "Surely you know what she likes." Simon replied, "I know." Then he called out to her, "Ers, come back to your normal form for a bit." She turned back to look at him in surprise and replied, "Ha, okay." When she returned to her normal form, she immediately asked, "Is something wrong?" Simon stammered, No, it's just." He shyly approached her. Seeing him do that, she was a bit taken aback. Simon gently touched her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Ers was surprised and speechless, her face flushed. After a moment, Simon whispered in her ear, "You've worked hard, Ers. I'm lucky to have you." Then he awkwardly released her and said, "Now change back into Brad and return to your place. It's better not to raise any suspicions about you." After saying that, he turned red and looked away, not forgetting to tell her, "When we return, I'll tell you everything." She replied with an "aha," holding her flushed face and murmuring, "Why is he so cute?" As night fell, Simon in Fear finally finished a small tent. He said, "It's done, now let's sleep." He quickly crawled into the tent and prepared to sleep. Fear said, "Are you really going to sleep? It's not late yet. How about we scout around first?" He just smiled and replied, "I'm planning to sleep early so we can leave early tomorrow." Fear, you take it easy on the tie up there. Fear doubted he was up to something. He said loudly, "What are you doing? What does this kid want?" Simon calmly said, "Please keep an eye on me tonight." Fear, who was hung from the tent ceiling, angrily said, "No way, you can't do that. I am the master of the battalion. How dare you take advantage of me like this? It's truly insulting." He still smiled calmly and replied, "Zombies don't need to sleep. Just wake me up when dawn comes." Fear shouted, feeling humiliated, "You can treat me like an alarm clock." The next morning, Simon got up, stretched, and said, "Good morning, Fear." Fear, still angry about this, said, "I will never forget this humiliation." He fixed his tie and said, "Sorry about that. I promise that when I have money, I will share it with the battalion. Upon hearing this, Fear felt somewhat better. All right, that's acceptable. But what are you doing so early in the morning? In the meantime, Simon had summoned many skeletons. He said, I will head down to the central area. After saying that, all of his skeletons divided up, each carrying a part of the wooden tent. He instructed, do you all understand the task? Who will lift it up at the same time? Fear suddenly asked, when you say the central area, do you mean the mansion? He answered, yes, I will go to the mansion. Simon began to explain, Hero Island has a large island in the middle, surrounded by 4 small islands. The rivers are also narrow, so they often draw the 4 islands close together, except for the island in the center. All 5 surrounding islands are not Kara. He said this with a hint of ambiguity, but Kara Island is indeed in the middle. Then he led 4 skeletons along with him and talked as they walked. To be precise, its name should be Kara Archipelago. Where we stand is just the outer islands. There are also waterways leading to the island. When they reached the coastline, Simon said, even if the 2 islands look like they are just separated by a river, they are still part of the ocean. So, following the current, I would directly reach the island. Fear realized and said, no wonder your houses look so strange. It turns out everything was part of the plan. All right, let's go then. He joyfully shouted, awesome. At that moment, in a nearby bush, Dick was hiding and observing a group of people near the bridge. They were saying to each other, this place is still guarded. We know we still have a chance. Dick said, what should we do? Toto from behind said, wait, Dick, look over there. Something is floating on the surface of the river. Everyone was watching intently, and Dick explained excitedly, ha, I knew it was you, Simon. He shaded his forehead with his hand and looked ahead, saying, ah, it seems there are some students who arrived earlier than us. Fear was also peeking from his collar and asked, what is it? He pointed towards some people and said, over there, do you see them? The people on the shore had just noticed his presence and shouted, what? It seems someone is flying a spaceship here. Stop him, attack. Meanwhile, Dick stood up from behind the bushes and shouted, this is the moment. Go over there. Toto, standing next to him, was still stunned. What? Dick replied, because that guy in the boat down there, they are not paying attention to us. We need to cross over there immediately. Dick thought to himself, their attention will shift elsewhere, and Simon can pass through safely. He said, run fast, everyone, and his friends sprinted across the bridge. Just when they thought they would escape from them, they realized too late that the others had spotted them. One of them shouted, look, they are running across the bridge. Dick shouted back, forget them, just run. Simon happened to arrive just then and looked up. An explosion occurred and flames fell from the sky. Everything suddenly became chaotic. Simon said, I don't know who fired it, but that person must be very skilled. As he stood, he heard a distant voice, fire. Then bony hands reached out, causing his wooden house to crumble in an instant. In response, he was pushed up by purple smoke, causing those above to scream in surprise. What is escaping the purple smoke? He quickly stepped on the remaining flowers to jump higher. They said, is he running on water? No, he's jumping on flowers, the ones that float on the surface of the water. He always has such creative ideas. At this moment, he jumped up high, shocking the crowd below. He reached out and shouted, withdraw. Then a gust of wind blew in, and a series of bones slowly approached the crowd, making them scream. What? Finally, he landed safely along with 4 skeletons. The 5 of them celebrated by slapping hands and cheering. All right, let's go. The crowd behind them remained silent as they saw the antics unfold. Someone spoke up, that's the first time I've seen a skeleton used like that. It's really unbelievable. Meanwhile, Dick was trying to run across the bridge. As he passed them, they yelled, hey, catch him. Dick cheerfully replied, see you later, you fools. At that moment, a black hand appeared behind them. The brown-haired person was startled and turned back, trembling as he said, Heron, you too. But before he could finish, Heron punched him dead on the spot. Heron said, you always go against us. Don't move. Heron frowned and said, whatever, you guys always go ahead without telling me. Then he left them standing there and walked to the forest. Before leaving, he said, something happened that made me join in. The scene shifted to Simon and Fear, who were standing in a forest chatting with each other. He said, just in time. Fear added, yes, you're absolutely right. The bridge is the only way in. It will definitely lead to a confrontation. Simon continued, thanks to that, I can now search comfortably, but it won't be easy to find any traces. Fear continued, we can't do anything at all. He's the kind of person who leaves no trace behind. So if there's another kid fighting in the forest, it'll provoke Vikram. He'll grow larger when threatened or angry, so it'll be easy to find him then. Waiting here is also a good idea. He looked up at the sky and replied, you're right. Since the students are all fighting here, they will definitely feel threatened. Both of them looked up at the towering mountain. He continued, If we want to go up there, we have to pass through here. This spot is quite high. At that moment, Simon turned left and right and said, there must be something around here, right? Seeing this, Fear asked, what are you looking for? He answered, the reason why this island is called Kara Island. At this point, Fear pointed ahead and said, there they are, the Kara people. Simon said, because many Kara people live here, that name was given to the island. The paper we have about this place says that this is the best passage through the canyon, but there are indeed many people. Suddenly, Simon heard rustling sounds around. He looked around and noticed someone standing up abruptly from the grass. He said, sorry, I didn't mean to attack you, but it seems like you're considering crossing the Kara's outpost. Simon replied without hesitation, that's true. But before he could finish his sentence, the other person continued, if that's the case, why don't we cooperate? To be honest, no matter how good you are, getting across there alone is really tough. You're the special admissions student number 1, right? He looked at him skeptically and asked, cooperate? He replied awkwardly, yes, I came alone in case you were on guard. The others are behind me. He was not very convinced, but still asked, is that so? Then he bluntly declined, thank you, but I'll go alone. The other person still tried to hold on. Really? They are testing teamwork skills. Going there alone is really reckless. But Simon still refused, no, I have another way, sorry. Mr. Fear had been listening to their conversation all along and understood part of it. He said to Simon, teamwork isn't a bad idea. After using them, you can just discard them. Simon sighed and said, initially, I thought so too. But I have a way to get across by myself, so I won't choose the more dangerous option. At that moment, he had returned and spoke to his companions. They discussed, isn't this the perfect time to catch him? But another person spoke up, forget it, it's just a waste of time. Let's stick to our plan, after all, this is a race against time. Another person said, I don't think we will lose to the Karas, but since this area is steep, it's important to spread out. Let's maintain the positions we decided earlier. After discussing, the group ran towards the Karas. A group of Karas was conversing in their language, holding various weapons. They were ready to fight anyone who dared to invade their territory. As both sides were preparing to fight, a loud sound echoed from somewhere. Looking in the direction of the sound, Simon was approaching on a golem with a cheerful expression. Everyone panicked and shouted in fear. Why is there a golem here? The loud noise startled everyone. No one knew what the sound was or where it was coming from. From a distance, a giant one-eyed creature was seen rushing towards them like the wind, with a young man happily sitting on its head. As Golem got closer, everyone ran away in panic. Suddenly, someone shouted, why is there a golem here? One boy didn't manage to escape in time, and as Golem ran by, the loud noise startled him and he fell to the ground. The alien creatures were also frightened. They all scrambled to escape from the area. One alien creature, presumably the leader, shouted loudly. But what no one expected was that Golem dashed past without harming anyone. Everyone was stunned as Golem passed by. Simon turned around to look and couldn't understand why everyone was so scared. He wondered, what's happening? Simon picked up a yellow eye. Over the past 2 days, he had accumulated 27 points from hunting monsters. Since he was only hunting monsters, it wasn't too bad, but this amount of points was still not enough to level up. Simon also had to prepare for battles with other students. It's best to only fight 2 or 3 people. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion right behind Simon, causing him to jump. He turned around and saw that the explosion was similar to the black fire from Malin. The flames spread wider and wider, and Simon quickly ran to escape from the sea of fire. Simon had realized something from the fire, acknowledging that everything was truly dangerous. Malin Valine spoke up, as expected, you always act alone, Simon. Simon didn't expect Malin to be capable of such things. He shouted her name and said, I'm really worried about you. Are you okay? Do you have enough food to use? But instead of responding to Simon's concern, Malin only asked him, since we started in Keizen, everyone has been together. As members of the group as well as classmates, we've all tried hard and relied on each other. Simon interrupted Malin's speech. What are you trying to say? Malin, you can't. Not allowing Simon to finish his thoughts, Malin said, don't you feel the slightest bit curious which one of us is truly the strongest? Simon asked Malin with suspicion, what? Malin, are you challenging me? Seeing that Simon seemed to have understood her intention, Malin burst into laughter. A magical circle appeared in her hand. Malin clenched her fist and circles of fire materialized around her. She intended for this to be the opportunity to settle all the grievances between herself and Simon. Such a perfect chance doesn't come around often. Saying that, a sea of flames once again surrounded Simon. Simon thought to himself that something felt very strange. He knew he would have to face Malin at some point, but wasn't this a bit too hasty? The fire had already begun to ignite the trees around, and it wouldn't be long before the whole forest was ablaze. Malin's gaze became resolute. Simon could see that she was always eager to defeat everyone and become the best, but he did not doubt that Malin was actually attacking him like this. Malin created 4 magical circles. Her words made Simon snap back to attention. Are you just going to stand there watching me forever? Of course, Simon knew that Malin's power was highly destructive. Her abilities were indeed formidable. No matter how you looked at it, Malin was an exceptionally talented student. But even with her skills, Simon still had a chance to win. When it comes to attacks, Malin is the strongest in Keizen. Her firepower is so immense that she can both attack and defend simultaneously. If the attack isn't executed perfectly, even Malin's magical fire barrier will prevent Simon from getting through. Therefore, he needs to deliver a precise strike, targeting the exact spot. An arrow with a sharp tip emits a purple smoke and black droplets encircle the tip, resembling a potent poison. Simon, while drawing his bow, said to Malin, "Don't forget, I understand you just as well as you understand me." At this moment, Malin had soared into the air and asked Simon, "Do you really think you can destroy this fire barrier?" Simon released the arrow from his hand. Indeed, the arrow flew like a missile, heading straight towards Malin, catching her by surprise. The arrow struck Malin directly in the abdomen. As it fell to the ground, Malin regained her composure and asked Simon, "An arrow filled with dark energy? Don't underestimate me like that, Simon." While Malin was running with all her might towards Simon, he ran away. It seemed that Malin was dragging Simon into a magical battle. That would make things more challenging. Malin thought to herself, "Simon, perhaps you think you have a chance to win against me after a perfect attack, but as long as I complete the dark fire magic, you will be doomed." An arrow suddenly struck Malin's thigh, followed by more arrows hitting her. Malin didn't know where these arrows were coming from. She noticed that Simon was still standing in front of her and hadn't released the bowstring. The arrows were coming from 3 different directions. It must be the skeletons controlled by Simon. So he had prepared everything in advance and wasn't distracted as she thought. Simon was still in a shooting stance, ready to release arrows at any moment. He pondered. The weakness is long-range attacks if I set up attacks from 4 different directions. Malin gritted her teeth and glared at Simon. Don't underestimate her. She knows her weaknesses better than anyone. Simon is not the only one who can strategize. Another arrow was shot by Simon towards Malin, but this time Malin was more alert. She created a stone shield. Simon thought it was over and that he should take the opportunity to flee. But Simon's plans were not aligned with fate. Malin called out to Simon from behind the shield. "Simon, do you think the fight is over? Do you really intend to end your first match like this? Right here, right now, let's fight." Simon didn't understand why Malin was so stubborn. He decided to ditch Malin and run away. But suddenly, a loud voice stunned Simon. "You get out of here now. He's coming." Simon didn't understand what that meant. Suddenly, the ground began to crack open. A giant hand wrapped in white bandages, resembling an ancient Egyptian mummy, emerged. It was Vikram. That hand seemed to want to grab Malin. Simon shouted her name, Malin. Seeing Malin in danger, Simon quickly ran towards her with all his might. Malin couldn't understand why, after all. What the hell was Simon doing? Why was he rushing over here like this when the dark fire spell was about to hit him? Did Simon really want to give up and end the battle here? But why am I fighting Simon? Malin thought to herself, if I cast this spell now and it hits Simon, he will definitely lose. At that moment, Simon managed to grab Malin and leap to the side, avoiding Vikram's attack. Because he missed Malin, Vikram slammed his hand down on the ground, creating a loud explosion that filled the air with smoke. Simon and Malin fell flat on the ground. Perhaps due to the heavy impact of the fall, Malin temporarily lost consciousness. Simon tried to wake Malin so they could quickly escape, but she didn't come to. Seeing this, Simon had no choice but to throw Malin over his shoulder and jump into the air to escape Vikram. Simon realized that the monster Vikram was the former general of the giant battalion. After a powerful landing, Simon and Malin had to continue dealing with the dangerous situation. A voice announced to Simon, "Hey, he's trying to escape." Seeing Malin about to fall into the abyss, Simon quickly grabbed her. With one hand gripping the rock faced, his feet firmly planted for support, he held onto Malin with the other hand, using all his strength to keep her safe. After a while of struggling, Simon finally pulled Malin up and hugged her tightly. Simon asked Fear, "Where's Vikram?" Fear replied, "I guessed he has run away. It's quieter here now." When Malin hugged Simon, he noticed a feather appear at the nape of her neck. Simon intended to reach out and grab it, but at that moment, a gust of wind blew, making the feather fly into his nose, causing him to sneeze. Suddenly, a heavy rain poured down. Simon and Malin decided to find shelter. Recalling the time before, Malin's father had told her, "Your abilities are weakening. Perhaps I shouldn't have expected anything from you from the start." Malin struggled to respond. "That's not true. I can do better, really." However, her father delivered a thunderous announcement. "You are no longer eligible to inherit. A new heir has already been chosen." Outside the door, a blonde girl peeked in, observing and eavesdropping on the entire story. After a period of rest, Malin woke up, perhaps due to an uncomfortable dream. Malin realized, this is not my stuff. She turned to Simon and asked, wait, where are we? A cave? Simon was sitting shirtless, warming himself by the fire. When he heard Malin's question, he was startled and turned back. You're awake. Malin saw Simon in a state of partial nudity, which made her a bit flustered, stuttering. Sigh. Simon, where is your stuff? At that moment, Malin realized that the shirt she was wearing belonged to Simon. Her eyes widened, and she covered her body with her hands. She was somewhat angry and asked, where is my stuff? Simon sighed and said, I'm sorry, I was afraid you would get a cold wearing wet clothes. Malin was furious, even though it was still raining outside. She snapped, don't tell me you're some kind of perverted creep. Simon quickly whispered, Malin, keep your voice down. There are monsters in this cave. Simon knelt as if confessing to Malin. Just calm down. I swear I didn't do anything. From start to finish, I kept my eyes closed, really. Malin was enraged, shouting, what are you talking about? I didn't even. She was so angry that she felt like she was about to explode, clenching her fist but deciding not to argue with Simon any longer. Covering her face, Malin asked, so what now? What exactly happened? Simon, as if escaping from a predicament when Malin stopped asking that question, happily recounted the entire story of the time Vikram appeared. Malin calmly sat next to Simon by the fire, a bit tired, and said, so that's how it all happened. Then Malin sighed and asked Simon to turn away. Simon, turn away. Simon, is still a bit confused and not understanding Malin's intention, asked, why? Do you see something? Malin angrily shouted, go stand over there while I change. Only then did Simon understand Malin's meaning. He suddenly blushed and thought to himself, if she asks me, I will wait outside. After changing her clothes, Malin sat down next to Simon. Seeing that Simon seemed different from usual, she asked, what's wrong? Why do you look more worried than I do? I'm the one without a stitch of clothing. Simon quickly retorted, oh, I'm not worried at all. Simon scooped food from the pot that was simmering on the stove and asked Malin, you must be hungry. Do you want to eat something? Malin, her stomach growling, quickly agreed. When she was holding the steaming bowl of soup in her hands, Malin suddenly said, Simon, thank you for saving me. Simon just smiled lightly and replied, it's nothing. Malin looked at Simon and asked further, but why did you do that? I never thought you would save me. After all, I was the one who attacked you first. But actually, I didn't really want to do that much. Simon stretched his hand back comfortably and recounted. At that time, you were about to finish the black fire technique, and I couldn't disturb you. Malin sighed and then told Simon, Hayes, it really is unbearable. Just take all my points, consider it as my thank you. After that remark, Simon saw pink and purple shadows appearing on the ground. Simon didn't understand what Malin was doing. He had worked very hard to achieve first place in this exam. Malin grabbed Simon's wrist. A bracelet had appeared on it. Malin cheerfully said, that's right, but there are still 2 days left. You just need to leave me 1 point. It seemed like Simon had never seen Malin smile so brightly before. She must have felt very happy. Malin told Simon, 2 days is plenty of time. Simon looked at the bracelet on his wrist, mumbling, 260 points. Then he turned to the girl sitting next to him and asked, Malin, can I ask you a question? Malin was skeptical, but before agreeing, she added, sure, go ahead. You can ask me anything, as long as it's not any creepy questions or anything. Simon felt so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear when Malin said that. He quickly shook his head. No, it's not that kind of question. Simon was silent for a moment before asking, why are you trying so hard to be at the top? Heron spoke up, what the hell is this place? Hey, Malcolm, stop being lazy and search carefully. Hearing this, Malcolm ran over and replied, all right, I'm on it, Heron. The group was taken aback and thought to themselves, Malcolm is a special admissions student. Why is he listening to that guy? Emily couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, hey, Heron, it's already the 3rd day. We should go back to the assembly point. Heron replied, stop complaining. If you don't want to go with me, then just leave the team. Upon hearing this, Emily exclaimed, what? This isn't your team. Here, Malcolm is the captain. Heron looked towards Malcolm and said, oh, really? What do you think, Malcolm? As soon as he finished speaking, Malcolm said, of course you're the captain. You're the only one you're fit for that role, Heron. Hearing this, Heron smugly remarked, did you hear that? Emily, annoyed, said, I really don't understand. What exactly have you done to Malcolm? Heron pretended to be clueless, smiling as he asked, what? Do you think I've done anything? He did involuntarily. While thinking deeply, Emily mumbled, it seems like there is a bit of black magic that can control others, but even if it were true, a student like you couldn't possibly use such powerful psychological magic. Unable to argue back, Emily hesitated about that. Heron continued, if you still don't believe it, then you can come and see for yourself. After all, you want to know if I use black magic or not. Emily nodded and replied, okay. At that moment, she started to walk towards Malcolm, calling his name. Hey, Malcolm. Just then, Heron pulled Emily's hand and whispered something. Then Heron said, see, I told you. There's no one here who can use black magic. Now go tell everyone who the captain is. Emily nodded and said, our captain is, of course, you, Heron. Upon hearing that, she exclaimed, what? Heron said, if you had admitted that earlier, things would have been easier. Now kneel down and apologize to me. Emily replied, okay. Then Emily bowed her head at Heron's feet and kept saying, I'm sorry, Heron. I couldn't control my thoughts. I really am an idiot. How could I not realize you were the captain? I'm truly very sorry. He saw this, clenched his fists, and spoke up. Emily, what's wrong? What did that guy do to you? Heron, you. Upon hearing this, Heron sighed and replied, such a hassle. I don't want to waste feathers, but they just won't listen. Turning back, Heron said, hey, Malcolm, clean up everything. These trash bags are such a waste of time. In the cave, Simon spoke, tell me, Malin, why are you trying so hard to be on top? Malin replied, I want to defeat someone. Simon continued, you mean CERN Eindark, right? She nodded and said, yeah, my reaction must be pretty obvious, huh? Even somewhat as slow as you can see it. Simon said, I had a feeling about that. When I first formed the team with you, I didn't know, so I accidentally mentioned CERN. She chuckled and replied, yeah, that's true. You looked really scary when you laughed back then. Hearing this, Simon jolted and then awkwardly laughed. Malin looked in an indeterminate direction and said, I've never talked about this with anyone before, but I was once the official heir of the Ivory Tower. Hearing this, Simon exclaimed, are you serious? She replied with a simple yes, then recounted, that decision was made when I was still young, so everyone in the tower spoiled me. I remember being a very admirable child at that time, but because I was so young, I had no awareness of the weight of being an heir. I just enjoyed growing up in luxury. After all, I was just a child back then. Malin paused for a moment, then continued. Then one day, the master of the Ivory Tower adopted a daughter. You probably guessed it, that was CERN. That's right, that person intentionally brought her in as my rival. The reason is quite clear, but adopting CERN faced a lot of opposition. It was really shameless to suddenly adopt a daughter after all those years, showing a desperate desire for the heir position. Everyone said that. Malin sighed, since CERN has no blood relation to me, my position as heir still seemed quite safe. But CERN is a genius. No, she is better described as a monster. Unlike me, she learned how to wield black magic in just a week. No matter how difficult the problem, CERN can easily solve it, whether she's been taught or not. The Ivory Tower values bloodlines, but in the face of CERN's talent, all of that becomes meaningless. Gradually, people accepted the idea of CERN becoming the master of the tower when she grew up, allowing the tower to regain its glory. In this way, I was slowly forgotten. I grew up in comparison to CERN, and of course, in the shadow of her brilliance, I was nothing. Malin continued sadly, elders even considered breaking the tower's laws to make CERN the official heir. Since then, the elders of the family, the servants, friends, even my parents no longer had any expectations for me. When CERN turned 17, she was granted admission through an agreement between Keizen and the Ivory Tower. Hearing this, Simon asked, what about you? Malin replied, I taught myself and took the entrance exam. Upon hearing this, Simon exclaimed, so that's it. Wait, do you want to challenge me because I'm a specially admitted student ranked higher than CERN? Simon continued, of course my skills are far inferior to yours, but you probably think that if you can defeat me, you will get closer to CERN's level, right? Malin did not disagree, merely stating, that's right. I have never given up. Everyone says I'm not capable, but I will definitely take back what she has stolen from me, no matter what it is. She suddenly remembered and spoke up, right. Do you know how first-year students get to this survival island? Simon replied, yeah. Malin continued, if you encounter CERN, don't confront her. I tell you this because I've been by her side for many years, watching her grow up. Honestly, she is somewhat unlike a human. After a long night, the morning of the next day arrived. As Malin woke up, she found a note that Simon had left. She wondered, what is this? Immediately, Malin opened the note to read, I'm sorry, I had to leave early for personal reasons. I believe you can do it. I will support you. After reading, she calmly said, whatever, I wasn't planning to see you again. But when she looked back at the letter, Malin smiled and softly said, take care, Simon. At that moment, Simon approached Fear and asked loudly, why didn't Vikru disappear when fighting Malin yesterday? Do you think he was disturbed by the noise, or is he sensitive to fire? Fear looked at Simon with confusion. What's going on? Fear peeked out and answered, Vikru will become larger when he gets angry. Simon bent down and asked again, does that mean he has animosity towards me? Fear replied, Suddenly, he noticed a silhouette of a person behind a large tree nearby. He became more cautious, attentively looking in that direction. The person gradually peeked out, smiling at him. As soon as he saw her face, Simon immediately recognized her and exclaimed, "Ellen?" At that moment, the girl turned and ran away. Seeing this, Simon chased after her, calling out loudly, "Wait!" But Ellen didn't stop. She ran even faster, heading straight into the forest. Simon didn't stop following her, calling out, "Ellen." Looking in the direction she ran, Simon thought to himself, but Ellen has returned to the sanctuary already. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, a blinding light shone upon him, forcing him to shield his face with his hand. When he opened his hand to look again, Ellen had vanished. He cried out, "Ellen." From behind, a sound echoed that startled Simon, causing him to turn around. At his feet, there was someone crawling towards him with a terrified expression, continuously calling out, "Help me. Help, help." Right before Simon's eyes, something passed by him very quickly. He was momentarily stunned, and when he looked back, the person was already stabbed dead on the spot by a spear. Looking around, the scene before Simon left him in shock. Many people were stabbed to death by spears piercing through their bodies. Suddenly, a loud scream caught Simon's attention. The person kept pleading, "Stop! Why are you treating us like this? What did we do wrong?" Without letting the person finish, a chain wrapped around their neck from behind and immediately pulled him away. Startled, Simon intended to chase after them. However, the person was already hoisted onto a cross and tightly bound there. In pain, they screamed, "Help! No, don't." Upon seeing this, Simon exclaimed in shock, "The cross?" Despite the person's desperate pleas, "Please, I beg you to spare me," many spears continued to rush forward and stab them. The person's body fell, their lifeless eyes staring directly at Simon. At that moment, a voice echoed, "A bunch of whiners. They were going to die anyway. It's just that the painful memories will be erased." Simon looked up in the direction of the voice, still astonished. He shouted, "Why? Why are you doing this?" The girl calmly replied, "Why? Just for fun." Simon exclaimed, "For fun? Is that why you brought me here, Sir Eindark?" She approached, smiling, and said, "This is our third chance meeting, isn't it? Perhaps it's destiny." Simon interrupted, "Stop beating around the bush." CERN continued asking, "Why the rush?" "I've always wanted to talk to you, Simon Follentia." "Oh no, I should call you the commander of the 7th Brigade instead." At this, Simon's expression began to pale. Seeing his face, CERN asked further, "Is Fear doing well? It seems Erzabet isn't with you." "Oh, or she might have transformed into someone on this island already." Simon, angry, furrowed his brows and shouted, "You?" CERN reassured him, "Don't worry. We are within my barrier, so outsiders cannot see or eavesdrop on this conversation." Simon asked, "How do you know about my brigade?" She replied, "I'll challenge you. Where did we meet for the second time?" Simon answered, "The day before the mission, at the magical teleportation gate." She said, "Exactly. In the first-year academies, only the two of us used that spell." Simon frowned and interrogated, "So you've been stalking me since then?" CERN replied, "Actually, even before that. The Ingai always closely monitors the ruins sealed by Neftis. We had set up warning spells that would be notified when the ruins opened. Not long after, we heard the alarm bell. When we rushed to the scene, oh my, you had already become the brigade commander." Simon continued, "What about Erzabet?" CERN replied, "Is there something to ask? It's Ardek's right. I went to the Arnish Fief, where Erzabet was supposed to keep an eye on you, and I have always been observing you since then. I have read the memories of those there, the Lord, the guards, the members of the News Association, mages, all the connections. Oh, and there was one more person, Ellen Zyle, whom you let go." She emphasized, "Have you realized your mistake? You let Priest survive." Simon clenched his fist and said, "Ellen came there on her own, without any support. Since we are in a ceasefire, I prioritize resolving matters peacefully, rather than causing trouble by killing a member of the Holy Order." Hearing this, CERN scoffed. "Such smooth talk. It must be a minor issue for you. When you contacted Fear, you committed an act of level 1 treason." Simon chuckled. "Don't make me laugh. Just report me to Keizen and take me to court." She asked, "Why the anger? I'm not here to say such things. I believe this is the right time for negotiation." Simon exclaimed, "Negotiation." CERN nodded. "Yes, join our ivory tower, Simon." Simon looked at CERN Eindark and silently thought that he should talk to her more. Her proposal was quite interesting. Simon said, "If you want to hire me, then after I graduate, please send me an official offer. With the assets and power of the tower, you have enough competitive advantage to convince me." CERN was surprised and replied, "I don't want a Keizen student to graduate from Keizen." Simon asked back, "What do you mean?" CERN explained, "After all, Keizen is just a school. Have you ever wondered how an ordinary school could dominate half a continent? Just look at the neighboring kingdom of Dresden. 4 out of 5 generals of Dresden are from Keizen, and 17 out of 20 royal knights are from Keizen. The ministers of the interior, foreign affairs, defense, and even the head of state, the second most powerful person in the country, also come from Keizen. She continued to ask Simon, do you think if Dresden is in danger where their loyalty lies, Dresden or Keizen? CERN asked further, now do you see? Simon spoke up, what do you mean? Richard the son thought that she needed someone who was loyal only to the ivory tower. CERN smiled and praised, you're clever. I like how quickly you grasped the issue. CERN Eindar continued, be executed for treason or join the ivory tower with us. I don't think you have a choice. She continued, we are known as people of Keizen, and you are in the same class as Malin, our classmate. We can support you with anything you need, whether it is money or power. Simon heard this and spoke up. Let me ask you a question. What is the purpose of this proposal? My power or the power of the battalion? Simon was angry, biting his lip after hearing her answer. Both. At this point, Simon said, I'm sorry, but I cannot trust you or the ivory tower. What guarantees do I have that the ivory tower won't take my battalion? CERN replied, I don't think you need to worry about that once you have shown your abilities. If you are still not reassured, then I, heir of the ivory tower, promise that we will not take your battalion. She continued, now you have nothing to fear, right? Why don't you answer my question, Simon Follentia? Richard silently realized that he had let her lead the conversation too much. Calm down, Simon. Slow down. Go at your own pace. Simon looked at CERN and said, CERN, you're pretty good at politics, aren't you? CERN replied in surprise, what do you mean? Simon explained, you shouldn't threaten your opponent when you have so many weaknesses yourself. Because you are very powerful. You probably think you don't need to think too much, right? Everyone just says yes or no in response to your orders. I bet no one can say anything other than those 2 sentences, right? Simon stated hiding oneself is just something that the weak do. You will never let Keizen know that I am the commander of the battalion. Do you know why? He continued, the ivory tower is split into 2 factions, Keizen's side and the side that hates Keizen. You and the current master of the tower are leading the faction that hates Keizen. Malin isn't foolish enough to reveal everything like that. You are quite resolute. Dick once advised me, remember, don't talk about CERN with Malin if you don't want her to get angry. I feel lucky to have heard that. Thanks, Dick. You just saved my life. Simon continued, well, the reason you want to recruit the battalion commander, the reason you nurture your own power, all of it is because you want to escape Keizen. But report to me, the current commander, and have me behead you. Do you think at that moment you will be able to seize the battalion? You concluded, I am of course loyal to Keizen. CERN heard Simon say, you also can't force me to obtain the battalion. Picking a fight with the special student personally chosen by Neftis is no different from declaring war on Keizen. CERN then spoke up, but there are other ways. I have a method to drive you away and bury the battalion so that no one can possess it. At this moment, fear also started to appear here. Simon said, I'm sorry, that choice will not work. CERN quietly thought, fear? Why is he here? Keizen is supposed to check all the subspaces. Simon drew his sword and said, you just said no one can see us within your barrier, right? That's another mistake. CERN, seeing this, said, interesting. Fear surprised, exclaimed, feathers. CERN scattered the feathers and said, we're just having a bit of fun, aren't we, Commander? They all realized that feathers were CERN's special skill. They also knew that such special skills were only possessed by a few chosen individuals on the continent, and they could wield powers not derived from dark energy, holy power, or pure magic. Simon thought to himself that he needed to avoid the feathers as much as possible since he could not yet determine what harm they might cause to his body. He started swinging his sword to shield himself. While defending, the sword in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces. A shard of the broken sword flew through, injuring Simon. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared out of nowhere. Simon reached down to touch the ground that was covered in molten lava and felt very disoriented. He looked at it and put his hand to his throat in confusion, saying, what is this? Fear, seeing this, shouted, boy. CERN looked at him and asked, do you think it's just hard feathers? She looked at the falling feathers and said, this is my power, these feathers. Simon was very surprised to hear her talk about feathers that contain emotions. He noticed some kind of smell wafting around. CERN then said, but that plant is emitting insecticide. It seems the insects are gnawing on it. She continued, the emotions I put into it are not limited to just negative feelings. Joy, anger, happiness, fear, feelings of victory, fatigue, any emotion will do. CERN continued, if it were a human, I could make them crawl on the ground like a dog with just a small feather. Let's try that feeling a bit. Fear stood next to Simon and asked, what do we do now? Richard's son immediately replied, there is no other way. As soon as he finished speaking, he began throwing out spines and shouted, let's fight. Fear quickly threw a dagger to attack CERN. She shielded herself while saying, I didn't think I would be fighting an ancient undead here. A spine skeleton from behind seized the opportunity and prepared to throw a spear, but CERN quickly flew up to dodge the attacks from those spine skeletons. She continued to wave her hands, dropping feathers down. As the feathers slowly fell, those spine skeletons began to be severed. Among the lush branches, a black spider started to spin its web. Surrounded by the spiders, CERN said, as expected of a commander, your army is quite numerous. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to fly up and kicked away the spiders surrounding her. Simon thought to himself, she can fight multiple zombies at once. She doesn't just put her emotions into those feathers. The feathers floating in the air suddenly became stained with black ink. After being stained black, they began to tear apart. CERN stood before the magical circles, brushed her hair, and sighed, I'm really tired. Simon looked up in panic and said, that's multicasting. The girl with a dangerous expression spoke up, black fire. At this moment, a sea of fire began to pour down to the ground. Simon sat in the middle of the sea of fire and wondered, is it all black fire? How can she create such a large flame when she's only a freshman? It can't be. Fear suddenly appeared behind her and remarked, that's quite funny. He started to fly up to make her fall down. CERN, with her body suspended in midair, glanced down at Fear waiting below. The girl quickly turned the tables and launched an attack, but was swiftly countered by Fear. He moved closer and said to her, your skill is much better than the other students. Suddenly, he paused and added, but you are still just a student. CERN quickly regained her composure to dodge Fear's attack. While fighting, a voice suddenly rang out, ha, got you. Fear, holding a blade in his hand, completely covered in feathers, stood still listening. Feather paralysis, 20 units. CERN approached and said, initially, my ability had no effect on zombies, but unfortunately, you are an ancient zombie. She further explained, because you have existed for so long, you feel like a person. As CERN turned her back, she said, now, Commander, your biggest card is sealed. Simon quickly asked, what do you plan to do next, Seal? CERN replied, dream on. Fear, standing behind, suddenly burst into laughter. The feathers on his body began to flutter. He said, indeed, I have feelings. Fear continued, but does that shake you? He began to rage, emphasizing, my will is not that weak. CERN observed while silently thinking, how can he eliminate the emotions of 20 feathers just with his will? Fear clenched his fist and declared, I won't hold back anymore. He began to unleash his attack and said, die. At that moment, the entire space was enveloped by a beam of light piercing through the darkness, spreading everywhere. Fear's attack flew through the entire forest. Seeing this, Simon shouted, Fear! But the attack was too powerful and showed no signs of stopping, causing the ancient tree roots to be ripped from the ground. Simon stood in the middle of the battle and advised, you must not kill her. She is the heir to the ivory tower. Fear, hearing this, scoffed, you are quite cowardly. He continued, that is a monster beyond your imagination. With just that, she is not dead yet. Seeing CERN's sprouting wings and flying up into the sky, Simon was astonished and exclaimed, wings. Richard's son then asked, is that CERN's true form? Fear, can you use this skill from earlier while I draw her attention? CERN smiled and said, hey, are we really going to fight like this? In the sky, something had appeared that was watching the people below. Simon then spoke, Fear, we are being targeted. Let's quickly return to the auxiliary space. Fear replied, kid, getting captured is not the issue right now. Her feathers could eliminate you. Richard's son advised Fear, I will keep the auxiliary space open. If I am in danger, you can decide what to do. Fear responded, all right, be careful. Simon continued, so the final choice you offer is impossible now, right? Keizen is watching us. CERN agreed, you're right. She picked up a feather and asked, so what is the fourth choice? Simon asked back, what? CERN continued, I feel a bit sad. I'll still fight you until you fail this assessment. I will erase your memory, of course. As the feather fell near Simon's feet, a voice rang out, you'll have the worst time at Keizen. A few girls appeared beside him, saying, you'll face incomprehensible misfortunes and fail all tests. You'll fail the evaluations and be condemned by your friends. After being hated by the professor, no one will accept you anymore. The blonde girl leaned close to him and said, at that point, you'll be expelled from Keizen and I'll come to you. Sounds reasonable and logical, right? Simon discarded those thoughts and spoke up. You're really persistent. You do this with others too, right? Some of them won't follow your words. That approach will only attract more enemies for you. She continued to wave the feathers and said, who do you think you are to lecture me? I am the next master of the ivory tower. CERN was scattering thousands of feathers while saying, you will divide the continent into 3 parts and usher in a new era. In the lush forest, fire began to rise and a loud explosion was heard. Suddenly, a voice echoed, I just heard something quite interesting. A girl asked, Who is going to be expelled from Keizen? Lorraine appeared, boldly saying, "Don't forget that I'm here to protect Simon." Neftis' daughter confidently said, "You ivory towers lapdog." In a forest, CERN contemptuously said, "Protect. Is it always this biased, even in an official match?" Lorraine quietly replied, "Listen to the one who blocked the surveillance camera's view." CERN smiled and responded, "Oh dear, where did you get that attitude? Questioning me? We're just the same kind of trainees. What right do you think you have? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were the class monitor." Lorraine found this very annoying and snapped back. "Maybe you find it hard to understand because you haven't learned it thoroughly." She continued, "But let's not beat around the bush anymore. What are you really doing here?" CERN responded with a challenging smile. "What if I don't tell you?" Hearing this, Lorraine became extremely irritated, frowning as she replied, "Then I'll take matters into my own hands." This reaction made CERN explain. "How interesting." Two rules began to spark a battle. Lorraine gently reminded Simon, who was standing next to her, "Simon, while I deal with her, you should find a safe place to hide." Simon, still uneasy, replied, "But Lorraine." Lorraine turned back and said with a cold glare, "Go, unless you want to get caught up in this." Simon reluctantly responded, "All right." Immediately after, Lorraine activated her technique. Arrows started to emerge from the red magic circle. But CERN, standing beside her, merely smiled disdainfully and responded, "How cute." She continued, "There's no need for such modesty between us." At that moment, behind CERN, Lorraine appeared ready to throw a punch. Lorraine struck swiftly, and a loud explosion echoed across the sky. In the distance, Simon gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my, that's terrifying." He thought to himself, "If I were still there, I would have been in trouble at least 5 times by now." Unfortunately for Lorraine, despite the attack causing the ground to crater, CERN was still able to dodge it and remained unharmed. She even taunted back, "Oh, is this how we're going to play rough?" Lorraine immediately grabbed a rock behind her and shouted, "Hey!" The rock flew straight at CERN's face, accompanied by the command, "Get down here." But CERN remained calmly smiling, standing still. Suddenly, beams of light appeared in front of the gigantic rock. CERN subtly gestured, and those beams of light had shattered the large stone into many small pieces that fell scattered to the ground. As soon as the technique was finished, she said, "What if I refuse?" Lorraine was tense at this moment. She looked up and said, "Enough with the jokes. Let's end everything here today." CERN stood in midair, arms crossed majestically, and spoke with an air of superiority. "You're quite crude for someone from a noble family." CERN continued to look at Lorraine and disdainfully said, "But why did you send Simon away? I thought he would really enjoy your excellent performance just now." "Oh, I wonder." CERN kept bragging, "Or is it that you don't want to reveal your coarse nature?" This remark crossed the line, causing Lorraine to glare in anger, like a thunderbolt striking down. CERN continued, "In front of the guy you care about." Hearing this, the hatred within Lorraine boiled over. She flicked her hand, and the space behind her seemed to open up into a deep red dimension. Red eyes gradually appeared, causing CERN to exclaim, holding the power to open the divildum. CERN dodged the attack while continuing to question. "I wonder how chaotic the world will be when they find out about the crazy plan you and your mother are carrying out." She kept complaining, "Are you serious? Fighting like this?" The eyes from hell stared intently at CERN. At this moment, CERN officially used her ultimate move. She walked on beams of light, surrounded by a brilliant aura. She even flipped upside down, laughing disdainfully. That's not going to end well. The forces supporting them gradually revealed themselves, escalating the competition to a climax and entering a critical moment. Lorraine summoned her hellish monster and shouted with determination, "Because I will become the ruler of Keizen, while you are just the heir of the ivory tower." Lorraine continued to unleash attacks towards CERN and said, "If we fight now, millions of innocent lives will be lost." CERN, despite being in midair, managed to evade the attack. Lorraine screamed in anger, continuously launching another move while saying, "It's best to end all of this while we're still students." In the air, Lorraine and CERN were locked in fierce battle. From below, Simon looked up in astonishment, completely taken aback. Suddenly, a familiar voice from Fear rang out, "You don't need to admire that nonsense." Fear continued to advise Simon, "You are a squad commander too. You'll reach that level eventually, maybe even surpass it." Fear's words made Simon turn pale with fright and sweat as he replied, "Why does it sound so desperate?" Fear continued to encourage him. "That's just how you think. If you improve yourself little by little, you can still catch up." At that moment, Simon was running fast to find a way out. While running, he answered Fear, "I understand." Simon closed his eyes and thought, "Then let them solve it on their own. In the meantime, I'll handle my own business." Fear asked again, "Looking for Vikram? That's reasonable, kid." Simon stood still, pondering for a moment. Given this chaotic situation, Vikram must have some sort of reaction. Suddenly, a mummy wrapped in green cloth quietly rose from the ground. Seeing this scene, Simon thought, I knew it. The creature growled and glared angrily at Simon. Grah! Seeing the situation was not good, Simon shouted loudly, Fear, hurry, and pressed the button on his chest. Upon receiving the command, Fear shouted, Got it. Immediately, Fear rushed towards the monster and shouted, Vikram, it's me. Fear continued to call out loudly, Fear, the leader of the Legion here. Simon saw the objects around and suggested to Fear, Fear, I will open a pocket space. We don't have much time. Fear replied, Okay. Then, Fear looked at the angry monster and asked, What are you doing over there, Vikram? The Legion has been revived. Fear continued to persuade, Come join us again quickly. Vikram mumbled, Legion. He continued to mumble, Legion, Arnie. Suddenly, dark shadows pulled out from inside his body, continuously shouting, Legion, Legion, Legion. Seeing this scene, Fear yelled, Damn it! Simon curiously asked, What's wrong with him, Fear? Meanwhile, Vikram was losing control to the dark shadows, but Fear said something that shocked everyone. Unfortunately, that is not Vikram. This statement surprised Simon, who asked, What? The fake Vikram was still losing control, yelling, Legion, it hurts. Legion, it hurts. Fear couldn't help but exclaim, It's a counterfeit, but with high quality. He continued to struggle, the dark shadows inside revolting and surfacing. He kept mumbling, The Legion, it hurts. Fear explained further, That's a clone of Vikram. In the meantime, he continued to painfully grapple with the dark shadows inside his body. The clone of Vikram had become a giant, unconscious, and hard to control. Simon reminded Fear, Fear, get back inside, the monitoring machine will detect you. Fear agreed, all right. The clone of Vikram swung its powerful punches down to the ground and to the right, yelling loudly, the Legion, it hurts. He put all his strength into striking the ground, creating loud explosions. As he punched, he shouted, I don't want to hurt. The clone of Vikram continuously lost control, attacking Simon and screaming, It hurts a lot. As Simon tried to escape, he skeptically asked, Why is this clone attacking me? Fear calmly replied, How should I know? Afterwards, Fear reminded Simon, It's speeding up. At that moment, the replica of Vikram roared continuously and advanced towards Simon. Fear warned, If this keeps up, it will get out of control. Suddenly, the replica of Vikram turned around and ran rapidly in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Simon, both relieved to have escaped death and terrified, remembered and said, No, that direction. Seeing Simon panic and run, Fear asked, What? Where are you going? Simon, while running in a state of panic, explained, We need to stop Vikram. By this time, Simon had reached where Sir and Lorraine were fighting. He called out loudly, Lorraine! This made her start and look down. Simon continued to wave his hand and shout from below, We're in trouble. Lorraine looked down seriously and listened. Recognizing the urgency, Lorraine landed on the ground, approached Simon, and asked, What's happening? Simon, anxious, explained, A monster suddenly went out of control and it's speeding towards the students. We have to stop it. Lorraine, surprised, asked, Which direction? Simon replied, South of the island. As Lorraine and Simon were in a panic, a voice rang out, Interesting. That was CERN still hovering in the air ready to strike. She shouted down, Who said I would let you go? Simon heard this and calmly replied, Oh, sir, I'm sorry, but could you help us out? CERN was taken aback by this and widened her eyes to ask, What? She yelled from above, That's ridiculous. Why should I help? Simon still waved goodbye nonchalantly and said, Just consider it a favor I owe you. Thanks in advance. CERN angrily shouted, Never. She unleashed her attack with red magical circles appearing, but at that moment, Lorraine and Simon had already flown high and far away. Simon thought to himself, CERN, you really suck at political engagement. This will only increase the number of enemies. Meanwhile, CERN stood there frowning in silence and angrily said, Ha, I can't believe I am thinking about the silly things he said. She watched the two leave and pondered. At this point, Simon and Lorraine had approached the monster to save the students. Simon quietly asked, Lorraine, have you heard any news from Neftis lately? Lorraine replied with an expressionless face and a cold voice, What kind of news? Simon was surprised, thinking to himself, It seems Neftis hasn't told Lorraine about the Legion yet. Then Simon chose his words carefully to explain, what I mean is, my class had a special lecture before, and this rampaging monster was part of the material we covered. Simon continued to explain, but the lecturer only encountered it by chance, so I gave him much. Upon hearing this, Lorraine seemed to understand something and replied, So it could be an artificial monster that doesn't originally live on this island. The two looked towards the copy of Vikram, which was wreaking havoc and continuously pounding on the ground, and said, There it is. The copy of Vikram was now out of control, advancing towards the students. It stomped its enormous feet on the ground, threatening them. The students panicked, running in all directions and screaming loudly. In the face of its attacks, a girl with pink hair fell to the ground and could not continue running. The artificial Vikram, seeing this scene, raised its enormous foot, intending to stomp on the pink-haired girl. The girl saw Vikram's replica's foot getting closer to her, tears brimming in her eyes, and she screamed in fear, "No, I'm not ready to die yet." Suddenly, a hand lunged forward. A man appeared beside the girl and delivered a powerful punch to the foot of Vikram's replica. This made him lose balance and fall to the ground. Vikram's replica was stunned by the unexpected attack. The pink-haired girl, regaining her composure, looked at the bald man with the thunderous punch and, trembling, said, "Thank you, sir, for saving me." The man was Brad. He looked at the girl and simply said, Professor Brad gently extended his hand towards the pink-haired girl, surprising her. Then he helped her up affectionately and advised, "This place is very dangerous. Why don't you go back to a safer spot?" The girl shyly replied, "Okay." Then she ran away quickly, her face flushed with embarrassment, thinking, "He's so handsome." Suddenly, Brad startled and thought to himself, "Wait, Brad isn't normally like this." While he was still in shock, an unexpected voice called out, "Hey, Brad, have you confirmed any information about the monster yet?" At that moment, the monster had stood up and looked around. Brad quickly responded, "I'm Brad. This monster is sensitive to noise and always chases after the screaming students." The voice continued, "Good, we will inform everyone. By the way, you've been acting strangely lately. Well done." Hearing this, Brad broke out in a cold sweat, surprised and doubtful, thinking to himself, "What has this developed creature done that I have a bad reputation now?" Shortly after, he calmed down and continued reporting, "There's one more thing." Meanwhile, Simon and Lorraine had come close behind the monster. Brad added, "We should avoid combat with the monster as much as possible." But Simon and Lorraine didn't know this, so they were getting ready to act. Lorraine said, "Simon, hold tight." The voice in Brad's head asked, "Why?" At that moment, Lorraine and Simon launched strong attacks directly through the monster, creating large holes in its body. However, this caused Simon and Lorraine to panic. Simon broke out in a sweat, worriedly saying, "Look at those holes." Brad explained further in his inner voice, "It has superior regeneration abilities." But Simon and Lorraine were still unaware of this. By the time they realized it was too late, the monster had returned filled with anger. Immediately, it launched a powerful attack towards the two of them, but fortunately, Lorraine managed to evade it. Seeing the monster grow increasingly ferocious, Simon shouted, "Lorraine, to the left." Lorraine, anxious about the monster's outburst, muttered, "Oh crap." The monster swung its clawed hand towards Lorraine and Simon. They managed to dodge, but a slight collision occurred, leaving both of them extremely startled. The impact caused Simon to fall down, and Lorraine gasped, reaching out in front of her, crying, "No." However, it was too late. Simon fell straight down with Lorraine's desperate scream. Simon. He was terrified at that moment, but suddenly he was cushioned by a flurry of feathers. The feathers connected to form a cushion, breaking Simon's fall. He landed on the cushion and exclaimed, "Ouch." Simon gently touched the cushion to appreciate the precious thing that had saved his life. He felt it and said, "This is feathers." In Simon's excitement, the feathers continually flew straight towards the monster that was standing. However, they only grazed the monster without causing any injury or making it retreat. At that moment, CERN had appeared in the battle and said, "Oh, physical attacks and feathers are ineffective." She frowned at the monster and sighed, "How annoying." Meanwhile, a distant voice called out to CERN. Lorraine had approached Simon to ask, "Are you okay, Simon?" Simon, lying on the soft feather mattress, happily replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, another voice rang out, "This is an announcement from the Action Committee." The announcement continued, "An unverified monster is attacking students on the southern island of the Kara Archipelago. Students in this area are required to randomly relocate to other islands." Lorraine only pondered upon hearing this. Simon suddenly spoke up, "Awesome." The announcement went on. After relocating, students will receive immunity for 5 minutes. For students who refuse to relocate, please enter the refusal signal. Upon hearing this, Lorraine advised Simon, "Simon, you should go back and continue the test." But Simon calmly pressed the refusal button. Then Simon calmly prepared his fighting stance. Seeing this, Lorraine wondered and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Simon replied, "I'm sorry, but I have a reason to stay here." Suddenly, a voice from below shouted, "Simon." Simon turned to Lorraine and said, "Lorraine, I'll be back soon. Just wait a moment, please." Lorraine could only lower her head and sigh. "You're really?" Lorraine didn't know what else to say except to remind him, "All right, you must have your own plan. Take us with you." Saying that, Lorraine dropped the headset into Simon's hands. She jumped up and said again, "That's a mana communication device. I don't have much mana left, so use it only when necessary. Upon hearing this, Simon jumped down while putting it in his ear and replied, Oak. Brad extended his arms and then caught Simon, proudly saying, Tada. Seeing this, Fear couldn't help but exclaim, I'm blind. Simon shyly responded, Shut up, Fear. Simon explained to Brad, I'll keep it brief. That's a fake Vic rune, and we need to handle it before more damage occurs. Taking on Brad's form, replied, As expected, I knew something was off. Saying this, Brad looked at the self-replicating monster and exclaimed, That's a real problem. How can we defeat a monster that can regenerate and grow gigantic? Fear casually replied, Hee, don't worry. This punk and I have a plan. Fear confirmed and asked Simon again, So, kid, are you ready? Simon calmly and silently unleashed a technique and responded, Of course I am. At this point, Fear felt relieved and said, All right, let's do this. Simon had summoned a massive sword surrounded by dark energy. He was serious and furrowed his brow, gripping the hilt tightly. Fear shouted passionately, Let's execute that crazy plan. Meanwhile, Simon held the sword firmly with the most resolute gaze he had ever had. Just a few minutes earlier, having attacked Vikru without success, Simon was unsure how to deal with this monster, worriedly thinking, At this rate, it will destroy everything. Suddenly, Fear came up with a plan and exclaimed, Hey kid, there's a way, it's just, we don't mention it because this method is nearly impossible. Simon urged, Even if it's just a slim chance, I must try. Go on, Fear. Fear replied, It concerns my sword. Simon felt confused. Your sword? Fear explained, That sword holds destructive power. The source of strength it conceals is immense. Simply put, any living thing that directly touches it cannot recover or regenerate. No matter how extraordinary the regenerative ability is helpless in the face of that destructive sword. Fear added with concern, Well, the only problem is, Simon also worried, You can't go out because everyone is watching, right? Fear nodded, That's right, and my sword is a spirit sword, which means it is made from a part of my body. So no one but me can even hold it, let alone wield it. Simon asked, What if just a part is exposed? He continued, Since you are a skeleton, you could extend each arm or just expose the upper body in the form of skeletal armor. I can pretend to wield the sword. From the outside, it would look like I am swinging the sword, but in reality, you would be the one holding it. Fear found the idea quite interesting. Well, it should work. He then sarcastically remarked to Simon, You really are crazy. Go ahead and carry out that ridiculous plan. Simon grimaced at this. Am I crazy? I'll take that as a compliment. After disgusting, Simon shouted, Lorraine, can you hear me? Lorraine, sitting up high, replied, Yes, things sound pretty bad. The monster is heading back to the central island. Simon told her, Okay, I just figured out a way to defeat it. Lorraine was very focused. How? Simon explained his plan. I have a weapon that can stop its regeneration, but no one else can use it except me. Can you hold it off for about 5 minutes? He added, Tell CERN too. Lorraine agreed. All right. She turned to CERN. You heard that right? CERN, angry, replied, Huh? How dare he give orders like that? And do you really believe what he says? Lorraine had no doubt. Yes, I trust him unconditionally. She looked at Simon with admiration, then quickly charged ahead and told CERN, Take care of that side. CERN couldn't say anything, just smiled faintly. She looked at Lorraine and laughed. That's meaningless. Simon felt somewhat helpless and tried to say, CERN, that will only make you more enemies. Simon and Erz were trying to run quickly toward the monster. CERN closed her eyes in tension and then charged forward. Ah, gosh. As they got closer to the monster, Simon turned to Erz. Help me. Erz immediately agreed. Okay, leave it to me. Simon gritted his teeth, raised his sword high, and worked in perfect coordination with Fear. The sword successfully lodged deep into the monster's body. Simon's legs were filled with strength, moving decisively forward. As the sword was driven deeper into the monster, Simon shouted loudly, generating a surge of power to move the sword. Layers of the monster's outer skin began to tear away. Simon held the sword tightly and pulled it up. Erz ran right behind him, reminding Commander above. Simon quickly replied, Got it. He was tense, starting to replay the images of the... Seeing that the outer layers had been severed many times, Erz explained, Continue attacking it so it can't retaliate. Simon shouted, Understood. The two had climbed quite high and stood on the monster's thigh. Suddenly, a huge arm emerged, causing everyone to panic. What? An arm is coming out of its belly. Erz rushed forward, allowing Simon to continue. Let me handle this, he yelled. Erz quickly ran up and caught the newly emerged arm just in time. He shouted loudly to remind Simon, Commander, up above. Simon was taken by surprise as he hadn't reacted before blood splattered everywhere. It was Lorraine who had timely come down to attack the monster. She shouted anxiously, Just go, Simon. Simon continued to hold his sword and ran upward. The monster's arm was tightly restrained by strands of power, unable to attack Simon. It was CERN who reluctantly used Chain of 1,000 Feathers to help Simon advance. Simon felt somewhat happy that everyone was assisting him. He was determined. I can do it. Gritting his teeth, Simon charged upward, his gaze resolute. No matter what, I will succeed. CERN was a bit skeptical, thinking to herself, how can he do that? Seeing Simon struggling to drag the large sword, CERN felt a bit of admiration. He dragged his exhausted legs, fighting against the fear of failure, charging towards Vikram with absolute willpower. She clenched her fists, wondering, a will that never falters. Could the necromancers of the Ivory Tower achieve that? CERN looked on anxiously, wondering further. Can they learn from him? Simon continued to struggle, dragging the sword that was as wide as his body. He could clearly feel his exhaustion. Damn, my legs are trembling. Seeing the feathers revive his motivation, Simon told himself, I can't give up here. He looked in surprise at CERN, who was standing behind him. CERN said to him, didn't you say you would deal with that monster? CERN hid behind Simon and whispered, I'm going to give you a boost run. CERN pushed hard against Simon's back. He was quickly propelled forward at high speed, causing Simon to shout. His legs dashed across Vikram's body, aided by the white feathers. Simon's speed was so fast that Vikram fell backward. He raised his sword high, his strength reaching its peak. Simon shouted, Fear. The power concentrated at the tip of the sword. Fear announced, Ready. Simon looked down at Vikram with determination. The gigantic monster roared in anger, but Simon forcefully stabbed the sword into its body. A blinding light enveloped a large area. Blood splattered everywhere. Fear joyfully laughed out loud. We did it! This crazy plan worked. Simon tiredly fell freely to the ground. He excitedly laughed. I knew it would be awesome. Lorraine saw Simon falling and shouted in panic, No. She quickly dove down to catch Simon, yelling loudly, Simon. From CERN's perspective, Simon shot up quickly thanks to her leverage. Each of his steps stomped hard on the monster's body. When she saw Simon pushed Vikram back, CERN couldn't believe her eyes. She quietly watched, unable to deny what was happening in front of her, watching Simon with the sword yelling at the monster, Die. CERN thought to herself, Truly, there is no necromancer at Ivory Tower like Simon Follentia. He is really special. Simon's gaze was full of determination as he charged straight at the roaring Vikram. CERN watched him defeat the monster, thinking to herself, It really is irreplaceable. At this moment, Lorraine anxiously rushed down, trying her best to catch Simon, who was in free fall. She widened her eyes in surprise when she saw Vikram's bandages attacking her, but fortunately, she managed to catch them in time. Vikram was disappearing, its body disintegrating. Lorraine worriedly shouted, No, Simon. CERN calmly called out from above to Lorraine, Don't worry, I was prepared. I've created a slow effect with the remaining feathers. You won't be harmed. Lorraine looked at CERN, surprised but feeling happier. Thank you. Upon hearing the thanks, CERN gritted her teeth in anger and said, What are you talking about? I should be the one thanking you for helping Simon. CERN explained, full of frustration, This is so annoying. You need to disable those spells. Lorraine was still confused, not quite understanding what CERN meant. Simon landed on the ground, but he was injured and unconscious. At that moment, Heron approached with a smug smile. Looking at Simon, Heron said, I never expected luck to come after such a terrible incident. I thought that with Malcolm's hypnosis spell being nullified, everything would be doomed. Heron adjusted his shirt, thinking to himself, If I handle this discreetly, I will too. He was filled with excitement at the thought, joining Serene's guild. Suddenly, Heron froze. Hector had been tense and standing in front of Heron without him realizing. Heron exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Hector? Heron thought Hector was his ally and laughed loudly. Did he cause trouble for you too? Or how about you join me? Looking at the weak Simon, Heron gritted his teeth and said, Deal with this bastard. Just close your eyes and pretend you didn't see anything, and I'll give you all my points or whatever you need. Heron stepped closer to Hector, continuing to persuade. Even if you need rumors that you defeated the top student, I'll spread the word for you. How about that sounds good? Hector said nothing, only channeling magic through his hands, making Heron uneasy. Wait, hold on. Why are you doing this? Aren't you also annoyed with him? Suddenly, Hector thrust his magically charged arms straight at Heron, causing him pain but leaving him unable to fight back. Hector roared in anger, Damn it! He hit Heron hard, making him scream, You piece of trash. Heron was knocked backward, and then Hector shouted, Did you think I would pull this trick to deal with him? At this moment, Lorraine had arrived, and seeing Simon lying on the ground, she anxiously called out, Simon. Hector turned back and told her, Take him home. Lorraine was a bit confused, but still ran past Hector, worried about Simon, which made Hector feel annoyed, and he had to close his eyes. He glanced at Lorraine as she held Simon, full of concern. Simon, are you okay? Seeing that scene, Hector had no choice but to leave sadly. Meanwhile, Heron ran away in anger. Damn it, the prey was right in front of me. He gritted his teeth and muttered, I can't give up. I will definitely eliminate him and become Professor Bahil's favorite student. While running, Heron accidentally tripped over something. Angrily, he turned around to see, what the hell? What's this now? In front of him lay the corpse of a high-level monster sprawled in a pool of blood, which shocked Heron. He observed closely. This is the high-level monster who took it down. Heron didn't notice that there was an injured person sitting near the monster's corpse. When he looked closely, he saw the figure of a person sitting on the back of the high-level monster, their body covered in blood. Although Heron didn't know who it was, he was still very pleased. The opportunity has come. It doesn't matter why this person is here in such chaos, but if they can take down a high-level monster, it definitely can't be useless. Heron pulled out a feather and aimed it at the person sitting there. He quickly threw the feather, and it flew straight towards the neck of that student, but the other person showed no movement. The feather successfully touched the nape, making Heron excited as he laughed loudly, awesome. Heron happily clenched his fist and eagerly said, hey, get ready. Heron blushed, feeling shy as he exclaimed, wow. The student turned around and Heron saw Keizen's face, prompting him to say, he looks fierce. Keizen calmly asked, what do you want? Heron smiled and replied, first, tell me your name. The student curtly answered, Keizen Invol. Heron looked at Keizen and noticed he seemed tired, his body covered in blood, but he continued speaking. Keizen, I've never heard this name before. But it's fine, Keizen. We need to go catch Simon Follentia right away. Keizen struggled to stand up while Heron continued, he's unconscious, but I can't handle it because there's too much trouble around. Heron grumbled, you just need to distract that trouble. I'll handle the rest. Okay. Keizen calmly asked, are you targeting Simon Follentia? Keizen stood on the back of a monster, making Heron even more certain. That's right. The top student Follentia. I already told you. Heron shouted angrily, don't ask any more questions, just follow my orders. If you understand, then come with me. Keizen didn't reply immediately, just gently took the feather from behind his neck. Keizen looked at Heron with a stern expression and then crushed the feather. Consider this a step forward. Heron, hearing that, still didn't understand Keizen's meaning. He suddenly asked, what? What is it? Is it fake? Heron stammered in panic. Wait, listen to me. I'm sorry for ordering you around. Let's make a deal. Heron frantically continued, I'll transfer all my points to you, as long as you hand over Simon Follentia to me. Keizen stepped closer and coldly said, no need. This made Heron fearfully step back. Keizen warned sternly, if you're targeting Simon, I won't let it slide. Heron grumbled, asking loudly, you too. Why is everyone protecting him? What's so special about Follentia? Keizen shook his head, rubbing his neck to ease the fatigue. I don't know, I'm just his roommate. Keizen held tightly on the Heron's shirt, making him fearful, and said, when my favorite roommate moved in, I couldn't let him get expelled. Heron couldn't protest in time, fearfully exclaimed, wait. Keizen looked up high and replied, if Simon gets expelled, other troublesome people will come to disturb us. Heron asked in panic, what are you talking about? Meanwhile, at the impenetrable mansion on Kara Island in the central hall, a conflict-free zone, many people were gathered there, including Cammy. Cammy anxiously stood outside the door, muttering softly, Simon. Malin walked over from a distance to where Cammy was praying and asked, are you that worried about him? Cammy startled and turned to look at Malin when she suddenly appeared. Malin advised Cammy, don't worry too much. He will arrive on time. Here's your hot chocolate. Cammy quickly took the cup of chocolate that Malin handed to her. Malin continued, getting into the mansion is worth 200 points, so he will definitely come, right? We couldn't hide our anxiety and asked Malin, but there are so many students blocking the entrance. Is it really all right? Malin seemed to read Simon's thoughts and reassured Cammy. If it's Simon, he will definitely manage to do it. He might come up with some bizarre ideas to get into that mansion, just like during the last battle assessment. Thanks to this cheerful joking, Cammy felt less worried and smiled brightly. Yeah, you're right. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, hey, can we focus a bit? It was Elisa Sellen from Special Class Number 7. She turned around and said, currently, there is only 1 hour left until the survival assessment. Therefore, I hope everyone can step up and help with the defense outside the mansion. So far, they have earned a lot of points out there. If all those people get into the mansion, our score will surely drop behind. For the sake of our points, I hope everyone will cooperate. Malin leaned against the wall behind, drinking water and pretending not to pay much attention to Elisa's words, then said to Cammy, that was well said. No wonder she is the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Dresden. Her political skills are no joke. I've heard she once took a bridge early on and earned a lot of points. Elisa seemed to be going somewhere, but it turned out she was close to where Malin and Cammy were standing. She called out to Malin and made a fairly good suggestion. If you join the defense club, it would be a great help. You'd be at the top of Class A. It was quite surprising when Malin replied to Elisa, I'm not interested. Hearing that, Elisa burst out laughing and asked again, Really? I thought you and I were similar. Don't you like it? Last time, when I begged you to let me see the vice principal's exam, you scolded me that it was against the rules or something. Unexpectedly, Elisa bringing up the past made Malin laugh. You're still concerned about that? That's petty. Elisa maintained a condescending attitude, looked at Malin and said, Well, it's understandable. You know, you have a selfish attitude by only prioritizing your own interests. This time, Elisa nearly touched Malin's self-esteem. She angrily said, Actually, you are the one who considers yourself the center of the universe here. Do you think others are your pawns? Don't expect everyone to follow your commands. Elisa wouldn't back down, maintaining an attitude that irritated others. Oh, really? Fine, I will remember this. Cammy felt a bit scared and asked Malin, Are you okay, Malin? Elisa belongs to the special class. Do we really have to provoke her like this? Malin was neither worried nor afraid and calmly replied, It's fine. People like that only understand when you speak bluntly. Cammy glanced down and quickly pointed out to Malin. Malin, look, Simon is coming. Malin looked and saw Simon walking with two girls, one of whom was CERN. Malin became panicked and said to Cammy, No, wait, why is he with CERN? I told him to avoid her. It looks like Simon is being manipulated by CERN. We think the opposite. She noticed that they seemed very close to each other. Because of this, Malin paid attention and wondered, What is going on? Why are they so close to each other? At that moment, Elisa stood on the rooftop looking down and said, The special class 1 over there. I have a proposal for you. We don't intend to fight you. Who will let you go, but we hope you can cooperate to stop those things. Simon didn't understand what those things Elisa was referring to. Elisa continued, I am talking about the figures lurking around the mansion behind you. Just getting into the mansion will earn you 200 points. You wouldn't want more competitors, would you? CERN held the feather in her hand, looked up at Elisa standing above, and said, That's ridiculous. After saying this, she hurled the feather like an arrow toward Elisa, making it glide past her face, leaving Elisa stunned. CERN continued, How dare you give orders to anyone? Elisa, with her never-compromising personality, swept her cloak behind her and said, So this is your answer. She cast a spell and wooden boats appeared in the sky. Everyone pointed at them and murmured, Look, it's Elisa's phantom ship. Simon gaped, pointing up and asked Lorraine Artbold, Wow, can this ship move in the air? Lorraine, knowing Elisa's trick well, calmly said, No, that's necromancy. They use spirits and dark energy as fuel to move. She's an ambitious necromancer. Simon vaguely understood the meaning of the wooden ships floating in the air. Elisa shouted, From now on, anyone who steps foot into the mansion will be swept out. The remaining points will be evenly distributed to all participants in defense. I, Elisa, guarantee it. Then she ordered the defenders to attack the newcomers. They obediently cast spells and shot projectiles like arrows. Gollum appeared, Simon riding on its back, Lorraine on her own warhorse, while CERN soared into the sky. Simon told everyone, Let's go too. Seeing Simon riding the golem advancing, Elisa shouted, He is our target, the special class number 1 student. He is moving forward. Follow closely and capture them all. Simon unleashed his ultimate move, Applicator, a surge of immense power that caused everyone to collapse. Everyone was panicked. Wow, what is this? Bones? A loud voice called from behind, Simon Follentia. It was Hector Moore, flying at incredible speed, shouting loudly, Let's end our match right now. Seeing Hector, Simon appeared exasperated. Why did you have to choose this moment? It's so annoying. Hector opened his mouth, a blue energy sphere appeared, and then he shouted loudly to make it even stronger. He blew the energy sphere at Gollum's face, making it emit smoke. Seizing this opportunity, Hector charged in and punched Gollum in the stomach, causing it to crack open. Hector was surprised. What? No magic core? Simon grabbed Gollum's eye, planning to throw it at Hector. Seeing this, Hector opened his mouth wider and shouted, You bastard, you think I'll let you get away with that? Before he could cast a spell, Simon threw the Golem's eye at Hector's face. From the upper floor of the mansion, Cammy shouted loudly for Simon to hear, Simon, I will take the hit for you. Run up fast. Cammy felt the situation was unfavorable. She thought to herself, she's in the way too much. Elisa, standing high above, continued to command, Aim for him. Suddenly, Elisa's ghost ships were set ablaze and a voice rang out, How dare you? It was Malin. Seeing Malin, Elisa angrily shouted, You! What are you doing? Don't interfere, get lost. Malin looked at Elisa intently and replied, Have you already forgotten what I just said? I told you, people are not your pawns. If you bother my friend, I will stop you from blocking his way and let him through. Elisa was so angry that she gritted her teeth and muttered at Malin. Damn it. Malin encouraged Simon. Simon, keep running. Simon sped up, running with all of his might, and finally set foot in the mansion. Notification system. Simon Follentia, Class A, successfully confirmed entry into the mansion. Out of breath and exhausted, Simon collapsed to the ground immediately. Lorraine approached and asked, Why are you so slow? Simon panted heavily as he replied, I just encountered a little trouble. CERN saw that both of them were in the mansion and said, Oh wow, the last one here? At the same time, the system announced, CERN Eindart Class C has successfully entered the mansion. CERN continued, her tone full of sarcasm. Thanks to those slaves, I was able to enter comfortably. Lorraine asked CERN, Why do you have to harm other students when you could enter on your own strength? The people outside were stunned and talked among themselves. What is going on? What is this mess? Why am I here? CERN replied, her voice filled with self-satisfaction. Oh, come on. What are you talking about? I'm using my abilities fairly. If I'm bothering you, just tell your mother to expel me. Lorraine angrily said, Do you think I will do what you want? CERN scoffed. Oh, so if I say I want to enter Keizen at any cost, would you expel me then? Lorraine shot back, What nonsense are you talking? Do you think I would believe this joke? Simon sighed, being caught between these two is really exhausting. As soon as she saw him, Cammy joyfully ran over and called out, Simon. She took his hand, her voice trembling as she said, I'm so relieved. I'm very glad you came. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing her worried, Simon exclaimed, Cammy, I've recovered thanks to you. After a moment, he smiled. I'm fine, thanks to you too. I really appreciate what you did earlier. Cammy responded, I'm sorry. CERN approached from behind and said, Did you forget something important? Like telling me about the large debt you owe me. Hearing this, Simon replied, I didn't forget, but what I meant was that I won't grant you a wish or anything like that. CERN said, I know. Of course, with your current abilities, granting a wish would be easier. Malin angrily stepped forward from behind and shouted, Simon. Hearing this, CERN exclaimed, Oh wow. Malin moved closer and pushed CERN aside, raising her voice. This guy, I warned you. Seeing this, CERN nervously said, Kaya, that's so ruthless. Hearing this, Malin became even angrier. I told you, if you encounter her, you absolutely have to stay away. So why are you two together? Hearing this, Simon silently thought, What? Then he explained, I'm sorry, it's because I ran into some issues that... But CERN didn't pay much attention and immediately ran over to hug Malin and said, Malin, what are you doing here? Seeing this, Malin dodged and yelled, Seriously, get away from me. Cammy and Simon stood there confused, watching the two argue. CERN spoke up, How unreasonable. I just want to be friends with Malin. Upon hearing this, Malin threw a punch and shouted, CERN, I'll freeze you to death. Don't make me freak out anymore and just go away. By the way, did you secretly use your magic on me? How could I attack Simon? CERN replied, That sounds just like you. No, it definitely was you. No matter who the culprit is, I will insist that it was you. Cammy then exclaimed, Have you two been fighting? Simon said, No, it was just a practice spar. CERN added, But CERN knows nothing about that, right? Furthermore, CERN's ability cannot create things that don't exist. It can only amplify existing emotions. The reason Malin is angry with Simon is actually due to the secret he is hiding. Malin shouted, What does that mean? You get out now. Saying that, she continued to punch. Seeing this, CERN exclaimed, Cruel, too cruel, Malin. You become so cold. Is it the penny ice magic that has made you so cold? Hearing this, Malin became even angrier and shouted loudly, Shut up. Get lost. Dissolve and vanish in the cycle of reincarnation. At that moment, Malcolm suddenly burst through the door and shouted, Sir, how dare you manipulate me into doing such things? Because of you, I had to deal with those who didn't even know what class they were in. Hearing this, both stopped their actions. CERN explained, Oh my god, I don't even know what you're talking about. Besides, isn't that person of the same rank as you? You guys must be peers. Upon hearing this, Malcolm charged forward, throwing a punch and shouting, Shut up! Who else would pick a fight like this other than you? Ivory Tower or whatever, you really need to be put back in your place today. Seeing her bleeding from the punch, Simon stepped forward and said, Stop it. This is a no-conflict zone. Hearing that, Malcolm turned around and shouted, Then what? I can consider this a special case just this once. At this moment, Lorraine, with a fierce look in her eyes, stared at him and said, What are you looking at? Keep going. Seeing that, Malcolm flinched, opened the door, stepped outside, and shouted, Damn it! Simon sighed, turned to ask, Are you okay? CERN replied, Thanks to you, I'm still fine. Simon said, That's good to hear. CERN interrupted, You're not going to say that we're reconciled now, are you? Of course not. You're a very calculated person, right? There's no way that's going to happen, right? Hearing that, Simon smiled awkwardly. CERN looked at his expression and continued, "If compensation is needed, I will ask the special class 10 before this. Thanks to you, my lifespan has increased." Before leaving, CERN didn't forget to turn back and say, "See you later, Malin." Hearing this, Malin, angry, wanted to rush in. At this moment, Lauren spoke up, "I'm leaving too. See you all at school." Simon said, "Okay, thank you for your help, Lauren." Cammy chimed in, "See you later, Lauren." Simon asked, "So are we tied now? What about Dick?" Cam replied, "He hasn't arrived yet. I've been waiting for both of you, but there's only 10 minutes left now." Just then, a girl stormed in from outside, angrily shouting, "How dare you challenge my ghost ship?" Hearing this, Mailing laughed and said, "If you want, you can come challenge me anytime." The girl just fumed in anger and left. Cammy asked in disbelief, "Did you win the special class 7-star? Upon hearing this, Simon explained, "What? Really?" Mailing laughed and replied, "Well, I just had the advantage in that match." The system announced, "There is 1 second left until the survival island ends." Hearing this, both of them exclaimed in shock, "Oh no, we're still short of Dick, that idiot, seriously." The system began counting down, 5, 4, 3. Just as there was 1 second left, Dick stepped inside. The system immediately reported, "Class A has successfully entered the mansion." Dick, hearing this, joyfully explained, "I made it." The system continued, "The survival island has ended. All students are requested to stop fighting and wait in the safe area." Seeing this, Malin shouted, "Hey, where have you been wandering around until this late?" Dick replied, "With all that flying around, what's the rush?" The system reported, "Teleportation of students outside the mansion will be conducted in order. Once the teleportation magic circle is completed, please do not step outside." Dick smiled and said, "I was just waiting nearby and looking for an opportunity." Malin helplessly explained, "You are something." Simon spoke up, "We're finally home." Dick continued, "Not home, but the dormitory." Suddenly, someone came to call Simon Follentia. "Have you defeated the monster from the southern island?" Hearing this, Simon calmly replied, "Think what you want." The person frowned and then turned away. At this moment, a glowing orb asked, "How's the persuasion going?" CERN exclaimed, "Oh, that plan has failed. It turns out that threatening or coercing has no effect on him." The orb responded, "He didn't have any qualifications to get into the special class, so I will start preparing Plan B from next week." She smiled and asked, "You seem to be in quite a hurry. It looks like there's some animosity with the command position, right?" Hearing that, the sphere startled and said, "What are you talking about? That's going too far. I'm only thinking about the future of the ivory tower." Upon hearing that, she laughed. "I'm just joking. As someone actively working in the field and the heir to the tower, this is my next choice. I will take full responsibility for this issue, so please cancel the plan." The sphere replied, "Please reconsider this matter. The future of the ivory tower is at risk. If he cannot be our ally, we must eliminate him right now before he becomes even stronger." She responded, "Do you really want to eliminate such an irreplaceable factor? Ridiculous. I'm looking forward to your future. Simon Follentia." A few days after the survival assessment ended, we quickly resumed our daily lives, to the point that those fierce days seemed like just a dream. From the Cyclops performance evaluation, combat assessment, to the survival evaluation on the island, the harder the exams, the more the other trainees desired to become stronger. Of course, I also have the desire to become stronger, but the evaluator informed me that I had failed, and I realized that things were not going as smoothly as I had hoped. Aaron praised Simon. "Well done, don't worry too much." Simon asked in surprise, "Really?" Professor Joe, the first-year summoning teacher, continued, "Yes, I will teach you from the beginning again, get ready." Upon hearing this, Simon replied, "Yes, Professor." On the ground, skeletal frames were scattered, surrounded by a few circles of spiritual energy. Simon extended his ancient vertebra hand and said, "Bone armor." Looking at that hand, he thought, bone armor is a technique to create armor from the bones of a skeleton to protect the body. It is mainly defensive, but it can also be used in various ways depending on its form. The professor spoke up, "The arm armor you just created is also very useful for combat." Simon asked, "Really?" Richard's son said, "So that means it can also be used for attacking." Aaron replied, "Of course, let's give it a try." After realizing this, Simon quickly clenched his fists, looking at the trembling skeleton with an excited expression. Soon after, an attack began to unfold. Simon looked at the shivering skeleton and excitedly exclaimed, "Even without channeling dark energy into it, it's still very strong." The first-year summoning professor explained that's because it has replaced the inherent powers of the skeleton and dark energy with physical strength. Think of it as a reinforced exoskeleton. Now, what are the characteristics of this exoskeleton? Simon replied, the effectiveness of the exoskeleton will vary greatly depending on the activation form and the skeleton used. Looking at each part of the exoskeleton, he continued, since each necromancer has a different way of using the exoskeleton, we need to find and study the exoskeleton that suits us. Aaron remarked, exactly. Now let me tell you the difference between a full exoskeleton and a partial exoskeleton. The professor added, generally, a full exoskeleton requires at least 2 skeletons, and you also have to consider the mobility of the joints while maintaining the balance of the entire body. Upon hearing this, Simon suddenly realized, so the reason I failed is... The professor interrupted. That's right, you have failed in the balancing adjustment. Whole body balancing adjustments require much more finesse and complexity, so the difficulty will increase. Simon replied, I understand. He continued, considering the number of bones attached to each arm and the total number of bones connected throughout the body, even without comparison, I can already see which side is more difficult. The professor agreed, that's correct. Arandia added, so, there's no need to be impatient. Even though you have failed this time, you have still succeeded to some extent. Simon politely replied, yes, thank you, Professor. The professor wondered, thinking back, is it next week when you start the new mission phase? Simon answered, yes, that's right. The teacher asked further, have you thought about any missions yet? Upon hearing this question, Simon seemed to suddenly realize something. He reflected on what he had said earlier. Money, making a lot of money. He silently assumed that the mission was to earn a lot of money for materials, but felt embarrassed to reply, not yet. Once I have the list, I will decide later. The professor sighed with his eyes closed after hearing this, as if he were thinking about something. Aaron said, let me give you a tip. The professor added, if you don't have a task that suits you, just wait quietly. I don't think you fully understand the impact of a special class 1 student. Aaron looked at Simon and said, I mean, you should make the best use of your position. The professor turned and left, telling Simon, let's go home now. Simon followed and replied, yes. At that moment, Simon was walking around the school, observing everyone. He thought to himself, there is nothing that really interests me. Fear also spoke up, nothing at all. He thought there was nothing, absolutely nothing. There is certainly nothing at all. No matter how you look at it, there is no task where the boss encounters an accident. Why is this continent so peaceful? Damn it. Simon thought again, peace is good. Fear continued to ponder. The only thing I find suspicious is that black commission. Simon reiterated, it says there that a corpse has been found in a state ripped apart like prey. Fear remarked, true, but it's too risky. Richard's son thought, anyway, the professor might not allow it. This time we should focus on the tasks that offer better rewards. Simon pondered, no, absolutely not. There are no tasks that offer substantial rewards. Fear then spoke up, are your expectations a bit too high? 500 gold isn't even a reward for someone's pet. Hiring a specialist for 500 gold is better than giving that amount to an apprentice. Making a lot of money will only bring trouble. Simon also thought, maybe I should listen to Professor Aaron and wait a little. Fear agreed, yes, just wait, and then find an opportunity later. Somewhere, a voice echoed, I'm sorry, but I need your help today. The teaching assistant replied, no, Professor. Please go in and rest. I will assist you. Class A, take a 15-minute break. Is the professor's condition getting worse? Yeah, it is. Malin also thought, actually, it's a bit uncomfortable to say, but I prefer having the teaching assistant lead the class. She continued, but Keizen has a very strict elite system, right? If we think in that direction, then Professor Lang lacks competitiveness. While students are forced to compete fiercely, isn't it a bit unfair that professors become complacent relying only on their past reputation? A voice rang out, it's not that simple. Dick argued again, if a professor disappears, then all the assistants under them will have to leave too. How can they handle that? This isn't just about changing professors, but also about changing the whole management system. Malin replied, that's true, but do you know when Professor Lang last taught a class? Dick continued, I know Ms. Francesca is capable of that. I also enjoy Ms. Francesca's class, but if Professor Lang leaves, then all the teaching assistants will have to leave as well. Malin sighed, it's really complicated. Cammy spoke up, so what if a teaching assistant becomes a professor? That way, Professor Lang could take care of their health and we could learn better, right? Dick replied, well, it's not that simple. The assistant professors at Keizen are more like teaching assistants than actual professors. Malin immediately said, hey, watch your words. They are our seniors. Dick denied, not really. It's just a perception. Of course, it's possible to be promoted to professor, but to change that much is. They all agreed. It will require Professor Neftis to step in. Suddenly, the teaching assistant appeared and angrily asked, have you finished your chat? Dick's face turned pale as he exclaimed, you. Looking at the teaching assistant with a stern and angry expression, they were left speechless. The instructor's words left them all silent. I won't make a big deal out of your little conversation because, after all, it's during break time. But your voices have echoed throughout the hallway, so be careful. They cleared their throats and replied in unison, "We're sorry." The instructor continued to turn back to the board, but she didn't forget to glance over at Simon. Simon was extremely surprised by her probing gaze, but she lifted up the thick textbook and said, "There's a famous quote about toxicity that goes like this. Everything is toxic and nothing exists without toxicity. Only the dosage can determine the absence of toxicity. If a substance is harmful to the human body, it can be considered toxic. So the question arises, if everything is toxic, are the spices that humans consume also considered toxic? However, humans do not die when consuming various spices. Why is that?" As this question was posed, the students began to express their opinions. A girl with blue hair raised her hand and said, "Me, Professor." That is because the amount of toxin consumed has not reached a lethal dose. The teacher agreed with her answer. That's right. With any type of toxin, in order to fully exert its effects, a dose equal to the lethal dose is needed. Therefore, if it does not exceed the lethal dose, that substance is often used as medicine. So why are herbs not considered toxic, Jamie? She hesitated slightly and replied, because they only contain a small amount of harmful substances. The instructor drew a picture of a bomb on the board and explained. That is because the lethal dose is the amount that can cause the stomach to explode, leading to death. For example, if you eat 4 tons of tomatoes in 4 days, you will die from their toxicity. But if you consume 4 tons of any food, no matter what, you will die, right? Therefore, the handling of toxins is related to accurately determining the lethal dosage and analyzing the intended use. The dosage will vary depending on the type of monster, so calculating the dosage is very necessary. Today, we'll learn about the 3 essential laws needed for these dosage calculations. The students below find this subject very interesting. Malin exclaimed, "That's awesome. Miss Francesca's lecture is truly the best, completely easy to understand," writes Simon. She was taking notes while urging him for a response as he had not paid attention to her question earlier. He turned around and asked disappointedly, "Sorry, what did you just say?" Malin inquired with concern, "You were quiet during the toxicology class. Was it because you were reprimanded?" He coldly replied, "No, it's nothing, really." During the break time, everyone was eagerly chatting with each other joyfully. Suddenly, a voice called from afar, "Student Simon." He instinctively turned his head. It was the teaching assistant. She was smiling, waving, and walking towards him. He turned and politely asked, "Hello, is there something you need here?" She smiled and replied, "Have you decided on your assignment for this weekend yet?" "Not yet. I'm still thinking." She let out a sigh of relief. "That's great. The professor has a commission related to a task. There is a pre-assigned mission given to students, Simon. Here." She placed the envelope down on the table. He looked on in surprise. "A pre-assigned mission?" "Yes, the client specifically requested you, Simon, to carry out this task." He curiously asked, "Can I see the letter?" "Yes, please." He slowly opened the envelope to read its contents. It stated the requirement to protect the component of Commission D, a commission reward of 1,000 gold coins, location Blue Vein territory details. Closely guard the client during the zombie exhibition. He thought to himself, "This is." Before he could finish his thought, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Only 1,000 gold coins, wait, Commission D?" The teacher spoke softly. "Of course, being assigned a mission does not mean you are obligated to carry it out. If you've chosen another task already, then no." He cut in and shouted, "I will do it. I will definitely do it." He thought in his mind, 1,000 gold coins is money. That money covers my material costs. The teacher was delighted. "I'm so happy to hear that. We had planned to send a few subordinates to that exhibition, but fortunately, you have accepted this assignment." He was surprised. "Really?" She then explained, for modern necromancers, exploration and analysis are extremely important. During the mission, you must observe carefully, and I hope you can write that report after returning. She pointed to the stack of documents piled on the desk and said, "You look nervous just looking at this." "Yes," he stammered. "This report, all of this?" She firmly replied, "Yes." He stuttered, "Professor, this seems to be a technical report." She shot him a look. "The Keizen students are not amateurs. Just go for it." The teaching assistant outside also chuckled, as it seemed Simon had been caught in a trap. She continued, "You are the only one from Keizen participating in this exhibition. Approach it with the mindset that you are representing Keizen." He picked up the envelope and pondered. She added, "Absolutely don't cause any trouble." He confidently said, "Yes, I will remember." Transitioning to Blue Harbor, everyone was preparing to dock. Everyone seemed very excited. Erzabet shouted loudly, "Blue Harbor, new location, new subordinates." Simon was also a bit confused as he affectionately expressed, "I'm helping you all, so please don't cause any trouble." "Erzabet, as I said, you can enjoy a short vacation." She shouted, "Yes." He turned curiously and asked, But you're a zombie and you swim. Isn't saltwater harmful to zombies? She smiled and replied, it's a bit uncomfortable, but it's fine. We can't leave this beautiful beach without swimming at least once. Seeing her excited face, he said, all right, I get it. Have fun, and if I have time, I'll stop by. He turned to Fear and said, you too, Fear. I'll head to the mission location first. He crossed his arms and replied coldly, understood. He wandered around the area and admired. The more I looked, the more beautiful this place is. He arrived in front of the gate of a certain building and thought, ah, here it is. He called out, is anyone here? Someone suddenly looked out and noticed his voice. That person recognized, you're from Keizen, right? Come in. He stayed outside, carefully reading the envelope. A cheerful little blonde boy eagerly said, oh, welcome. Your outfit is amazing. The boy pushed the door open. Simon bent down to talk to him with a happy expression. Hello. Do you live in this house? The boy casually replied, yes, my name is Shun. Simon quickly got to the point. Is that so, Shun? I came here to meet the Viscount. The boy stood with his hands on his hips in a relaxed manner. Oh, I am the Viscount. The young man smiled, but was internally quite surprised and filled with questions. Simon spoke carefully with Viscount Shun. I sincerely apologize for my discourteous behavior, Sir Viscount. The boy responded, it's fine. You can speak comfortably. When it's just the two of us, feel free to call me Shun. It makes me feel more at ease. Simon looked at the boy standing in front of him, thinking, I can't believe a child like this inherits the Viscount title and rules Blue Harbor and can even offer 1,000 gold for a rank D mission. Perhaps it's because the boy's parents died early. Simon led the boy to the exhibition room. Shun was very excited, running quickly towards the exhibition room, making Simon fear the boy would fall. Hey, wait, Shun. And just as Simon feared, Shun stumbled on the steps, but fortunately Simon caught him just in time and breathed a sigh of relief. Shun said, oh, Simon, why are you in such a hurry? Just go on with your work. He readily agreed, thinking, this seems to be quite a challenge. Shun cheerfully remarked, the exhibition was originally supposed to open the day after tomorrow, but I will open it early for my own safety, so you must not make any mistakes. Simon complied, of course. Thank you, sir. The two of them went to open the exhibition room. He was surprised by the splendor of the exhibition. Wow, this is the next generation zombie exhibition of Blue Harbor. I don't even know where to start. Simon looked at the huge dinosaur skeleton in front of him. Oh, a dinosaur skeleton. Is this the centerpiece of the exhibition? But it seems they haven't resolved the balance issue yet. They secured the body with black silk. If such a skeleton appeared, people would be scared out of their wits. Shun excitedly climbed onto the dinosaur skeleton and shouted, all right, let's go, let's go. Suddenly, the dinosaur's head turned around and its eyes lit up. The boy, Knave, had no idea what was happening. Seeing this, Simon quickly felt scared and ran over. The summoning spell is being used. This dinosaur is gradually powering up and getting ready to launch. But Simon quickly protected Viscount Shun, lying on top of the dinosaur and saying, a bodyguard shouldn't be distracted like that. While Shun was still hovering with protective strength, a man appeared. Shun referred to him as Uncle Finch. Finch spoke, you need to be careful. This place has moving zombies, so it's very dangerous. Shun replied, it's okay. Oh, Uncle, let me introduce you. This is Simon Follentia, the strongest bodyguard from Keizen, special student number 1. Simon also quickly greeted back, I am Simon Follentia. Finch responded, just call me Finch, I am also a necromancer. When he shook hands with Uncle Finch, the man's hand had a green slimy substance, making Simon feel awkward. But Finch laughed heartily. Ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. You are just a first-year student looking to make some pocket money, right? I don't know why you came here with such a weak heart. The mission still needs to be completed, right? Suddenly Simon bent down. Excuse me, please forgive me, Viscount. Finch felt a little touched. Simon, why do you have to be like this? You're not the one at fault. At this moment, Shun stepped forward to defend Simon. Uncle, don't scold my bodyguard. Finch laughed loudly. Ha ha, scold. I'm just giving a piece of advice to the younger generation. So you are the special first-year student from Keizen. I'm sure everyone around has high hopes for you. As seniors, we can offer you a small piece of advice. Don't think that all the knowledge you learn at Keizen is absolute truth. In fact, Keizen has been facing many issues lately. Although it was once alleged in the past, its educational methods are now outdated and have been for a long time. Simon spoke up, forgive me, Mr. Finch. I heard that you graduated from Keizen, right? Finch replied, I belong to the Allen Gentleman's School. He continued, you'll meet us soon. Allen, Sierra, Morian, the top students from those 3 schools will sometimes come to Keizen through the exchange system. These students have abilities in many aspects beyond Keizen students. Right now, mingling with them is a good thing. Simon was surprised. Wow, That's incredible. They have greater abilities than Keizen? Then why send Keizen at all? Finch smiled on the outside, but thought, this pale little brat really is. He continued, each school has its own strengths and weaknesses, so consider this an opportunity to broaden each other's perspectives. Let's stop talking about student levels. Graduating is the true beginning of a real career. From now on, I will show you what a professional realm looks like. Simon touched Shun's shoulder and said, thank you, sir. I'm looking forward to it. Shun looked at Simon and thought, if you wander around like that again, you'll get scolded. Finch continued, thanks to the natural conditions of this island, Blue Harbor has developed a unique ecosystem that differs from the mainland's ecosystem. In particular, the origin of this exhibition is the creation of zombies using the unique creatures of this place. There are a total of 100 zombie works in the exhibition, 20 of which were created by me. While focusing on new things, there are still a few zombies, lacking in practical applicability. Shun said to Simon, he is very famous for his research at Blue Harbor. Simon acknowledged, of course. The tail of this skeleton of the amphipod looks like it doesn't need any joints at all. Shun didn't understand, so he explained, if we forcibly fix it with bones, the joints could endure too much pressure. Isn't it better to cover it with protein or chitin? Finch got angry. What did he know after just 1 year? Everything we do has a reason. Simon then apologized. Oh yes, I'm sorry. He asked further, so what should we use and how should we cover it? Finch led Simon to a place. Now I will reveal the focus of this exhibition. Simon and Shun entered. Finch introduced, based on the deep sea monster Kraken, the undead of sin, it is the Lord. Finch introduced, the main ingredient is the deep sea monster Kraken. Its core body parts are made of bone, which is how it can form a skeleton. Moreover, it is not even an adult yet. No one has ever captured an adult Kraken, but that doesn't mean it should be completely ignored. Although it is not an adult, it possesses incredible speed and cutting power. He snapped his fingers and the shield fell into the lake. At that moment, the body of the Kraken suddenly glowed. Seeing this, Simon was taken aback. See your Finch, if we sell it, how much is this living corpse worth? Finch replied sarcastically, is this question on behalf of the Keizen student? Simon awkwardly scratched his head. Oh no, just my personal curiosity. Finch said, well, this is an item of immense value and should not be sold. Furthermore, we cannot easily price it because we are not the ones who created it. But if I had to estimate, it would be worth at least 10,000 gold. His words left Simon momentarily stunned. Finch had to call him several times before he snapped back, kid, hey kid. When Simon became aware again, he found himself standing on a deserted island and in front of him was Sir Fear. He asked, why does the person look so dazed? Has your skeleton training made any progress? Oh, but has something happened at the exhibition? Simon replied, it's nothing. I just saw an amazing zombie. Sir Fear asked, what kind of amazing zombie could possibly concern you so much? Simon explained, the zombie moved like this, like that. Sir Fear said, ah, I see. It seems that the series of failures has taken a toll on your spirit. What a pity. Simon spoke up, remember Fear. I have a question about the skeletons. Right now, I'm only practicing with regular skeletons. But can I not do this with Legion skeletons? Sir Fear replied, it's not that you can't, but until you succeed with regular skeletons, this is forbidden. Simon was confused. What? Why is that? Sir Fear explained, it will gradually become a bad habit. Simon pondered, a bad habit? Urza was hiding from behind, calling out to Simon, Commander. He approached, not understanding what was happening, only seeing her humming. Then she asked, Commander, you said you have to go to a party tomorrow night, right? Can't you tell me what the party is like? Simon remembered Shun's words and replied, it is a reception party hosted by the Old One family. It is a dinner party attended by members of the Old One clan and esteemed guests of the exhibition. Urza pondered, if you are a VIP, this will be a place for high-ranking individuals to meet. With Keizen's reputation, this outfit won't be an issue at all. There is just one thing to watch out for. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, leaving both Lord Fear and Simon feeling puzzled. On the night of the grand banquet, Simon showed up looking somewhat unusual but still very elegant, closely following Shun's bodyguard. Suddenly, a woman appeared. Long time, no see count. The boy took his aunt's hand. Indeed, it has been a while, dear aunt. The woman also warmly greeted Simon. We are very grateful to have a Keizen student attending our family's exhibition in person. Simon immediately said, no, it is the honor bestowed upon me by the Count. I'm the one who feels honored. The woman asked, is there anything remarkable at this exhibition for a Keizen student? Simon replied, the Count Shun must know much more than I do, as he personally presided over this exhibition, right, Count? The boy was cheerful. Of course, this exhibition is a special event to showcase the new living corpses, especially this time. The two housekeepers and the maid were discussing among themselves. One housekeeper said, "Look, it seems like you are deep in thought with this young man. I have let the count preside while I step back to adjust the ceremony to fit the customs of the guest countries. He regrets his position, but introducing a Keizen student is not a bad idea." The housekeeper pondered. "I am glad that the count chose such a wonderful escort." After speaking with the woman, Simon sighed in relief. Shun praised him. "You did very well. Where did you learn your manners?" "You did great." Simon replied, "When I was young, I worked hard to learn from my father. It was very difficult, but I am glad I learned." Shun continued to praise him. "That's right, you were amazing today. Now that the guests have been welcomed, you should enjoy the party too." He agreed and entered the party. Upon entering the party, he immediately observed the people around him. The members of the Old One family had gathered here. "Where's Mr. Finch?" He was outside the party, seemingly plotting something. He was holding a crystal ball in his hand. "Speak, can you hear me?" A voice suddenly appeared in the ball. "Yes. Everything is going according to plan. We might arrive in Blue Harbor the day after tomorrow." Mr. Finch replied, "Understood. Everything on our side is also proceeding smoothly. All key members of the family have gathered in the banquet hall without exception." The voice on the other side of the crystal ball said, "Is there no problem? A rumor has reached our news network that a Keizen student has arrived in Blue Harbor." He reassured there's no need to worry. Even if it's a first-year student from Keizen, they are not of much value. The other side replied, "No matter who the opponent is, we will wipe out every single and, of course, provided the deposit is confirmed." "Don't worry, Finch has already taken care of that for me." Finch then smiled mysteriously, thinking, "Everything on this island belongs to you." Simon stood looking through the window, thinking to himself, today's training session ended in failure once again, even though both the professor and Fear said there was nothing to worry about. The announcement sounded, "The opening ceremony is hereby concluded." Simon stood there with a look as if he were being tortured, thinking to himself that standing still like this could not help but make him anxious. At that moment, a small hand grasped the hem of his shirt and called out, "Simon, Simon." The boy asked, "What are you thinking about?" He just replied with a grunt without answering. The boy crossed his arms, his tone full of sulkiness, said, "You've always acted like this." Simon forced a smile and said, "No, it's nothing to worry about. It's just school stuff." The boy wondered, is it normal for Keizen students to study so hard? He chuckled and replied, "That's right, I'm trying to keep up with others." The boy then understood and said, "I see." As they were talking, the boy suddenly looked out the window and exclaimed, "It's raining." Outside, the sky was gray and the raindrops began to fall. When Iris got caught in the rain, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's really cold rain." She stood in the rain, propping her hands on her hips and gazing out at the sea, saying, "After the fog, now we have rain too?" At that moment, someone called out to her, "Miss, it's dangerous. Come back. Swimming activities are banned today due to the thick sea mist." She responded wearily, "Yes." While walking back, she overheard others whispering, "Hey, look over there. What is that?" One person exclaimed, "What? Isn't that just a rock?" "No way. That thing is moving." Hearing this, Urs stopped and looked out at the sea to see what everyone was talking about. As it got closer, people exclaimed, "Wait, that's a ship. It must be a pirate ship." On the ship, a pirate stood at the bow holding a sword. He boasted, "Blue Harbor, this island is promising. If we do this well, this island will belong to us." The henchmen were extremely excited upon hearing this. He continued, "Capture all members of the Old One family and wipe out the rest." At that moment, Simon was witnessing a large fire. The people around were in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my God, how could they break through the Blue Harbor Coast Guard? How can pirates reach the shore?" The boy standing next to Simon tugged at his shirt anxiously and said, "Hey, Commander, do something, please." At the same time, in the distance, a soldier was trying to contact his superior. "Outpost, respond, outpost. This is the commander." Simon calmly replied to the boy, "It's okay." On the other side of the communication orb, which was covered in blood, no one answered. He stared at the orb, frustrated, and said, "Damn it, is the communication cut off?" Simon spoke up from the side, "Maybe we won't receive any messages." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Young man, what does that mean?" He hesitated for a moment and then answered, "They've been killed." At that moment, the person beside him approached and said, "Commander, contact with Finch's team has been severed. It seems they have encountered pirates or something has gone wrong." He said, "Even the top necromancer of Blue Harbor has been defeated, as that Keizen student said. It seems something has happened at the base. We will try to set up a defense with the remaining forces on the island. After that, we will escort the guests and the count out by boat." But when Simon heard the plan, he immediately voiced his rejection. "No, leaving the island by boat at this time is even more dangerous. They are pirates, very strong in naval battles, and of course they have blocked the waterways, haven't they, Commander?" He sighed, though he didn't want to admit it. but that was the truth. He said, "That's right." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Commander, communications to all outposts and camps have been cut off. Even the naval forces offshore are not responding. The defenses of Blue Harbor have collapsed." Hearing this, everyone was bewildered and frightened. They wondered, how could the pirates operate so meticulously? They are not just ordinary pirates. Simon stood in thought for a while and then said, "From the Coast Guard and Navy to the top necromancer of Blue Harbor, all forces have been incapacitated at the same time. This means that a carefully crafted plan has been put in place. It is also possible that someone has betrayed us, whether it be the Navy or guests here on the island, we still do not know." The boy was astonished to hear him say this, his face pale, muttering in disbelief, "Betrayal." Simon continued, "Unfortunately, the likelihood of betrayal is much higher at the moment. The positions of the maritime forces are constantly changing, and to make them all take the hit at the same time, someone must have leaked information." The citizens and guests, holding their heads, slumped to the ground, screaming, "Ah, it's over. I don't want to die." The commander, his voice still calm, said, "Everyone focus. Prepare to depart in 3 minutes." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes." The boy had been behaving strangely, trembling in fear, gripping the hem of Simon's shirt. The commander walked forward and called, Keizen, can you help us too? Given the current situation, every warrior is crucial." Simon turned to look at him and replied, "Of course I want to help, but I came to Blue Harbor to protect the Count." The boy quietly said to him, "Simon, I will be fine." Then the boy boldly stated, "As the manager of Blue Harbor and the entrusted one, I have a request." Simon knelt in respect and said, "Count." The boy, with tear-filled eyes, said, "Don't worry about my safety. Focus on saving people. Save the residents of Blue Harbor." Simon worriedly said to him, "Shun, I have a bad feeling. The people targeting you might be among them." But he firmly replied, "I understand, but right now, rescuing the residents is more urgent. I will pay extra if necessary, please. This is a commission." Shun solemnly bowed his head and said, "Please save the residents of Blue Harbor and this territory." Seeing this, Simon sighed and said, "As you command, my lord." Then the commander said to Simon, "We'll split our forces into 3 branches. Our navy will focus on regrouping and rescuing the people." The steward said, "In that case, I will take the lord and the honored guests to the mansion." The commander asked him, "Is everything all right, including Lord Finch?" He replied calmly, "Everything is fine. The mansion has its own defense mechanisms, and we also have some former knights among the staff, so we must prepare thoroughly." Then the commander continued, "That's good to hear. What about you, Apprentice Keizen?" Upon hearing his name, Simon straightforwardly responded, "I will head straight to the sea. All we need to do is catch the captain. Dealing with the remaining henchmen will be simple." Simon ran alone. As he ran, he called out, "Fear! Can you hear me? Fear!" But there was no response. He thought to himself, "No response. Could it be they were taken down before me?" A voice from afar rang out, "Easy as pie. The Navy is nothing special either." Simon jumped and turned to see several people ganging up on someone. They said, "You fools can't even tell the difference between war and local missionary work. No matter how many prisoners there are, you should fight back. Enjoying life has clearly softened your brains." They walked away, pleased with themselves, saying, "You weaklings have already been tainted by this place." Fear's voice rang out, "Can you hear me, Simon?" He thought, "Fear, isn't this situation getting too serious?" The boy told him, "The pirate ship has headed this way, but they are not tough opponents, so I found them easily. Kid, they have senselessly killed the people. You want to save them, right?" Simon quietly replied, "Yes." Fear continued, "The characteristic of the armor core that Professor Aaron taught, place the armor core onto the residents." Simon emphasized, "Place it on the residents." Fear continued, "That's right, it will be 10 times harder than what the person training is doing. If your determination is strong enough, you will succeed." After hearing this, he said, "I understand now, Fear." He called forth a group of skeletons to assist him. "Focus, we must save the people. We will save everyone." At that moment, as the pirates swung their swords to attack the innocent mother and child, they huddled together in fear and prayed. But at that moment, they heard a cracking sound. The woman opened her eyes in astonishment and saw that although the sword had been lowered, it had not harmed her at all. The man was confused and exclaimed, "What is this? How could?" Seizing the opportunity, her instinct for self-preservation surged, and the woman didn't hesitate to use all her strength to punch him right in the face. The woman stood up with her child and said, "I don't know what is happening, but it's helping me, right?" After speaking, she charged forward, attacking him while shouting, "How dare you touch our child? How dare you?" Suddenly, a sword was placed against the woman's throat, leaving her in shock and frozen in place. Simon nearby quickly controlled several bones to obstruct the attack. When the pirate was about to kick the woman, he was forced to change direction and kicked his teammate in the face. much to the astonishment of both the woman and himself. The other man, wrongly hit, shouted in anger, "What did you do?" He stammered, unsure how to explain. "It wasn't me, my leg just moved on its own." Fear laughed triumphantly and said to him, "Hey, it seems we have succeeded. Now let's use the organized skeleton army, kid. With you now, you don't need to worry about those bad habits anymore." Simon clenched his fists, thinking, "Now let's use the organized skeleton army, kid." Then he declared loudly, "Understood, fear. Much easier than regular skeletons." As soon as his words ended, the bones began to split and attach to the people to protect them. Simon thought once the overall picture is outlined, each individual skeleton in the formation will naturally find its position. He realized the reason fear prohibited this. We have reached a level where it is not necessary to practice from the beginning, right? The people, after gaining their protective layer, immediately fought back. They merrily said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Show us your strength. Where do you think you are going? You bastard. You're the one who just touched my thigh. Die. Die right now." They frantically attacked the pirates without exerting any effort. Two girls lifted two pirates into the air effortlessly. One girl cheerfully exclaimed, "I have so much strength. Not just them, but even an old man could handle two alone." The old man laughed and asked, "Is everyone all right?" When he saw Simon, he smiled and said, "So that's it. You are the one who equipped us like this." Simon looked at him anxiously and said, "But you shouldn't overexert yourself." The old man happily replied, "It feels like being young again." At that moment, they noticed Simon and said, "That uniform is from Keizen, right?" Another person spoke up, "That's right. I saw you with the Viscount earlier." Then they all cheered together, "It's Keizen. Keizen is helping us." They looked at the injured pirates and said, "As long as we have this armor, we won't suffer any serious injuries, right?" Simon replied, "That's true." After receiving the certain answer, they confidently counterattacked. Voices echoed everywhere, "Let's keep counterattacking." Meanwhile, the pirates were crying and hurriedly trying to escape. In the place where the chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels were located, the pirate captain held a blue gemstone in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, very good. Indeed, this fertile land has a unique jewel structure. This is the first time I have seen an emerald of this color." The captain couldn't help but admire the dazzling beauty of the gemstone. Suddenly, a curly-haired pirate rushed over, shouting, "Captain, we need reinforcements. The townspeople have started to fight back." The captain, still focused on the emerald, indifferently replied to his subordinate, "Why worry about the numbers? They are just remnants of the army." The pirate said, "No, not the navy." The captain asked in confusion, "Then who?" The pirate replied fearfully, "It's the locals, sir." The captain seemed to not have heard clearly, asked again, "Huh?" The pirate began to list, "There's a flower shop owner, tourists, a chef." The captain angrily stood up and pointed, saying, "Are you out of your mind? Locals, what are we supposed to do? Beg the locals for mercy." The pirate said in fear, "Ah, but captain, there are necromancers helping them." The captain's face became more serious as he seemed very surprised by this news. At this moment, at Simon's location, locals were determined, putting in their effort to take down the pirates. Simon said to the man with purple hair, "Hey man, he's coming right out." The man confidently replied, "Got it." The pirate from a distance pointed at Simon's group and shouted, "You're just kids. Get that guy first." It seemed that he didn't notice the red energy approaching him. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 punches suddenly flew into his face. The short-haired sister turned back and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Simon awkwardly replied, Yeah, thanks sis. I didn't think everyone would go this far." An old man ran towards Simon, happily saying, "Look, I have thrown all the bombs into the sea, and the other residents are frightened and scattered too. Now it's time to show those pirates who's in charge here." The blonde boy also boldly said, "Charge. No, I will deal with the pirates myself. Everyone else, please evacuate." Simon firmly told them. Clearly, the people did not agree with this. The short-haired sister said, "They are so many. How do you plan to handle them? Even if you are a Keizen student, it's still too reckless." The guy accompanying him also said, "That's right. Let's stick together." Still with a determined tone, Simon said, "I am here to protect everyone." As he spoke, he gathered the bone fragments from their bodies. The old man saw the bone fragments flying away from him and lamented, "Oh, my youthful days." The collected bones formed 2 skeletons. Simon continued, "If something happens to everyone, I wouldn't have the face to meet the Viscount anymore." The young man said, All right, I understand. Be careful." Simon nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you." The skeleton next to him was waving goodbye to everyone. Simon was near the captain. He sat up and said, "Keizen said he would take care of this, but he never intended to join forces with those people." Simon spoke while probing the opponent. "Indeed, there is a traitor among us." "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the captain took a defensive stance and drew the sword from his side. The sword emitted a source of blue energy. He shouted towards Simon, "How Maeve, do you think it would tell you?" With that, he drew the sword with great force, creating a slashing motion. Although the sword had just been drawn, it already caused a significant explosion. Simon wrapped the bones around his hand to brace for the impact and said, "You claim you cannot perceive the color black. This is the first time I have encountered someone who uses aura." The captain looked down at his sword and said to Simon, "It seems you are familiar with aura, while you are a necromancer." Simon replied, "Indeed, it is quite rare to see nowadays." The captain raised his head and asked in confusion, "Rare?" He pointed his sword directly at Simon and shouted angrily, "You necromancers are the problem, dividing into orthodox and unorthodox without any evidence and dismissing aura and pure magic as outdated because they differ from other things." He swung the sword towards Simon, saying, "I feel as though I have been disregarded before." He continued to shout, "I feel like I have witnessed something astonishing when seeing aura activated." While speaking, he swung the sword, moving towards Simon. He lunged forward, striking with great force. Simon struggled somewhat despite the protective layer of bones. He was amazed and thought, that movement. Could it be the ceremonial sword of the Baldwin Kingdom's knight? With an excited expression, he continued, "Oh ho, well, what else are you hiding? I bear the bloodline of a knight." He swung his sword, creating powerful slashing motions that Simon struggled to withstand. In a world where necromancers dominate, our knightly clan continues to decline. This is what people call the trend of the era, but I've not given up. Simon had a hard time defending against his attacks. The captain continued, "I have honed the swordsmanship of my clan, trained my body, and sharpened my aura. I passed the examination and joined the Knight Order." Yet, with an annoyed expression, he attacked Simon while speaking. "Out of 200 people, 198 are necromancers who have awakened their cores. Do you know how I feel when someone as righteous as I am is treated like an outdated fool, only pursuing reality, forgetting the essence? Have you ever heard their nonsensical words?" Simon listened to him, remaining silent, continuing to stand still. In pain, a sense of doubt arose within him. I threw everything away and turned to the sea. The captain and Simon stood far apart, cautiously searching for each other's weaknesses. Simon hopelessly thought, unemployed and committing crimes. He said, "Well, that's indeed a sad story." While speaking, he summoned a golem, causing the earth and stones to collapse. He shouted, "But that doesn't mean the guilt will disappear." Simon commanded the golem to attack the captain. The golem slammed its hand down, and the captain struggled to block the golem's strike with his sword. With an annoyed expression, he shouted, "This guy." Taking advantage of the moment, he wasn't paying attention. Simon circled behind him. He quickly grabbed the captain by the collar and threw him back hard. Simon summoned a few more skeletons, saying, "This is really annoying." The captain threw bottles of potions at the skeletons and shattered them with his sword. The broken bottles splashed even onto him. Determined, the captain said, "Knight." His expression changed as he shouted, "I will never back down." From behind, Simon prepared to kick him and said, "That's probably true." No sooner had he spoken than he punched him in the face, distorting his features, and the captain spat blood. Simon continued, "As you said, knights need to hone their swordsmanship, physical strength, and aura, regardless of whether they have a core or not. I believe these are the basics." He stepped back and continued, "So I have never thought that knights' aura or swordsmanship are outdated. It's just that there is a sense of entitlement towards these things. The way of thinking of the newcomers is what is truly outdated." A group of people were bound and crouching in one spot, unable to move. Simon said, "I have some questions for you. Once the captain has caught you, you will have no hope left. You know that being a pirate is a serious crime, right?" They all showed a grim demeanor in response to Simon's question. He spoke as if it were a threat. "Answer my question, and then I might request leniency in your judgment. Which official of Blue Harbor have you colluded with?" The roughest-looking one among them glared at Simon with contempt, shook his head, and still refused to answer. Simon began to get angry, placing his hands on his hips, standing beside the skeleton. "It seems you are not going to cooperate easily." They looked at Simon with smug expressions as if they had successfully provoked him. The one who looked like a cauliflower head replied, "If I had known I would have to answer your questions bit by bit, I wouldn't have become a pirate in the first place, you fool." Surprised by the scolding, Simon crossed his arms and commanded the two skeletons, "Give them the potion." The vial of potion was opened. Simon continued, "I may just be an apprentice, but I am also a necromancer." They were held in place, their jaws firmly grasped, forced to drink the potion. Each of them had a pale face. Simon watched them struggle in despair. One of them coughed violently and asked, "What did you make me drink?" "What do you think?" "It's poison, isn't it?" Simon replied with a pleased smile. It's a type of poison that will spread throughout your body in 15 seconds and grant you a painful death in 5 minutes. Hearing this, the man was stunned, his face darkened and drenched in sweat. Simon continued, "You tell me who the traitor is, I will give you the antidote." Simon shook the tiny vial of antidote in his hand and negotiated. The man began to panic intensely, sweat pouring down. "If you don't want to, I have no other choice," Simon kept saying. "The decision is yours." "It's Nikki," the man shouted. "Nikki Fincher, the necromancer, has made a deal with the captain." Simon was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock as he asked, "Really? When life is on the line, why would I lie to you?" "Quickly, give me the antidote," the man yelled in Simon's face. "He's truly a coward who fears death." Simon immediately thought if he was a key figure in Blue Harbor, he could easily locate the naval outpost and strategize their forces. So why would he betray Blue Harbor? Why would he betray his own domain? It makes no sense. He stood there, lost in his own thoughts, not noticing the man screaming at his feet. "You bastard, I've told you everything. So why are you?" Simon revealed the truth. "Actually, that's not poison. It's just a seasickness pill." The man stared wide-eyed and mouth agape like a child disappointed by something, looking rather pitiful. Simon continued, "You'll be back to normal in 2 hours, so just relax in your cell." On the other side, the 2 servants were still trying to prevent them from entering the house. One was swinging a broom haphazardly, while the other was carrying the boy. They entered and said, "If you cooperate, we will let you die easily." The maid was about to swing the broom at them when she was suddenly stopped by some force. She was surprised and said, "Whoa, what is this?" As they shouted to attack, Simon rushed in. He managed to intervene just in time, and his appearance surprised everyone. The servant carrying the boy stuttered, Mr. Simon." The girl next to her boldly charged forward and kicked the guy. A scream came from behind Simon. There was a guy behind him trying to hit him, but he noticed it in time. He turned around and delivered a blow that stunned him and made him fall to the ground. The maid gently set the boy down, who concernedly asked, "Mr. Simon, are you safe? Are you hurt anywhere?" Simon replied breathlessly, "I'm fine, and you, Viscount?" "I'm okay," the boy replied softly. Simon moved closer to the boy and said, "Is that so? Then let's evacuate quickly." The boy looked at him with eyes full of thoughts. "I guess my bad feeling has come true." He gently placed his hand on Simon's and confessed. Simon was also surprised by the words. "Simon, he is the last one. I know you won't get hurt as long as you are equipped with this. Hurry up, Simon, and everyone focus on the city wall." The purple-haired guy struggled to climb down, where many people were waiting below. He looked around and said, "Shun, you two." The boy was rushing over when suddenly a loud noise shook the ground, causing everyone to jump. The sound came from somewhere. "Finally found you." It turned out to be a rough-looking guy holding a massive club, dramatically charging in front of the boy. With sharp eyes, he shouted, "You must come with us, Viscount." The boy looked at him in fear, his face filled with confusion. The guy raised his giant club, intending to attack the little Viscount. He swung down, but the Viscount quickly ducked to the side, causing him to miss. Fortunately, Simon appeared just in time. Simon was startled and angry. "What the hell is this?" The little Viscount sat there bewildered, watching the guy fall. Simon raised his arm towards the small Viscount and called out, "Shun, come here." "Yes, I know already." The small Viscount weakly crawled over to the tough guy slowly, his 2 hands gradually coming closer and almost about to touch. Then, some brave force and power lifted him high up and away from Simon's hand. He shouted loudly, "Shun." A sound came from the man, fierce dragon formation. Then, over there, a blue light filled with great power erupted, obscuring everything in the space. The small Viscount was nowhere to be seen at that moment. Simon still didn't understand what was happening when everything in front of him turned into a quagmire of thick green slime. He thought to himself, "No, it has melted." Both the floor and the ceiling were flowing and turning into a strange liquid. The Viscount unexpectedly reappeared on top of the strange green slime. He said, "Didn't I say so?" The man frowned again and said, "How can a bodyguard be so off guard?" Everyone was surprised, realizing that the man was none other than Sir Fincher. They exclaimed, "We are safe now," while Simon still stood frozen in place. With his long, slimy hands, he reassured everyone, "Don't worry, I am here." He looked at him with his fists clenched and sharp eyes and asked back, "Worry? Please let the Viscount go. The Viscount is clinging to his arm." Simon tried to negotiate, but he flatly refused. "Sorry, but that's not possible. I cannot trust you. How can a guard leave the Viscount and step away from his post?" He clenched his fists in anger, but was also extremely patient. He continued, "I cannot compromise the safety of the Viscount." He looked at the man as if he wanted to shout, "This issue will be officially reported to Keizen. How can you betray the Viscount?" The small Viscount was still clinging to his slimy arm, and he was very confused and stammered, Betray how?" He suddenly fell silent at his question. His face changed color, gradually turning angry and smiling wickedly. Everyone thought he had misunderstood him, but that was not the case. He turned away and said, "The pirates have already spilled the beans. The naval soldiers and the people at the port have all heard about it." He glanced at him and leisurely asked, "Is there any evidence?" The Viscount hanging on his arm also bowed his head, sorrowful and tearful, saying, "Let me down." "I'm sorry I can't," he replied, beginning to turn cold. After speaking to the boy, he started to move, weaving a basic pattern in the air that left everyone in awe. Simon couldn't react in time due to the sudden attack, only managing to raise his arm for defense. He grimaced at his blow. In the blue mist surrounding him, he caught a glimpse of the butler standing below. He shouted loudly, "Butler, I will chase after them. Please report the traitor to the Navy and the authorities." The white-haired butler stood there, deep in thought. He gently said, "Young Simon, he is starting to run faster. Please save the Count." Simon began to counterattack, quickly getting into a fighting stance. He stood tall on the boat, throwing the tightly bound Viscount down to the ground. He shouted, ordering the boy, "Stay right there." Then he created a matrix to tightly bind the boy. The boy looked around, his spirit extremely unstable and panicked to the extreme. The ship began to set sail, and the skeletons gradually followed his orders, standing up and acting. The young Viscount could only scream in despair, "Uncle, why are you treating me like this?" He sneered at the boy's tears. "Huh, you still call me uncle?" The boy, still confused, negotiated. "If I've done anything to upset you," he interrupted, "it's not you. The root of all evil is your father." The young Viscount's face was full of curiosity and surprise. "Huh." He began to recount. "Your mother, my sister, died at the hands of your father. Despite coming from a fallen family, I was a genius, and people called me the top future candidate of Keizen. Many families wanted to take me in, with the most enthusiastic being the oldest family at Blueport. They arranged for my sister to marry their eldest son, and I also made a pact to become their exclusive necromancer and receive their full support. However, a year later, I failed the special selection. Not only that, I also failed the entrance exam for Keizen. This turned the oldest clan into a laughingstock because they had invested a fortune in a failure. They took me in because my sister was married into their family. I worked hard and got into Allen, planning to transfer to Keizen through their system. But your uncle, who is also your mother's brother, wrote a letter to him. The content of the letter was, 'I am tired, Fincher. Please take me home. I want to leave here.' After reading those lines filled with fear, he cried bitterly. His sister's body, cold and covered in bruises, had passed away there. That was the last letter she sent him. He continued, 'I know that the more I fail, the worse they will treat my sister. I know she has to struggle her whole life because of me, so all I can do is tell her to hang on a little longer until Keizen recognizes me. All I can do is turn the bodies into bones of the coffin. The knowledge I learned hasn't helped my sister at all. While I tremble with regret, do you know what your father is doing? He is flirting with a young lady from another clan at your sister's funeral. They treat her death like a plague, even when her body hasn't cooled yet.' Before his painful outpouring, the boy could only cry and stare in astonishment. He continued, 'Why would a husband do something like this? From that moment on, I swear to destroy this family, to take everything from them.' He cleared his throat. 'Nephew, do you remember how your father died?' The boy, bound and hesitant, replied, 'He passed away from a serious illness.' Saying that, the boy suddenly felt confused and stared at him as if he realized something. Indeed, at that moment, he thought he was the one who killed his father. His father's death from illness was merely an excuse. Seeing the boy stunned by everything, he smirked. 'Do you understand now? I am your father's enemy, and I am also the one avenging your mother. Now that the oldest clan is reunited, it's time to wipe out this lineage.' He roared like a ferocious beast and then boldly declared, 'As for me, I will inherit that wealth and the rule of Blue Harbor, because I am the last remaining representative. So, nephew, the plan is truly perfect, isn't it?' The small Viscount shouted, 'No, everything will not go according to your plan.' He screamed with all his strength. His gaze was painful, bitter, filled with tears. He added, 'Because Simon will stop it.' He laughed loudly and looked around. 'Yeah, that top guy in Keizen is the only variable, but I didn't expect the number one in Keizen to be a commoner. Neftis must be old now, so his eyes are weak. What is there interesting there? All right, the most important thing right now is to deal with you and take over the legacy of the oldest family,' he said, and gradually moved towards the boy tied up in a corner of the ship's cabin. That you would slowly deal with the other guy. He poked the boy's forehead. The boy did not back down and shouted, 'Simon will not die. You're still tough, huh?' He said coldly. Instantly, a breeze passed by, making him shiver. He thought, 'Could that kid have caught up already? No way. That's too unreasonable. Who could it be?' 'Count, here you are.' A voice echoed from afar. He frowned and looked towards the source of the voice. 'What are you doing here?' 'Do I even need to ask? Capture the Count for me. Immediately, a group of pirates rushed out. He thought to himself, I suspected the high-ranking sorcerer could betray at any moment, but this is earlier than expected. Just a brat. Ending here. The man named Fincher concentrated a great flow of power in his hands and silently thought, they can't even use magic, so it will be over in the blink of an eye. Catching them is just a matter of time. He thought to himself, feeling the might of that power, and the pirate began to feel dizzy. He trembled. What should I do? That thought was constantly on his mind at that moment. They burst into laughter and said, he's all alone, charge at him. As soon as they finished, they rushed forward. Seeing this, he let out a sigh and took a vial of serum from his pocket and drank it all in one gulp. They looked at each other in confusion and exclaimed, what is that? What the hell is that guy doing? Suddenly, something began to writhe inside his body. After a moment, tentacles continuously shot out from behind him. He spoke. So, this is your first time fighting a necromancer? As soon as he finished, without giving them a chance to escape, he used the tentacles to pierce through their bodies, killing countless enemies. Seeing this, one person, terrified, grabbed a crossbow and shot an arrow at him. The arrow pierced straight into his head. In the astonishment of the crowd, he immediately pulled out the arrow and said, do you think that thing has any effect? Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed, it's a monster. The person then turned to ask, Captain, how can we defeat it? Hearing this, the captain shouted loudly, shut up! Do you want me to kill people before him? Charge forward now. After saying this, he thought to himself, what has he done to his own body? Even if I have the nose of a countess, I still have to escape. Saying this, he bent down and crawled away, but he could not escape his sight. Standing in front of him, he said, it finally triggered. How does it feel? The zombie emits a very distinctive odor. I have mixed in a special ingredient specifically for zombies in this fog. Colorless, odorless, the longer it stays, the stronger the effect. At this point, it seems the pleasure has surpassed even Gale. A dose of 47.6, not pum, for zombies. It can paralyze any type. There is a variable right in front of us. To complete my research, you must die. After that, your special body will be dissected by me. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his tentacle towards him. At this moment, the ship was under siege. He looked over, angrily shouting, what's the matter now? At that moment, Simon jumped down from above. Seeing him, he smirked and said, daring to come here? You're past your prime. Let's see who's tired of living. Simon spoke up, Erzebek, get shun out of here. Fear then said, Crow, finally I have a chance to shine. Seeing this, she yelled, Fear, don't come near. There's zombie poison in the air. Just inhaling a little bit could make it hard for you to control yourself. Hearing this, he immediately attacked her and said, surrounded by zombies, interesting, isn't it? She quickly dodged and turned to shout, Commander. Fear used his sword to block the tentacles and replied, of course. He said, Erzebek, hurry and take Shun away. Fear continued, the whole ship is poisoned, isn't it? At this rate, you and I will soon be paralyzed. At that moment, she reached behind the boy and said, stay still, let me untie you. Seeing this, the boy asked, who are you? She answered, I am Simon's subordinate, you can trust me. Hearing this, the boy smiled. At that moment, he continued to attack the boy with tentacles. At that moment, the venom from the tentacle had clung to his shirt. Seeing this, he thought to himself, the tentacle is poisonous. He immediately turned his head and shouted, I must find a way to deal with it. Hearing this, Fear said, there is a way, it's just whether a person can use it or not. Kid, that's the way I'm talking about, kid. At that moment, he stumbled and fell, exclaiming, oh my, I'm fine. Seeing the tentacle rushing toward him, Fear shouted, run that way. Hearing this, he quickly got up and ran just before the tentacle swung down. He spoke, this is the first time I've seen an intelligent zombie immune like this. Moreover, it has the ability to nullify regeneration. Why would someone like you submit to this weakling? Fear said, your head has nothing but lowly thoughts. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice called from behind. He ran over and said, is this your way? Fear replied, you have to listen to me. Right now, neither I nor Elizabeth can protect you, so you have to merge with me, use my power, and defeat that guy. But I am an ancient zombie. Connecting with my spirit is harder than you think. Just one misstep, and you will completely lose consciousness and become a vegetable. Do you want to do it? You replied, of course I can do it. Hearing that, Fear said, good, that's exactly the answer we wanted to hear, Armor. Saying that, you began to rush forward. Fear also began to separate his body. Both of you started to move towards each other, and immediately, both began to combine. At that moment, your body suddenly fell into the water and began to sink. You silently wondered, this is Fear's consciousness. It truly is vast. Fear spoke up and said, focus, kid, don't let my consciousness swallow you up. Focus on your own consciousness, maintain your will within the will of another being, and merge as one. After a while, you finally opened your eyes. At that moment, you rushed forward, and Fear chuckled and said, No wonder you are Richard's son. Your hands had begun to transform. Fear spoke. Perfect. Flawless. At this point, your body and fear finally combined successfully. Fear said, "Let's fight, kid." Saying that, you took the sword and responded, "All right, Fear." Seeing that, he burst into laughter and said, "Do you think wearing that skeleton is impressive? No matter how strong the undead are in the fog." Before he could finish his sentence, he swiftly rushed over and cut off all of his tentacles. Seeing that his tentacles were gone, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Turning his head to see him, he whispered, "How can you do this?" With a graceful turn, he swung his sword down hard, severing his hand. With a calm expression, he looked at him. Looking down at his missing arm, he shouted, my hand." "Why?" "Regenerate." "How can you?" Interrupting him, he said, "Give up. If you no longer resist, I'll take your head too." He scoffed and said, "All right, I admit. Although I have been called a genius since I was 17, I am still not as strong as you. If you are the top student in the special selection, I am convinced. At this point, you're still thinking about that. It's not Keizen you should be thinking about right now." He could no longer hear him and shouted, "Innocent people lost their lives because of you and Shun, the betrayers of their own families." He replied, "For a death mage, death is just like a peaceful sleep. Since she died, her death has been meaningless to others and me. By the way, your zombie looks quite impressive. That steel ring." At this point, he tore his shirt open and said, "The eternal truth, your undead body is my monster. Which side views the image more?" The boy asked, "What do you want?" Fear spoke up, "No, step back, kid." At that moment, he was gradually lifting his body up. Shortly after, his body exploded. On the ground, only a few streaks of blood were left flowing down. A voice asked, "What happened, uncle?" Hearing that, she reassured the boy, "No, don't look." The boy thought to himself, he has taken his own life. Fear said, "Wait, kid, there's something." At this moment, from outside, a large whirlpool swept everything away. Countless tentacles continuously rose from the water. Seeing this, the boy thought, "This monster is not fully grown yet. You have never caught any fully grown ones." Thinking this, the boy exclaimed, "Oh my." Suddenly, a voice said, "Did you see it, Simon? I have surpassed you in Keizen as well. I have become one with the Kraken. I have become the strongest creature of the seas." Saying that, he swung his tentacle to attack. The boy immediately blocked it, and Fear said, "Kid, be careful behind you." He immediately wrapped his tentacles around the boy's legs and dragged him away. Seeing this, the boy shouted, "Damn it, must you go this far? Finish him off." But he kept attacking, giving the boy no chance to counter. The boy spoke up, "It's over." Hearing this, Fear shouted, "Kid." He burst into laughter and said, "The green dogs of Keizen." At this moment, the boy was sinking deeper. Fear kept calling out, "Kid, wake up." In his haze, the boy clung to something and still heard Fear's voice calling him. He thought to himself, "My power." Fear was desperately trying to awaken Simon. "Hey kid, get a grip. If you pass out, everything will end." At this point, Simon quietly replied, "Yeah, I'm listening, Fear." He asked the boy, "What are you doing? Are you really going to give up like this?" While facing the giant octopus, Simon responded, "No way." He had promised himself that he would fight until the end. Simon began to advance and said, "I'm coming." But the green octopus thought, there are no second chances. Fear also threw his dagger and said, "Listen, I'll only explain the principle of true power once." He believed that a true swordsman does not only strike at what is in front of them, but also uses the sword to attack opponents from a distance. The moment you realize the distance between you and your opponent is within range, unleash your technique. He continued, "Maximize your imagination to close that distance and slash through space with a powerful attack." After hearing this, Simon exclaimed, "Is that so?" Richard's son looked around and was determined. "I will overcome that very distance and make a difference." Thinking of doing it, he began to execute an attack against the giant octopus. The streaks of blue ink started to fly out, rising above the deep blue water. Urs, holding a child in her arms, looked at the surrounding scene and exclaimed. Looking at the tentacle of the transforming octopus, she wondered, "How can this be?" The giant octopus grimaced as its tentacle oozed black ink. "How can this power?" Upon realizing that Simon was gradually approaching from the depths of the water, it became extremely angry. Its face contorted. Richard's son did not give up, but clenched his fist, seizing the opportunity to advance slowly to attack. Immediately afterwards, a beam of blue light appeared, shooting straight into the face of the octopus, leaving it unable to react. Suddenly, a black liquid like ink started to flow from its eyes. Faced with this unexpected event, it still couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Is this really happening?" At that moment, in the air above the sea, Simon was holding a knife, directing his gaze down at the body of the octopus that had been cut in half. He felt uneasy and quickly raised his hand to cover his nose. clenching his fist and thinking to himself, I can't breathe. From a distance, someone appeared, moving toward the exhausted Simon. Upon seeing that person, Simon recognized him and shouted, Shun! Shun quickly reached out towards Simon and grasped him. At that moment, he had surfaced. Witnessing this, cried out, Viscount! She held out a piece of wood in front and said, Catch this. Watching Shun slowly lift Simon onto the wood, she curiously asked, Viscount, are you all right? Ha! No. What about the master? Shun responded, He is fine. Seems like he is not injured, just fainted from exhaustion. Said, Then that's reassuring. At that moment, Shun noticed a spider nearby and panicked, unable to speak. Spider! Seeing that, quickly reassured him. Don't worry, that's an ally. She sat down and said, The octopus has sunk the ship. We need to get on the other ship made by the spiders and leave here. Viscount Blue Harbor looked up at the spiders and exclaimed in surprise. Shun raised his hand to wave at the spiders and praise them. Well done, spiders, you are really great. At that moment, was holding Simon and called out, Fear, let's go now. She added, You've had a tough time too. Fear, hearing that, laughed and said, My whole body is tingling from the salty water. Swimming in salty water is no fun. Excitedly replied, Swimming? If you get used to it, it's really fun. Once we're on land, we should get rid of the salt water first. She moved towards the ship and said, Let's hurry back to Blue Harbor. At that moment, Shun on the ship also called out, Hurry up, sister. After a while of moving, everyone had reached a tall building. Simon began to wake up in the room and immediately said, Ah, oh my. Happily approached and asked, Master, are you awake now? Simon was confused and replied, Master. He lay in bed and thought, how lucky everything is. Responded, Yes. She opened the door, looked outside, and announced, Good news. Viscount Shun, Sir Simon has woken up. Shun entered and cheerfully asked, Really? Are you feeling better, brother? Richard Sullen sat on the bed and thought, Shun, you saved my life. Viscount Blue Harbor then said, No, it was I who saved you and everyone else. He continued, That's right, someone came from Keizen before. Simon was surprised and said, Is that so? Maybe because yesterday was the last day of the mission. I have to go now. Shun, hearing this, happily said, Then let me tell them to bring your clothes. Simon replied, Okay, thank you. Fear also advised Simon, You need to rest more, kid. Simon thought again, It's fine. If I return late, it won't be good. And you curiously asked, what is your outfit like? She happily replied, Since I can't call you commander, I have to call you master instead. They think we are all servants, so they levy this outfit. She shyly asked Simon, Does it look good? You laughed and responded, It really suits you. Regained her composure and shyly exclaimed, He said it suits me. Simon also added, Yeah, it looks great. Shun waved his hand to announce, Hey, the carriage is ready. You should change quickly. Simon immediately replied, Thanks, I'm coming out right away. Viscount Blue Harbor then informed Simon, Someone from Keizen said they are preparing to move to the meeting location, and do you remember what I mentioned before? You asked back, What do you mean? Simon looked out the window as he listened to Shun say, You saved me and the others. Below the building, people were firing fireworks and expressing their gratitude to Simon. Goodbye. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for saving Blue Harbor. A girl also looked up and advised, Come back here to play sometime. Everyone believes that with you and your sister, catching pirates is really easy. Both and Simon listened to the story from above. She snuck onto one of their ships and caused trouble for the pirates while he took down their captain. Moreover, Uncle Finch has also gotten involved. Shun continued, Additionally, we decided to expose all the wrongs that the family has done to Mother. Thank you for helping me. I think there will be many changes in the family soon. I am truly grateful to you. He continued, It took a lot of time to decide on the additional reward I promised to give you. That's how it is. Simon exclaimed in surprise, Shun, aren't we supposed to go to the meeting point? This is the zombie exhibition hall. Shun replied, I'm just stopping for a moment. Viscount Blue Harbor asked while walking, What are you doing, brother? Simon was very surprised to hear Shun say, We have to get to Overload. Simon felt very taken aback when he heard Shun's words. That's advanced magic. He remarked, It seems like you prefer this reward more. Do you remember the initial reward for the mission was 1,000 gold? Simon replied, Oh, right. You asked Shun curiously. So you plan to give me that magic book instead of 1,000 gold. But that usually costs over 10,000 gold. Isn't that too much? Viscount Blue Harbor said, It's all right. The creator and the organizers of this exhibition have agreed. Giving you that reward means the residents of Blue Harbor are all united in this decision. Simon observed and exclaimed, Everyone. Then he lowered his head and sighed. He thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, I will accept it." Recalling what he had been through, Simon silently thought, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad you are happy." Shun continued, "Brother Simon, Blue Harbor and I will never forget this favor. No matter what happens in the future, I will always await your return. Anytime, anywhere, you will be welcome, Brother Simon." He quickly replied, "Thank you, Shun. For the rest of my life, I will never forget this." You started to leave and said, "One day we will meet again." Shun quickly replied, "Yes, take care." Simon returned to school, stretched, and exclaimed, "I miss this atmosphere so much." He happily thought, "It's still quiet since we're in the middle of a mission, right?" He stood from a distance, watching the lively crowd gathering in the schoolyard, observed for a moment, and silently thought, "What is this, a festival or something?" A student wearing a bear mask approached to start a conversation. "Hey, are you a first-year student?" Simon cheerfully replied, "Oh yes, good morning, senior." The other person continued, "Oh, you recognize me so quickly? Good morning here. Take this." This person mentioned, "I am a member of the Dungeon Research Club. If you're interested, come take a look." Simon held the paper and read the words, Dungeon Research Club. At that moment, Dick walked over and asked him, "Hey Simon, have you completed the mission?" Simon replied, "Yeah, you're really quick." Dick smugly said, "Of course." He then continued to ask, "Do you have this club flyer too?" Simon curiously said, "Huh? Yeah, what is it?" Dick said, "What do you mean? This is the time when all the hardworking seniors are laboring away. It's the club recruitment season. They have to work hard to recruit new members." Simon remarked, "You seem excited, huh?" Dick pointed to the flyer and said, "Look, the more members the club has, the more grants it receives." Simon asked, "So you plan to earn more points this way?" The two looked around and replied together, "Exactly." Looking at their friends having fun around, Simon spoke up, "So, is that why everything is so chaotic? Recruiting members is quite difficult, isn't it?" Dick replied, "That's right, but come on, cheer up. You are the special case number one." Simon curiously asked, "Why have I suddenly become a special case? Do they all want to recruit me?" Dick believed it's not just about being a special case. He excitedly shouted, "Maybe they are all after the professor behind you." Simon exclaimed in panic, "What? Hey, Dick." As he was asking where Dick was going, suddenly everyone behind shouted, "It's a freshman. It's a freshman." A senior stepped forward and said, "First-year student, huh? Perseverance is strength. Quickly join the physical education club." Another person chimed in, "What are you talking about? Knowledge is power. If you're smart enough, your physique doesn't matter, or join the practical black magic club." Another senior remarked, "What you call practical is just dreaming about what you want. Don't be fooled, join the shape-shifting club. That's true practicality." At that moment, everyone was competing for members. Get lost, black magic over sports. Seeing this, Simon called out, "Senior." Seeing everyone sprawled on the ground, he thought to himself, I wonder what happened, but I should take this chance to run." A voice rang out, "I see you, Simon Follentia." A white-haired senior approached and introduced himself. "I am the president of the Curse Research Club." Simon was confused and replied, "Yes." At this moment, the president of the Curse Research Club pleaded with him, "Please join our club. If you don't, I will die." Simon panicked and asked, "What?" He clutched Simon's leg and lamented, "I will die at the hands of Professor Bahil. Have mercy on me, this heartless bastard." Simon exclaimed, "Senior, don't do that." Witnessing the scene of the seniors attacking each other, Simon sighed and said, "Really, the seniors must have it tough." A senior female appeared and introduced herself. "I am the president of the Circulatory System Research Association, Sodom." She approached and said, "Look at your face. It seems you just completed a mission and are exhausted from mana depletion. Who will help you solve this situation if you join our research association?" She continued, "Your new blood type is quite unique in this field of blood circulation. I assure you, I will mobilize all the resources of the Research Association to support you." After hearing this, Simon thought to himself, "This is a bit concerning." At this moment, Andrew fell from the sky and sat down confidently on a chair. Simon fell aside and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh." Andrew looked at him and asked, "Are you the special case number one, Simon Follentia?" He continued, "Consider yourself lucky. I am Andrew, the third prince of the kingdom of Dresden." Simon held a piece of paper in his hand and listened to Andrew say, "I am the leader of the nobility." Simon learned that the nobles were gathering strong individuals who would rule the Dark Federation in the future. Andrew added, "It is an honor for one to join the noble class." After hearing this, Simon exclaimed, "Ha!" About to say something, suddenly there was an explosion. When Simon witnessed this scene, he was astonished, eyes wide open. Andrew, angry, stepped forward and said, "Someone is interrupting again." Sada reacted, "Who is the one interrupting? Can't you see we were talking first?" One of Andrew's subordinates replied, "You are the ones interrupting commoners. It is quite rude to interrupt a conversation of your superiors like that." Watching them argue and fight, Simon couldn't help but feel panicked and thought to himself, "I just want to get out of here as soon as possible." In the meantime, the others continued to bicker. "This foolish guy." What? Simon obediently sat and listened. Andrew folded his arms, looked down at where Simon was sitting and said, "All right, let's get started. Then we will make a decision. Since this is the first special case, we should let him choose, right?" Sodom sighed and said, "Well, it's a pity, but it has to be this way. All right, let me introduce again. We have received a report about your blood type, SM1. You are quite a special case in hematology. The SM1 blood type has the characteristic of amplifying dark energy by consuming blood." Simon was very surprised to hear Sodom say he had such a special blood type. Simon continued, "Although this is still just theoretical, I believe it can be applied in practice. If you work with us, Professor Sillage once said that the appearance of the SM1 blood type will shake the whole world. He intends to put your name next to his in this research paper. Well, the research will be easier if you become his disciple." Simon thought to himself, Simon's career in hematology has just begun, and so has mine. The chairman of the Curse Research Club interrupted Sodom. "I heard you call it a research paper when you haven't even begun it." Sodom was startled and turned to the side, not expecting the chairman of the club's brother to speak to him like that. He continued speaking to Simon. "Instead of such a dreamy plan, let me tell you something better. We are holding a very rare cursed zombie, a baron who has passed away." This information surprised Simon even more. The chairman continued, "You said you want to major in summoning, right? Then I suggest you use the cursed doll as a substitute. My uncle is also researching the cursed doll for use as a substitute. If you join the club, we will provide you with free police escorts and even teach you how to use it." On the surface, he spoke boldly as if he were sure Simon would choose him, but inside he prayed, "Please do let Simon come here and choose my cursed club." Bahel Amagar had once told him, "Do whatever it takes to get Simon Follentia, a first-year student, to join our club. If you can't even achieve that, then we must end it here. If you fail, then automatically forfeit your position as my direct disciple." Perhaps that is why that older brother begged Simon to join his club. He probably didn't want to get kicked out either. At that moment, Andrew rushed forward. He pushed the two people blocking the way aside and said aggressively, "Stop! This noisy bunch. What's the point of studying, experimenting, and all that?" Andrew pointed directly at Simon's face and said, "Listen, nobles can move entire continents while still being students." Simon skeptically repeated, "A student?" Andrew continued, "Yes, because the admission requirements for nobles are very strict. My parents had to be nobles, or at least of baron rank, or have wealth and status equivalent to that. Among those who just enrolled in your class, there is Elisa." Simon recalled, "If it's Elisa, then she is the 7th special case I've seen on the island." Hearing Andrew mention the need to be a baron or have some wealth, Simon asked, "I don't have any power at all. My parents own a few pieces of land, but they are just small plots in the countryside." Andrew frowned slightly and said to him, "Don't worry, your case as special case number 1 is enough to be specially admitted." "Ah, I see. Power is everything to people. Having power means everything will be resolved. So what's the point of all this? The ultimate goal of humanity is to have power." He said this while laughing heartily. Joining the noble club is a step towards the future. What could be more important than power? "Simon, please save me." Andrew and the president of the Curse Club were being pulled up and down by Sodom by their hair. Simon slowly stood up and said to the three of them, "I truly apologize. I just finished my task, so I want to take a moment to reconsider." Sodom cheerfully said, "Take your time to think carefully." Andrew, despite being pulled by Sodom by the ear, still smiled brightly and said, "There's nothing to hesitate about. After all, we are the best people." The young president of the Curse Club was being pulled by his hair so painfully that he couldn't speak, only able to call for help. When Simon had left, the three of them seemed to know the future, confidently stating, "He will definitely come to our side." A voice commanded, "Urs, throw it away." Urs obeyed the order and threw the stone up, but a tail made only of bones with no flesh quickly shattered the stone, causing Urs to jump in surprise. She walked over to the gigantic octopus and said, "This is quite a surprise. I didn't expect it to be this fast." The kraken, the bony octopus, replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm still having a bit of trouble controlling it." Another skeleton shaped like a mouse approached Kraken and patted it gently, indicating that it was okay. Simon also praised the Kraken. "Even if it's wrong, it's still amazing. It looks like an octopus, and I didn't expect it to be made entirely of bones like this." Ursa was quite surprised to hear Simon say it was bone. "Bone? I didn't expect the Kraken's bones to be that hard. No matter how strong fear seems, fighting it feels like fighting an octopus." The Kraken, perhaps a bit displeased, wrapped its leg around the mouse-shaped skeleton. Simon explained to Urs, that's an upgrade created by injecting a large amount of mithril after freezing the kraken. Fear crossed his arms and added, it seems to be the work of a god. Mithril is a lightweight, hard, and malleable material. Thanks to it, the mobile corpses can move flexibly. Simon placed his hand on the kraken's head. Fear continued, thanks to it, our legion can achieve great power. Urs noticed that Fear's condition was not quite right, so he asked, you don't seem very happy. Fear showed no expression and said to everyone, but it has a ridiculous flaw. The defensive capability of the entire body is almost zero. Even if we try to recover it through other methods, if our brain is attacked, everything will end. Once destroyed, it will never recover. Usually, a kraken is a creature that cannot turn into a skeleton. Forcing it to become a skeleton has made its regeneration ability disappear. To fully utilize it on the battlefield, we will need a lot of trials and failures. If you want to use these special undead, you must accept those difficulties. After hearing Fear finish speaking, Simon felt intrigued when he mentioned special undead. At that moment, Urs presented his idea. What if we covered the entire body of the Overlord? What if we dressed it in spider silk or make it in armor? At first, Simon didn't quite understand Urs's idea, but then he figured it out. Simon also praised Urs. Thank you, Urs. Your suggestion is great. If the attack is too dangerous, I just need to put myself in another space. And if that's the case, only the leg will stick out. Leg, move now. Why are you suddenly not obeying? Simon was doing his best to call the kraken's leg to stick out, but it seemed a bit stubborn. But then, the super long legs shot up from the ground with incredible speed, powerfully piercing through the roof. Fear sighed, it's destroyed everything. Being in another space seems to have interrupted your thoughts. As we mentioned earlier, being forced to become a skeleton has weakened your nerves. Simon pretended to have a headache and said tiredly, we still need a lot of research and improvements. Fear sighed again, sounds fun, so why don't you try putting this in? It might create an advantage. Simon was walking among the groups of students. Everyone there was chatting excitedly and seemed uninterested in the Artifact Research Club. We are the Artifact Research Society. Doesn't anyone like artifacts? The Pharmaceutical Research Society is here too, and if you join right now, you'll receive some medicine. Simon thought to himself, a club, huh? It's not that I haven't considered it, but nothing has really caught my attention. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Simon like a ghost. The guy called out his name, making him jump and lose his composure. Startled, Simon fell to the ground, his heart pounding. He stammered to the person in front of him, clearly shaken. Hello, Seeker, is there something up? The senior must have come to give Simon something. Indeed, he handed him a piece of paper and said, if it's not too much trouble, please take this for me. Come by whenever you think of it. But it's not necessary to come since no one else does. You won't be the only one not to show up, right? Anyway, it's fine. Really, don't worry about it. Just take your time to think. If you really don't come, it's okay with me. So, goodbye then. Simon looked at the senior and couldn't understand what was wrong with him, not comprehending anything he said. It was strange not to be concerned about whether he should come or not. On the flyer that the senior gave to Simon, there was information about his club. It was a unique undead club. This was also the first time Simon had heard of a club related to summoning. Once again, Simon's spirit jumped out to play when Malin unexpectedly hit him on the back. She seemed very happy and asked Simon, what are you doing here? Thanks to Malin's hit, Simon found himself lying on the ground. Seeing him in pain and rolling over, Malin worriedly asked, what's wrong? Are you okay? Simon rubbed his back and said, I just got back yesterday after completing a mission, so I'm injured. Cammy in fear called out to Simon saying, Malin, you finally got knocked out by your achievements. Malin quickly retorted, no way, you idiot. On the table now was a pile of flyers promoting information about the clubs Simon had obtained. Malin was also a bit surprised to see this pile of flyers. She rested her chin on her hand and said, so everyone has received a ton of them. No wonder it's the club season. Although the funding and results are important, this seems a bit serious. Anyway, when we reach the second year, half of them will be gone. Cammy even saw a club obsessed with Mandragora. Dick Haywork casually told Simon as well as Cammy and Malin. That's not a big issue. The funding got cut because of the withdrawal from the association, so there isn't much left. Therefore, all we need to do is recruit a lot of people, and that's it. That's why clubs should be carefully considered before joining. I've heard of many cases where people became surplus upon joining because they were useless. It's better to go to a larger place than some strange spot. Malin agreed with Dick Haywork's viewpoint. She also asked Cammy if she had decided on a club yet. Cammy excitedly said, yes, I have made my choice. I will join the Blood Research Club. Malin then raised her hand and said, I choose the Pure Magic Research Society. Simon saw Malin choosing Pure Magic and asked her, Pure Magic, If it's pure magic, isn't it about using arcane energy to cast a spell? Cammy turned to Malin and asked, That's right, it's ancient magic. Why did you choose that? Malin simply explained her reason for choosing pure magic. I am from the Ivory Tower, so I'm interested. Pure magic is the origin of the dark elemental system. If studied, it will surely provide more inspiration. The Ivory Tower represents a life away from ordinary reality, focusing solely on art or academics. Simon turned to ask his friend sitting next to him. Oh, what about Dick? Dick proudly said, I am of course starting a club. It's called the Rochester Startup Support Society. Has anyone joined yet? We need at least 3 members to get going. I mentioned I would provide funding, so people will join soon. Malin crossed her arms and sighed after Dick presented his club. That's really a scam. Dick then turned to Simon and asked, What about you, Simon? Have you made your choice? And his answer was still, Not yet. Dick asked Simon again, I thought you about an offer from Noble. Malin chimed in, That's right. The club has Prince K. Dresden. Dick said, Yeah, they're the top candidate for exceptional membership. Even though they're all a bunch of nobodies, the treatment is pretty good. I heard it's easy to get close to the second-year factions. Malin seemed to already know what that club was going to do. She told Dick and Simon, They're going to pull some power plays, you'll see. So boring. A piece of paper on the table caught Cammy's attention. The 3 of them continued to chat about that wealthy club. Dick said, It may seem that way, but for people like us who have nothing, Noble's backing is really important. This time, Malin disagreed with Dick. Whether it's backing or whatever, in the end, it all depends. That's weak. You can born with a silver spoon in your mouth, so you wouldn't know anything. Cammy picked up the paper and asked Simon, Simon, what's this flyer about? Seeing Cammy's question, Simon replied, I just picked it up on the road. We read the content on the flyer, specific undead research society. It seemed like a topic Simon would like. Yes, but he didn't feel overly drawn to it. Well, if it looks like that, wouldn't it be better to hear them explain it once? Listening to Cammy, Simon headed to the undead club. A girl saw Simon arriving and called out to him, Wait, since you've come all the way to the club, it means you've chosen the club. Seeing the girl, Simon turned to greet her. He had previously thought that even from 1,000 meters away, he could tell the upperclassman's fashion sense. Simon politely greeted the girl in front of him. Hello, upperclassman. I here listen to the explanation about the club. The blonde girl could hardly believe her ears, so she asked Simon again, What? An explanation. She noticed that Simon was holding a flyer about her club, so she vaguely understood. Oh, that's our club. Her eyes lit up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were brighter than car headlights. Happy to see Simon showing interest in the club, she asked, Are you planning to join our society? Simon noticed that the upperclassman seemed to misunderstand his intention, so he clarified, No, I just intend to hear the explanation. The girl with blonde hair introduced herself as Venya. Surely Venya must be very happy, because it probably takes 1,000 years for someone to visit her club. She playfully tugged at Simon and said, Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Welcome the newcomer. Venya quickly pulled Simon along. She was very excited, talking as they walked. You must be so amazed to join my club that you can't find the words right. Of course, that's because you've met the coolest club, Keizen. Simon still tried to express his intention. I just came to hear the explanation. Venya ignored all that and focused on dragging Simon along. Come on, to our mutants. Finally, they arrived at the place and Venya introduced Simon. Wow, this is our mutant club. Simon was quite surprised when they got there. It was probably different from what he had imagined. Simon thought, I've heard a lot about Keizen's club being very large and impressive. Isn't because of the many workstations that it seems that way. It looks smaller than I thought. On the contrary, it resembles a smaller classroom. The senior suddenly appeared behind Simon and startled him again, leaving him shocked. He coldly said, Yeah, I'm here. Seeing this, Venya asked, What are you doing here, Tio? Today is recruitment day. We need to go out and hand out flyers. Tio responded helplessly. Even after handing out so many, only one person has shown up. Venya, seeing this, picked Tio up and cheerfully said to him, Come on, really. This guy has no willpower. There are a few freshmen here. Let's take another round. Venya also didn't forget to tell Simon, Hey, freshman, feel free to sit and rest. We can do the interviews later. Simon could only agree, not knowing what else to say. Following Venya's advice, Simon comfortably explored around. When he pulled back a curtain and entered a room, he exclaimed, Wow, there's even an automatic bending machine and a cold working machine. A voice replied, Excuse me. A guy wearing a hat and glasses along with a surer friend walked in. Simon quickly greeted them. Oh, hello. Is that Toto? Toto responded to Simon. That's right. Hello, Simon. The guy wearing glasses asked Toto, Do you know each other? Toto scratched his head and replied, We're classmates, but this is the first time we've talked to each other. There are so many people in class that we haven't had the chance to hang out together. Toto placed his hand on his chest to introduce himself. I am Toto Omori, and since I only know about summoning studies, I intend to major in summoning studies. The guy in glasses introduced himself as well. Fitzgerald Ingalls. I also want to pursue summoning studies. Toto was surprised. Ingalls, wow, that's a very famous family. Simon, on the other hand, was taken aback because it was the first time he had heard of this lineage. Seeing this, Simon said to the two of them, "Is that so?" The senior said there would be an interview soon, so we can just sit and relax for now. After saying that, the three of them sat down on a sofa. Toto looked surprised. "Simon, I didn't expect you to join in too." Simon replied, "I haven't made a decision yet." Seeing this, Toto told him, "Oh really? I thought you had heard the rumors from Dick and came here because of that." Simon didn't know what Toto was referring to, so he asked his classmate, "Rumors? What rumors?" Toto couldn't believe that Simon didn't know this, so he turned to enlighten him. "It's the rumor about the club president. The senior president of this club is quite famous." Fitzgerald Ingalls interjected, "In the second year, originating from Exception No. 5, belonging to the current student council, Venya Vanilla." Simon was extremely surprised to hear that the club president had the surname Vanilla. "Vanilla, wait, it's Vanilla." Fitzgerald confirmed to Simon. "That's right. The Vanilla Corporation is the undead brand, and the granddaughter of that corporation is the president of this club." Toto spoke up. "It's the rumor about the senior president. The senior president of this club is Fitzgerald." He continued, "In the second year, originating from Exception No. 5, belonging to the current student council, Venya Vanilla." Stein exclaimed, "Vanilla? Wait, Vanilla is..." Fitzgerald replied, "That's right. The brand of the undead, the Vanilla Corporation. The granddaughter of that corporation is the president of this club." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "The granddaughter of Vanilla. So..." Simon blankly thought, "The money I used has already ended up in the senior's pocket." Fitzgerald said, "I've heard about your golem, but in the evaluation for the upcoming duel, it might be less effective since it exposes your technique. It's the first time I've met that god." Toto added, "I think so too." Fitzgerald said, "Actually, the usual prediction is that people tend to get angry when they hear suggestions like these." Simon exclaimed, "Really? If there are areas to improve, we should accept feedback, right? Otherwise, I'm troubled not knowing what strategy to use in the upcoming duel assessment." Toto was stunned and exclaimed, "So cool." Fitzgerald scoffed and said, "How about pretending to create a golem? It's a fake-out strategy. After gaining the upper hand in the psychological battle, you'll settle the score with another card of yours." Toto added, "That's right. Simon's special move is the death kick." He shyly said, "Please don't call it the death kick." Fitzgerald said, "If you improve this time, you'll be promoted to a higher rank. What about you?" Toto exclaimed, "What?" Fitzgerald asked again, "Where is your dual evaluation rank?" Toto responded nervously, "It's a low rank." Fitzgerald said, "I suggest you give up summoning and go to Professor Bahil to ask him to show you how to curse." Hearing that, Toto ran to hug Simon in distress. Seeing this, Simon said, "Fitzgerald, you're being too harsh." When he heard that, he quickly explained, "No, I didn't say he can't do it. But you have to survive in Keizen first. Besides, why are you being so harsh all of a sudden?" Toto said, "But aside from summoning magic, I'm not good at anything else. Also, I've realized one thing after watching Simon's dual evaluation, that living patiently in Keizen is the coolest thing in the world." Fitzgerald chuckled and said, "Becoming cool is important too." Suddenly, Vanilla walked in carrying a person and said, "First-year students, sorry for keeping you waiting." As they started to go inside, she spoke up, "Before we officially begin the interview, welcome first-year students. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Benya Vanilla. I'm a second-year majoring in summoning magic, and my dream is to conquer the world." Upon hearing this, Simon thought to himself, "This isn't a second-year high schooler, is it?" She continued, "I hope for your kind support." But when she looked back and saw someone holding a sign running away, she kicked straight at them, causing them to faint on the ground. She said, "That lifeless human is Dio Patel, just my lackey. There's another guy, but he's absent today." Noticing the two of them, Fitzgerald raised his hand and asked, "I have a question, senior." "All right, what's your question?" Fitzgerald said, "I am curious about the meaning of conquering the world that the elder mentioned. There has never been a hero in history who succeeded in conquering the world through force. Even the great Sir Neftis could not defeat the Holy Confederation protected by 7 saintesses." She replied, very sharp, "I am not a fan of conquest through force either. I will conquer the world with zombies." Fitzgerald exclaimed, "Zombies? Zombies are highly efficient labor at a low cost. There is no existence like them in the world. Even considering aesthetics, the disgust, fear, and discomfort associated with corpses regarding the aggressiveness of zombies, they could become tools for necromancers. What if zombies were widely used in various fields of human endeavor?" Fitzgerald said, "With that approach, conquering the world is definitely possible. Because there is no one in this world who would refuse low-cost yet highly effective labor, she replied. An excellent vision, my bespectacled friend. I will enchant even the people of the Holy Confederation with the value of zombies, because conquest based on force is not a truly meaningful conquest, Fitzgerald said. I am impressed. I will join. Hearing that, she joyfully raised both hands and said, Come here quickly. Upon hearing this, Fitzgerald wondered, is it still possible to run now? Toto gently asked, Simon, is that the senior president? Simon added, Yes, it is indeed a bit special. Toto exclaimed, Truly beautiful. Simon thought to himself, I have to run right away. Toto said, I will join too, senior. Good, good. Sign here. Simon thought to himself, everyone is peculiar, but this is an environment where one can directly create zombies and develop them, and it is a place that gathers like-minded individuals. There won't be many places like this, will there? She said loudly. All right then, the blue-haired friend will join as well. Let's start the interview. Show us your ability to control and the specific items related to zombies for joining conditions. Fitzgerald volunteered. Then I will start. She exclaimed, Oh, so it's a chimera. What about the main monster? Fitzgerald replied, Siren. She said, And you're already a magical zombie at just the first year? The dark intentions of Siren are extremely complex, so it will be difficult to connect. Fitzgerald replied, Yes, I can only maintain it for 5 minutes at most. She said, I heard there are cases where connections are being controlled. Fitzgerald replied, That's not a huge issue. She laughed and said, That's true. That's how a necromancer should be. Fitzgerald said, Then I'll use it. As he finished speaking, Fitzgerald controlled the monster to create 5 magic circles with different types of power. Seeing this, everyone was amazed and exclaimed, Wow, using 6 magic spells at the same time? Impressive. This guy has definitely achieved unconditional mastery. Hearing that, Fitzgerald replied, Thank you, senior. She spoke up. Now it's your turn, kid. Hearing that, Toto replied, Yes. Toto then created several dogs. Seeing this, she exclaimed, Dogs? Simon thought to himself, compared to the zombies from summoning magic, this is closer to the taming aspect of dark magic. She approached to touch them and exclaimed, Oh, these little puppies are all dead ones. Toto replied, That's right. Parasitic zombies, living off the bodies of separate animals, eating their hearts and producing cores there. She said, Unfeeling and insensible, being subjected to pain like hypnotism, paralysis, and hallucinations, leading to becoming zombies. This is the most important keyword in immortality research. It's impressive for a first year, and it seems they follow your commands excellently. Good, well done. Hearing that, Toto replied, Thank you, senior. She said next, the last friend. Yes, he replied. With that, he closed his eyes and silently thought, Show up, come here. Again, just enough, I told you to come here. Suddenly, something was launched towards the two of them and slammed into the wall. Seeing this, she was startled and said, I'm so shocked. What is that? This is the first time I've seen this kind of zombie. This leg, could it be from a mollusk? He intended to explain, this thing. But she wouldn't listen and shouted, It's really the first time I've seen it. Although I'm still not very skilled, but it's good, absolutely good. Hearing that, Simon also had to agree and replied, Thank you. The guy next to him said, But this zombie only has a body, right? Where's the head? She said, Hick, is this hiding together? It's absolutely amazing. It's of golden ratio, truly top-notch. He spoke up. The body is in a pocket dimension. This zombie uses Kraken as the main material. The defensive ability of the body is completely 0. If it's left in a pocket dimension, then the issue of evil thoughts won't be resolved either. She asked, So the delay earlier was because of that? As soon as she finished speaking, she pondered for a moment and then called, Hey buddy, do you intend to meet the space-time master? People began to gather to observe. Fitzgerald spoke up and asked, Did you create this zombie? Simon replied, No, I obtained it while completing a mission at the Blue Harbor exhibition, but we can't modify it to solve the problem. She said, The Blue Harbor exhibition, I want to go there once too. What a pity. Anyway, we can't risk modifying or altering it without the right crafter, can we? The duty of a summoner is to deal with destroyed summoned entities, but it would be a shame to ruin such a wonderful zombie. That's why we will use a subsidiary space to address this issue. But senior, isn't it true that we are not supposed to leave the rocky island during the semester? Don't worry, it just so happens that a subsidiary space craftsman is currently visiting the rocky island. Have you ever heard of Galen Eclipse? Simon was astonished. Galen Eclipse? Hearing that name suddenly reminds me. Speaking of the subspace, this is the latest work of Galen Eclipse, a renowned young artisan from the next generation with a subspace of 4,000 UB. Steven spoke up. I know that person. He is the one who created the subspace for me. Senior, how can I meet him? Don't worry, Galen is under contract with Vanilla. Over here, Fitzgerald kept touching the zombie and said, "Wow, it's surprisingly soft." Seeing that, Toto turned pale, grabbed his shirt, and said, "Don't do that." She said, "Tomorrow afternoon after class, remember to arrange your time. I will set up a meeting for you." Hearing that, Simon joyfully replied, "Thank you." In the classroom, the teacher spoke up. "I believe you all have guessed what I'm about to say." Dick, feeling frustrated, said, "An announcement, right?" The teacher replied, "That's right. It's an announcement." Dick laughed and said, "That's spot on." She continued, "First, the results of the midterm exam are in. Today, your scores and rankings will be announced. The rankings are based solely on your written exam and do not include performance evaluations. Your report cards will be distributed by the assistants, so please check them yourself. On Monday, the schedule and evaluation for the next match have also been announced. The schedule comes with a score sheet, so make sure to check it. We have completed half of the first semester, so I hope no one is still confused about which type of dark magic to use. The students have their own methods now, so take this opportunity to strategize and turn it into a stepping stone for your development. You need to do this to survive the next performance evaluation." At this point, the teacher's expression gradually changed. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Too scary." She continued, "Use the remaining time to check your scores, tournament framework, and review your strategies." Hearing this, the whole class replied in unison, "Yes, Professor." As for the spiritual step, Simon closed his eyes and silently wished, "Please, please, please." While silently praying, Simon slowly opened up the score report and saw Swordsmanship, 63, Dark Dynamics, 56, Summoning, 87, Tactical Command, 44, Blood Flow Techniques, 61, Venom Studies, 60, Martial Arts, 73, Sacred Defense Techniques, 70, average score, 65.37. As soon as he saw the score, Simon exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, I only got 37 on the first test and now I've reached 65. Flipping to see the ranking, Simon saw himself in 458th place and exclaimed, "That's an increase of nearly 30 points. At that moment, Malin called out to him, "Hey Simon, what's your summoning score?" Hearing this, he immediately covered his score and said, "I'm not telling you. You go first." She angrily shouted, "Why not?" I asked first. "Hurry up, aren't you going to be more embarrassed if you score lower than me?" Seeing her persistent, Simon replied, "All right, I got 87 points. How about you?" Upon hearing this, she froze for a moment and then turned away without saying anything. Seeing this, he called out, "Malin." After a moment, Malin huffed and said, "I lost. I only got 85 points." Hearing this, all three were astonished and couldn't hold their tongues. We clapped and said, "Oh, congratulations, Simon. We can go to Keizen together." Simon replied, "Thank you." Dick stepped forward and asked, "Hey, Malin, can I check your score?" "Sure." Once she agreed, Dick looked at the scores and all three were surprised. Cammy exclaimed, "Wow, except for the summoning subject, all scores are 90. The average score is 92. You're amazing, Malin." Dick, confused, said, "Huh? But do you think you're ranking wrong? With these scores, you're second in school. Keizen has very high standards." Malin, annoyed, shouted, "What does the midterm score matter? Keizen values combat ability more than written tests. If we add the scores of those monsters with good practical skills, we could be knocked out of the top 10 immediately. So if we want to raise our scores even just a little, we need to perform well in the final assessment." Hearing this, Dick explained, "Wow, you're right. Simon, who are you facing?" Simon replied, "Me? Let's see. This will be tough. Round 1, match 6, arena number 2, group, assigned in Follentia was group and Malcolm Randolph. Night had just fallen and she were sitting in a cafe waiting for someone. Just then, seeing the person had arrived, she called out loudly, "I'm over here, Galen. I'm right here." He approached, took off his hat, revealing his shiny bald head, smiled, and said, "Long time, no see." Seeing that shiny head, both of them struggled to hold back laughter and replied, "Well, you've grown up now, haven't you?" Galen looked over at you, exclaiming, "Oh, we have a student here. I ask, are you Simon Follentia?" You replied, "Yes, that's me." He joyfully shook your hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. It's surprising to learn that the buyer of my masterpiece is the #1 special case of Keizen. That's a craftsperson. This is the greatest thing, and it's an honor for me." Simon replied, "I should be the one to thank you. You have utilized the auxiliary space very well. I heard Miss speak of you. You want to set up a personal auxiliary space, right?" At this point, he put his hat back on. Hearing this, you replied, "Yes, that's correct. It's a zombie with poor defensive capabilities, so I only want to use its legs outside the auxiliary space. However, the connection with its consciousness isn't very smooth right now, and I want to resolve this issue." Galen let out a sound and said, "That's a very good use. What about the completion time?" He replied, actually, I have an important assessment test in 4 days. It seems like it's about the same amount of time I have left here. He hummed a few sounds and said, please bear with me a little. Then Galen dumped out a pile of jewelry and Simon asked, what's that? He replied, this is part of the pending work. I've never created 2 spaces for each other before. Only the experiments are carried out when I think of them, but for many reasons, I haven't been able to test them in practice. Normally, creating a personalized secondary space has to be done from scratch, but since we don't have much time, I'm just adjusting one of these temporary works into a secondary space for you. With that, Galen handed in a ring. On the other side, Malcolm held a vial of potion in his hand and said, memory erasing potion. You managed to concoct this, huh? What can you learn in toxicology about this? Ha! Heron he. Have you planned your revenge? Are you afraid after being abandoned and seeing the eliminate those brats from Class M? Did you team up with the traitors to pull this stunt? Do you really think that method will be effective? How did you even consider that this could also be betrayed? Are you trying to make me drink this and erase the truth that I was treated like a dog? No way, I will never forget that humiliation. Heron struggled to let out a few words, please spare me. Upon hearing this, Malcolm swung a stick down and shouted, nonsense. If you want to live, you shouldn't have provoked me in the first place. At this moment, Heron struggled to breathe. Blood continuously trickling down to the ground. Malcolm stepped closer and quietly said, help me with this, so I can be a normal student. Galen focused intently on the magical ring on the table and continuously explained, firstly, there are a few things to accept before using this. Since the customized auxiliary space is personal property, we do not encourage its use for other purposes. He spoke sternly to remind, secondly, it may sometimes be used in an unusual way, so there may be a risk of overload. At this point, everything was somewhat clear. Galen pressed for clarification. What kind of risk are you referring to? Which I will understand until the item is completed. Can you accept that? This was a trivial matter for Simon. He listened with great satisfaction, quickly responding with a cheerful smile. If the risk only comes from overload and not from a malfunction, then I'm fine with it. Immediately, Galen eagerly agreed and made a decision. Great, as for the price. But unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Benia suddenly rushed in from behind, slamming the table and calling out, Galen. The girl winked playfully, not stopping her flattery. You're going to give me a good price, right? Give me a little discount, okay? This action was surprisingly sudden. Simon looked on, astonished, silently thinking, Senior, you're anxiously worried and embarrassed inside. That approach won't succeed in this matter. However, the previous words actually caught Galen's attention. He mumbled thoughtfully, then suddenly smiled brightly and confidently declared, even if you hadn't said it, I was already planning on that. The top student at Keizen using my product will have a significant advertising effect. Indeed, this made Benya flustered. She excitedly cheered, you're the best, Galen. And of course, nothing comes for free. Immediately, Galen emphasized, the deposit will be 500 gold coins. Depending on the material and magical effects, the price will increase by a few hundred gold coins, with a limit price of 1,000 gold coins. What do you think? This condition was really quite a bargain. Simon thought to himself, from 500 to 1,000 gold coins. Simon gradually slipped into contemplation, happily calculating in his mind. Currently, his auxiliary space was a ready-made product worth 5,000 gold coins. Compared to this amount, isn't a customized auxiliary space very cheap? Moreover, the budget had been carefully maintained. Immediately, in order not to miss this valuable opportunity, Simon actively agreed and shook hands with Galen. All right, let's finalize it this way. As the scene changed, night had fallen. Amidst the silent city, Simon and Fear were chatting eagerly. Fear hurriedly asked, hey, is that guy Galen trustworthy? Hearing that, Simon nodded. I still haven't told Fear about Senior Benya. Senior Benya is the niece of the Vanilla family. Since the senior arranged our meeting, I think that person can be trusted. Moreover, Galen is also a famous craftsman in the field of the subspace, so he doesn't need to cause trouble with Keizen students. However, Simon was a little worried. I'm just worried about whether I'll receive the subspace on time. Hearing that, Fear silently guessed, is it because of the person you have to face this time? Simon replied, that's right. That day I only met him for a moment. He is Malcolm Randolph, a student with the special physique ranked 10th. Rick told me that in the Black Alliance there are 3 main gangs, and the Randolph gang is one of them. More importantly, Malcolm is the son of the leader of the Randolph gang. This made Fear chuckle a bit. Ha, is he a thug? Simon responded, furthermore, in entertainment betting, Malcolm's winning rate is 80%. Usually there isn't much difference in the winning rates between 1st and 10th ranks in personal exam assessments. But if they are completely certain that I will lose, it means. Simon eagerly insisted that Malcolm would definitely win. He blankly resolved to emphasize that he needed to practice like a champion upon his return. At that moment, a giant spider gradually made its appearance from afar. Seeing it, he proactively spoke up and called out loudly, "Zombie spider, what's going on?" Immediately, the spider quickly approached and drew a giant letter P on the ground with its legs. As if realizing something, Simon suddenly came to his senses and shockingly thought of the priest. On this side, was desperately fleeing. She clicked her tongue in frustration, glanced back to assess the situation, and gloomily furrowed her brow, voicing why attack out of nowhere. Is he still trying to hide his identity? At this moment, found herself in a difficult situation. She anxiously thought, even though I sent the spider to the commander, considering the current situation, is in grave danger. The girl, panicking and sweating, focused intently on the situation behind her. She ran while feeling anxious, not knowing how much longer she could hold on. The mysterious man had been chasing her closely for some time. Immediately, in order to escape, quickly threw a large number of spider webs behind her. The attack came as a complete surprise. The mysterious man didn't have time to react and soon fell into the trap. However, unexpectedly, this man's agility was extraordinary and he quickly managed to escape. Looking at the remarkably strong figure before her, couldn't help but be taken aback. She exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is going on?" The girl gritted her teeth in frustration and asked in confusion, "Why are you doing this?" Immediately, gigantic webs were unleashed one after another. Finally, strike had an effect and the masked man quickly fell into the trap. She felt triumphant and couldn't help but exclaim, "Got you." However, before she could bask in her victory, in an instant, the mysterious man vanished into the mist. This is truly terrible. Looked on in horror, unable to believe the scene she had just witnessed, and gasped, "What?" Without hesitation, the monster immediately struck with a painful blow. She was then sent flying far away, bitterly gasping, "Oh." In an instant, was caught off guard and lay helpless on the ground. But the monster was not going to let her go so easily. He immediately raised his fist, aiming a direct attack at face. This left her terrified, and she screamed loudly, "Oh my." She was stunned and flustered, quickly explaining, "I am a woman, so my face." But he did not care, still determined to eliminate In that instant, a lethal punch struck directly at her precious, beautiful face. Collapsed to the ground, filled with painful anger. Suddenly, she was trembling with rage, resolutely clenching her fists. Immediately, furiously shot webs, delivering a lethal strike right to the monster's head. She shouted in despair and resentment, "My face." She growled, emphasizing bitterly, "I told you not to touch me." At this moment, her face was no longer whole. Partially revealed a hideous face, which infuriated someone who loved beauty like her. Filled with rage, cursed loudly, "Damn you." Suddenly, she bared her fangs, her claws raised in anger as she shouted, "You will die by my hand." But that man was not so easy. He had been ready with a strike at any moment. Was attacked so abruptly, shocked, and caught off guard that she exclaimed, "Eck." Surprisingly, the powerful blow did not have any effect. Stood there dumbfounded, staring at the mysterious figure. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, urgently calling, This sound startled her a bit. As soon as she heard that voice, the mysterious figure ignored and vanished behind her. The shadow of Simon gradually appeared behind the trees, which made heart boil like fire. She anxiously thought, if that person is a priest then. Indeed, a terrifying event was about to happen to Simon. Eagerly realized it means the commander is in danger. Immediately, the mysterious figure lunged forward, unhesitatingly delivering a cunning blow to Simon. But fortunately, with his rare talent, he managed to block it in time. Noticing that something was off about the identity of the mysterious person, Simon felt a bit dazed and stunned. Quickly, the other individual adeptly took advantage of this and immediately struck Simon with a lethal blow. This attack was extremely dangerous, but luckily Simon was able to dodge it just in time. Gradually, he found himself in passive position and seemed to sense that danger was imminent for his life. Fear suddenly appeared from a distance. He anxiously shouted, "Hey, kid." Immediately, Simon and Fear merged as one. He easily thwarted the attack from the monster. Unconsciously, the creature hesitated and pulled back. At this moment, Simon was also certain about the true identity of the mysterious figure. He was stunned to realize, Simon was astonished, unable to believe his eyes at the all-too-new appearance of his roommate. He then pressed, "Why are you here?" The unexpected reunion suddenly occurred. Looking at the mysterious figure in the robe before him, Simon felt a slight unease as he recognized, "You." He was astonished and asked Keizen, "How did you get here?" At the same time, Fear was also impatient. He panted and said harshly, "Let me catch my breath, kid. If you had been a bit later, my head would have exploded. Do you know this guy?" To this question, Simon immediately replied, "I know, he is my roommate." Suddenly from a distance, Keijen proactively asked, "So you know her?" This left Simon a bit confused. He then asked, "Why are you asking me that?" Instantly, Keizen explains seriously, "She claims to be a priestess. If she is a priestess and you are colluding with her, then one thing is certain," Keizen insisted. "It means I have to kill you to complete the mission." This statement was quite puzzling, and Simon furrowed his brows and asked, "Mission? Who ordered you to do this?" Sadly, Keizen didn't even care about his question. In an instant, he was planning an ambush and rushed forward. Fortunately, Simon, with abundant strength at this moment, easily dodged the attack. In response to this extremely reckless and rude attack, Simon was also ready to counter. He frowned in annoyance, raising his sword to express, "I'm just curious about who ordered you to do this." But Keizen was still outrageous. He didn't bother to respond and continued to charge at Simon. However, Keizen didn't have enough strength to touch Simon. He easily blocked each blow. At this moment, Simon was truly furious. He growled loudly, "Answer me." Frustrated, he raised his sword high, preparing to attack, shouting, "You." Simon shouted insistently, "Are you a priest?" At the same time, a deadly attack began to originate from his sword. This scene left Keizen pale. He couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open. Immediately, with no other choice, Keizen had to fall into a defensive position, hastily dodging Simon's superpowered attacks. But unfortunately, the young man couldn't evade this time and was severely injured. Seeing this, Simon tightened his face, pointing the tip of his sword at Keizen's head and loudly demanded, "Answer me." Faced with this intense interrogation, Keizen felt somewhat uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow and wondered, "Do you think I'm a priest?" This answer was indeed quite twisted and not what Simon intended, making him angry. He snapped sharply, "I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Answer properly." Realizing the situation was no longer suitable for humor, Keizen reluctantly stated the truth. "I only have one answer. I am not a priest." He seriously declared, "You have the full authority to decide whether to kill me or spare me. It's up to you." In light of this extremely unfair situation, Simon's mind was somewhat troubled. He eagerly thought, on second thought, he was extremely worried as he mentally speculated. Considering Urza's wounds and Keizen's fighting style, Keizen had a completely close combat fighting style, while the priest that he and Kami had encountered focused on dark magic. However, there were still other possibilities. Simon anxiously thought to himself, "Of course, Keizen could fight differently to deceive me, and he might intentionally make me think that way." Therefore, Simon could not easily let it go. He insisted on asking, "So tell me, what are you doing in the Forbidden Forest?" Hearing this, Keizen remained unfazed. He calmly replied, "I am searching for the priest who is infiltrating Keizen. I am investigating the forest to track the priest. As I mentioned earlier, she approached me and identified herself as a priestess. Do you understand?" Immediately, everything began to clear up. Simon responded, "I understand now." However, Simon still had some questions. He pressed further, "Why are you chasing that priest?" Seeing this, Keizen helplessly revealed the truth. "Well, it's fine to tell you. Neftis Archibald asked me to do this." Holding the assignment report, Simon was shocked to realize that it's Neftis' seal. So was Keizen the trustworthy confidant that Neftis mentioned? He was indeed a bit curious. Seeing this, Keizen took the initiative to speak up. He calmly said, "Have you dispelled your doubts now?" "Yes," Simon nodded proudly. "I apologize for doubting you, Keizen. However, everything is still very confusing." Simon asked in disbelief, "But don't you doubt me as well? Why did you stop attacking?" Hearing this, Keizen couldn't help but chuckle. He casually opened the vial and quickly replied, "Well, as soon as you called her name, I recognized your voice immediately." Then Keizen fixed his gaze on Urz, who was peeking out from behind Simon, and firmly stated, "And the moment I decided to attack you, that girl became flustered. This means you two are collaborating. If you were truly allied with a priestess, I would have killed you already." He added in a serious tone, "And if you were allied with Avenel, I will cut off your head without raising my sword." Finally, regarding the item around your neck, Keizen pointed at the compass Simon was wearing. He insisted, "That is the symbol of Neftis. It is soaked to the power of Neftis, something that no priest can ever replicate." Hearing this, Simon was somewhat puzzled. He confusedly asked, "But what is this?" Faced with such a naive concern, Keizen did not hesitate to remind him, "You'll understand when you experience death. For now, that's all you need to know." Suddenly, from an undefined state, Fear called out softly, "Kid." He was anxiously worried and gently reminded, "He has seen our legion. If Keizen finds out about this, it would be very troublesome. If you really want to kill him, now is your only chance." But everything was still within Simon's calculations. He didn't want bloodshed, so he calmly responded, "Leave it to me. It seems Keizen is an ally of Neftis." Unexpectedly, on Keizen's side, he wasted no time, pouring the corrosive substance straight into the wound. At the point where he poured the liquid, the flesh was charred, smoke rose with a fierce hissing, looking extremely painful. Standing before such a scene, Simon was somewhat startled and quietly pondered, perhaps he has already suffered a lot. Immediately, Simon took the initiative to speak. I'm sorry, Keizen. But Keizen seemed not to pay much attention to that, so shortly after, he calmly replied, this is a common occurrence in battle. You don't need to apologize. Suddenly, Simon fell silent after hearing this. He fixed his gaze on Keizen and subtly asked, Keizen, I have a few questions. Can you answer them for me? Immediately, the dialogue began. Simon was astonished by Keizen's true identity. He asked in horror, the news association I know of, are you the son of the president of the news association? That's right. Keizen nodded in response, yes. Upon hearing this, Simon was taken aback and asked further, and then you travel everywhere to defeat all those veteran necromancers with an undefeated legend, right? That's right. Keizen nonchalantly nodded again, yes. At this point, things were becoming somewhat clearer. Simon was incredulous and exclaimed, you are truly a genius. However, Keizen didn't like that. He immediately rebutted, no, I am the monster that they created in the association. There is a deeper reason behind it, but since it's not important, let's skip it. He hesitantly added, right now I am disguising myself as a student of Keizen school. The priest only moves at night, so I operate at night as well. This left Simon surprised. He was stunned and shouted, wait, aren't you a repeat student? Keizen did not deny it, and that was indeed true. He reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. I received the assignment last year. If I graduate, I have no reason to stay at Keizen anymore, so I have to retake a year. At this point, Keizen suddenly spoke more seriously. I think I have answered all the questions you had, Simon. Let's leave this matter here. But even so, Simon calmly pressed on, why are I stronger than you? Hearing this, Keizen was at a loss. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I admit that, but the issue isn't about being strong or weak. It's about safety. Right now, you should focus on your friends, school life, and enjoy happy moments. But this was not what Simon wanted to hear. Feeling frustrated, he shared, I don't like that. That priest wants to kill me, and because of me, my friends are in danger too. That's why I have to handle the situation with that priest myself. The advice ends here. If Simon doesn't listen, Keizen has no choice but to accept it. He sighed gloomily. I saw this coming. If you don't let this go after hearing me, you'll have to listen to Mr. Neftis complain. You really are Richard's son. And then things didn't stop there. This time, Keizen took the initiative to speak up. That Letty proposed something. Your zombie is very useful. So can we work together? Immediately, Keizen laid out the plan. The zombies are covering the forest, and after that noisy guy leaves, we will share the information we have gathered. With the conversation paused, Simon felt a bit uneasy at the mention of the noisy guy. He awkwardly guessed, the noisy guy, you mean Rick, right? Exactly. Keizen nodded correct. So everything had been discussed and decided. Simon was very pleased. He became curious and asked, great, now we're allies. Why don't you tell me a bit about yourself? But Keizen was not so easily deceived. He bluntly replied, no need. Immediately, Keizen firmly stated, for a news agency agent, knowledge is the greatest danger. Cutting to the scene, the two of them finally returned to the room. Tick excitedly rushed out to greet cheerfully. Oh, here comes Simon. Instantly, he saw something that shocked him and hurriedly asked, hey, why are you two together? Hearing this, to ease the tension, Simon quickly responded, we ran into each other. Then Simon unconsciously inquired about his grumpy roommate. Keizen, are you going to sleep now? I put your clothes in the laundry room. And strangely, this time, Keizen calmly replied, all right. Everything was truly puzzling. Dick was astonished, jumping in surprise. Huh? What's going on? Why are you two suddenly so close? Keizen, I want to join in too. Everything had just reached this point, and Dick was already making a fuss. This made Keizen a little hesitant. He awkwardly said, I think we should stay quiet until he falls asleep. The next morning, Aaron was strolling around the school when he unexpectedly saw his student Simon. Aaron asked, what are you doing here? Simon was busily doing something on the ground. Hearing that, he greeted first, hello, Professor. Suddenly, he looked up with a cheerful face, smiling brightly and excitedly said, I'm here to ask you for some guidance. Aaron felt helpless as if he had been through this before. The professor looked at his student and inquired, are you talking about the skeleton shield? Simon confidently replied, I managed to do it in the last quest. Aaron was very surprised. Huh. Simon didn't understand and responded, yes. Aaron replied, no, so what do you want now? He immediately excitedly stated his request. I want to know how to use the undead that I just got, the Overlord. Aaron crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and then said, if it's Overlord, do you mean the one displayed at the Blue Harbor Museum? Simon was thrilled. That's right, you know it. Indeed, Professor Aaron is impressive. Next, he unleashed a stream of knowledge about it, his hands clenched in excitement, his face more thrilled than ever. It is a completely new type of zombie with a soft body and a total of 6 claws. Its weak points have been reinforced by injecting mithril into its weak bones to form a spear shape. It is designed to attack by slashing or cutting enemies like a sword, and its movements are very similar to that of mollusks. But operating it is quite difficult, so I hope you will consider it and teach me, sir. The professor replied to his overly excited student, all right, calm down. I will accommodate you. Since my schedule is also free, let's go right away. Simon joyfully continued, yes, thank you, sir. Outside, the sky was a deep blue, with clear white clouds floating leisurely, blending with warm golden rays of sunshine, creating a beautiful day. Stepping outside to practice, Simon was now bare-chested, his body muscular, with clearly defined six-pack abs and bulging biceps. He shyly covered himself with his hands, looking puzzled as he asked, Professor, why is my clothing? Aaron opposite him had also taken off his shirt, his physique even more muscular than Simon's. Holding a small bone in his hand, he suddenly said, from now on, I will begin the attack. Simon was taken aback and asked, Sir, why did you suddenly attack like that? Aaron calmly replied, the only thing you can use is Overlord. Try to block it. The boy hadn't even gotten into position when he hurriedly pulled up his pants and stammered, Professor, wait a moment. Suddenly, he looked down at his feet in confusion and saw the bones surrounding his legs. He thought to himself, in this situation, I didn't notice a small bone flying towards me like a lightning bolt. The bone struck his forehead directly, and Simon cried out in pain. But that didn't daze him. Simon quickly regained his composure and thought, he is really serious. 2 bony tentacles emerged from the ground, and at the same time, small bones flew toward him at the speed of light. He began to formulate clear plans in his mind, first analyzing the speed and method of the attack. The pieces of bone continued to rush toward him without waiting for him to think. Anticipating the direction and speed of the attack, the tentacles also surged toward him relentlessly. After finishing the analysis, he immediately used Overlord. Simon successfully blocked the attacks. Aaron praised his student. You blocked well. Now we will double the power. The bones continued to fly in all directions. The professor coldly asked, Speed and symmetrical strikes, you know what you are doing, right? Simon replied, yes. Instantly, the tentacle unleashed a terrifying power. It struck hard against the shield protecting Simon. He focused intently on that tentacle, silently praising, indeed, the final blow is truly impressive. Just a moment of distraction, he was hit again. A scream of pain echoed. The professor straightforwardly reminded him, if this were real combat, you would have died instantly. Try to focus more on the details. Simon stammered in response, yes. After a long, exhausting practice, he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Aaron stood straight, watching him. The teacher suddenly spoke, interesting. Simon closed his eyes next to his zombie, reflexively answering, yes. His handsome face now bore scratches. Aaron continued, you can start like Anoth, but the ending will be decided by me. Simon slowly sat up, still confused, and asked, Professor, what do you mean? Aaron did not answer and only said, tomorrow we will meet again. Simon replied blankly, yes. The zombie next to him also did not understand anything. Aaron walked closer, advising, try to control your unruly zombie. In the meantime, I will gather information about the other zombies. Isn't this a very useful and interesting training for both sides? He spoke while smiling in a puzzling manner. In another scene, Fear laughed crazily. Haha, training with that turtle is so boring. Standing between the zombie octopus and Errors, who's playing with the zombie spider, he explained to Simon, you can't achieve the true power of a zombie just by leveling up skills and summoning. I have a few things to point out to you, kid. As he spoke, he infused a stream of purple-green energy into the zombie octopus. This was the natural movement of an overlord. Saying that, he placed his hand on the octopus that was extending its tentacles. The tentacle suddenly lunged towards Errors. She gasped in shock, quickly dodged the attack, and shouted, wait, you should at least warn me, Fear. The zombie spider was also startled and jumped up, explaining, oh. Simon was utterly astonished by this scene, thinking to himself, this is completely different from the movement I'm familiar with. It uses joints like this. The zombie continuously controlled its tentacles. Remarkably agile, those tentacles moved swiftly, smashing the rocks in its path. Simon suddenly thought, even the slightest movement of its blade is a threat. Its destructive power is immense. Even large rocks are shattered into 100 pieces by that blade. Fear smirked with satisfaction, his eyes shining brightly, and spoke. Have you felt the movement in your mind yet? Next comes the body. After saying that, he continued to control the zombie with tremendous strength. Urs had to shout a reminder. Fear, you should inform me before taking action. Finally, after a day of diligent training and honing, Simon dragged his battered body back to his room. His clothes were filthy, his face and hair disheveled, and a piercing scream echoed. Benya shouted angrily, What did you do with it all day long? Simon, terrified, mumbled, training. Benya was infuriated by that answer and reproached. Training for what? This is torture, not training. The joint's common part is already worn out. Simon didn't think it was that serious and replied dumbly, huh? Moreover, the overlord needs to be kept moist. Look at it, it's a mess. It doesn't even look like an overlord anymore. Benya continued to grumble and complain incessantly. The zombie octopus also seemed confused, scratching its head with its tentacles, its black eyes wide open. Benya still wouldn't stop, acting fierce, pressed his face close to Simon's and growled in complaint. This little one is not something you can leave alone like a regular skeleton. Since his body is artificial, maintenance is essential. Simon, with a look of endurance and unwillingness, asked, all right, what should I do then? Benya instructed, good attitude. First, this body. Just then, Fitzgerald opened the door and walked in, holding a thick book and saying, you've worked hard. Simon and Benya saw Fitzgerald and stopped arguing. She turned back to ask him, oh, are you here to adjust the camera too? Fitzgerald replied, yes. Benya turned around, speaking as he walked, all right, everyone, I will bring the stuff over. Just wait a moment for me. Let's see, it should be right here, right? At that moment, Fitzgerald suddenly called out, Simon. The guy was startled by the call and glanced towards the source of the sound. Fitzgerald reminded him, your match won't be easy. As he spoke, Fitzgerald placed the thick book on the table. Simon replied, oh, you know about that too. Come to think of it, you have class with Malcolm, right? Fitzgerald continued, that's right. Be careful, Simon. He kept warning, and Simon's face showed a bit of concern. Fitzgerald placed his hand on the book, looking at it as he said, that person is very sensitive to what happens in the survival assessment. This time, he is ready to kill the competitor against you. Moreover, Malcolm can see through the disguises you used. These words caused Simon's eyes to shine with utmost astonishment. He immediately wondered, how can I possibly win this? Fitzgerald's vividly purple eyes gazed into the void, and he remained silent, unsure of what to say. Then he spoke up. There is a way. Simon seemed surprised by his friend whispering, oh, you look over there. The zombie octopus also looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if it, too, was eager to know Fitzgerald's answer at that moment. In the stillness of the night, when everything had long since fallen into a deep sleep, two people were approaching the door of a luxurious, magnificent villa. The girl with black hair stepped forward to knock on the door, calling out, this is the class representative of Class 1. Immediately after, the door swung open. It turned out to be Malcolm. He cautiously entered, his face and eyes showing signs of worry. In the center of the room was a portrait of Andra. He was sitting on a vibrant, stylish sofa, comfortably with his feet propped up on a table. Beside him was a maid serving tea. Malcolm pulled the chair and coldly replied, yes, thank you. At the same time, a cup of tea was brought and placed in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise and confusion as he thought, is she serious? She's not a servant. She's a student. The maid had shiny black hair and a serious expression, not daring to say a word. The nobleman rested his chin on his hand, appearing lofty, and smirked as he asked, Malcolm Randolph, do you know why I called you here? Malcolm politely responded, I'm sorry, I don't know. If I step foot in here, the noble reputation will be smeared. Malcolm's face was expressionless as he spoke words that undermined himself without hesitation. However, Andrew seemed quite amused and complimented Malcolm. You know how to speak quite well. Andrew raised his voice, speaking disdainfully. That's right, because you are the son of a notorious gangster. And of course, thugs shouldn't have anything to do with us. Malcolm remained silent, only looking at Andrew with eyes cold and sharp as knives, his face emotionless. Suddenly, the nobleman broke into a sly smile and said to Malcolm, but now you can be proud. I will give you the opportunity to join the noble faction. Malcolm was extremely surprised by Andrew's words. Perhaps he was so shocked that he couldn't provide an immediate response. Andrew continued to ramble in an arrogant tone that anyone who heard felt disgusted. If you have any sense, you'll understand. If you seize the opportunity I'm offering, you will change your life. This is a good chance for a despised thug like you to have a connection with the leader of the Dark Alliance. I wonder how your father, who is also your boss, would react if he heard this news. At that moment, Malcolm's hands resting on his thighs tightened into fists. He forced a smile and cautiously asked a question as if to respond to Andrew's earlier proposal. What should I do? The other replied, nothing special. Andrew crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand, skimmingly looked at Malcolm, and then answered, your opponent in the duel assessment is case number 1, Simon Follentia. He refused to join us, and you know we don't accept no for an answer. Andrew waved his hand and continued to ramble. If there were other outstanding individuals, we wouldn't be this concerned, but he is case number 1. Malcolm said nothing, just sat in silence listening. The nobleman, infuriated, continued, He refused to join the noble faction. It was the first time we have been rejected in 20 years. That's right, 20 years. This tradition is very important. He spoke while clutching the chair as if he wanted to tear it apart. His hand was veined as if he felt deeply insulted. Andrew grimaced, his mouth twisted, eyes rolled back. His facial expression looked extremely distorted and frightening. The enraged Andrew said, "Unfortunately, that single rejection occurred while I am in office." Then he adjusted his emotions, raised his hand as if to express his confusion, and spoke. "Out there, everything is in chaos. Even after graduating from this school, I won't be able to hold my head up to face the former chairman." Malcolm, who had been silent until now, finally wondered, "So what you want, revenge?" He smiled cunningly, his eyes seeming to be calculating something, resting his chin on his hand and saying, "No, it's just a tradition. There is something special about Keizen, which is to be careful with the nobility. If they are displeased, things can turn worse, and if they are harmed, everything can spiral out of control. Even when things are going well, it can eventually lead to failure. This saying has been popular since ancient times. It seems that students of this school can only watch as the nobles wield power and act recklessly, and this is just a confirmation of those things." After Andrew finished speaking, he placed a shiny golden emblem on the table, engraved with a stylish letter R. Witnessing this action, Malcolm was extremely startled, losing his composure as he stood up, reacting somewhat harshly. "Senior, borrowing another person's object in a duel is against the rules." Upon hearing this, Andrew smiled gently and calmly replied, "Borrow? It sounds more like an advance payment." Malcolm was left speechless, his face stiff with helplessness at this response. Andrew, unfazed by Malcolm's expression, continued to speak. "In front of a large audience, you will use the power of this object to crush your opponent, and at the end of the match." While speaking, Andrew suddenly used his hand to draw an invisible letter R. "This will show the royal insignia," he said smugly. Malcolm responded, "All right, I'm not familiar with legal matters like this, but I'll present this in front of a large audience." With that, he picked up the insignia. To ensure the nobles were still present, Malcolm flashed a sinister smile, his mouth grinning wickedly, radiating an unprecedented cruelty. He pinned the insignia to his chest as if it represented immense power. Scene shifts to Simon's location. Fitzgerald articulated his plan. Malcolm's special ability is duplication. It's a dark magic spell that creates a copy that looks just like him. The duplicated form of Malcolm can also hear, see, and even smell. Fitz explains slowly. The combat ability is very good, and the appearance is meticulously crafted, making it hard to distinguish from the real person. If we compare it with the assumption that first-year students at Keizen average control over 3 to 4 skeletons, Simon stood with his arms crossed, listening intently. He also agreed with Fitz. That's right, if it's second-year students, who knows, but in first year, we have the largest numbers. Fitz continued to provide useful information that he knew. From what I've seen, there are 3 types of dark magic that are best suited to counter Malcolm. First, the disabling curse. Second, detection magic. Third, widespread dark magic that covers the entire arena. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers to express himself. Fitzgerald analyzed. The summoning spell cannot counter his dark magic. Your dark power will run out before he does. Simon listened while resting his hand on his chin, closing his eyes, using 100% of his brain power to think of a comprehensive plan. Then he candidly said, "But none of those 3 methods apply to me." Fitz immediately asked, "Why is that?" Simon turned to look at his undead creature, whispering, "Ah." Seeing this, Fitz followed his gaze. Simon looked at the undead octopus and said, "If the problem with the supplementary space is solved in time, then there is no better widespread skill than this." Fitz agreed. "Definitely." Fitz continued, "Moreover, I had intended to tell you earlier, but I forgot because of my senior. Don't these hands look different?" Fitzgerald crouched down, using his hand to touch the zombie's limb and feel it. Simon responded unexpectedly, "Huh? I think it looks similar." Fitz disagreed. He lifted the appendage and examined it closely before stating his opinion. "No, if you look closely, it doesn't look similar at all. There are very intricate assembly marks. Clearly, the creator of the Overlord put a lot of effort into it. Even though it's very small, it seems to be a sign of long-term modifications. Connect it to your thoughts and expand on it." After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Simon. Simon happily nodded vigorously and replied, "All right." Then he turned to command the zombie, "Extend your hand." Fitz watched from the side. The zombie tried to raise his appendage, but then gave up for some unknown reason. Fitz looked at Simon, puzzled. "Hey, is it that it can't follow your command, or is it ignoring you?" Simon replied, "That's true. It's ignoring my command by not doing it." But he wasn't discouraged and continued practicing. "Try again. Extend your hand." The zombie, hearing the command, also extended its appendage. Simon kept encouraging it. Don't give up. Keep trying. While Simon was persistently training the zombie, Benya returned. Holding foam boxes in her arms, she smiled brightly and said, "Hey guys, I brought some ingredients here." Simon was still trying to give commands. "Spread your hands out." The zombie quickly stretched out its tentacle. That tentacle reached all the way to the wall on the other side. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked in that direction. Benya humorously joked, "Wow, what's this? Is it greeting me?" Simon was equally astonished. Its arms are longer now. Fitzgerald then said, "See, I told you so." Simon expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Fitz. I just had a very important idea." In a moment of excitement, with his hands clenched, he said with a beaming face, "Really this?" Fitzgerald puzzledly asked, "This?" Simon replied, "When I have money, I'll buy you something." It seemed that he was currently broke. Fitz just casually replied, "Oh, okay." Benya placed the 2 foam boxes on the table and teased the younger ones. "What's this? A brotherly bond between men? Here are the ingredients, gentlemen, and this is what this gentleman wagered." Simon responded, "Thank you, senior." Then Benya turned to Simon, pointing straight at him and said, "But come with me to Rochester." The guy was stunned. "Huh? Right now?" Fitz next to him was also left speechless. Benya spoke up. "That's right, I just got a call informing me that the auxiliary space has been completed." Both boys were surprised by this news, and Simon couldn't help the joy showing on his face. That morning, the atmosphere had become lively very early with the students. Simon and Venya Vanilla went to meet Mr. Jellin. Seeing their eagerness and enthusiasm, he immediately spoke up. "Miss Student Simon, I've been waiting for both of you." Venya excitedly ran over to Jellin, her face filled with unprecedented joy, her voice echoing. "Jellin, have you completed it yet?" Mr. Jellin smiled happily, speaking while reaching into his pocket to pull out something for the 2 who just arrived. "Yes, it was a bit tiring, but I'm glad I made the deadline. Here it is." Handing the item to Simon, Jellin confidently assured him that this item belonged exclusively to him. The exclusive auxiliary space for Simon. Holding the small box in his hands, Simon carefully opened it, and to his surprise, inside the box that Jellin had painstakingly prepared was a very beautiful ring. The design was simple yet very stylish, with a striking emerald blue diamond set on it. This gem was also the key to unlocking a supportive space for him. After receiving the new token, Jellin stood beside him, enthusiastically explaining and guiding him on how to use it from start to finish with caution. After putting the ring on your finger, squeeze your hand open twice. Simon listened attentively and followed his words. He remained calm, his movements slow and precise to avoid mistakes, muttering as he went, "Squeeze 2 times." After correctly executing the refined motions, suddenly a large line began to reveal itself beneath his feet, accompanied by an eerie cloud of smoke rising from nowhere. The blue line gradually expanded, creating a magnificent space that left the onlookers gasping in awe. As the space fully formed, intricate magical circles of various sizes appeared before him. Right afterwards, a familiar mascot crawled out from that space and said, "I've adjusted it to fit the Overlord's arm. Give it a try." Upon hearing this, Simon replied, "All right, go inside." At the command of his master, the mascot quickly crawled inside under everyone's watchful gaze. The 2 kids watching were left speechless, their mouths agape. The girl on guard asked, "Oh, is there any light in there?" To clarify the girl's question, Jellin explained, "Yes, because this function is quite simple. First, just keep the subspace open to understand the structure." He also didn't forget to turn to Simon and remind him carefully, the main function of this subspace is to read the user's intentions. Remember, it will open within a 5-meter radius around you. Simon calmly listened to Jellin's instructions, not missing a single word. After finishing, he replied, "Okay." The next step was to follow the guidance he had received. Simon closed his eyes, focusing as intently as possible. Indeed, surprisingly, not only did he face no troubles, but from the very first attempt, he quickly completed it successfully. Before him appeared a strange vortex, causing him to panic. The senior girl behind him also jumped in surprise, frightened as she huddled behind Simon. Experiencing step by step, Simon felt like he was going from one surprise to another. Seeing the transformation of the space, he suddenly shouted, "Awesome, my mind is totally unbroken." In response to his astonishment, the space revealed more. If you look at this subspace, you'll see another magic circle beneath the Overlord. His mascot friend wriggled, providing more interesting and useful information. The 2 subspaces are connected through that magic circle, allowing the Overlord's legs to move freely. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior girl next to them looked confused, her eyes expressing surprise and admiration. "Oh, I think the Overlord knows how to use it too." Continuing with another interesting piece of information, Jellin announced to Simon, "Now, Simon, I will tell you about another fascinating feature. Think about the ring while pressing your left foot on the ground." "The ground, huh?" Simon said surprised, feeling uncertain about what it meant, but he forced himself to comply. He gently pressed his foot on the ground along with Jelen's insistent question beside him. Can you feel anything? At first, Simon didn't feel anything, but the more he pressed, the more he noticed something strange beneath his feet, to the point of exclaiming, "It feels like there's a button." Galen continued to instruct, "Now lift your head up." The magic circles became increasingly clear, enveloping the space and shining brilliantly, leaving Simon in shock. "Oh." Galen said to him, "Do you see those magical circles? Try activating the magic circle by channeling dark energy into them." In confusion, Simon was still unfamiliar with the new feature, unconsciously asking, "The aura flows automatically, right?" Sir Galen stood casually with his arms crossed, proudly explaining these novelties to Simon. "Hey, this is just a basic feature. You can create dark fire and that magic circle contain dark energy, right?" "Yes." After gathering the necessary criteria from Simon, he was pleased, faced the magic circle, and said, "If you lift your left foot off the ground, the control mode will be released. By maintaining these 3 modes, you can open up to 6 subspaces simultaneously." This fact was so intriguing that both kids beamed with joy, gazing at Sir Galen without blinking, their smiles radiant. Seeing the 2 kids amazed to the point of being dazed, Galen himself couldn't help but feel joyful and excited. He laughed heartily. "Yes, whenever you need to open a subsidiary space using the magic circle, just say the keyword "open the gate." This feature was so eye-catching and interesting that Simon was eager to try. "Can I give it a try?" Of course. With a successful preparation, Simon quickly infused dark power into the magic circle, creating a stunning and impressive combination. Immediately, he shouted, "Open the gate." After the command, a series of bone fragments shot straight up from the ground, long and numerous, allowing the 3 people below to admire this extraordinary scene clearly. In front of this magnificent sight, Simon couldn't help but turn to praise. "Jelen, you truly are a genius. How could you create this much subsidiary space?" Sir Jelen warmly praised, felt happy inside, and laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha." Initially, this was just a stalled project aimed at creating multiple subsidiary spaces at once. I don't know how it was specifically adjusted for the Overlord. He was happy, but he didn't forget to turn to the boy and remind him of a few things. "I'm glad to see the undead getting some light. However, as I mentioned, this extra dimension will have unusual consequences. What I mean is risks." Galen slowly pointed out the side effects that the ring brought. "At first, you'll feel a bit of heat." Hearing that, Simon also felt the uncomfortable warmth at his finger. "Ah, for some reason my hand feels hot." Galen continued to explain the issue he was referring to. "If you've opened too many extra dimensions, the temperature will keep rising. If you ignore this and continue using it, you might lose a finger or even your whole hand with the ring on. Haha." The words were serious yet joking. After hearing this, Simon felt dizzy, sweat pouring down, and his face fell, forcing a smile. However, an emergency solution was presented. "But if you don't misuse it, there will be no problem. If you've only used 4 instead of 6 extra dimensions at the same time, you won't get burned. Got it?" To conclude, Mr. Jelen added one more remark to Simon. "As you're using it, the ring has an invisibility feature, helping you avoid disadvantages in everyday life." "Well, that's it. Any questions?" His friend responded excitedly and quickly. "Actually, there are many. First of all, I suddenly realized many interesting truths in my heart. If that's the case, I will be able to triumph by my own strength." Meanwhile, in the schoolyard, a group of people was clamoring. "Follow the rules. Let me see my son for just a moment." The girl flusteredly explained, "No, outsiders are prohibited from entering unless it's for the arena." Despite this, they stubbornly insisted on going inside, defiantly angry. "Don't be so strict. I just want to see my son." The girl firmly refused. "No, absolutely not." Suddenly, the figures of 2 strangers appeared above, catching the attention of the crowd below. 2 people are entering. Stop them! Upon closer inspection, it was a necromancer, who was immediately bound tightly in pain. The girl outside still showed no concern for the strangers, repeatedly stating, "Don't worry, we will take care of your children." A cold voice came from behind, relieving the lady in front. "Whether it is your son or daughter, both will be safe. As for this necromancer, he belongs to Keizen. Therefore, talking to your son now won't change anything. Furthermore, according to the rules of combat evaluation, the right to compete is forfeit." The coldness from that strange woman unintentionally extinguished their desire to meet their child. They pouted, carrying their gloom out, while the girl sarcastically said goodbye. "Well, enjoy the show." Fortunately, thanks to Jane, everything was resolved quickly. The girl earlier didn't forget to express her gratitude for the help. A moment later, a beautiful girl appeared. "Ah, the princess has arrived." In her splendid outfit, the princess gracefully approached, cheerfully praising, Well, attending the Keizen event is my delight. Indeed, she was Molly Dresden, the little princess of the Dresden kingdom. Quickly approaching Professor Jane in front, the little princess expressed her excitement. Right, I heard there's a #1 special case, unprecedented. Participating in today's event, isn't that so? Professor Jane remained cold, frowning as she replied, Princess, you should inquire about your brother first as a matter of courtesy. The little princess, upon hearing about her brother, suddenly changed her attitude, her earlier cheerfulness turning into discontent. I am not familiar with that sort. He has formed a strange faction called the Noble Society, just like when we were in the palace. At this point, her tone became more annoyed. Since he is like that, what about special case #1? Do you think you will do well in the special assessment battle today? Jane smiled faintly and gently said to her, You can hope for that, as he is a student I personally supervise. Really? The princess was surprised. Professor Jane was quite mischievous. She leaned slightly and whispered to the little princess, Well, I have to get back to work now. If there are any problems regarding accommodation, please contact me. Jane's unpredictable intrigue left the girl stunned. Ah, yes. Thank you, Jane. Watching that figure, the girl couldn't help but feel delighted, lost in thought. I never expected Jane to say that. It seems interesting. If Jane has said so, then I will look forward to it. Simon was stunned, his bewildered expression showing clear confusion, yet he remained intently focused on the projection screen above. Next to him was Dick Hawork, his chatty friend who kept rambling in his ear. I think you've come a long way. Many more people are showing up than we thought. The look on his face was comically smug as he continued. All of them are here to see your match. Today, your match is the only one worth watching. Simon couldn't help but respond as the words barely registered. Hey, why do I sense sarcasm in what you're saying? Neither of them was backing down, one talking and the other listening, one excited and the other settled. Dick Hawork persisted with his teasing. You're the type of person who performs better when anxious. Besides, if you win this time, being a special case won't just be luck anymore. Don't you think you could turn the tables with just one blow? His friend was right to the point, leaving Simon speechless, glancing over, unsure of how to respond. Thinking of that, Simon suddenly recalled a few interesting points. He tensed his facial muscles and asked, So you gamble too? Admit, how much did you wager and on whom? 2 questions were enough to deliver a lethal blow to that cheerful friend of ours. With a pained smile, he stood frozen and replied timidly, Of course I bet on your victory. At first, I didn't intend to bet on you. Isn't it natural to bet on your friend's success? Why are you so skeptical? The 2 friends were fiercely arguing, creating a sense of unease that spread to the girl standing next to them. She wanted to speak, but couldn't find the words. Listening to the soothing explanation, Simon must have felt satisfied, so his confidence rose to an absolute peak once again. He was ready to declare to his 2 friends in front of him, All right, since you believe in me, I will make sure not to lose your money or Cammy's either. This confidence caused a stir in public opinion. The girl was alarmed, while Dick Hawork wore a frustrated expression as he looked at his opponent. Simon continued, I know you must be worried, but thank you for believing in me to this extent. The opportunity to express herself had come. The girl shyly stammered her heartfelt words to him, No, we're friends. Simon is the person I trust the most, more than anyone else. She gathered all of her courage to finally say what she had been holding back for so long because he had worked harder than anyone else. 2 guys stood silently, grinning broadly, beaming at their introverted friend. They soon started to behave normally again as the guys huddled together to continue the previous topic. Simon spoke up first after the heartfelt praise. Thank you. Hearing that has helped me a lot. I am sure I will win. His friend Dick Hawork chimed in. By the way, Malin, don't you think you should say something? Ha, as Malin placed a bet too. No, I haven't. With a grimace, Malin replied, All right. The group chatted joyfully, laughter and conversations ringing out everywhere. Wow, you're really rich. You're such a greedy person. What? Why are you suddenly angry with me? While it was lively outside, the atmosphere inside was tense. The referee's announcement echoed, Both players, please shake hands. The cheers from the crowd were intense and deafening. The 2 opponents held hands and exchanged words before the match began. Simon was nervous, but still tried to stay calm. We were destined to meet again. The opponent sneered coldly, How could I possibly forget someone who embarrassed me? And there are many others besides me who you have also made a fool of, aren't there? Seeing his confident yet enigmatic demeanor and the hint of anger on his face, Simon felt a twinge of unease. Looking down at the hem of his shirt, he accidentally caught sight of the badge pinned above. He couldn't help but be surprised, silently thinking, What? The Dresden medal? Is he a noble? Setting aside his worries, Simon nodded in agreement. Well, I understand. You don't need to say anything. The time had come, and the referee's announcement rang out to start this intense match. Now let's begin the battle between Simon Follentia from Class A and Malcolm Randolph from Class M. Both were fully prepared, each determined to the extreme. The game began. As soon as the call ended, Malcolm was the first to strike. He spun around, shouting loudly, "You have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this match, Simon Follentia." His moves were as bold and decisive as his words, his gaze turning ruthless. Dark, mysterious magical circles appeared, enveloping the ground, all aimed at Simon. Not stopping there, he began to use the technique of duplication, transforming into many forms surrounding Simon. However, Simon had not yet started to make a move. He focused on closely observing every corner of his opponent's technique to find the key point to dismantle it. He looked around, his mind racing with thoughts. The rate of creativity is truly astonishing. As Fitz said, he deserves to be called a special class. All the duplicates kept multiplying, overwhelming Simon and creating blind spots for him. Above in the stands, his two friends were watching intently, not missing a moment, their faces tense with every move their opponent made. The rumors about him were true. Simon, the fact that he was granted special admission based on each of those skills is no exaggeration. Meanwhile, down below, Simon remained calm, standing still like a statue. The duplicates started to rush in to attack him. Malcolm's voice echoed somewhere. "Let's see how long you can endure without using any long-range magic." Unusually calm, Simon only needed to take a light step, gently tapping his foot on the ground. Suddenly, all along, twisted bones emerged from below, destroying all of the opponent's clones. Malcolm looked at Simon's move. His aggressive and confident expression quickly changed, revealing a clear sense of caution and worry. For being proactive, he found himself at a disadvantage. The bone fragments rushed to attack like a storm, forcefully breaking through Malcolm's defense. The staff he was holding was immediately knocked back, accompanied by a satisfied cheer from Simon. Simon, filled with confidence, stood tall and asked back, "Is there a problem with the distance?" Malcolm angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Then he continued to launch his attack. Simon had regained his fighting spirit, instinctively reasoning according to the situation. If he couldn't find the main body, then he would attack everything. Of course, he used the moving bone fragments from his magic circle. Changing his attack direction, he didn't aim at the clones, but focused on the opponent's magic circle. Malcolm found himself at a disadvantage once again. Ugh, that bastard, he's targeting my magic circle. The situation in the match changed rapidly. The audience above cheered enthusiastically, especially Dick with countless triumphant expressions. However, the girl next to him was not as excited. Worry constantly surrounded her face. Dick shouted loudly to encourage his friend who was fighting hard, "You're doing great, Simon. Keep up the pressure. Isn't that a black aura?" Amid the enthusiastic cheering and commentary from the two spectators below, a gentle, cute voice suddenly arose from above them. That's a fighting method using objects from the auxiliary space and retrieving them. There must be a summoned monster in there. The two of them instinctively looked up and discovered it was Princess Molly Dresden from the Kingdom of Dresden. She added, "There's a reason Jean said that." The unexpected presence of the little princess made Dick go pale, sweat dripping down his cheeks, while the girl next to him remained clueless about what was happening. The little princess was indeed a valuable supporter. Her excitement doubled that of the Tupelo. Her bright eyes were fixed on Simon, and remembering his name was definitely worthwhile. Simon Follentia. Ignoring the excitement of the two students, the anxiety and extreme tension of the two professors observing the situation above became even more apparent. Professor Chackle from behind kept reassuring, "Professor, please control your emotions." This, Professor. Meanwhile, Professor Bahil Amagar seemed even more tense than during the match. His serious gaze focused intently. Unconsciously, he put his hand to his mouth and whispered, "There is a certain limit to talent and potential. What we are seeing now exceeds any understandable limit." A moment later, he appeared so satisfied that his face was filled with joy. Wonderful. This rapid change left Chackle next to him feeling confused. Hadn't he been in a state of frustration last month because he couldn't see the student Simon use magic? He continued to boast, "Of course, I was very angry, but this. Anyway, this genius will eventually come to me." Just listening was enough to make Shackle's head spin. She sighed, briefly contemplating. The professor responsible for putting Simon in the match was Professor Aaron, so there was nothing more to say. Below the arena, Malcolm was gradually feeling exhausted. What bad luck. He began to look for a new way to resolve the situation. If anyone knew that he was using this, he would definitely be punished. But did it even matter anymore? Then this guy made up his mind, stood up straight, and his gaze burned with determination. The clones multiplied rapidly, bustling towards Simon, and the massive bombs destroyed each enemy one by one. But quickly Simon noticed something very strange. He realized that this guy was now trying to hide his real body, or was he waiting for an opportunity to distract him and ambush him? Something was off. Looking back at his expression and the things he threw out, Simon knew enough to understand what was about to happen to him. However, a loud explosion occurred in the competition area. A strange object was thrown by Malcolm towards him. Simon glanced, but unfortunately, he still couldn't figure out what it was. Moments later, observing closely, he suddenly realized that a dangerous thing was hurtling towards him. But it was already too late for him. The deafening explosion engulfed the entire space in a haze. Above in the stands, his friends were all shocked, extremely worried. Limited visibility made everyone shout, "Simon!" Below, Malcolm laughed triumphantly. The underhanded move went undetected, and he easily took down his opponent. In the stands, people kept speculating. Even if he is a special student, he would still get injured from such a huge explosion. Impossible. But still, he is a specially admitted student. After the sneak attack, the atmosphere finally became clearer. The joy of victory did not stop there. Suddenly, Malcolm looked ahead with a dazed expression. The audience above was astonished, second by second. "Look, over there. What is that?" Seeing Simon unharmed, the crowd cheered. He truly deserves to be the #1 special student in the school. The moving pieces of armor had shielded him from the explosion, leaving Simon unscathed. At that moment, the opponent was bewildered, exclaiming, "Can't be. How could he?" Indeed, thanks to his quick thinking and the sturdiness of the tentacles, Simon calmly overcame that ridiculous trick from his opponent. With a sharp gaze fixed on Malcolm and a heightened competitive spirit, Simon seemed to truly want to end the match quickly. Just a glance into those eyes, Malcolm could feel the intensity of the rage. He trembled uncontrollably, his limbs felt beyond his control. Trying to stay calm, but internally, he was gripped by utter fear. Why am I scared now? Wait a minute, that can't be right. I'm the one who spreads fear. While the opponent was in a suspended state, unable to focus on the fight, Simon quickly struck to finish him off. The tendrils advanced step by step, destroying all of Malcolm's clones. The final point was the main character. Facing them, he still tried to raise his voice. "I've calculated the attack range of your strikes. I'm outside the reach of those tendrils." Immediately, the tendrils latched onto him, lifting him into the air freely. Above, Malcolm continued to scream, expressing his anger and defiance. "How can you?" A decisive blow sent him crashing hard into the ground, painfully. The force caused the earth to shake, leaving a large cracked area. Simon looked at his hands, feeling the pain, and whispered, "I'm reaching my limit." However, he calmly walked towards his opponent to find an opportunity to end the match. Simon maintained his composed demeanor throughout every situation. The guy stood silently as Malcolm criticized him. "Do you think you can win that easily? The game is only just beginning." Struggling to get up, Malcolm used the badge on his shirt to create a swirling black storm enveloping his body. Watching closely in the stands, his little sister stood up in frustration, losing her composure as she shouted, "How did he get that thing?" Below, Malcolm had truly transformed. A tough iron armor had become a good shield for him. This understandably made the princess above worried. How can such a treasure be in the hands of a thug's son? Who exactly? The match continued. A victorious smile emanated from within that armor. Malcolm spoke while drawing a strange symbol, causing all the spectators to panic and gossip in a frenzy. As for the princess, she displayed an irritated expression at that moment. "That belongs to Dresden, this idiot." Returning to the game, Malcolm patted his chest, exuding extreme confidence, pointing at his opponent. "This is a gift from someone who has a grudge against you." While he was posturing, Simon appeared indifferent, unsure of what was happening to him and what he was even hearing. "A grudge just because I rejected his proposal? No way." Malcolm continued, "Is this what they call karma? Everything you did to me is coming back to torment you like a boomerang." Of course, Simon was not one to back down easily. He summoned sturdy skeletons, excitedly saying, "That sounds interesting. How about we place a bet right now? Which armor is better?" Immediately, 2 skeletons turned into armor that enveloped his body securely from head to toe. A showdown between 2 evenly matched opponents was about to take place, the tension more exciting than ever. The heat almost enveloped the entire audience and all those watching the match. Malcolm, feeling triumphant, responded, "Give it your best shot." He was still the one taking the initiative to attack first, launching attacks that threatened his opponent. His powerful punch was aimed straight at Simon's vital point. However, on this side, Simon was still fighting back, quickly evading the swift and fierce attack. The tension on his face was evident as he focused all his strength on observing and attacking. The cheers from above grew louder and louder. Facing a stubborn opponent, Simon continued to analyze tactics in his head. "I should defend. I should unleash all my strength to strike directly." It seemed this was a competition based on attacks. In Blue Harbor, I used core strength to reinforce every muscle to protect myself. But this time was different. Simon grabbed his opponent's large body, holding on tightly without letting go. This strange maneuver unintentionally left Malcolm a bit confused. "What? Aren't you going to let me go? His strong legs were trying to stay firmly on the ground. The weight was countering the weight, and Malcolm began to look for a way to turn the tables and seize the opportunity to launch a powerful attack against his opponent. He acted while threatening. You think doing that will make you win? A blow came down on Simon, but fortunately his friend quickly dodged that brutal attack from Malcolm like a squirrel. This action made him both regretful and angry, his mouth constantly cursing. This little brat, why did he cowardly run away like that? The anger at Simon's cowardly antics made him feel a fierce fire within. Malcolm stood up proudly in front of Simon and cursed, "You crazy bastard." However, just as it seemed about to end, that attack was on the verge of victory. Yet when he was close to hitting Simon's face, his hand froze, trembling. Even his movements became difficult. Thanks to his strategy and experience, Simon pushed all the armored bone segments from his body to Malcolm's. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Malcolm could only stand still, confused. What? Why is my hand? That steel punch looked quite terrifying and strong, but now it trembled in front of an opponent in a ridiculous manner. Moments later, Malcolm was sent flying by a powerful blow from Simon. He could only hold his arm and exclaim, "Damn it! Why can't my hand move?" The moment had come. Simon instantly lunged to deliver impressive punches to Malcolm. His eyes were steady and calm, but filled with confidence and determination. Flipping the situation for the second time, Malcolm still hadn't regained his strength, moaning pitifully. "You bastard, what have you done to my body?" Simon cheerfully replied, as if wanting to teach him a few unforgettable lessons. "I didn't do much. I thought you couldn't compete with me if you only had that armor on, so I gifted you my set. Now you have 2 sets of armor. It should be easier for you to win, right?" At that moment, Simon triumphantly laughed in a cheerful manner, his hand in his pocket, looking elated. However, his words were quite mocking. Each phrase seemed to pierce straight into the curiosity and greed of the person in front of them. That's what they call a unique form of sarcasm. The confident state he had earlier had truly diminished. Malcolm couldn't think of any good way to respond. He could only stand there silently listening to the unpleasant words, unable to feel satisfied inside. He snapped, "You!" Before he could finish his sentence, Simon charged into attack. He poured all of his strength into his arm, delivering a decisive blow to his opponent. A powerful punch shattered the strength that the armor had given Malcolm. The power from it truly made people wary. It seems that this very punch has ended the match in a satisfying manner, pleasing both the players and the spectators in the stands. Simon's eyes are strangely confident, and the cheers from above only amplify the victorious atmosphere surrounding Simon as a student, making it more miraculous than ever. Simon's triumphant gaze makes him even cooler in the eyes of the audience. The way he executed his moves and finished the match truly left a deep impression. More than ever, the happiest ones are still the 2 friends above. Dick and his female friend stand up celebrating joyfully, continuously analyzing the strategy. Malcolm's moves are becoming strange. He's figured out Malcolm. Really? Dick satisfiedly and eagerly explains his friend's tactics to the girl. Simon is very skilled at both abilities. He just used them a moment ago, regeneration and control. Hearing this, Cammy exclaims in surprise, "Oh, he used the armor to block the opponent's attacks." By then, because of that punch, Malcolm was sent flying high and far, his body tossed aside pitifully. Even with the help of that iron armor, he simply couldn't match Simon's intellect and tactical analysis. Pushed into a corner, Malcolm whispered angrily, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." He sat there in pain, finding it difficult to move, cursing angrily in his heart, "That bastard." Even after being beaten so badly, he still tried to find a way to claim victory for himself, regardless of whether it violated the rules of the match. Malcolm continued to do his best to win. He thought, "That bastard has no weapons left. There's no way he can withstand my attacks." No matter what, he had to win this match. Holding some injurious objects in his hand, he stood up defiantly and said, "I will make you regret putting that armor on me." Noticing the stubbornness of his opponent, Simon could only sigh and say, "I can read you like a book." At that moment, the tentacles he hadn't retracted yet flew toward him to attack. They wrapped around Malcolm's legs, lifting him into the air once again. The things in his hands scattered everywhere and were immediately shattered by the tentacles. Thanks to the strong impact, those items shattered and collectively caused a horrifying explosion, lighting up the sky, causing the audience to turn their gaze upwards. In the end, only the silhouette of Malcolm could be seen falling from within the brilliant flames. He, with his body completely destroyed and his armor reduced to ruins, lay pitifully on the ground. In a triumphant mood, Simon waved his hand lightly and directly dealt with the remaining items to conclude the match with pride. The sky returned to normal, and above, the referee announced the end of the match. The winner is Simon Follentia from Class A. After receiving the signal to end, Simon calmly walked inside leisurely. By chance, he encountered Andra, and Simon politely greeted him, "Hello, Senior." Andrew stood tall with envious eyes, saying, "Do you know what you just did?" In response to that formidable threat, Simon calmly replied, "Yes, I just completed the assessment match." That innocently ordinary answer unexpectedly drove Andrew into a rage. His right arm slammed against the wall, creating a huge, terrifying hole. With a face as angry as a tiger in the forest, he shouted at Simon, "How dare you defeat a Black Knight? How can the emblem of the royal family of Dresden be lowered like this?" He was angry at Simon's coldness and carefree attitude, continuously shouting and throwing out nasty remarks. "I don't care if you're stronger than Malcolm, but if he's wearing the Black Knight's armor, you should have been more sensible. Can't you see that both I and the Dresden royal family support Malcolm? You should have either surrendered or capitulated instead of winning like this." The more Andrew spoke, the more he showed his attitude, becoming agitated and inadvertently cursing Simon. "This crazy guy, put aside your ego. Is it that hard? You've embarrassed me and the royal family." In response to those insults, Simon let Andrew vent his anger before officially speaking. "Well, I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand your point. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." He retorted those unreasonable words. "After all, this is Keizen Academy. You should behave appropriately, senior. Who you give that Black Knight armor to is your decision. As for defeating him, that's the responsibility of a Keizen student like me." This reply and the intense exchange left Andrew stunned, standing there speechless. "What's up?" Simon continued to respond arrogantly. "As for embarrassing the royal family, that's not something a prince like you can discuss so recklessly." Hearing those intolerable words, Andrew opened his mouth to belittle him. "You lowly scoundrel, how dare you lecture me?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Stop it." That voice made Andrew's face turn pale, frozen in place, unable to speak. The little princess approached and directly scolded him. "How much longer are you going to behave so disgracefully, brother?" Recognizing a familiar face, the young man turned around, his expression clearly showing fear and confusion. His trembling words came out, "Molly, when did you come to Keizen? If you came, you should have let me know." The girl glared, her voice sharp as she spoke to her brother. "I suspect something. Did you steal the jewels and give them to the son of the gang leader, pretending it was the royal family's wish?" The more she spoke, the more her words became sharply sarcastic, her eyes filled with a terrifying anger. "It seems that you are the one who has embarrassed the royal family, brother." Her words were like arrows piercing her brother's plans, making him restless and desperately trying to explain. "It's just a misunderstanding." Watching the touching story of the royal siblings from the side, Simon keenly realized who the newcomer was. He thought to himself, if she is Andrew's sister, then she is a princess. On this side, the princess continued to respond fiercely. "Do you know what punishment the Black Knights face for losing their armor? And yet you behave so rudely in front of the vassals of other kingdoms." The more he spoke, the more terrified he became, his face turning pale as if there were no blood left. When she said, "I will report this to father," Andrew really panicked. Gripping his sister tightly, his voice full of guilt, he said, "Molly, don't you remember who I am? I am Andrew, your biological brother. You know what will happen if you tell father about this." The body trembled, his face showing a pitiable expression, his voice stammering in plea. "Please don't tell father." Molly was not intending to stop. She continued to condemn the actions her brother had taken. "Then don't behave like that. I saw father's students working in the royal garden. Are you threatening her this way? As a member of the royal family, at the very least, you should take care of the people." Everything seemed to be laid bare with no way to deny it. He could only turn the blame back onto her. He shouted in protest. "No, that's not it. This girl started it first. She dared to elevate Keizen and challenge a prince like me. Enough already." The princess brushed aside his trembling hands filled with guilt and decided to end the matter right there. "I will personally apologize to Neftis for this incident, and I will tell her the whole truth." Looking towards Simon, she spoke firmly. "You know how much Neftis values her students, right? I can't just stand by and watch our Dresden become the second Talhern kingdom." Saying that, the girl coldly walked away, ignoring her brother, who was chasing after her, pleading pathetically, "Hey, Molly, why are you making such a big deal out of everything?" The princess's anger had truly reached its peak. The look of disappointment and worry turned to him, and she snapped, "If we just ignore this, then it won't." She directly hit her brother painfully, coldly shouting, "Haven't you come to your senses yet? Why do you keep rambling on? This has gone too far. We can't hide it anymore. It's not just you who has done a few things wrong, brother. You should be grateful that I'm still taking care of everything for you. If you understand, then shut up and don't get involved in this anymore." Saying that, she left him standing in a corner and went straight to apologize to Simon sincerely. "On behalf of my brother and the royal family, I apologize to you, Simon Follentia." Seeing this, Simon suddenly felt embarrassed, waving his hands. "No need, princess." She gently explained and assured Simon, "My brother in Dresden won't bother you anymore, Simon. That's it." And just like that, they left awkwardly, leaving the guys standing there confused about what was happening. Then a week later, in a dusty room filled with old books, it seemed like this was a place that contained things no longer in use. This was also where the kids gathered to chat casually. Simon was busy cleaning and organizing his tentacles. Next to him, Senior Vania lounged around, bored, and asked him, "Simon, you're taking Professor Aaron's class, right? What are you studying in that class?" Simon honestly replied, "We're studying zombies." Hearing this answer was enough to awaken the boredom and tiredness of the two seated across from him. Both suddenly shouted, "Zombies?" "Yes." The interesting topic he directly brought up made the two excited, eagerly firing questions nonstop. "Dio, no matter how you look at it, it's that, right?" Simon listened to them while working and tried to think of a response. "Yeah." Meanwhile, a quivering guy, terrified and overwhelmed, did not hesitate to express his extreme fear by shouting loudly, "It hurts? I can feel that pain again." As for Venya, she was rather intrigued, her eyes shining brightly, her mouth constantly saying, "That sounds great, Simon. I want to go there again." After she finished speaking, the guy could only sit and ponder, observing the two different shapes of the two people and curiously responding, "Huh, where is that?" Of course, she was already too familiar with everything, so she confidently answered, "At the end of Professor Aaron's zombie class, there is an important performance assessment. Of course, for those who have to participate in the assessment, it's truly terrifying, but..." She was quite excited amidst the bewildered fear of the guy behind, her voice echoing throughout the room. "After I completed my first year and thought back, it really is a memory I don't mind." Her enthusiasm was enough to leave the guy behind in shock. Finally, this day had come. In that space was a dark sky, with trees withered and lifeless, without a hint of light. In the space shrouded in mysterious black, Simon, along with all the students, were fully present to participate in the evaluation. The attitudes and expressions of the other students somewhat reflected a sense of anxiety and fear. However, Simon was a young man brimming with curiosity. He still wore a knave smile, pondering the words of the senior. Is this place really the beautiful memory? What a peculiar senior. A voice emerged from somewhere, continuously conversing with him. "You are lucky. I had planned to come here during your break, but thanks to that Professor Aaron, I was able to arrive here earlier than expected. The skull badge on your shirt acts like a speaker, emitting sounds nonstop. Kid, this time you need to find the undead commander of the Legion Prince. This is exactly the type of place he enjoys." He silently replied, "Got it. Does he have any distinguishing features?" The atmosphere between the two suddenly became quiet for a moment. The badge awkwardly explained, whatever his name is, that's how he looks." At this point, he couldn't help but imagine the wicked image of the senior Andrew, who had previously had a falling out with him. As the name suggests, at least it shouldn't be like this. While casually chatting, Professor Aaron approached in a strikingly cool manner. His handsome face in his suit accentuated his strong and dignified presence, and he seemed to be exceptionally skilled as well. Walking up calmly, he spoke, "Pay attention, this is the southern region of the Shade Kingdom, known as the Dead Zone." Upon seeing him, all the students were abuzz, their whispers echoing from one person to another. "Is that Professor Aaron? Wow." Meanwhile, the professor continued to explain in order to smoothly initiate the evaluation session. The Dead Zone is one of the top 10 mysteries of the continent. The strong combination of dark magic and natural phenomena has created strange occurrences here, most notably. His voice suddenly dropped in a frightening tone. Hand raised in gesture, he said, "In this area, the concept of decay does not exist. When a creature dies, its body will decompose according to natural laws, but here the remains of a dead creature will not rot and will be preserved intact. That is why this place is called the Paradise of Zombies." After explaining, the guy continued to dive into the main topic of this comprehensive evaluation. As previously announced, the assessment will be conducted in groups. Using the knowledge you have learned about zombies, create a supreme summoned zombie and present it to me. Upon hearing this, Simon's eyes lit up with excitement, no less than the senior girl who had spoken to him. Is this a mission? With that, the guy suddenly rested his chin on his hand, thinking, so we can't use a natural zombie, we'll have to find a corpse and use a summoning magic circle. His initial excitement and the seriousness in Simon's thoughts made his friend Malin standing next to him seem a bit worried. Are you really getting lost in this? The other students still had many concerns about the professor's announcement. The evaluation criteria include the degree of completion, uniqueness, combatability, and structure of the magic circle, with no points awarded for teamwork. Everyone will receive the same score based on what their group's zombie presents. Professor Aaron continued to speak to his students with his final words before everyone entered the assessment. I hope no one is cowardly enough to cry before a mere zombie. Proceed like a real necromancer. The signal for the evaluation session to begin, the professor commanded. The evaluation session starts now. Yes, Professor. The four close friends gathered together and analyzed the strategy table. Zombies are typical level 2 monsters. In the environment of the death zone, there could be some that surpass level 4. And we must also limit combat as much as possible. That's right, because the sounds made during combat will attract more of them. While discussing this, Simon suddenly expressed his frustration at the lively chatter of the kids beside him. The only good news is that students are prohibited from fighting each other. Hector glared at me again. Suddenly turning to him, Malin said, "But there are also Tomb Raiders and other necromancers." This made Dick seem a bit concerned. "Well, this area is large, so the chance of running into them is probably not high, right? We should still be cautious." No one pays attention to or cares about his friend Dick sitting next to him. On the contrary, Simon is quite concerned about the two girls, so he asks, "Anyway, let's go. Kami, Malin, are you both okay? What about us?" Simon pointed to some students huddled in a corner looking scared and said, "If it feels too scary, you can wait at the camp area. They're the ones who will stay behind because even the birds won't fly in there." Right after his friend finished speaking, the two girls suddenly showed different reactions. Kanya was confused and anxious. "I'm a bit scared, but since we're together, it's okay." For Malin, it was different. She seemed braver. "Hey, are you underestimating me? There's no way I'm scared of these things. I am also a necromancer of Keizen." In summary, after hearing the girls' feelings, Simon felt somewhat reassured about them and decided to announce they would set off. "All right, then let's go." They all walked together into a large, ancient area that was also quite eerie and frightening. It was deserted with no one around, causing the newcomers to exclaim, "This place really looks like a city. I thought the underworld had to be a desolate land with nothing at all." Malin was brave, but couldn't avoid feeling anxious for fear that something unexpected would appear and attack. She walked while observing her surroundings and said to everyone, "But there's no one in the buildings at all. It's so desolate." Of course, there's no one here. "This place is only for zombies." Hearing Dick's remarks, Malin refused to back down and retorted sharply, "What? Do you know where this is? I'm not completely clueless either." Seeing that their friends seemed reserved, the girls pressed forward to ask, "Do you know something? Tell us." However, this friend just stood quietly contemplating something without answering, and then suddenly spoke up a moment later. In fact, there are many objections to Keizen conducting this assessment. Simon, curious about this, asked, "Why?" "Because it's dangerous?" Dick, unusually serious, looked at the skyscrapers in front of them and said, "No, there's a little dirty secret of Keizen that has been buried here." "A dirty secret here?" Using all his knowledge of this desolate place, Dick recounted the story of the past here for everyone. Yes, this was once a city of the Talvern Empire. History records that after the rebellion, the emperor was escorted to the capital, right? But that is not true. The emperor escaped from the capital. Amid the chaos, he sought a new stronghold and hoped to resist Keizen, and the chosen place is here, a wasteland. This place was governed by a master swordsman of the empire and possessed a powerful army. They intended to exploit the strength of this place for a grand counterattack. Dick followed the rhythm of the story and continued to reveal the thrilling parts. Keizen, fearing that the empire would regain its power, decided they needed to create extreme fear to completely crush the empire. This is the origin of the dark magic that Professor Aaron mentioned. After his remarks, everyone could not stop recalling the professor's initial lecture. The wasteland is one of the top 10 mysteries of the continent. The powerful combination of dark magic and natural phenomena has created strange occurrences in this place. They infused that magical source into this territory, turning it into the wasteland as it is now. After listening, Malin, with an unchanging expression, voiced her thoughts on the matter. But still, if the Emperor has already safely reached that point, won't all the citizens of the Empire be dragged into the war just because of his pride? They stopped before it went too far, so Keizen didn't entirely make an unreasonable choice. This side, Cammy, Simon, quiet, and somber, confessed. But thinking about the people of this city dying without knowing the reason is truly sad. It seems Simon also empathized with this. He said, "That's right, this decision is strategically sound, but it lacks humanity." Seeing his companion suddenly deep in thought, Dick exclaimed to change the atmosphere he had created. "Oh, I shouldn't have brought this up. The mood has turned gloomy. All right, let's stop talking about history here and focus on the task at hand and discuss the evaluation exam." Putting aside the sadness, everyone returned to the immediate task. As they walked, the group was animatedly discussing. To get a good score, we need to create a zombie, right? Let's start with that. Exactly, to use summoning magic, we first need to find a corpse that hasn't yet turned into a zombie. Let's start searching from the nearest houses. All right, that's the plan then. While everyone was focused, Dick nestled by the window and made jokes. Every nook and cranny of the house was searched by everyone, but nothing unusual was found. After a while of feeling discouraged, they sat there in silence. The boys and girls began to groan. Why is there nothing here? Sigh, should we look somewhere else? Let's do that. After making the decision, Malin walked over to the door and said, all right, I'm opening it. As soon as the door opened, the shadow of someone lurked outside. Suddenly, an arm burst in and grabbed her, and everyone screamed, Malin. The unexpected attack left everyone too stunned to react. Only Simon quickly ran over, shouting, Malin. Instinctively, he used force to strike the assailant's wrist, saving her by the skin of her teeth. An unexpected start like this is enough to make everyone envision the deadly scene about to unfold with the four young men inside the room. The situation became dangerous, prompting Dick to quickly rush over to help. The two young men pushed hard against the door to prevent the monster outside from breaking in. Those deformed hands were so strong that neither of them could hold out, and it seemed that it was not just one but many zombies that had gathered outside. Realizing the danger was approaching, Dick's face tightened and he immediately cast a spell, slamming the door shut instantly. The situation inside somewhat stabilized after his magic. Being a sealed room, their voices echoed loudly, unexpectedly attracting the horde of zombies outside. Dick guarded the door while lamenting, we're in big trouble now. If this keeps up, we'll be surrounded. Of course, you fool. The zombies outside heard the loud noises and gradually moved closer, surrounding the door. They were as numerous as ants, their bodies deformed and aggressive, as if they wanted to attack them. Seeing this, Simon shouted, Cammy, Malin, go this way. Okay, he calmly looked at Dick and said, Dick, when I give the signal, use your magic. Got it. He had already prepared a chair in his hand. Outside, the zombies were battering the glass door so forcefully that it was on the verge of not being able to withstand their weight. Everyone was thrown into a critical situation. The two girls stood frozen in place, their facial muscles tense as they awaited the moment the door would finally open for them to escape. After Simon counted to one, the zombies broke through the door. One by one, they aggressively pushed each other to get inside. At the same time, inside, Dick slowly opened the door to step out. Both sides were bustling like a fair, every one of them in tattered clothes, their bodies disfigured, arms and legs dragging as they rushed in like bloodthirsty beasts. Simon grabbed a chair and swung it at them to distract them, but it was of no use. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly signaled to his companions, run. Everyone finally managed to get outside safely, while the zombies relentlessly pursued them like leeches. However, beyond everyone's expectation, there were more of them than they had anticipated. Before long, the zombies had surrounded them, blocking every escape route for the four students, leaving no way out. To survive, they had no choice but to fight their way through. Dick wielded his sword and fought to the end, his mouth constantly complaining, damn it, there are too many of them. I don't have enough time to stop them. Two young men stood next to each other, scanning the surroundings for a way to break through, but they were still cornered. Dick, they are coming from the front. Are you crazy? Is there still a crowd like that advancing? Over here, Cammy was terrified by the threats from outside the door. Hearing the cries, Dick anxiously turned around to check the situation and realized, what? We just checked the house, didn't we? Malin responded fiercely while using a protective spell on her friend. We must have missed something. As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted loudly to signal all of her friends at the distance, get down. A massive flame erupted forcefully toward the front, incinerating the zombies. But what surprised everyone even more was that they were still moving through the fire as if nothing was happening to their decayed bodies. The zombies are walking through the fire. What is this? From all directions, at the sound of movement, the zombies kept emerging in greater numbers. Smoke and fire erupted everywhere, seemingly incinerating everything that existed here. However, the zombies were still quite a difficult problem for everyone at that time. All four held swords, using their skills and fighting fiercely to protect themselves and their friends from this dangerous place. Everyone's bodies were becoming exhausted, and the four could not stand against so many. Cammy worriedly fought, but also spoke to Simon. Simon, we need to find a place to rest for a bit. If not, we will definitely all be dead. Fire in front, fire behind, but there was no way to take them all down. They still persisted in the fierce flames of the two ladies. The scene here fell into real panic, and this situation forced everyone to quickly use their sharp minds to analyze a grand escape strategy. In difficult times, clever ideas emerged. Simon quickly regained his composure to think positively and prioritize getting his friends to safety first. He quickly found a good solution and called out to everyone, everyone go this way. He looked up, a bold idea sparked in his mind. At this stage, it was inevitable to try. He created a magical illusion below that suddenly startled all the boys and girls, causing them to scream, ah, what is that? That's what I created. You scared me, and if you're going to use it, at least let me know. Four kids stood together, concentrating on observing the situation around them. The tense expressions of all of them were evident through their every gesture, their breaths becoming labored, accompanied by the extreme anxiety of the four people in each direction. Dick hurriedly urged, hey, Simon, I don't know what you're planning to do, but hurry up. They are coming from the front. At that moment, the plan was already set in his mind. At the command, everyone stood in a line, holding hands. Go! From the ground below, the tentacles he summoned appeared, surrounding and grabbing the ankles of everyone. Simon shouted loudly, "Open the door." Simultaneously, they were gently propelled into the air, leaving below them the terrifying and fierce zombies charging towards them. Just a second's delay seemed like it would turn them all into a tasty meal for the horde. Looking down at the scene beneath them, their words suddenly felt much lighter. Wow, that's crazy. Just 1 second slower and we would have been buried in there. Simon continued to enthusiastically shout to build momentum. One more time, one more time. Dick was spinning like a top to the point where his hair, face, and features were nearly distorted in the air above. This rescue quickly brought everyone up to the roof. Just to the roof, get ready, no way. The four of them landed on the roof, the sudden turn of events causing the kids to feel quite panicked and worried. At that moment, everyone was temporarily safe, however, Cammy, unfortunately, lost her grip and rolled down below. In an instant, Simon grabbed her wrist and pulled her up to safety. It was a terrifying moment that made everyone sweat. Once he brought her up, Simon expressed, "Sorry for the sudden scare. Are you okay?" With her heart racing, Cammy truly felt panicked. Her body was still trembling and her voice was weak as she whispered, I'm fine. Thanks to Simon, we were saved." Dick stood frozen like a lamppost, his face pale after the long journey that felt as if it were about to end. Therefore, he hurriedly said to everyone, "I'm sorry, but can we move quickly? The zombies are coming here after hearing our noise. Let's move fast." 4 students continued to stand on the roof and brainstorm their next plan. However, trailing behind them from a distance, a mysterious stranger was quietly monitoring every move of the group of 4. He couldn't stop letting out satisfied laughter, saying, "Quite impressive." A strange figure sat far away from them, constantly flicking his fingers in delight, continuing, "But of course, I won't let you escape so easily." Below, a horde of zombies moved together like a carnival, crowded and grotesque. Meanwhile, above, the conversation went on cheerfully. "What's going on? Are you busy?" "Huh? Is that the crazy skeleton again? Is Manus involved too?" This mysterious man sat confidently, commanding the zombie leader, "All right, tell him to do whatever he likes. There are more important issues to address right now." The commander of the Legion had appeared in the Deadlands, and with fear arriving here, they must have come with intention. His gaze suddenly sharpened. The red glint turned sinister and cold. He coldly declared, "I will definitely destroy the Legion with my own hands."